A group of young men and women were standing on the playground, all their eyes nervously fixed on the high platform in the distance, as if awaiting their fate. Lin Ye, standing in the crowd, was also staring intently at the high platform, feeling both apprehensive and excited, because what was about to happen would completely determine his life. Due to an accident, he was transported to a different world where everyone was a lord. Several hundred years ago, a special world called Lord Space suddenly appeared and became synchronized with the real world. Once everyone turns 18, they must enter the Lord's world, randomly acquire their own territory and race, and awaken to become a lord. After that, you will have to compete with countless lords for resources, develop your power, expand your territory, and upgrade your troops, constantly becoming stronger in the fierce competition. The real world and the Lord's world are interconnected. People can return to reality from the Lord's world, and the resources, abilities, and troops obtained in the Lord's world can also be mapped to the real world. Resources from the real world can be brought into the Lord's world. However, there is also a cruel rule here: once you die in the Lord's world, you will truly die in the real world. If one is randomly assigned to a powerful race, there is a chance to rise to the top and completely change one's fate. But if one is randomly assigned to a weak race, one can only become cannon fodder in the eyes of other lords, and may lose one's life at any time. And today is the day Lin Ye awakens to become a lord. Just then, a powerful voice suddenly rang out from the high platform. Time's up! Everyone prepare to enter the Lord's world. I wish you all a future of your own in the Lord's world. I will be waiting for you at the pinnacle of the world. The speaker was the school principal. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone on the playground tensed up. The next second, a dazzling light suddenly descended from the sky, enveloping all the students. Lin Ye felt incredibly tense, yet the light carried a warm aura, and then his vision began to blur. When he regained consciousness, he was already in the Lord's world. What came into view was a small territory of less than 100 square meters, completely surrounded by thick fog. At the same time, a voice rang in his ears. Welcome to the Lord's world. Your randomly assigned race, Succubus. A succubus subject has been summoned for you. Current population, 1. Maximum, 2. 2 hours remain in the new player protection period. Lords, please develop your territory as soon as possible. You cannot leave the Lord's world before the protection period ends. As soon as the voice fell, a succubus with a hot body, a swaying tail, and a face so beautiful that it was impossible to look away slowly appeared in front of Lin Ye. But Lin Ye had absolutely no interest in appreciating the other party at this moment. He knew very well that succubi were universally recognized as the worst race. Apart from their beautiful appearance and absolute loyalty, this race had virtually no combat ability, and was completely a race of empty ornaments. Almost every lord randomly assigned to the succubus race met only one end: death. This cold, cruel reality instantly plunged Lin Ye into utter despair. However, just as he was filled with despair, another ethereal system notification suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Detection. Host has successfully entered the Lord's world and acquired its first subject. Succubus Lord System successfully activated. Effect 1. The basic attributes of all the host succubi are increased by 10 times. Effect 2. The construction and production time for the host and all his subjects is reduced by 50%. Effect 3. The effects of all buildings and items created by the host and his subjects are increased by 100%. Effect 4. The host can grant a new talent to his subjects as needed, but cannot replace the original talent. Upon hearing the system notification, Lin Ye's despair was instantly overwhelmed by ecstasy. At that moment, he saw hope for surviving, and even dominating, this dangerous world of lords. The next second, a plan quickly took shape in Lin Ye's mind. He planned to first frantically collect resources, use the system's capabilities to quickly upgrade his territory, then summon more succubus units and continuously upgrade and evolve these originally weak succubi. Ultimately, he transformed into a terrifying demon with the power to destroy the world, personally creating an incomparably powerful army of succubi, sweeping away all lords and frantically expanding his territory and power. He will gradually become the strongest lord in this world of lords and dominate the world. After calming down, Lin Ye looked at his first succubus subject, and the next second, the subject's information panel immediately appeared in front of him. Enchantress Clan, Level 1, Strength 14, Speed 12, Intelligence 18. Lin Ye's gaze swept over it, and his heart trembled. The attributes after being enhanced by the system were simply outrageously strong. In the world of lords, once an attribute exceeds 10 points, each subsequent point creates a significant difference. 14 points of strength is comparable to a dwarf. 12 points of speed rivals a shadow fiend. 18 points of intelligence is close to that of an angel. All three attributes were incredibly strong. Lin Ye couldn't help but smile. A succubus with these attributes was practically the perfect unit. Lord I. Mei had clearly noticed the change in herself and looked at Lin Ye with a shocked expression. Lin Ye simply nodded silently. Thank you, Lord. The enchantress was incredibly excited, throwing herself into Lin Ye's arms, her face full of gratitude. Lin Ye's expression stiffened slightly. Too tempting. But now is not the time to think about these things. Developing territory is the most important thing. Lin Ye continued to check the attribute panel. Talent, obedience, can add talent. Ability, transformation. As Lin Ye stared at the words, can add talents, his consciousness instantly registered them. A booming sound immediately filled his mind. Lumberjacking proficiency, land reclamation proficiency, mining proficiency, combat proficiency. A plethora of mastery-type talents kept appearing, dazzling the eye. Lin Ye's heart burned with desire. If he could acquire all of these talents, he would be virtually invincible. He wanted every talent. Unfortunately, he could only choose one now. Lin Ye quickly calmed down. The most important thing now was to prioritize developing his territory. Thinking of this, his eyes flickered slightly. Choose Cultivation Mastery. Ding! Added successfully. Citizen 1, Enchantress Clan, Level 1, Talents, Obedience, Cultivation Mastery. The Enchantress's attribute panel changed again. Mei stared at Lin Ye in utter shock, completely at a loss. She simply couldn't understand why she had suddenly gained an extra talent. No need to say more, Lin Ye quickly interrupted. He was genuinely afraid that the Enchantress would pounce on him again. Her alluring appearance was far too distracting. There were only 2 hours left in the newbie protection period. Wasting time would have unimaginable consequences. Lin Ye glanced around and immediately began moving quickly within the territory. You obtained 1 long wooden stick. You obtained 1 stone. You obtained 1 vine. As Lin Ye collected materials, he recalled the basic knowledge from the book, his hands constantly busy. He used vines to firmly bind the stone to the long wooden stick. His crafting speed was noticeably faster than he had expected. This was the powerful effect of the system's bonus. In a short while, you successfully crafted a stone hoe. Stone hoe, used for cultivating land. As expected of the system. It used to take at least 10 minutes to complete, but now it only takes 5 minutes. Lin Ye couldn't help but exclaim. He then turned to look at a clearing upstream and said to the moth, Go and cultivate that land. Food is extremely important in the early stages. As long as arable land appears, there is a chance to attract more wild race members to join. Okay. Mei nodded obediently. She took the stone hoe and immediately hurried to the open space, where she began to turn over and cultivate the soil. Watching the soil being turned over, Lin Ye remained silent for a moment. There were too few people in the territory. He himself had to take action. With that thought, Lin Ye quickly scanned the entire territory and began frantically collecting resources. You have obtained 300 sticks. You have obtained 210 vines. You have obtained 3 wild wheat seeds. You have obtained 43 stones. Time slowly passed. Lin Ye had almost collected all the usable resources in the entire territory. He glanced at the moth, who was still diligently cultivating the land, and without saying anything, walked over and collected all the soil that had been turned over. You have obtained 170 soil blocks. Upon hearing the notification, Lin Ye immediately smiled. He then surveyed the entire territory and went directly to its edge. Wooden sticks were driven into the ground. Vines were continuously woven and secured. Soil mixed with water was quickly applied to the outer perimeter. Lin Ye began to build the fence by hand. Time passed slowly. You have successfully created the fence. Fence can defend against attacks with a strength of 16 or less. Originally 8 points, now doubled. has a certain attraction to wild succubus races. The system notification rang in Lin Ye's ears again. Lin Ye looked at the completed fence before him, a smile involuntarily playing on his lips. 16 points of defense. In the early stages, that's more than enough to withstand the vast majority of attacks. After all, in the Lord's world, the difference between every single point of attribute is enormous. This defensive effect is quite impressive. Moreover, any structure has the effect of attracting wild members. Lin Ye looked around at the mist, but there was no movement for the time being. He understood. The fence's attraction ability was actually not very high. Its main function was defense. In contrast, the early wild inhabitants valued survival resources more. Lin Ye was deep in thought. Suddenly, the system notification sounded again. Your territory has successfully cultivated a plot of farmland. Upon hearing the sound, Lin Ye immediately looked towards Mei. Mei had stopped moving and was quietly watching him. In front of her was a successfully cultivated farmland. Farmland can grow crops, with a relatively fast growth rate, and has a certain attraction to wild people. Normally, clearing a plot of land takes at least half an hour. But now, it only took a little over 10 minutes. With the dual enhancements of talent and the system, the efficiency is astonishing. It's simply insane. Now that the land has been cultivated, it's time to officially plant the grain. And the importance of grain in the early stages is self-evident. Lin Ye immediately looked at the wild wheat seeds in his backpack, preparing to begin sowing. But just then, a strange sound suddenly came from within the mist. Coo coo coo! Lin Ye's lips curled into a smile upon hearing it. New subjects had arrived. Farmland was clearly far more effective at attracting wild races than fences. He immediately looked towards the mist. The thick fog slowly dissipated, and a succubus, equally alluring and seductive, emerged. Please, Lord, take me in, the succubus said, gazing at Lin Ye with a seductive look. I am willing to do anything for you, Lord. Okay. Lin Ye nodded without hesitation. At a time like this, the more people, the better. Successfully recruited. Congratulations, Lord, on gaining your second subject. Subject, Mei Yi, Mei Clan. Level 1, Strength, 14, originally 7, Speed, 12, originally 6, Intelligence, 18, originally 9, Talent, Obedience, can be added. Ability, Transform. The attribute panel then appears. Almost identical to the Enchantress. Thank you, Lord! Mei Yi was incredibly excited upon hearing Lin Ye's agreement. But the next second, a beam of light suddenly enveloped her. Her attributes instantly increased. Mei Yi was completely stunned. She couldn't believe that her attributes could increase so dramatically. Overwhelmed with emotion, she threw herself into Lin Ye's arms, gently rubbing against him. This was a customary way for the Meizu to express their gratitude. Lin Ye could only force himself to remain calm. After all, this was not the time to be distracted. He immediately looked at Mei Ye's talent panel and sensed her again. Buzz! A large number of selectable talents reappeared. Add Fertilizer Mastery. Lin Ye didn't hesitate at all. Fertilizer combined with tilling the land would allow the crops to mature faster. And crops were currently the most important resource. Lord! After sensing the new talent within her, Mei Yi looked at Lin Ye with a shocked expression, her eyes filled with disbelief. Go fertilize. Lin Ye interrupted her directly. He then took out wild wheat seeds and scattered them across the tilled land. Planting successful. Please remember to fertilize. Fertilization will accelerate plant growth. The system notification sounded again. Okay. Mei Yi looked at the planted crops, her expression filled with excitement. Once the crops ripened, they would have plenty of food. And they had come here to survive. Thinking of this, Mei Yi immediately ran quickly towards the cultivated field. Chapter 3 First to Territory, Realm of the Night God. After arranging everything, Lin Ye directly ordered Mei Yi. Mei Yi, go dig some soil by the river. Mei Yi didn't hesitate and nodded in response. Yes, Lord. She then ran to the riverbank and began working. Lin Ye assisted her, picking up all the clods of soil that were dug up, and soon accumulated nearly 200 units of resources. With his population capped, Lin Ye realized he needed to upgrade his territory as soon as possible. He looked around and quickly spotted a large area of withered grass, immediately setting out to collect it. After a flurry of activity, he harvested 300 portions of withered grass, laying the foundation for future construction. With all the materials gathered, Lin Ye returned to the campfire and began building the house in the open space. He used tree trunks for the frame, woven vines for the structure, plastered the walls with mud, and finally covered the roof with dry grass. Before long, a simple but complete house was formed, exactly the most basic lord's mansion mentioned in the book. A system notification immediately sounded, and Lin Ye decisively confirmed the purpose. As a lord's manor! He was then asked to name the territory, and without much thought, he directly said, Night God's Realm! This name was his game ID from his previous life. As the naming was completed, a series of notifications appeared in succession, all the territory conditions were met, and it was directly upgraded to a Tier 1 territory. The system notification instantly spread to all players, causing a stir. Many exclaimed at the speed, while others couldn't believe that a solo player had managed to level up first. At the same time, the other lords were also alerted. The white-clad youth frowned in displeasure upon hearing the news, while the black-clad youth revealed murderous intent, concluding that Lin Ye was extremely rich in resources, and even declared that they would seize his territory once the protection period was over. Upon returning to the realm of the Night God, the changes from the upgrade were immediately apparent. His territory expanded by 300 square meters, the maximum number of subjects increased to 9, and a level progression mechanism was unlocked. At the same time, one thing became clear: if the Lord's mansion were destroyed, Lin Ye himself would die. Immediately afterwards, a rumbling sound came from the mist, and a force spread outwards, forcing all the surrounding monsters back. A new area then appeared, with trees, grass, fruit trees, and wasteland, meaning more resources were being unlocked. Lin Ye looked at all of this with great satisfaction. He knew very well that this 300 square meter expansion was only available to the first upgrader. Ordinary players only received 100 square meters. Although the difference might seem small, it was crucial in the early game. Furthermore, the increased cap on citizens and the unlocking of new levels would significantly accelerate development. Just then, the system notified him again that the upgrade brought additional enhancements, reduced construction time, increased output, improved citizen attributes, and even 2 additional talents for his citizens. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye immediately realized that this was the true core advantage. After checking the attributes of Enchantress and Nightshade, he decisively assigned talents. Enchantress, add Mining Mastery. Nightshade, add Harvesting Mastery. The system notified them of success, and the two clearly felt their abilities improve. They excitedly thanked him and even wanted to get closer to Lin Ye. Lin Ye quickly calmed himself down, preventing them from getting too close, and noticed that their condition had changed to hunger. He immediately assigned them tasks, sending Mei Yi to collect wild fruit seeds to supplement their food supply, and Mei Yi to dig out a piece of wasteland that appeared to contain minerals. The two moved swiftly, and the territory began to operate efficiently. Lin Ye continued collecting dead wood while remaining vigilant about the changing mist. He knew that in another hour, night would fall, the monster attacks would begin, and the campfire had to be kept burning. As he waited, a strange sound suddenly came from the mist. A figure slowly emerged, a succubus with a voluptuous figure. She looked at Lin Ye and said softly, "Please take me in, my lord. I'm willing to do anything for you." Lin Ye glanced at it, already mentally prepared for this temptation, and calmly replied, "Welcome to join." A system notification sounded, indicating he had successfully gained his third subject. The subject immediately leaned in to express gratitude, which Lin Ye found somewhat overwhelming. The newly joined succubus is named Mei Li, and her initial attributes are quite impressive, also possessing special abilities. Lin Ye watched as his 3 subjects gradually formed a cohesive unit, knowing that his territory had officially entered a stable phase. Chapter 4 Sacred Relic Statue. At the same time, the system interface popped up, and Lin Ye glanced at it, his gaze pausing slightly. Mei Li's talent interface appeared, and without hesitation, he directly selected Lumberjacking Mastery and Charcoal Mastery, both of which were key foundations for the development of the current territory. Selection successful. Mei Li instantly felt the change within herself, her attributes and talents simultaneously increasing. Overjoyed, she hugged Lin Ye tightly, saying, "Thank you, Lord." Lin Ye remained silent for a moment, then simply said softly, "Go chop wood." He then quickly crafted a stone axe and handed it to her. "And make charcoal while you're at it." Mei Li nodded in agreement, and immediately took action. Everyone in the territory performed their duties, and time ticked by. 30 minutes left. System notifications kept ringing, with updates on resource gathering, crafting, and experience gain. Lin Ye collected resources while simultaneously monitoring the overall progress. Mei Li and Maya both made some gains, but Mei, who was in charge of mining, was making slow progress. Just then, the countdown timer sounded again, and Lin Ye realized that the monster attack was imminent. He muttered to himself. Only 30 minutes left, and the campfire was just built. This wave is going to be tough. Meanwhile, tension gripped the entire Lord's world. Some wailed, others brimmed with confidence. The strong flaunted their military might and civilization levels, while others watched with cold sneers, awaiting the defeat of the number one. Darkness gradually descended, and the faint roars of monsters echoed, creating an atmosphere of extreme oppression. Lin Ye was equally aware that the richer the resources, the stronger the surrounding monsters. With only 3 subjects, he would likely only achieve a Pyrrhic victory. He looked up at the gradually darkening sky. The novice protection was weakening, and the monsters outside were beginning to stir. Just as he was pondering a solution, a system notification suddenly sounded. Your people have mined copper ore and obtained 18 copper ore. Lin Ye's eyes lit up, and he immediately rushed towards the enchantress. After confirming the ore vein, a bold idea struck him. He had read about succubus territories in a miscellaneous book, which mentioned a key element, a statue. The succubi's power was likely related to that statue. With this in mind, Lin Ye quickly took the copper ore and headed straight for the campfire. He lit the charcoal, poured the copper ore into the earthenware pot, and heated it. The flames roared. 15 minutes left. The system reminded him again, the monster's howls growing clearer. Lin Ye stared intently at the flames, his expression grave. Whether I survive or not depends on this. Soon, the copper ore began to melt, turning into molten copper. Lin Ye acted decisively, pouring the molten copper into a makeshift mold that had been prepared beforehand. Smoke and dust billowed, and the temperature fluctuated drastically. He stood aside, quietly waiting for it to solidify. 10 minutes left. Lin Ye quickly ordered the 3 citizens to stop what they were doing and distributed weapons such as stone spears and stone bows to them. Equip yourselves and prepare to fight. The 3 looked tense and quickly did as he was told, looking warily toward the edge of the darkness. As the bronze in the mold gradually cooled and solidified, Lin Ye kicked open the clay mold, revealing a rough human-shaped bronze statue. Without pausing, recalling the appearance of the statue in the book, he picked up a stone awl and hammer and began to carve it in detail. 7 minutes left. 6 minutes left. Time was ticking away, and the air was thick with oppressive tension. The roars of monsters outside rose and fell, as if they might break through the defenses at any moment. Lin Ye, however, was completely focused, polishing the outline of the bronze statue with each stroke of his sword and hammer. 5 minutes left. Finally, he stopped and let out a long breath. Finally made it. Before him stood a slightly rough but clearly defined succubus statue. You have successfully constructed the succubus territory holy statue. Ordinary night demons can evolve into heroic-level monsters, with the probability increasing to 50%, and their attractiveness to succubi greatly increased. Chapter 5 Heroic-Level Citizens. Announcement. A racial relic has been created in the realm of the Night God. A system announcement instantly exploded, causing an uproar across all territories. Some were shocked, some questioned. A racial relic? Isn't that something only large races possess? Others calmly analyzed that while it might be simpler for smaller races, almost no one knew how to create it. For a time, the name, Realm of the Night God, was repeatedly mentioned. Everyone vaguely realized that this suddenly appearing territory was definitely not simple. In particular, the fact that the sacred artifact could attract hero-level citizens made it even more enviable. The man in white frowned in thought. Just who is this lord? The young seaman's face darkened further. Something even his family's resources couldn't achieve, this man had accomplished. He said coldly, Once I get through this, I will definitely find you. Meanwhile, within the realm of the Night God, the system notification sounded again. You are the first to establish a sacred relic building. The reward probability has been randomly increased. Lin Ye stood before the statue, his gaze slightly narrowed. Originally, the transformation probability was 25%, but now it had directly increased to 50%, or even higher. He looked at Mei Ye, and Mei Li. Their eyes were filled with longing. Just then, a strange, cooing sound came from the mist. Lin Ye paused, immediately realizing a new subject had arrived. Sure enough, a succubus emerged from the mist, softly saying, Greetings, Lord. Please take in Mei Feng. Lin Ye glanced at her briefly. She was no different from the other succubi. He nodded in response. Welcome to the team. The system then notified him that he had gained his fourth subject. The succubus race is inherently weak, and wild hero-level beings are almost impossible to find. Therefore, their sacred artifact is not for attraction but for modification and evolution. Lin Ye's heart stirred. This was the key. Without further hesitation, he ordered the four. Kneel and worship the sacred artifact. The four succubi immediately knelt down, and the statue erupted in light, enveloping them all. Their expressions softened and became dreamy, their auras shifting. Within the light, their bodies gradually strengthened, their curves becoming more pronounced, and their alluring charm intensified. Lin Ye glanced at them, then turned his head away, forcing himself to calm down. A moment later, a system notification sounded. Enchantress Moth, Enchanting Knight, Enchanting Departure, and Enchanting Phoenix have successfully evolved and all have been promoted to heroic level. The panel refreshed, showing the four as a mage, assassin, warrior, and archer respectively, with their attributes comprehensively improved. Lin Ye was shocked. This modification had all succeeded, the probability was almost maximized. He looked at the four again. They were tall and slender, with astonishing presence, clearly more than a level stronger than before. Lin Ye shook his head, bringing his attention back to reality. Just then, a new notification suddenly sounded. Newbie protection period ended. Immediately afterward, a series of death reports arrived, multiple territories destroyed, and lords perished on the spot. The entire game world instantly entered a brutal phase. Lin Ye looked up at the sky. Night had completely fallen, with only the flickering campfires remaining. In the distance came the howls of monsters, sending chills down his spine. The system notifications kept ringing out. Level 1 Demon Invasion, Level 1 Dwarf Invasion, Level 1 Goblin Invasion. The sheer number of them is alarming. Lin Ye knew very well that the richer the resources of his territory, the more monsters it would attract. His territory, being larger, had ironically become a prime target. Suddenly, a series of booming sounds rang out. He looked up and saw hundreds of monsters swarming against the fence, relentlessly attacking the defenses. A system notification then sounded. Your fence is under heavy attack. Lin Ye frowned. There are more than I expected. The fence could defend, but it would eventually be breached under continuous attacks. He couldn't stand idly by. He quickly made a simple bow, handed it to Mei Feng, then his gaze turned cold, and he ordered. Attack! Chapter 6 Surviving the Monster Attack. Yes, sir! Mei Ye, Mei and Mei Feng responded to Lin Ye in unison. As soon as they finished speaking, Mei Feng immediately drew her bow, using withered wood as arrows, and fired them in quick succession. The arrows were crisp and clean, accurately hitting the monsters outside. At the same time, the enchantress gathered magic power in her hands, forming orbs of light in front of her chest, which she then launched, tracing arcs through the air as they bombarded the enemy. Although not as fast as the enchantress Phoenix, each explosion was incredibly powerful. Mei Li, undaunted, leaped over the fence and charged into the monster horde, wielding her stone knife with swift, clean movements, forcing back each enemy in her path. Meanwhile, Mei Yi moved like a ghost, silently appearing behind a monster and delivering a fatal blow. The four worked in perfect harmony, their ranged attacks, magic, and melee combat intertwining to create a crushing defeat. Monsters fell one after another, their cries of agony filling the air, and they were quickly forced into a rout, the scene a near-total massacre. Your subjects, Mei Li, have gained 1 experience point. Mei Feng, and Mei Feng have gained 1 experience point. Notifications kept ringing out, and the group's levels rapidly increased. Soon after, the monsters were cleared out. Mei and Mei Li all reached level 3, but Mei Feng remained at level 2. Lin Ye observed this and knew that because she joined later, she lacked experience in the early stages. Just as Lin Ye thought the battle was over, a deafening roar suddenly came from afar. The sound was deep and terrifying, sending chills down their spines. The four of them looked over simultaneously, their expressions freezing. A 2-meter-tall black monster, wielding a spiked club, slowly approached, radiating murderous intent. Your territory has been invaded by a level 2 heroic monster. Beware! The system repeatedly warned. The outside world was in an uproar, with many people concluding that the Night God realm was doomed upon hearing the words. Heroic level. However, Lin Ye frowned and calmed down instead. Only one, not enough to go around. He immediately ordered. Move! Don't let it get near the fence. The four responded in unison, with Mei Feng being the first to attack. unleashing a barrage of arrows that struck the monster hard. However, the monster only felt pain and did not fall. Seeing this, Lin Ye understood that Mei Feng needed this kill to level up, so he said to the other three, "You guys hold it off and let Mei Feng gain experience." The three nodded in agreement without hesitation. Mei Li stood at the forefront, blocking the monster's advance head-on. Mei suppressed its aura with magic. Mei Ye moved around to block its retreat. Together, the three trapped the monster, rendering it immobile. "Lord!" Mei Feng looked at Lin Ye, her eyes filled with gratitude. Lin Ye simply nodded in acknowledgement. The next moment, the phoenix unleashed its full power, raining down arrows like rain. The monster was riddled with wounds, roaring repeatedly, but it could not break free of the encirclement. As time passed, it finally let out a miserable scream and collapsed to the ground. Mei Feng successfully leveled up to level 3. A notification sounded, and Mei Feng excitedly said, "Thank you, Lord!" The other three also smiled, but remained vigilant, not letting their guard down. Lin Ye stood still, his heart still pounding. He knew very well that if a stronger enemy appeared, both his territory and he himself could be instantly destroyed. The group silently watched the darkness, awaiting the outcome. Finally, a system notification sounded. "You have successfully weathered the monster attack. The territory is back on track." Immediately following, a report came out. The realm of night gods has successfully averted this crisis. Chapter 7 Returning from Offline, the Alliance. Has it survived? This report is too outrageous. 10 minutes is considered a fierce battle? He can withstand even a hero-level monster. He must have hero-level subjects. As soon as the news came out, all the players who were still fighting in various territories were stunned, and discussions instantly exploded. The first one to get through will get double the resources. That widens the gap significantly. Some exclaimed in amazement, others with envy. Even the white-robed youth, who had been so confident, couldn't help but frown upon hearing the report. Just how strong is he? On the other side, Sima Ru watched as the scene of utter devastation crumbled into ruins. His family had poured massive resources into the project, hoping to seize the top spot, only to have someone else beat him to it. "My double resources!" He gritted his teeth, his killing intent surging. "Just you wait, I will find you and devour you and all your resources." Within the realm of the night god, a system notification sounded. "Your territory has gained double resources." Lin Ye smiled upon hearing this. As expected, being the first to complete the process earned a reward. Immediately afterward, the territory glowed with a halo, and the resources became noticeably more abundant. Lin Ye looked around, a satisfied expression on his face. This battle not only secured resources but also established his authority, deterring the nearby monsters from making any rash moves for the foreseeable future. If there had been a stronger monster horde, they would have appeared much earlier. The next step was steady development. He opened Mei Feng's panel and discovered that he could add talents. After a moment's thought, he selected Construction Mastery and Metallurgy Mastery. The moment the talents were successfully added, Mei Feng was visibly taken aback, then respectfully said, "Thank you, Lord." Lin Ye checked on everyone's condition and found they were all slightly tired, so he told them to pack up and rest. Upon hearing the word victory, the four cheered and crowded around Lin Ye to express their joy, squeezing him into the middle. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward for a moment. Even after nightfall, monsters still lingered outside the territory, but dared not approach, only letting out low growls. The mist churned, the starry sky was deep, and a shooting star streaked across the sky, exploded, and reappeared, repeating itself endlessly, appearing exceptionally strange. Lin Ye stood in the night, gazing at the sky with a sigh. Lords could stay in this world for extended periods, but the early conditions were too harsh, so most would choose to log off and rest. Fortunately, reality and the game were connected, and any anomalies would be immediately alerted. After glancing at Mei Li and the others who had already fallen asleep, Lin Ye briefly arranged the tasks for the next day. Mei Mo would continue mining, Mei Li would cut wood to make charcoal, Mei Yu would collect seeds and venture into the mist to investigate the situation, and Mei Feng would be responsible for construction and subsequent smelting. Having finished his explanation, Lin Ye logged off. The next moment, his figure vanished. In the real world, Jiangdu No. 1 High School remained brightly lit. On the playground, the surviving students discussed amongst themselves. Their class is wiped out, only 2 people left. That Night God Realm guy is too powerful, I wonder who he is. Lin Ye slowly opened his eyes, his vision gradually clearing. He stood in the class line, but the surroundings were empty, and his heart sank. Was he the only one left alive? Just then, someone next to him noticed him and exclaimed in surprise, "There are actually survivors in this trash class?" Several men immediately surrounded him, their tone hostile. "Kid, join our alliance! Hand over your resources or else." Threats rose and fell, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Chapter 8 Sima Family Alliance. Lin Ye looked around at everyone. Their intentions were clear, so he said directly, "Sorry, I don't intend to form an alliance." The scene fell silent instantly, and everyone was stunned. The people from the trash class actually refused to form an alliance? Nowadays, almost everyone forms groups to develop, and not joining is tantamount to cutting off one's own escape route. This choice seemed completely unbelievable to them. A thin man stepped forward with a frown, his tone threatening. "Kid, join us. We're backed by Boss Simaru. He was the first to return, and he has a way to transport supplies between us in the early stages. Don't be ungrateful." Lin Ye remained silent for a moment. Simaru came from a prominent family in Jiangdu. His parents were 8th-tier lords, and his grandfather held a 9th-tier territory, making them very wealthy. They had formed an alliance long before entering the game, and could even exchange resources. But the so-called alliance was essentially exploitation. Many members became nutrients, providing resources for the Sima family, while the Sima family would casually give them some rewards in reality, or in the game, or even directly divert people to develop themselves. Lin Ye saw through all of this and said calmly, "Sorry, I'd rather not join." The skinny guy instantly flew into a rage, pointing at Lin Ye and cursing. "How dare you not join the Sima family in Jiangdu? You're asking for death." He immediately turned to complain. "Young Master Sima, this kid doesn't know what's good for him." Simaru, his face grim, approached slowly from nearby. Lin Ye recognized him. He was a popular figure at school. But Lin Ye wasn't afraid. With school officials and police present, no one dared to act recklessly. Even if things really turned sour, Lin Ye was confident. His 4 hero units were more than enough to handle it. Simaru stared at Lin Ye, his tone displeased. "You're not afraid of me?" Lin Ye retorted. "Why should I be afraid of you?" This made Simaru's face grow even colder. He was already in a bad mood, and now being contradicted by someone from a lowly class was even more unacceptable. He suppressed his emotions and asked, "What race are you?" "A succubus," Lin Ye replied calmly. These words immediately caused an uproar. Some were excited, others mocked. In their eyes, succubi were nothing more than a race for amusement, utterly devoid of any potential. "What use is this race? They're hard to even sell for money. The only use they have now is to satisfy desires." Whispers rose and fell, filled with disdain. Simaru, however, frowned. His thoughts were completely different. The fact that the succubi had survived meant that resources were extremely abundant. Such territory, once conquered, would yield enormous profits. He already had a plan in mind: find Lin Ye's territory and annex it directly. Early resources were crucial, and he would never share them with anyone else in the alliance. Thinking this, Simaru gave Lin Ye a cold look, turned, and left. "Let's go." Seeing this, the crowd dispersed, following Simaru to discuss the next steps. Soon, most of the people in the school had left. Lin Ye watched all this without a care. Just as he was about to leave after confirming it was almost time, 2 petite girls dressed in Lolita fashion stopped him. "Excuse me, would you be interested in joining our Star River Alliance?" one of the girls tentatively asked. Lin Ye paused slightly, then shook his head, saying, "Never heard of it." The girl immediately explained, "We can also transport supplies in the early stages, and it's an equal exchange, so you don't need to contribute. If you encounter danger, we can even send people to support you." The 2 girls spoke in unison, their attitude sincere. Clearly, they too had considerable backing. Lin Ye thought for a moment, then declined. "No need, thank you." He didn't intend to reveal his situation. A territory with double the resources allowed him to develop independently, without needing to rely on any alliance. The 2 girls looked somewhat disappointed. One of them handed over her business card. "My name is Li Lin. This is my contact information. You can contact me if you change your mind later." Lin Ye nodded and accepted. "Okay." He then turned and left. The 2 girls exchanged a glance and sighed helplessly. Even a succubus couldn't be recruited. Their alliance was indeed facing difficulties. Back in his dormitory, Lin Ye quickly washed up while pondering his next steps. He muttered to himself, "We must make good use of the copper mine." As night deepened, he quickly rested. The next morning, Lin Ye entered the Lord's world. Reality and time were synchronized, and the sunlight was just as bright. "Greetings, Lord." The 4 members of the Enchantress's Club bowed in unison. Lin Ye glanced at their condition. After a night of recovery, they were all back to their peak. He nodded and began assigning tasks. "Proceed according to last night's plan." Then, he specifically looked at Lin Ye. "You're in charge of exploring the mist, drawing maps, and clearly marking the locations of monsters and territories. The newbie protection period is over. Leveling up is no longer a simple matter of rampaging through enemies. Monsters still exist, and a slight mistake can lead to failure. Understanding the surrounding environment in advance is key to future expansion." Chapter 8 Steady Development. "Okay." The 4 succubi nodded in response and quickly took action, each dividing up their tasks. Moth mined, Nightshade gathered fruits and seeds, Li chopped logs, and Phoenix was responsible for collecting materials and construction. Lin Ye patrolled the territory, searching for resources and preparing to craft new tools. Game notifications kept popping up, and copper ore, berries, wood, and deadwood were coming in one after another. Just then, he found a green bamboo pole in the corner, picked it up casually, and a smile appeared on his lips, clearly indicating that he already had a new plan. Soon, the system notification came again. "Your people are building a house. Please arrange its use." Lin Ye was taken aback and turned to look. He saw that Mei Feng had already completed a new house next to the mansion. He nodded and said, "Not bad, more people are indeed more efficient." He directly specified its use. "As a food warehouse." The system immediately responded that the warehouse could store 10,000 units of food and could also increase population attraction. After confirming, Mei Yi carried the berries and ran to store the resources inside. Just then, a strange sound suddenly came from within the mist. Lin Ye and several succubi looked over at the same time, and saw the mist slowly part, revealing a seductive succubus who stepped out and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Lord. Please take me in. I am willing to do anything for you." Lin Ye's heart stirred. What he needed most right now was people, and upgrading to the 2nd tier also required this condition. Without hesitation, he said, "Welcome to the team." The moment he finished speaking, the system notified him that the transformation was successful, and the new succubus's attributes were immediately boosted. The succubus excitedly hugged Lin Ye to express her gratitude, and the sacred artifact emitted light, completing its enhancement. Lin Ye was already used to this, and even suspected that the success rate of transformations was close to 100%. He opened the interface to check. The new member was named Mei Wei, a hero-level unit with balanced attributes, and also possessed longsword proficiency and assassination abilities, clearly a combat-oriented character. Lin Ye was very satisfied. The territory's combat power had increased once again. He then selected construction proficiency and forging proficiency for Mei Wei, clarifying the current development direction. "Go and assist Mei Feng in the construction," Lin Ye ordered. Mei Wei nodded, exchanged a glance with Mei Feng, and immediately began working. Soon after, the grain warehouse was filled with hundreds of berries. Lin Ye also replenished the warehouse with all the resources in his backpack, and the storage system gradually took shape. He then took out bamboo poles and vines and began to make a simple fishing rod. After preparing his fishing rod, he dug up earthworms for bait, then went to the riverbank and built a makeshift fish drying rack out of wood, preparing to gather meat resources. After all, a diverse diet is one of the important conditions for upgrading one's territory. Lin Ye began fishing, while buildings continued to be completed in the distance. "Seed warehouse." He casually specified its purpose. Upon seeing this, Mei Yi immediately returned and stored all the collected seeds, rapidly increasing her reserves. Following this, copper ore warehouses, timber warehouses, vine warehouses, and tool sheds were successively built. Mei Mo and Mei Li were responsible for gathering and transporting the seeds. Mei Feng began smelting, Mei Yu focused on construction, and Mei Yi continued her explorations, ensuring the entire territory operated efficiently. Even with the continuous addition of buildings, the 6th citizen was still nowhere to be seen. Lin Ye frowned slightly. The manpower shortage problem persisted, and adding another person would significantly improve efficiency. Just then, the fishing rod suddenly dipped. "Here it comes!" Lin Ye's spirits lifted, and he pulled the rod forcefully, drawing a carp weighing about 3 pounds out of the water. He quickly caught it, threaded it onto a skewer, and hung it on the drying rack. A system notification sounded. Meat successfully obtained. Food structure improved, significantly increasing attractiveness to the population. Lin Ye smiled with satisfaction. This step was clearly crucial. Immediately afterward, a world report arrived. Meat resources had appeared for the first time, and some territories had also failed in monster attacks. Then the chat system opened, and the World Channel and Alliance Channel were officially unlocked. Chapter 10 Gold Mine. As soon as the world announcement was released, the channel exploded with exclamations of amazement, all discussing the overwhelming performance of Night God's realm. Some were shocked, some were envious, and some bluntly stated, "He must have hero-level subjects, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to hold on." Last night they were just shouting, but now they finally had something to talk about. Li Lin stared at the report, looking dejected. She said to her companion, "This Night God is too strong. If only we could recruit him into our alliance." She sighed. "It's just the two of us shouting in the channel, and nobody pays any attention." Her companion replied helplessly, "External resources can only be used for construction. Upgrades must rely on local resources." After a quick discussion, the two decided to invest heavily in recruiting members. One of them gritted her teeth and said, "I'll get my dad to give me 100,000 gold coins." Li Lin immediately nodded. "I'll go find my brother too, and use the gold coins to send out golden messages." They decided to use a large sum of money to bring Night God into the alliance. On the other side, Sima Ru's face darkened upon hearing the report. He's in first place again. He knew very well that normal development would not be able to catch up with Lin Ye. His eyes turned cold. "Then let's just use the resources." After saying that, he released a mechanical scout sprite, which silently began to scout. At this moment, Lin Ye received a system notification that he had completed food diversification first, doubling his fishing probability. In a good mood, he decided not to log off and planned to eat grilled fish in the game. Just as he was about to cast his line, Mei Yi returned from the fog. A system notification then sounded. Mei Yi had discovered a gold mine 3 kilometers from his territory, along with a bandit outpost with 9 members, including one level 5 hero. Lin Ye's spirits lifted immediately upon hearing this. This was a rare resource. Gold mines were not only a form of currency but also essential for later technological advancements. Losing them to someone else first would be a huge loss. Lin Ye quickly considered his options. He would have Mei handle mining while Mei Yi would defend, but the copper mine couldn't be shut down either. He was facing a difficult choice. Just then, a strange sound came from within the mist. Lin Ye smiled. "The 6th subject has arrived." Sure enough, a succubus cautiously emerged, excitedly saying upon seeing Lin Ye, "Greetings, Lord! Please take me in." Lin Ye nodded in agreement, and the new subject joined the ranks. She was then transformed by the sacred artifact into a hero-level succubus. Her attributes were well-rounded, and her abilities were considerable. The succubus looked at Lin Ye, her eyes soft and alluring. "Lord!" Lin Ye swiftly activated his abilities, selecting Mining Mastery from several options and then adding Vigilance Mastery. He knew that Mei Huo's level was too low to be sent on a gold mine adventure. She could only stay and guard the territory. The arrangements were quickly completed, and Lin Ye said, "You're in charge of mining copper and keeping watch." He then looked at Mei Yi. "You and Mei Yi will go to the gold mine together. Mei Yi will be responsible for defense." The two responded in unison and immediately set to work. Lin Ye watched them leave and continued fishing leisurely. Just then, the system notified him that a new building was complete, and he casually decided, "Armory." After making the arrangements, he quietly waited for the resource rewards. Not long after, the system kept notifying him. "Gold mine +1. Lin Ye smiled slightly. The efficiency was higher than he had imagined, and it hadn't alerted the bandits at all, which surprised him somewhat. Meanwhile, in another territory, a skinny man was directing 2 orcs to busily repair ruins. He smugly laughed. "We've latched onto Boss Sima's coattails and even discovered a gold mine. This is going to be a huge success." But the next second, a system notification suddenly sounded. "The gold mine you marked is being mined." The skinny man's smile instantly froze. Chapter 11 The Battle for the Gold Mine. "You've got some nerve!" Upon hearing the news, the skinny man was instantly enraged. His gold mine had been stolen. He had already posted the coordinates in the alliance, and confirmed that no one of his own was nearby, concluding it was the work of an outsider. He immediately sneered. "Dare to touch my resources? You're asking for death. He judged that the opponent wasn't very strong. After all, very few people at this stage could possess hero-level citizens, and even among the Alliance's 100,000 people, there were only 2 of them, himself and Boss Sima. The opponent had most likely just gotten lucky by occupying the mine. The more he thought about it, the more certain he became, and his killing intent grew. The skinny man stared at the 2 orcs and coldly ordered, "Go to the gold mine and kill them." The tall orc immediately responded and left. Then he glared at the other one. "Repair the territory within 2 hours, or face the consequences." The orc looked aggrieved. The place was already in ruins, and there was no time to rebuild it. But he dared not resist and could only grit his teeth and start working. Meanwhile, things were progressing smoothly for Lin Ye. System notifications kept ringing. Gold mining X1, logging X1, moth upgraded to level 4. Resources and experience continued to increase. Lin Ye fished while listening to the notifications. The fishing line suddenly twitched, and he swiftly grabbed his prey, skillfully hanging it on the drying rack, quickly reaping a harvest of dried fish. He glanced at the time. It was almost noon. Then the prompt appeared again. Construction complete. Please confirm its function. Lin Ye looked at the newly built house and said casually, "Gold mine warehouse." After the system confirmed, he didn't pay much attention. Suddenly, a new alarm sounded. Citizens attacked by territory number 372144. Immediately afterward, Mei Yi counterattacked and killed the enemy. Lin Ye frowned, realizing that there were other players nearby, and they had their eyes on the gold mine. Since they dared to make a move, then let's not hold back. Lin Ye already had a plan in mind. Once the others returned, he would go directly to their territory to eliminate the threat, and then continue fishing as if nothing had happened. Time passed, and another building was completed. Lin Ye selected dormitory, and the system indicated that this building had a very high attraction for the race. Sure enough, a new succubus quickly emerged from the mist. The succubus knelt down excitedly. "Lord, please take me in." Lin Ye nodded. "Welcome to the team." As the holy artifact's light descended, she was instantly upgraded to hero level, her attributes greatly enhanced. Shocked, she wanted to approach, but seeing Lin Ye deep in thought, she didn't dare disturb him. Lin Ye was choosing talents for her. Planting proficiency, carpentry proficiency. After completing this, the succubus thanked him excitedly, and even hugged him tightly. Lin Ye was somewhat helpless. He'd already been hugged several times that day, so he could only try to distract himself. After checking the others' attributes, he discovered that they possessed healing magic, which was extremely rare at this stage. He immediately ordered, "Go to the warehouse and get some wood to build a temporary bridge over the river." With a bridge, transportation efficiency would be greatly improved. The succubus immediately set to work, and the others followed suit, joining the construction effort. Soon after, system notifications sounded one after another. Bridge construction successful, several citizens promoted to level 5, and the enchantress and nightshade who went out mining returned safely with a bountiful harvest of resources. Lin Ye checked the overall situation. The territory had been upgraded to level 1, resources were piling up, buildings were complete, and all 7 citizens had reached their full potential. He was very satisfied. This rate of development far exceeded that of ordinary people. "Stop, everyone. Have lunch and rest." Lin Ye gave the order, and the group immediately gathered. The 7 succubi huddled together, the atmosphere tense. Lin Ye walked to the campfire, lit the flint, and placed the dried fish on it to roast. The sun was shining brightly, and in this brief moment of peace, a much larger conflict was approaching. Chapter 12 Territory Upgrade. Flames crackled and sizzled, the aroma quickly spreading. Several succubi stared intently at the grilled fish in Lin Ye's hands, their faces full of anticipation, the atmosphere somewhat ambiguous. "All right." Lin Ye used homemade chopsticks and earthenware bowls to distribute the fish and berries to the 7 people. As they ate, everyone exclaimed, "Delicious! Thank you, Lord!" The atmosphere instantly became relaxed and pleasant. The 7 of them ate to their heart's content, their faces beaming with joy. Lin Ye also began to eat, while simultaneously planning the next steps in their strategy. Meanwhile, within territory 372144, a completely different scene unfolded. The skinny man, watching the orcs busy themselves with no progress, flew into a rage and cursed. "After all this time and still no luck, are you useless?" His anger escalated, and he picked up a wooden stick and lashed it at the orcs, yelling, "Everyone else is progressing, but you're holding them back." The whip cracked repeatedly, and the orcs, in pain, tried to dodge, but were utterly powerless to resist. The skinny man beat him harder and harder, ignoring all explanations and roaring. "Dare to talk back? I am the Lord!" The orc cowered in a corner, trying to beg for mercy, but only received heavier lashes in return. Just then, a system notification suddenly sounded. "Your subject has died." The skinny man froze instantly, feeling as if all the energy had been drained from him. "Dead? My hero-level subject is dead?" Then another notification came. "Your people have betrayed you. Enemy information has been marked." The skinny man finally realized what was happening, watching helplessly as the orcs rushed into the mist and disappeared completely. His face was grim, and he muttered, "They actually betrayed us." Once the betrayal spread, it would become extremely difficult for him to attract new races, especially the vengeful orcs. Looking at the ruined territory, the skinny man panicked completely, but quickly revealed a ruthless expression. "It's all that territory's fault. I'm going to kill you!" He decided to leave his territory and destroy the other party's lord's mansion. Having made up his mind, the skinny man stepped into the mist, preparing to follow the route explored by the orcs, attempting to counterattack and turn the tide. Meanwhile, the atmosphere within the realm of the night god was relaxed. After finishing their meal, the succubi said, "Thank you, Lord." Their eyes were gentle and dependent, impossible to ignore. Lin Ye suppressed his distracting thoughts, took a deep breath, and calmed himself down. He knew that the most important thing now was to develop his territory, not to indulge in pleasure. After confirming that everyone was in good condition, he quickly ordered the division of labor. Continue construction. Enchantress Moth, mine gold. Enchantress Fire, mine copper and keep watch. Enchantress Phoenix, smelt copper. Enchantress Moon, forge copper plates. The rest of you, upgrade the fences, process the planks, and decorate the houses. Enchantress Lee, be in charge of charcoal. He paused and added, Enchantress Night, go find the enemy, kill the Lord directly, destroy the mansion, and plunder the resources. The 7 responded in unison and quickly dispersed to carry out the order. Lin Ye then sat down by the river to continue fishing, ensuring a stable food supply. Time passed slowly, and system notifications sounded one after another. Obtained dried fish X1, obtained gold X1, and various buildings were upgraded to Tier 1, significantly increasing their attractiveness to outsiders. Meanwhile, several succubi also successively reached level 5, hitting the current cap. Lin Ye's lips curled into a smile. He knew that only one final step remained before breaking through to the next level. There were already 7, 2 more would meet the upgrade requirements. Just then, 2 strange, cooing sounds came from the mist. Everyone was startled, then their faces lit up with surprise. "There's a newcomer!" Lin Ye also looked towards the source of the sound, his eyes brightening slightly. The mist parted, and 2 alluring succubi cautiously emerged. After assessing their surroundings, they rushed directly towards Lin Ye. "Greetings, Lord! Please take us in." Lin Ye didn't hesitate. "Welcome to the ranks." System notifications rang out in succession, and the 2 successfully became the 8th and 9th citizens. 2 succubi excitedly embraced Lin Ye, their voices soft and sweet. "Thank you, Lord." The sudden intimacy left Lin Ye somewhat helpless, and he could only force himself to remain calm. With their arrival, the system's light enveloped the entire area, and all conditions were instantly met. Your territory meets the requirements for Tier 1 buildings, a population of 9, and half of them reaching the peak of level 5. Upgrade conditions met, successfully upgraded to Tier 2 territory. Chapter 13 The Arrogant Skinny Guy. A system notification suddenly sounded, and Lin Ye's lips curled into a smile. His territory had been successfully upgraded again. Report! Night God's realm has been upgraded to a Tier 2 territory. This news instantly exploded among the players, leaving everyone stunned. Holy crap, Tier 2 in one night? That speed is outrageous. Just how many resources does he have? The crowd buzzed with discussion, speculating about the true strength of the Night God realm expert, some even suspecting he was a lone wolf player. Within the alliance, Li Lin was also trying to contact Lin Ye, but to no avail. She sighed. If he joins, our alliance will definitely attract more powerful individuals. But with no leads, they were at a loss. On the other side, the white-robed youth and Sima Ru were equally shocked. The white-robed youth frowned. How did he do that? Sima Ru, on the other hand, was furious, gritting his teeth and growling. It should have been my number 1. He stared intently into the distance, and said coldly, Once I find him, kill him, and take his territory, everything will be mine. His tone was full of greed and murderous intent, as if everything Lin Ye owned already belonged to him. Back in the realm of the Night God, system notifications sounded one after another. Territory expanded by 1 square kilometer. Population limit increased to 50. The surrounding fog quickly dissipated, revealing vast tracts of land, its size having increased dramatically. Lin Ye felt the changes, and at the same time, the system enhancement effects appeared: accelerated construction, attribute increases, double daily experience time, and other abilities were comprehensively enhanced, allowing him to once again gain the upper hand. He was about to test the acceleration function when Mei Hua suddenly exclaimed nervously, "Someone's here!" Immediately afterward, a system notification of an intrusion alert appeared. Lin Ye's gaze turned cold, and he immediately stopped what he was doing. Outside the wall, the skinny man walked through the fog without encountering any obstacles. He muttered to himself, "Even Boss Sima has his eye on Night God. Too bad he's not someone I can touch." But when he parted the fog and saw the territory before him, he was stunned. The towering bronze walls and the vast expanse made his breath quicken, and his greed surged. "I'm rich! As long as I destroy the Lord's mansion, all of this is mine!" The skinny man's eyes gleamed as he walked straight towards the gate, completely unaware of the danger. As soon as he entered, Lin Ye was already standing not far away, coldly looking at him. "What are you doing here?" The skinny guy was stunned, only then realizing that he had been exposed. He stared at Lin Ye for a few seconds, then suddenly remembered something and revealed a sneer. "You're the only kid who survived from that trash class?" Then his gaze fell on the succubus, his expression becoming increasingly greedy. The skinny man said coldly, "Kid, you dug up my gold mine and killed my men. Hand over your territory, and we'll call it even." His tone was arrogant, as if he were offering charity. Lin Ye scoffed. "You think that's possible?" He looked at him as if he were a joke. The skinny man's face darkened, and he immediately invoked his backer. "I'm young Master Sima's man. Hand over the resources, and you might live." Before he could finish speaking, Lin Ye interrupted him. "Idiot, get lost." Lin Ye's tone was crisp and merciless. The skinny man was completely enraged and sneered. "Fine, then I'll destroy the Lord's mansion right in front of you." Before he finished speaking, Mei Li and the others had all arrived, their killing intent palpable. Only then did the skinny man see the number of people clearly, his expression changing slightly. Sensing their auras more closely, he froze instantly, his voice trembling. "Wait, are these all hero level?" Chapter 14: The 10th People. Chapter 14: The 10th People. Lin Ye shook his head and said calmly, "It's not 9, it's 7 to be precise. There are 2 more outside." Mei was mining, while Mei Yi had already infiltrated the other party's territory. The skinny man was stunned upon hearing this, his face filled with disbelief. Succubi were already a recognized weak race, and hero-level succubi were even rarer, yet Lin Ye had 7 of them at once. This completely overturned his understanding and made him vaguely realize that this territory was not simple. More importantly, the opponent had already upgraded their succubi to the 1st tier, which meant they had an abundance of resources. The skinny man's eyes gradually turned greedy. In his view, these succubi were not only combat power, but also resources that he could control at will. Just as he was lost in thought, the 2 succubi completed their transformation. The light faded, and their figures became tall and alluring, indistinguishable from the other succubi. They said excitedly, "Thank you, Lord." Lin Ye nodded. Now he had 9 hero-level subjects. The skinny man was completely dumbfounded, muttering, "All of them are hero-level? And they can be directly modified?" His greed grew even stronger, and he even had the idea of taking them for himself. He forced himself to remain calm and threatened. "Do you believe I'll contact young Master Sima right now, tell him your location, and have you die in the game?" His tone was arrogant, as if he had Lin Ye completely under his thumb. Lin Ye merely sneered, completely disregarding him. Just then, another disturbance arose from the mist, and a figure slowly emerged. She was a tall succubus with a more mature and alluring aura. The moment she appeared, she locked onto Lin Ye and quickly stepped forward. "Greetings, Lord. Please take me in." The skinny man immediately noticed something was wrong and exclaimed, "Hero level?" Lin Ye was also somewhat surprised, as wild hero level succubi were already rare, but he didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. "Welcome to join us." The succubus was overjoyed and immediately hugged Lin Ye to express her gratitude. The skinny man watched, filled with jealousy and hatred, his heart churning. But the next moment, he suddenly realized. You just said 9, this is the 10th. You're at the night god realm. His face turned deathly pale instantly. He finally realized who he had offended and quickly begged for forgiveness. I was wrong. Lin Ye's tone was calm but indifferent. Too late. At the same time, a system notification sounded, indicating that Mei Ye had already infiltrated the other party's territory. Soon, alarms blared in the skinny man's ears. His territory had been invaded, war had been declared, and his lord's manor had been destroyed. Despair filled his face, his body gradually collapsed, and he vanished in endless regret. Meanwhile, Lin Ye received a notification and began plundering resources. Everything was going according to plan. The world chat exploded again. The realm of night gods has started a war, and they've wiped out an entire territory. The annihilation was accomplished in such a short time that everyone was shocked. Li Lin stared at the report, speechless for a long time. Her companion whispered, We must find out who he is. On the other side, Simaru, upon learning of his subordinate's death, turned grim and roared. Night God Realm, I'll remember you. Lin Ye, however, didn't care at all. He only cared about the profits. The system notification informed him that he had become the first player to destroy another player's territory, doubling his plunder rewards, which made him quite satisfied. He then turned his attention back to his new subjects. The two newly transformed succubi were a warlock and a thief, each with their own strengths. Lin Ye quickly assigned them skills. Mimi at herding and cooking, Mei Yan at harvesting and picking. His thinking was clear: prioritize ensuring the perfection of the territory's production system. Sensing the change, the two were overjoyed and stepped forward again to express their gratitude. Lin Ye, somewhat helpless, could only forcefully divert their attention. He glanced at the newly joined wild hero Succubus, whose information appeared, Mei Yanran, level 10, with planning mastery innately. This ability clearly leaned towards internal affairs management, which caught Lin Ye's eye. However, she was in poor condition, suffering from hunger and injury. Lin Ye did not hesitate, first offering her food, and then having the succubus treat her. Soon, Mei Yanran recovered and looked refreshed. She hugged Lin Ye with gratitude, saying, Thank you, Lord. Lin Ye was a little overwhelmed by this series of thank you gestures, but he was in a pretty good mood. With a top-notch internal affairs talent in hand, the development of the territory would be accelerated. Chapter 15 Internal Affairs. Look at the text that can be added. Buzz. My brain is buzzing. Proficient in strategy, proficient in domestic affairs, proficient in foresight. One by one, different talents emerged, unlike those before. Lin Ye frowned. Was this a talent selection based on the target's situation? This system is awesome. Mei Yanran is a master of planning, and her main role going forward will be to develop and plan her territory. Sensing system. Selective development mastery, forward-looking mastery. Added successfully. Mei Yanran was hugging Lin Ye when she suddenly felt a change in herself. He paused completely. He gazed at Lin Ye, his eyes filled with excitement. Thank you, Lord. He hugged Lin Ye tightly. This? Lin Ye was quite helpless and could only silently accept it. Feel the game panel and look towards the Lord's mansion. Lord Lin Ye? Household Steward, none. Appoint Mei Yanran as the Steward of Internal Affairs. Lin Ye operated the interface of the Lord's mansion. Thank you, Lord. Mei Yanran was even more excited. He was given important responsibilities immediately upon arrival. Lin Ye was held tightly in a hug. Sigh. Lin Ye shook his head. He looked around at everyone and said, Go and get busy. Go and familiarize yourself with the situation, he said, looking at Mei Yanran. Okay. Everyone nodded and left. Your subjects, the enchantress moths, have leveled up by 6. Suddenly, the sound of a game rang in Lin Ye's ears. Lin Ye smiled faintly. The moth has been mining non-stop and has upgraded again. Level 6, that means you can wipe out the wild bandit forces. Wild forces usually have good stuff. Lin Ye smirked and looked toward the Lord's mansion. Lord Lin Ye? Internal Affairs Manager Mei Yanran. Internal Affairs. Every morning at 6 a.m., Mei Yan prepares the meal, and after breakfast at 7 a.m., everyone begins operations. Mei Moth Mission. Being drafted by Mei Yanran. Lin Ye watched, impressed by Mei Yanran's speed. She had already started planning and arranging. Getting up at 6 a.m. is way too early, you succubus. External affairs, none. The Lord may draft such an arrangement. Lock onto the location marked by Mei Ye earlier and look towards the external affairs. External affairs, declare war on bandits 3 kilometers away. 3 kilometers away. Ping ping ping. The enchantress stared intently at the gold mine floating on the ground before her and kept digging. Suddenly he paused. Had the territory declared war on the bandits? With a quick glance, he put away his hoe and sprinted towards the bandits' territory, where he saw rows of wooden fences. Human bandits roamed about, while an arrow tower stood guard. Boom! With a flick of her arm, the enchantress unleashed a magical orb that instantly shattered the bandits' arrow tower, causing an explosion. Remnants flew everywhere. Ah! The bandits screamed in agony. Attack! The bandits on the ground panicked, but as soon as they moved, boom! The moth's magical attack struck again, causing even greater panic. Who goes there? Immediately afterward, a human man wielding a sword stepped out from behind the fence. How dare you attack Blackwind's stronghold? The moth, unfazed, continued its attack. Announcement. The realm of night gods has declared war on the wild force, Blackwind's stronghold. Announcement. The wild force Blackwind's stronghold in the realm of night gods has been wiped out. Holy crap, they just declared war and wiped out player territories, and now they're declaring war on wild factions. No, they wiped them out? Are you kidding me? Holy crap, he actually killed the lowest ranking hero from the wild faction, a level 5 boss. The night god's realm is too strong. As expected of the night god, he really is a great god. There's a reward this time too. The world channel was filled with lamentations. Girl, haven't you found it yet? Li Lin asked anxiously. No, the girl replied. The boy in white looked utterly helpless. See Maru appeared in the jungle. 6 dwarves followed behind, 3 of whom guarded the house. Looking at the devil's lair across the way, he was utterly devastated. Are you kidding me? I was just about to make a move when you declared war and it succeeded. I'm so angry! Maru's face contorted in anger as he roared. Always number 1, always! The realm of the night god. Your people, the enchantress moth, will destroy the bandits. Your people, the enchantress, have begun plundering the bandits' resources. You are the first to wipe out a wild faction, and your reward for plundering resources will be doubled. Lin Ye watched and smiled faintly. Both places were plundering and transporting resources back. I looked at the sky. It was almost evening. It's inconvenient at night, so... Startup speed doubled. Forest night sensing system. Buzz! In an instant, the speed of all the people changed. Your subjects, Nightshade, have brought back plundered resources from the territory, including 410 iron ore. Your people, the enchantress, have brought back the bandits' looted supplies, dirt blocks and 100 gold. Your people have forged bronze spears. One message after another kept ringing in Lin Ye's ears. Lin Ye listened quietly, fishing and waiting for nightfall. Your people, the night elves, have returned and plundered a total of 1,000 stones, 300 pieces of wood, 400 pieces of dead wood, and 1 broken orc blood bead. Your people, the moths, have returned, plundering a total of 5,000 dirt blocks, 1,000 wood, 1 iron sword, and 1 simple arrow tower blueprint. Lin Ye watched as Mei Ye plundered the skinny man's territory. Garbage, nothing at all. Double the waste. Orc blood beads? I've seen them in this book. This is a level 9 orc faction item, and it is one of the components of an orc relic. Keep it. A wild faction, and they actually have 1 ironware? No iron ore. Iron ore is crucial. Once obtained, it makes a qualitative difference. Simple arrow tower blueprints. This works. Lin Ye looked at it and pondered. Making some simple things that are basic for players won't be a problem. But this complexity, this game-specific nature, cannot be overcome. Blueprints are required to make it. Lin Ye muttered. With arrow towers, we can scout out enemies from high above. We can even see what's inside the fog 10 meters away from the territory's perimeter. He looked at Mei Yanran and said, Arrange for the arrow towers to be made tomorrow during the day. Okay. Mei Yanren replied. Lin Ye saw that Mei Yan had already grilled the fish, so they could eat it in the real world, but it would cost money. You could join an alliance like Sima Ru's and use their methods to remotely trade resources in exchange for real-world currency. But it's unnecessary. Eat then rest, Lin Ye said. Okay. Upon hearing this, everyone gathered together and began to eat. We're full. In a short while, everyone put down their bowls and chopsticks. She watched Lin Ye quietly. In the quiet atmosphere, the ambiguous, charming, and alluring gaze was so tempting. The key is 10 people. The night was pitch black, filled with a hazy beauty, and pop music crashed against the deep darkness, one after another. Don't just hang around outside, go inside. Charge! Sima Ru watched angrily as his dwarves charged into the demon's lair, only to be blocked at the door by a level 5 demon. They were unable to enter at all, and were even ambushed by other demons behind them, letting out painful screams until they died. Fuck you! Sima Ru was so angry that he jumped up and down as he watched the 5 dwarfs fall to the ground. He stared at the only surviving dwarf who had retreated. His eyes were bloodshot. The losses are too severe, the losses are too severe. Today, not only is there a loss here, but the skinny man is also dead, and everything we planned is gone. It's all because of your night god realm. I originally planned to send the skinny guys hero level. Sima Ru was indignant. I won't let you get away with this. Chapter 16 Declarations of War by All Parties. Sima Ru looked at the interface of the Lord's Mansion. External Affairs. The Heavenly Alliance declares war on the realm of Night God. Damn, the Heavenly Alliance is awesome. They directly declared war on the realm of Night God. It's the second day already. The Night God realm is already that strong with just one territory, and it even wiped out wild forces. Can you do that? The World Channel is excited. Has Sima gone mad? Li Lin looked at the empty alliance and called out. Girl. Ignore him, he's a madman anyway. The girl replied. Let's think about how to get people to join our alliance. Boss, declaring war on the realm of night gods? Are you kidding me? That's right, that's the realm of the night god. Destroying the skinny guy's territory and the wilderness territory would only take a few minutes. Even yesterday's monster attack only lasted a few minutes. Aren't we making enemies by only developing now? Putting aside the fact that we can't find him, if he finds any of us, we'll all be his enemies, and we're doomed. Doubts and fears continue to swirl within the Heavenly Alliance. What are you afraid of? Sima Ru said indignantly as she looked at the comments. If you're afraid, then you should withdraw. This left everyone speechless. Quit? Could you still survive if you quit? Those who boarded the Sima family ship and tried to disembark all died. Except for the skinny guy, no one reported their coordinates to me. They were all doubling their numbers. That's exactly what I want. Night God attacks you, and someone will always come to me for help. At that time, we will be able to determine the approximate location of Yagami using your coordinates. Seeing that no one spoke, Sima Ru looked at the demon's lair on his own. If only we could find that succubus boy, I'd love to have his resources. Sima Ru muttered. Night God realm, once I destroy that succubus brat, it will be time to destroy you. Let's go! Let's go back! Sima Ru looked at the dwarf beside him. The dwarf led the way back to the territory shrouded in mist. The realm of the night god. I'm exhausted, the intensity was too high. Lin Ye walked out of the territory's mansion. I gazed wearily at the starry sky. You could totally rest here, but unfortunately this place is too torturous. Back to reality, Lin Ye decided. The Rutian Alliance declares war on you. From this day forward, you and all 97,000 members of the Rutian Alliance's territories will be considered enemies. Declare war on me! Lin Ye thought, this guy is crazy. I can't be bothered with them, they're just clowns. Offline. They simply vanished on the spot. At the same time. Is Sima Ru out of his mind? The white-robed youth smirked. Can't I just freeload now? As he spoke, the white-robed youth glanced at the orc beside him, who was still holding a feather fan. The two exchanged a glance, and the orc silently surveyed the Lord's mansion. External Affairs. The White-Clad Alliance declares war on the Rutian Alliance. The White-Clad Alliance, and the Ruttian Alliance are enemies. Wow! What does this mean? I don't know. But it feels really intense. Last time, it took a month for someone to declare war. We declared war on 2 people on the very first day. The key is that the White Coal Alliance is also a major alliance. The World Channel immediately went wild. The White-clad Alliance did not create the same uproar as the Sky Alliance. The White-clad Alliance has declared war on you, and you are now in a hostile relationship with them. Damn it! Sima Ru exclaimed indignantly upon hearing the voice. The White-clad Alliance is taking advantage of its own situation. White-clad Alliance, you just wait! Sima Ru was so angry that she smashed things. Target territory information detected. Territory number 3333333. Just then, the small machinery returned. Sima Ru paused, then exclaimed in surprise. Found it? How come such a large territory exists? Sima Ru looked at the image projected onto the small machine. I was extremely surprised. That shouldn't be the case. Looking around at the population, it is indeed succubi. How could succubi have developed to this extent? Sima Ru had no idea that this was the realm of the Night God. After all, the Night God realm has always held the top spot. Either someone is backing them up, although that's unlikely. Sima Ru knew all the prominent and influential people. There aren't many this year. Without anyone to support them, all they can do is have abundant resources and a powerful race. It can't be a succubus. The only possibility is that there's some treasure in this territory that he obtained by chance. There are 1 or 2 of these people in each of the previous years. Destroy him, then take over. Not only can you acquire a wealth of resources, but you can also obtain treasures. Then we won't have to fear the realm of the Night God anymore. Looking at Lin Ye in the photo, Sima Ru became even more excited. With a chilling murderous intent, he said, You're dead meat. White-clad Alliance, you wait, this time I'll make you regret it, Sima Ru said. Full of confidence, with the goal set, once the territory is occupied, it will be time to deal with the realm of Night God. He looked at the Alliance and issued a message. Everyone, begin probing attacks on the surrounding territories. If you discover the realm of Night God, begin to wear him down. Use cannon fodder to deplete the Night God realm and slow down its development. It's only the 2nd day and the chaos has already started. The last one lasted for 3 months. Moreover, such indiscriminate attacks offend many people. That's right. If we really discover the realm of Night God, then we're doomed. The people in the Alliance were extremely unwilling. You! Sima Ru looked at them and saw them as rubbish. But now we have to rely on them. We have absolutely no clue about the Night God's realm. I will compensate for your casualties. Sima Ru was ruthless in his determination to deal with Lin Ye. You can't catch a wolf without risking your cub. 10 times! Sima Ru exclaimed indignantly. Holy crap, 10 times? Well, why not give it a try? With so many territories, what are the chances of encountering a Night God? Yes! With such a generous reward, people immediately began to discuss it, and some even wanted to take action. Hee hee! Sima Ru grinned as he looked at it. In reality. Excuse me, sir, I got your phone number from our school's academic affairs office. Can you join our alliance? Please, my name is Shirya. Lin and I co-founded an alliance, but we haven't been able to recruit anyone. Lin Ye had just exited the game when he saw a series of messages. Lin, isn't she from the Star River Alliance? Shirya? Another little girl. Join the alliance? Lin Ye frowned. The alliance was supposed to help each other, and he didn't lack anything right now. The league will only drag itself down. I don't plan to join any alliances for the time being, thank you. Lin Ye sent a message. He continued, If I have any plans later, I will give you my priority. With that, Lin Ye headed to the bathroom to wash up. A moment later, another message appeared. Ding! Lin Ye opened it and read, Okay, I hope you'll consider us. I'll share all sorts of information about the game with you during this time. Although we are newly established, we are also capable. Message sent. Strength? Information? Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. Ding ding ding! A series of messages followed. Today's news. 1. Sima Ru, the new generation leader of the Sima family, declares war on the realm of Night God. 2. The White-Clad Alliance, seeking to exploit the situation, declared war on the Retian Alliance. 3. Sima Ru's attack on the Wild Demon territory failed, with 5 out of 6 hero-level orcs killed in battle. 4. Sima Ru is observing a territory and has now located it. He may launch an attack on it. 5. Sima Ru ordered all members of the Alliance to conduct indiscriminate probing attacks on surrounding forces, intending to find the Night God realm and use war to slow down its development, with Sima Ru compensating for the losses tenfold. 6. The White-Clad Alliance has a master and has discovered a second-tier force that is planning an attack. Chapter 17 The Succubus Forces in the Wild. Lin Ye looked at it and thought, "Wow, the Star River Alliance is really that powerful." They even knew about these things. Sima Ru is actually looking for a territory. What kind of territory is that? It's all intelligence, and it'll be beneficial to me. Lin Ye remained silent for a moment, then sent a message. Thank you. Wash up, go to sleep. At the same time. In a villa. That's great! Li Lin exclaimed with immense joy. He said he can consider it. Your idea is very good, you should show me my best side. His race is succubus. Once he develops his skills for a few days and finds that succubi aren't viable, he'll join us. Shurya smiled faintly. We've finally taken the first step. Fortunately, my brother works for the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. If it weren't for that information, he probably wouldn't have agreed. Shurya and Li Lin exchanged a smile. The sky was clear. Arrow towers have been built in your territory, increasing defense and vigilance. Your territory gains 1 gold. Your territory gains 1 copper ore. Your territory has been converted into 3 arable lands. Your subject, Mayen, has leveled up to level 2. When Lin Ye appeared, he saw that the moths had already started working early in the morning. The notification messages keep popping up. Mei Yanran stood in the distance, constantly making plans. As soon as Lin Ye appeared, everyone stopped what they were doing, looked at Lin Ye, and greeted him, saying, Greetings, Lord. Yes. Lin Ye nodded, looking at the arrow towers, which were already built. Wood. Gazing upwards, Mei Feng sat upright, her bow and arrows locked on the surroundings, preparing for any eventuality. Lin Ye remained silent, not paying any attention. It was all Mei Yanran's arrangement. With Mei Yanran, who is skilled in internal affairs, there are many things that I don't need to arrange myself. Gazing at the moon demon, one sees it appearing in a new building, where it is building equipment. Look at the building. The forging workshop, semi-finished products, arranged by Mei Yanran. Yes. Lin Ye nodded. A functional house like this needs to have corresponding equipment inside to be considered complete. Mei Wei is forging a forging furnace inside. Good. My lord! Suddenly, Mei Yanran walked to Lin Ye's side and handed him a bronze fishing rod. The vines on top had been thinned and a copper fishhook was hanging from them. Lin Ye's lips twitched. He seemed to have a lot on his mind. Everyone says succubi are no good, but succubi are not only obedient, they are also very meticulous. Not bad! Lin Ye praised Mei Yanran, picked up the fishing rod, and prepared to enjoy the fun of fishing. Find the earthworm in the soil, hook it, cast the line, and it's all done in one go. Feel the gentle breeze and wait quietly for the fish to take the bait. Your doubled chance of relic modification will only last for 24 hours, ending at 9 p.m. tonight. Suddenly, a game notification sounded in my ear. Lin Ye was surprised. It turned out there was a time limit. No wonder I said that each one was successfully transformed. If a large population cannot enter tonight, then the subsequent relic modification will depend on luck. Lin Ye frowned. So where are we going to find people? Is it going to be built? Is it going to be attractive? It's too slow. Something's up. As Lin Ye pondered, Mei Yu on the arrow tower suddenly frowned and let out a surprised sound. Immediately afterwards, Mei Feng leaped off the arrow tower and rushed towards Mei Yanran. Mei Yanran's expression changed instantly, and she turned towards Lin Ye again. You have been declared war on by a third-tier wild succubus force. A voice rang in Lin Ye's ear. Lin Ye was shocked. 3rd rank? A rank higher than himself. Wild succubus? My second-tier succubus has a limit of 50 people, but for a third-tier one, it's not more than 50 people. Now that the population has arrived, we can make the succubi our captives and bring them into our territory. But why the sudden declaration of war? Aside from bandit groups, there are no other wild forces in the vicinity. 3 kilometers away is a bit far. We shouldn't have declared war on them. I'm sorry, Lord. Mei Yanran walked to Lin Ye's side and looked at him with remorse. He said, that territory used to be mine, but I was driven out. I see. Lin Ye exclaimed upon hearing this. He is Mei Yanran's enemy. With Mei Yanran joining, the other side naturally has to declare war. Seeing Mei Yanran's guilty expression, he touched his head and grinned. It's okay, you're simply my lucky star. Do you know the location and situation? Lin Ye asked. I know, Mei Yanran said, giving the coordinates to Lin Ye. He said, the opponent is a level 11, hero-level warrior. There are 77 succubi, plus 20 warriors of level 7 to 8, Mei Yanran replied. Lin Ye smiled slightly upon hearing this, which meant there was a military camp. Military camps can train talented individuals into soldiers. For example, if the enchantress masters magic, her attributes can be enhanced after military training. The barracks is one of the main buildings for upgrading to Tier 3. This is exactly what I need. The succubus's base stats are too weak. A normal succubus has 7 points of strength, a hero-level succubus has 10 points, and with the level bonus, that so-called level 11 succubus has 21 points. However, once characters like Enchantress reach hero rank, their base strength is 20 points, and with the addition of 5 levels, their total strength is 25. They killed him with ease. Very good! Lin Ye nodded in response to Mei Yanran. He continued, you stay here and guard Mei Li, warrior level 5, and Mei Hua, gunner level 5. Enchanting beauty, warlock level 2, alluring beauty, rogue level 2. Come with me! Lin Ye smirked. Killing wild monsters could level you up. With the addition of Mimi and Mei Yan, their level advantage is no longer available. This time, we can say that the two of them caught up. Okay. The group nodded and came to Lin Ye's side, quietly watching him. Mimi and Mei Yan, in particular, are full of anticipation for the upgrade. Let's go! Lin Ye smirked and stepped into the mist first, followed by the others. Number 234531 was destroyed by the territory of Reborn Alliance 232123. Territory number 98732 was destroyed by Territory 84738 of the Reborn Alliance. Territory number 82798 was destroyed by Territory 83782 of the Reborn Alliance. As time passed, announcements echoed throughout the entire territory. Holy crap, the Reborn Alliance is going to take over the world. They've started war mode. It's only the 3rd day, or even the 2nd day in the real sense, and it's already started. Does this mean no one can live? Reborn Alliance, you son of a bitch! My brother is dead. He barely managed to survive the monster's attack. The Reborn Alliance is said to be trying to find a certain force and is attacking indiscriminately. I need to unite and fight against them. That is. The world chat was instantly stunned, with everyone roaring in anger. Haha, I've looted supplies, lots of supplies. We sacrificed 1 hero and 1 ordinary citizen, but the boss made up for it all, haha. Mine was also compensated, with supplies provided through alliance trade. Haha, awesome! It was just a sacrifice of 1 citizen. Boss Sima is mighty! Kill them all. The boss will make it all up to you. The people in the Heavenly Alliance were jubilant and extremely arrogant. Chapter 18 Attacking the Succubus Forces. A coalition? Sima Ru, who was also watching the World Channel, scoffed. A coalition against me? With your trash? He glanced at the arrogant members of the Heavenly Alliance and smiled faintly. You think I'm a sucker? Sima Ru was delighted. Once you find the people of the Night God realm, everything you have will be mine. Sima Ru was plotting something. Lin Ye walked through the mist, rushing towards his target. Hearing the announcement and seeing the situation on the World Channel, he frowned. Has Sima Ru gone mad? A group of guys who don't even have a Lord's Manor are wiping out another group that's wiping out Lord's Manors. Speechless, I continued with my own business. Time passed slowly. Before we knew it, it was almost noon. You have entered the wild succubus zone. A notification sound rang out. Lin Ye entered the target area, where the fog completely disappeared, allowing him to see everything clearly. Amidst the banana groves and thickets, a huge courtyard appeared. The courtyard is very large and dates back to the Bronze Age, with many bronze artifacts. Beautiful and alluring succubi walked among them, some working, others guarding their surroundings. Many people looked very tired. In the central area, a tall, voluptuous succubus sat upright, a long bronze sword at her waist, silently surveying her surroundings. He watched everyone warily. A huge, camp-like structure appeared beside him. It was a military camp with soldiers. Lin Ye smiled faintly, unsurprisingly. This camp used to belong to Mei Yanran, but she was overthrown. This hero-level succubus lacks Mei Yanran's internal affairs abilities. She was originally a subordinate, a military general, or something similar. This left his subordinates quite exhausted. But one question puzzled Lin Ye: succubi have the talent to obey, so how could they possibly betray him? Unable to figure it out, Lin Ye simply stopped thinking about it. Mercure, gunner level 5, you're in charge of the charge, Lin Ye instructed, staring at the gate. Be careful to draw out the heroic level 11 succubus. Melee, warrior level 5, you are responsible for tanking the monster's attacks. Cripple them as much as possible, Lin Ye instructed. Upgrade Mimi and Meiyan. But prioritize upgrading the enchanting banquet. Meihua, don't kill that hero-level monster. She has barracks blueprints on her. Mei Yan, steal them first before killing her. Lin Ye arranged that this succubus was strange, and the blueprints had to be finalized before killing her. Therefore, we must let the enchantress steal it. Okay. The group nodded and exchanged glances. With a flick of her wrist, Meihua locked onto the main entrance with her bronze spear, and launched the first attack. Its speed was astonishing. With its spear in the lead, it moved like a swimming dragon. Beware! Enemy attack! The moment the succubus's figure appeared, the soldiers in the succubus field cried out in alarm. Hero level, Mei Yanran's people! The central hero level succubus looked at the territory she had declared war on. Seeing the approaching enchanting fire, he surveyed the surrounding troops and ordered, block her and kill her! Kill! As soon as the words were spoken, more than a dozen succubi carrying long swords charged forward like a flowing river. Their speed subsequently slowed considerably, making it impossible to intercept Meihua before Meihua could act. In an instant, the enchanting flames surged towards the hero-level succubus, and with a flick of the spear, she charged straight at it. You dare! The hero-level succubus snorted arrogantly, her long sword flashing as she slashed down fiercely. Clang! The weapons collided, but the shock numbed the hero-level succubus's hand. You're clearly level 5, yet you're stronger than me. I'm level 11! The hero-level succubus exclaimed in disbelief. However, the demon flame launched another attack, its spear soaring like a dragon, stabbing and striking. You! The hero-level succubus realized something was wrong and quickly retreated. Go! Mei Li's eyes flickered as she watched Meihua hold back the hero-level succubus. A long sword appeared and charged forward. The warrior's imposing presence gave one the immediate impression of being vast and mighty, like a colossal being. To hero level! The hero-level succubus looked on in alarm. He shouted at the soldiers. Stop him! All of you together! She shouted, her gaze fixed on the ordinary succubus. Kill! The soldiers replied without hesitation. Although ordinary succubi were afraid, they were naturally obedient and still flocked to the scene. They instantly surrounded Mei Li. However, Mei Li didn't care at all, intuitively feeling that these people were like children. Ping! To slash and strike. The long sword, as swift as lightning, fell to the ground. Ah! The succubus soldier who attacked first was instantly slashed across the body. However, Mei Li deliberately did not use her full strength, only causing damage. Go! Mei Yan exclaimed, feeling slightly unaccustomed to her first battle. They mustered their courage and charged forward. He instantly appeared beside the wounded succubus soldier, a short sword appearing in his hand, and with a swift motion, he drew it. Ah! The succubus soldier died instantly. You gained 7 experience points. Upon seeing this, the succubus soldiers around her intended to attack Mei Yan. However, Mei Yan had already dodged, and her speed was far beyond what they could match. She turned and charged at a succubus soldier, killing him instantly. Melee attacks, Mei Yan finishes off the attacker. A one-sided massacre. A hero-level succubus in the distance exclaimed. Hero level! 3 in total? How could that be? The one-sided massacre must be resolved, or we're doomed. Intending to charge forward and intercept the succubus feast. However, just as he was about to move, he saw Mei Li's long sword coldly pointing at him. Clearly, if he dared to go, Mei Li would intercept him instantly. This lineup is no match for them at all. They want to escape, but Mei Hua is following them. Your people, the enchanting feast has been upgraded to level 3. Your people, the enchanting feast has been upgraded to level 4. Your people, the enchanting feast has been upgraded to level 5. Game notifications kept popping up. Level 5? Mei Yan felt the same way as Mei Hua and the others. We can take action now. With that, he turned and charged at the hero-level succubus, ready to steal. The hero-level enchanting feast was extremely surprised upon seeing this. They've arrived? Is she actively attacking herself? She's escalating her strategy. Horrified. Mei Yan had already arrived beside him, but she had put away her short sword. He touched his arm to the hero-level succubus. Your people have stolen 10 units of gold. Lin Ye frowned. No! No! Mei Yan shook her head upon seeing this and continued her actions. What are you doing? Aren't you trying to kill me? The hero-level succubus asked in surprise. This person is trying to steal their own belongings. We can't let them succeed. Looking at the soldier succubus and the ordinary succubus, Mei Li was seen wielding her sword, but she didn't kill any of them. He roared. If he doesn't kill you, come and stop this thief. Kill. The succubi obeyed obediently and charged forward. Buzz! But just as they left, Mimi appeared outside the door. She rubbed her palms together in front of the injured soldiers, succubi, and ordinary succubi in the courtyard. The light and shadow above the succubus's head instantly vanished, followed by an explosion of power from within, resulting in her instant death. The 4th hero-level succubus! The hero-level succubus inside was stunned. Is the force that Mei Yanran has joined really that powerful? How could that be? But to kill yourself, is it really necessary to use 4 hero-level units? All you need is a hero-level character to bring soldiers. He watched helplessly as his men died. You have been robbed. A game notification rang in his ear. The hero-level succubus watched helplessly as her belongings were stolen again. Your people steal a piece of underwear. A voice rang in Lin Ye's ears. This left Lin Ye speechless. Wearing underwear? Succubi are female, that makes sense. Not yet! Mei Yan shook her head, unsure of what to say. Continue the operation. Your people stole a necklace. Your subject, Mei Mei, has successfully leveled up to level 3. Your people have stolen a long sword. Your subject Mimi has successfully leveled up to level 4. Your people have stolen 1 copper ore. Your subject Mimi has successfully leveled up to level 5. The game keeps reminding me, the enchantress keeps stealing, and the enchantress keeps upgrading. Chapter 19. Obtain barracks blueprints and beads. Mimi has already been upgraded to level 5. No. Lin Ye looked around and saw ordinary succubi trembling with fear, yet they continued to surge forward. The succubi are too obedient. They'll keep charging unless a hero-level succubus gives the order. Too many people can't die. These are all his own people. Once the hero-level succubus is killed, they will be without a master and will stop. But he hadn't stolen his own blueprints. Therefore, we cannot kill them. Continue to wait. Your territory has successfully constructed a Tier 2 building, the Forge. The Forge, which forges a large number of items, is attractive to members of a certain race. Oh? Lin Ye's lips twitched upon hearing this. The blueprints were not obtained, but a forging workshop appeared. The Forge is also one of the essential buildings for upgrading. A new subject has been added to your territory. Mei Yanran agrees, and you may revoke the agreement. The game's sound continues. Lin Ye smirked and withdrew his decision. What he lacked right now was population. The appeal of second-tier buildings is still quite good, and some people have joined. Your people have been successfully transformed through their worship of sacred objects. Lin Ye smiled with satisfaction. With Mei Yan around, things were much better. He didn't need to do many things himself. Look at the citizen interface. People, 11 to 50. New citizen Meijing, heroic level, level 1, strength 20, speed 20, intelligence 20. Talents, obedience, max level of reproductive comfort, purification mastery, can add 2. Abilities, transformation, purification. Lin Ye looked at it. Purification mastery? For use in temples later on. I never expected to awaken so soon. What should we add? Your subjects, the Enchanted Feast, stole a military camp blueprint. Suddenly, a game notification sounded in my ear. Question mark. Lin Ye was surprised to hear that it had succeeded. That's great. Kill her. Without the slightest hesitation, he shouted at Mei Li and the other 3. Ping! As soon as she finished speaking, Mei was spear moved, Mei Yan short knife stabbed, Mei magic swirled around, and Mei Li leaped up and slashed. The 4 attacks, filled with murderous intent, startled the hero-level succubus, rendering her paralyzed with fear. They watched helplessly as the attack was launched. The hero-level succubus let out a delicate moan and died instantly. He collapsed to the ground with a thud. Breaking news! The realm of night gods has destroyed a tier 3 territory. Holy crap, I just wiped out a bandit yesterday, and he's already at level 3 today. Are you kidding me? What level is night god? Tier 3? No way, there was no announcement. It couldn't be a second tier opponent fighting a third tier opponent and then annihilating the opponent, could it? The world channel was filled with jubilation. Is the night god realm that powerful? We are now attacking indiscriminately. It's not that anyone who attacks the realm of night gods will be sentenced to death. It all depends on luck. A sense of fear permeated the Heavenly Alliance, creating a somber atmosphere, yet they were already addicted to hunting. This realm of the night god is becoming more and more terrifying. Simaru looked at the message, staring at the fearful atmosphere in the Alliance chat box. His face was extremely gloomy. It seems we must deal with that succubus brat's territory as soon as possible. That's how I can upgrade. It's quite far, and the price we're paying is high, Simaru muttered. That's amazing. Li Lin shook her head and shouted in the Alliance chat. Has your brother figured out who the night god realm is yet? No, there's no news at all in reality, Shirya said. My brother even used his connections to open the boxes and get all the information that mentioned people from the night god realm. Neither, Shirya said, frustrated. Holy crap! The white-clad youth appeared in front of a village with his orcs, then suddenly stopped. I'm still trying to deal with Tier 2, and you've already wiped out Tier 3? Are you kidding me? The boy in white was speechless. Wild succubus territory. We surrender! With the death of the hero-level succubus, all the remaining succubi surrendered. They looked at Mei Li and the other 3 with fear, afraid that Mei Li and the others would continue their slaughter. Lin Ye looked at him and smiled faintly. Succubi are obedient, but not die-hard loyalists. Very satisfied. Everyone, follow me and leave this place. Okay, the succubi responded. Go and bring all the supplies, minerals, and other materials from the village, Lin Ye said. When a lord is away, he can command a scene and cannot be killed, but he cannot use the territory's space to transfer resources. It can only be transported by freight. Otherwise, if they were ambushed, and the lord survived, he would be in the backpack. Then others will be unable to intercept it. It affects game balance. Yes. The succubi nodded, dispersed, and began to move. They wouldn't run away, because Mei Li and the others were all guarding the area. As people began to move, Lin Ye slowly walked towards the corpse of the hero-level succubus. My lord! Mei Yan handed a blueprint to Lin Ye. Lin Ye took it and looked at it. It was indeed a blueprint for a swordsman's camp. He held it in his hand and examined the corpse of the hero-level succubus. A green bead appeared next to the succubus. Lin Ye picked it up and took a look. Succubus relic statue bead has a certain chance to transform a succubus into a hero-level, corrupted. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye realized that this was why the guy became a hero. Was she corrupted, which caused her to lose her talent for obedience and betray Mei Yanran? I see. Lin Ye smiled faintly. It can be added to the sacred statue, My own sacred statue is a bit rough. Contaminated? Didn't she just join Meijing? Isn't she a purifier? It's like finding a pillow when you're sleepy. That's great. My lord, everything is ready. Lin Ye was pondering when Mei Li approached. She quietly watched Lin Ye. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye looked around and saw that all the succubi had been dealt with. His hands were full of supplies. Return. The four of you protect them and don't let them be attacked by others. Lin Ye said that they would go back and take stock of what they had obtained. There are tier 3 villages here, so naturally there are other factions. They might have already discovered our group and were waiting to ambush us. Moreover, succubi are beautiful, which players like, wild monsters also like, and they even trade with them. For example, I like goblins. As soon as Lin Ye finished speaking, the succubi looked at him in surprise, not expecting that he would protect them. Okay. Mei Li and the other three responded, standing to the left and right. Lin Ye led the way, and seeing the number of people, dozens, he was quite satisfied. They took action and entered the fog. Like the Heavenly Alliance Black Wind territory was destroyed, 827,392 territories were destroyed. Like the Heavenly Alliance Jinghong territory was destroyed 122,2146 territories. Like the Heavenly Alliance the Wave territory was destroyed, 746,3221 territories. News of the territory's destruction continued to emerge. The Heavenly Alliance is still attacking. Lin Ye listened silently, thinking, these lunatics. The people of the Heavenly Alliance destroyed so many territories, plundered resources, established lords' mansions, and even got a name. War is truly captivating. It's the best way to acquire resources. I can't be bothered with it. Move on. Time passed slowly. Fuck you, Sima Ru, so what if you're part of the Rutian Alliance? You think you can take me on? Suddenly, a cursing voice rang in Lin Ye's ears from within the fog. Stop! Lin Ye paused upon hearing this, signaling everyone to stop. Instantly, Mei Li and the other three cautiously looked around, on high alert. The succubi were terrified. Chapter 20 Are you the god of night? Holy crap! In the silence, a figure suddenly emerged. They were stunned when they saw Lin Ye's large group. Wild forces? Otherwise, where would so many people come from? A player? Lin Ye looked over in confusion. It was a young man dressed in neat clothes. A player! The boy exclaimed in surprise, sitting down abruptly. I thought it was a wild monster. He asked, Are these all your people? No, Lin Ye replied. I knew it. How could you possibly have so many people? The boy exclaimed. Still a succubus. He made another joke. Looking at Lin Ye, he said, You should leave now. I'm leaving too. The people from the Rutian Alliance are chasing me. Chasing you? Lin Ye frowned, puzzled. The young man understood Lin Ye's doubts upon seeing this and said, I have never built a lord's mansion because I was afraid of this day. I plan to become a freelance businessman. My father's generation were all like that, the other person said. Oh. Lin Ye nodded, instantly understanding. A merchant is someone who travels around selling goods. He goes on trade. Some of them built lords' mansions, while others did not, but traveled around selling goods. He used the money he earned to fund the forces that built lordly mansions, helped them develop, sent people to protect them, and transported supplies together. They are usually from one large family. Merchants who travel by land do not have a lord's mansion, and if attacked, they will die. It also provides a guarantee to those who purchase the service, since the other party is guaranteeing it with their life. The supplies that Sima Ru and his group received in the early stages were probably transported by people like this. The only drawback is that the delivered supplies and constructed buildings do not count as upgrade requirements. But many people used it to transport other things, such as selling succubi. You actually got beaten up? Lin Ye smiled slightly. These businessmen had plenty of connections. Even a family like the Sima family was unwilling to have a feud with them. Heh! Upon hearing this, the young man sneered and said, If Sima Ru bullies me, I will definitely kill him. Damn it, just you wait. I swear I'm not human if I don't destroy them, the boy cried hysterically. Lin Ye nodded, indicating that he didn't care and would do whatever he wanted. They've escaped. Over here. Suddenly, another voice rang out from the fog. What? You're here? The boy was furious. I'm not going to waste my breath on you. I'm leaving. Go away, where do you think you're going? Just then, 4 figures suddenly appeared. The 3 were dwarves, each wielding a stone hammer, their killing intent palpable. One of them was taller than the average dwarf, clearly a hero. 2 ordinary ones. The last one was led by a player, who was clearly a lord. He was a robust young man. The burly young man glared fiercely at the boy. His gaze trembled. Clearly, they realized they had offended someone they shouldn't have, and that they had to kill him to prevent future trouble. He roared, "You're not leaving today! You've got nothing!" the boy exclaimed angrily. A tiger fallen into the plains is bullied by dogs. You guys continue, I'm leaving first. Lin Ye was too lazy to pay attention. He was sure he would kill Simaru's men. But I don't want to get involved in the cause and effect between the 2 parties. The Lord can't escape anyway. Once we get back, we'll add all the succubi to the territory and upgrade them to hero level. Then, the surrounding Simaru's forces can be swept away and eliminated. As he spoke, he intended to lead his group away. The boy originally thought that with Lin Ye present, he could put up a fight. This is the result. Don't even think about running away, you saw everything. The burly young man glared at Lin Ye, his killing intent palpable. Is that so? Lin Ye remained silent, regretting wasting his own time. My reward for the artifact expires around 9 p.m. We must get back as soon as possible. I don't want to cause trouble, but you insist on provoking me. Lin Ye smiled disdainfully. Sensing the presence of Mei Li and the other 3, he said, Kill his subordinates. Ha ha! Upon hearing this, the burly youth instinctively felt that Lin Ye was boasting. He said, You are just a succubus, but I have a hero-level dwarf. The boy also agreed. Buzz! However, the first attack was a magical strike from Mimi, targeting the hero-level dwarf. Light and shadow swirled around the dwarf. The hero-level dwarf screamed instantly and died. Mimi successfully upgraded to level 6. An alert sounded. Holy crap! The boy exclaimed. The hero-level dwarf is so easy to deal with, but this succubus is so strong? How is that possible? A hero-level succubus! The boy's eyes widened as he spoke of the possibility. The burly young man was also taken aback, looking at Lin Ye with disbelief. I was just about to say something. The demon flame spear beside him moved and launched an attack. It instantly locked onto a dwarf and attacked, killing the dwarf instantly. Another one died? The boy looked at Lin Ye in fear and disbelief. This succubus is very similar to the one from before. Are they both hero level? Is it that powerful? The burly young man's features contorted as he stared at the enchanting fire. The second hero level creature? Crack! Just as he was in pain, Mei Li also made her move. He leaped and slashed down at the last dwarf. The dwarf died instantly. 3! The burly youth looked at the 3 succubi. Were they all hero level? He knelt down with a thud, utterly despondent. The boy took a deep breath, unsure how to describe the scene before him. 3 hero level succubi? The key is the succubus, a useless race. When did it become so powerful? Do you know the coordinates of his territory? Lin Ye glanced at the burly young man and stared at him. Upon hearing this, the burly youth instantly realized Lin Ye's plan, to kill him. He wept bitterly, saying, I was wrong, please. However, Lin Ye ignored him completely and simply watched the boy quietly. The boy was stunned. He took a deep breath and looked at Lin Ye with fear, not even having the thought of lying. 3 hero-level succubi, and so powerful, could naturally kill me. Moreover, the person he was to kill was his own enemy. He began. I know, it's nearby. The boy gave the coordinates. Tap tap tap. As soon as the words were spoken, the enchanting banquet beside her entered the mist. The burly boy was terrified and tried to speak, but Lin Ye ignored him completely. The boy watched silently, constantly observing Lin Ye. That's incredibly strong. I've never seen anything like it before. In a short while, the realm of night gods is destroyed like the Sky Alliance Black Dream territory. Holy crap, the night god realm has made a move! The Heavenly Alliance has declared war, and the Night God realm has attacked. Boss, quickly wipe out the Ruttian Alliance, don't let him get arrogant. That's right. The World Channel cheered. What do we do? The realm of Night Gods has made its move. Where is the Black Dream land located? No, the Black Dream has never reported its location. That's right. A mournful wail filled the Heavenly Alliance, filled with utter terror. He made a move? Simaru gasped in shock. It was impossible not to be afraid. Let's go and wipe out that succubus's territory, quick! Simaru panicked. This is going to be interesting, the white-robed youth exclaimed. Night God has made his move. Let's watch the show. What is the young man in white planning? In the mist. Your territory has been destroyed by the land of night. Ah. The burly young man was in extreme pain as he listened to the news and announcements. Yagami? Is the person before me Yagami? How could this be? Why am I so unlucky? They told the Ruttian Alliance, but it was already nearing its end. He watched helplessly as his body faded away, disappeared, and died. Dead? The boy looked on, speechless. The land of Black Dreams is his territory. The surrounding territories have good resources, which makes Black Dream quite strong. Dead? That's not right. Suddenly, the boy paused. The report said that someone had killed someone in the Black Dream land. The realm of the Night God. Are you the Lord of the Night God's realm? The boy stared at Lin Ye with wide eyes. Chapter 21 Night God Alliance. Yes. Lin Ye did not leave immediately, but waited for Mei Yan. Let's plunder it first. Plundering the enchanted feast takes time. Upon returning, go directly to your territory, incorporate the people into your household, and then reform them. Responding to the teenager. The boy was filled with disbelief upon hearing this. Lin Ye stared wide-eyed. Succubus race. Just a succubus race, holy crap, they're so awesome. The god of night has managed to make the succubus, such a trashy race, so incredibly powerful. The boy stammered for a while. I'm Liku, a businessman. Can we form an alliance? Liku was so excited that he clung to the leg. Although my family members are very strong, they are too far away. Even if you want to help yourself, you have to pay a price. If high-level forces can fully intervene in newly joined forces, wouldn't those who enter each year be invincible if they have powerful backgrounds? The game can't just stand by and watch something like that happen. Moreover, these promising new talents are the key to making money. I can use my business background to help you sell supplies, Liku said, looking intently at Lin Ye. And Liku took a deep breath and continued. Of course, I also have my own selfish motives. I can make money off you. Of course, everything is in line with market standards. We will never do anything reckless. Liku was afraid that Lin Ye would misunderstand. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye frowned, realizing that the buildings constructed with the purchased resources could not be used as upgrade conditions. Resources that have been plundered or occupied are acceptable. However, it can be used to strengthen the defense and combat capabilities of a territory, as well as for consumption purposes, etc. For example, iron ore can be used to make weapons. For example, food is consumed by a large population. As you progress further into the game, upgrading becomes increasingly difficult, but the need to replenish external resources is crucial for mutual attacks and defenses. Internal resources are used for upgrades, or only as a last resort. Having a businessman is not bad. Moreover, and most importantly, it allows the buying and selling of people, making it the only way to meet the upgrade requirements. How can a population of tens of thousands be attracted and seized in the later stages? The first battle to seize it was not easy, and the wild forces were also very powerful. Attracting them one by one? That's a pipe dream. He can also use him to quickly replenish the upgraded population. Okay. Lin Ye stared at Liku and nodded. Great job! Liku exclaimed excitedly. I've finally latched onto a big shot. Ha! Old man, just you wait, I'm awesome now. With the rise of a new talent, I've made a fortune. As he spoke, he looked intently at Lin Ye and handed over 10,000 gold coins. He said, This is my gold, you can use it to build the alliance. You can't catch a wolf without risking your cub. Upon hearing this and seeing it, Lin Ye's lips twitched. This Li Ke is not bad. Establishing an alliance requires gold, and it was originally planned to appear later in the game, since 10,000 gold is too much. However, due to the intervention of powerful forces, this phenomenon has appeared at the beginning of each term. He accepted the gold. Looking at the interface, a light screen appeared, locking onto the alliance interface. Join an alliance, build an alliance. 2 options. Click to build an alliance. You are about to build your alliance. Prepare 10,000 gold and a name. Night God Alliance, Lin Ye responded. Costing 10,000 gold, naming successful, your Night God Alliance has been successfully established. Lin Ye looked at it, smiled faintly, and looked at Li Ke. He said, Your territory number. 9,527. Li Ke responded excitedly. Okay. Lin Ye nodded and looked at the main interface. Alliance, Night God Alliance, ID 032. The number represents the current number, meaning that there are already 31 alliances in this round. Alliance announcement. Alliance members. Lin Ye looked directly at the alliance members. Alliance member, Night God's Realm, Alliance leader. The following are the steps for adding and removing members. When adding a member, a pop-up box appears with the ID number. Lin Ye directly enters 9527. Added successfully. Alliance leader, Realm of Night God, Alliance leader. Alliance members, 9527. Information display. Do you agree to join the Night God Alliance? Holy crap! Li Ke heard the voice in his ear, his voice trembling with excitement. Do you agree or disagree? How could I disagree? I agree directly. Successfully joined, you are now a member of the Night God Alliance. Ha ha! Li Ke exclaimed happily. Awesome, awesome! As he spoke, he looked at the World Channel and made a direct, high-level announcement. Night God Alliance 9527. The Night God Alliance is established. Everyone tremble. Night God Alliance 9527. Buying up large quantities of grain. Holy crap! The Night God Alliance has been formed. Awesome! Buying grain? Yagami has also found a way to transport it. Master, I want to join. What's your ID? It's 9,527. Send it to me, I want to join. People were excited. Night God has formed an alliance. Li Lin sighed as she looked on. They've already started buying up grain. As expected. Shurya sighed. This kind of big shot was bound to be established. It was just a matter of time. Interesting. The white-robed youth looked at the message and smirked. He had originally thought it was a battle between him and Simaru. It now appears to be a three-way power struggle. Constantly pondering the situation. He's formed an alliance, Simaru said with murderous intent. He just killed my men, and now he's forming an alliance. It means they're preparing to take matters into their own hands. They've already started buying up grain. At this stage, the population is small, so there's definitely enough grain for development, given the small population. That means we need to prepare for war. Using purchased grain to wage war, while preserving our own grain reserves for future needs, is the most basic strategic policy. Simaru became increasingly flustered. We must find a way to strengthen ourselves immediately, upgrade our systems, and increase our population so that we can get ahead quickly. Succubus brat, I will definitely kill you in 5 days. You are honored to be the stepping stone for me to kill Night God, Simaru said with murderous intent. 10 days from now will be the day you die in the Night God realm. In the mist. Tap tap tap. Lin Ye glanced at Li Ke's message on the World Channel but ignored it. It was a bit childish. Buying grain? Merchants buying grain at low prices and selling it at high prices is the most basic principle. They are needed everywhere. The basic operations of every merchant, regardless of the era. Suddenly, footsteps sounded behind me. Looking back, I saw that Mayen had returned. He said, "Let's go back to the realm of Night God." As he spoke, he walked ahead, with Meihua and the others following. Oh! Li Ke followed, looked around, and said, "There's an iron mine to the east. I saw it when I was running away haphazardly." East? Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. Once we obtain it, wouldn't that mean we can enter the Iron Age? But it's all foggy, so how can you tell which way is which? Li Ke saw Lin Ye's condition and realized the situation. Indeed, it is impossible to tell when people get up early and enter. I am a merchant. After I entered, my family sent me gold and a compass, Li Ke said. These are for you. As he spoke, he handed the compass to Lin Ye. A compass! Lin Ye smirked. This required precise forging to make. I won't stand on ceremony, Lin Ye said, accepting the gift. Hee. Li Ke nodded without saying anything more. Time passed slowly, and the sun set in the west. The Lord has returned! The main force appeared at the entrance of the night god's realm, and Mei Feng stood on the arrow tower and shouted to the ground. Upon hearing this, the succubi rushed over, especially Mei Yanran, who was very worried about Lin Ye. After all, the opponent is a level 11 hero-level succubus. It was still his former territory. Walk to the wall. Upon closer inspection, one could see Lin Ye leading the way, followed by a group of prisoners, each carrying supplies. Chapter 22 Accelerating Construction by All Employees. We won! Mei Yanran was overjoyed, as were Mei Yi and the others, who exchanged smiles. Lin Ye walked in and saw that Mei Yi and Mei Yi had returned from mining, and one of the unfamiliar succubi appeared. Looking at Lin Ye, he said, Thank you, Lord. It is indeed Mei Jing. 11 tall succubi surrounded Lin Ye. Her figure was alluring, dazzling to behold. Li Ke squinted. So many, and they're all hero level. How did they manage that? And so beautiful. But how did the expert manage to withstand it? Lin Ye looked at Mei Jing. He took out the beads and handed them to Mei Jing. He said, You have purified this. Okay. Mei Jing was delighted to hear that she could work for Lin Ye. He took the bead, waved his arm, and a beam of light surrounded it. However, it did not recover immediately. Lin Ye knew it would take some time and wouldn't be easy. Therefore, the modification of the sacred object must be postponed. It's the old lord! At the same time, the prisoners also walked in, looking at the crowd in horror. Suddenly, I saw Mei Yanran. I was instantly incredibly excited. Mei Yanran heard this and stared at each of the prisoners. She looked at Lin Ye nervously, clearly having feelings for these people. We hope Lin Ye can take in these prisoners. Take them to join. Lin Ye nodded. They were all the people he needed. Moreover, the time frame for the modification is fast approaching. Mei Yanran was overjoyed and very happy. He looked at the prisoners and said, You're coming with me. With that, he led the excited prisoners toward the Lord's mansion. These are all people! Li Ke exclaimed, noting that population was crucial in the early stages. A little bit of attraction is too slow. One person joins your territory. Population 12. Modification successful. One person has joined your territory. Population 14. Modification successful. Messages kept popping up. Lin Ye frowned and looked at each person's screen. Talents, obedience, maxed out reproduction comfort, marksmanship mastery. The system and the relic's transformation took effect on each person in turn. Some are proficient in magic, some in healing, some in shooting, and so on. Ignoring them, I looked at the items that could be added to each person's account. Induction. Proficient in farming, construction, and forging. One by one, talents emerged. Development is the most important thing. Make choices quickly. Construction expertise. Master of forging. Skilled in herding. In a short while, one by one, all looking brand new, they walked up to Lin Ye under Mei Yanran's guidance. Holy crap, everything's changed. The attributes are clearly stronger, it's hero level. How did they do that? Li Ke stared in astonishment. With so many hero level characters, they are practically invincible in the outside world. I can't understand how Lin Ye did it. No wonder the territory is developing so well. The key is the sheer number. The key is that it's beautiful. This, beauty and allure. Wow, this god has built a huge harem. There are so many. There are a total of 66 succubi that can join, Mei Yanran said. But we can only accommodate 39 right now. There are still 17 that cannot join, Mei Yanran said. TSK. Li Ke murmured enviously upon hearing this. So many beautiful women. Lin Ye nodded as he listened to Mei Yanran's report. I took a look at the population interface. 50 to 50. If they can't join, then those 17 won't be able to become hero-level characters at all. I put in a lot of effort. Therefore, I need to upgrade to Tier 3 as soon as possible, before 9 p.m. He handed the simple arrow tower blueprints to Mei Yanran. He said, Arrange for everyone to start working. It's 6 o'clock now. Within an hour, we will complete the construction required for level 3. I have plans to prioritize the construction of this barracks. Okay. Mei Yanran nodded, looking at the blueprints. Blueprints? Barracks? Lika was surprised that they had obtained the barracks blueprints so quickly. He actually obtained one of the buildings that was aimed at the 3rd tier. What did you just say? The required buildings for Tier 3? Is it going to reach level 3? Within an hour? How could that be? You're being way too arrogant. Even though so many people have joined, it's impossible for every single one of them to be awesome. Ordinary citizens develop very slowly, but those with talent can accelerate it. Even if there are many talented people, time is not enough. Lika thought about it for a while, and his intuition told him that Lin Ye was dreaming. He didn't know what to say. All those with architectural talent, assemble! At the same time, Mei Yanran immediately began making arrangements, prioritizing the barracks. Build barracks! Mining, smelting, and forging all require resources, Mei Yanran said. Okay. The crowd responded, and instantly a large group of people rushed out in all directions. A dozen or so people with construction talent arrived at the land planned by Mei Yanran and began to build using wood. Their speed was so fast, and their skill was almost unbelievable. Holy crap! Lika exclaimed upon seeing their skill. Are all these people gifted? No way! They are just succubi. Absolutely impossible. Succubi are a trash race. It's a miracle they even became hero level. How could anyone possess so many talents? Everyone has them. Lika didn't understand. He really didn't understand. Lin Ye ignored Lika and watched as the succubi began to move. With more people, it gets faster. The speed boost for today has not been used yet. Sensing system. Double rewards enabled. Buzz! Instantly, the movements of all the people in the territory were enveloped by a beam of light, doubling their speed. Holy crap! Lika exclaimed, his intuition telling him he was in a dream. How did you do that? I kept rubbing my eyes, wondering if it was a hallucination. However, that is the reality. He stammered, looking at Lin Ye incredulously. Are you a devil? First, the succubus's attributes were modified, then it became a hero-level monster, and now, its speed is doubled. They watched helplessly as the massive military camp gradually took shape in the hands of more than a dozen incredibly capable builders. Your people have successfully constructed a Tier 2 building, the barracks. A game notification sounded in my ear. Holy crap! Lika exclaimed in shock. It was too fast. Not only was Lika shocked, but the succubi were also shocked. They hadn't expected to build a second-tier city so quickly. They looked at each other with surprise and delight. Lin Ye looked at it, smiled faintly, and was quite satisfied. Experienced the military camp. Training. Options. Lin Ye saw that it was simple. People needed to go inside for training. Training takes time. Melee! Lin Ye looked at Melee, then around at everyone, and said, all those proficient in long swords, go inside. Okay. Upon hearing this, 13 people quickly responded and came out. They are more proficient with long swords than other mages. Led by Melee, they quickly went inside. Training started instantly, with 14 fewer people. Is this a plan to train swordsmen? Lika thought, guessing it was probably the first one. It's estimated that no one has barracks blueprints yet. The expert has surpassed others by a large margin. Wrong. So many people are proficient with long swords. Holy crap! Lika was shocked. They weren't just beginners with long swords, they were experts. Shocking! Ha! Immediately afterwards, the succubi inside the barracks began to train, as the barracks had all the basic moves. Forging mastery! Seeing the situation, Mei Yanran immediately began training the swordsmen. We just added so many more people, We don't have enough weapons, he said. Forge weapons. All right, the blacksmith replied, and began to work. Mei Yanran looked at it, her expression slightly somber, and then she continued, looking around at everyone. Build a logging workshop and a manufacturing workshop. Dio Yutai, the smelting workshop. Build a mining workshop. Repair all types of ordinary structures, replace materials, and reinforce to a second level. Dig up 10 plots of farmland and build a second-tier farm. Mei Yanran shouted. We can't waste any time. These basic buildings do not require blueprints. They can be built simply by reinforcing or replacing materials at the basic level, such as a lumberyard. Great! Everyone responded enthusiastically and got to work with great energy. Holy crap! Second-level reinforcement. Upon hearing this, Liku took a deep breath. The key is that there are many people, the speed is fast, and everyone is talented. No way, can they really succeed in building all the second-tier structures within an hour? Liku is incredible. Looking at Lin Ye, one could see that his gaze was not on the construction, but rather on the military camp, as if he were not worried at all and that everything was under his control. Chapter 23 Soldiers on the Move. Time passed slowly. Your people have successfully built the second-tier Dio Yutai. Your people have successfully built a Tier 2 mining facility. Your people have successfully completed the second-level lumber mill fitness training. One voice after another rang in Lin Ye's ears. Lin Ye listened to the news without paying attention, while Liku, who was standing to the side, kept swallowing as he watched the successes one by one. I am witnessing a miracle. His eyes kept darting around, observing. Your soldiers have completed training. The game notification sounds again. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye quickly looked at Mei Li's interface. Mei Li, heroic level, level 5, strength 25 plus 1, weapon bonus, speed 25 plus 2, weapon bonus, intelligence 25. Talents, lumberjacking proficiency, charcoal proficiency, max level breeding comfort, knife handle proficiency. Abilities 1, transformation 2, slashing. Lin Ye saw that it was a success. The attribute had been increased. One by one, soldiers stepped out, equipped with long swords from the forge. Neat in uniform, they look very imposing. A power boost is certain, since it's linked to combat strength. Speed refers to the time it takes to travel, and soldiers certainly need to travel quickly. Intelligence did not increase. Damn, that's awesome! Liku exclaimed. Hero-level succubi were already rare, and this was the first time he'd ever seen one in the military. I'm truly amazing. Liku didn't know how to describe the scene. Your people have successfully built a Tier 2 workshop. Liku's gaze swept over the last building as it was completed, and a smirk appeared on his lips. I don't know how to describe it. Awesome. How did Lin Ye do it? Everyone has super talent. Instantly, all the succubi in the territory stopped what they were doing and silently watched Lin Ye. Lin Ye remained silent, glancing at the time. It was 7:30. There are only 1.5 hours left until 9 o'clock. Liku looked at Lin Ye and asked, How will you break through to the 3rd level tonight? We have the buildings and enough people, but the level is not high enough. I was incredibly curious. But then he saw Lin Ye turn to look at him, leaving Liku completely bewildered. What's wrong? Do you know the location of the nearby territories? Lin Ye asked. Merchants travel all over the place. He must have been searching for them until he found them. Location. Upon hearing this, Liku instantly realized Lin Ye's plan. This unit goes to attack others and levels up. A hero-level succubus swordsman? Awesome. Such a powerful army would be invincible when attacking other territories. I know, Liku said. Most of the surrounding area belongs to the Rutian Alliance. Liku spoke up. After all, he had a grudge against the Rutian Alliance. All right. Lin Ye nodded and looked at Mei Yanran. He said, Choose 25 people, the Legion is included, Mei Jing doesn't move, and neither do you. As he spoke, he looked at Liku and said, Everyone will follow you. You will lead the way and plan the optimal route. You must get everyone to level 10 before 9 o'clock. And return. Mei Yanran's heroic level is level 10, which is meaningless. Mei Jing had no choice. She needed to purify the beads, but she hadn't succeeded yet. Holy crap! Liku exclaimed upon hearing this. 1.5 hours, level 10? To achieve this, one must kill all the members of the Rutian Alliance around them. The key is how to do it in 1.5 hours, and the route is of utmost importance. Fortunately, I am a businessman who travels around a lot and was trained in route planning from a young age. In response to Lin Ye, he said, "There shouldn't be any problem." "All right." Lin Ye nodded. "Let's proceed." "Let's go." Li Ke nodded, took out a compass and his hand-drawn map, and charged forward. "Let's go." Mei Yanran quickly selected people, and they all followed. Lin Ye and Mei Yanran watched quietly as the 25 people walked away in a grand procession. Time passed slowly. Night God Alliance, Night God Realm, Annihilation Alliance, Black Vine Territory. Night God Alliance, the realm of night gods, Annihilation like the Sky Alliance's glorious territory. Night God Alliance, Night God Realm, Annihilation Alliance, Burning Heaven Territory. The announcements kept ringing out. Holy crap, the realm of night gods has gone mad. Declare war, and now the retaliation is here. Damn, they've already wiped out more than 10 factions. That's terrifying. How did they manage to do it so fast? This is terrifying. The fear of the expert is truly frightening. People were talking wildly, stunned by the successive deaths. Night God Alliance Territory 9527, Children, tremble. Night God descends, darkness falls, submit. Li Ke watched as one territory after another was destroyed by him, and he was in high spirits, becoming completely insane. It felt as if I were standing on the top of the world. They were going crazy, spamming the world chat like it was free. Holy crap, this 9527 is a real tycoon. Yeah, awesome. Look how arrogant 9527 is. I want to join the Night God Alliance too. Boss Night God, say something in the world chat so I can feel your presence. The world channel is abuzz with discussion. What to do? Death is much better. How did Night God do that? That's amazing. I'm thinking of quitting the league. Oh dear, what do I do? The Heavenly Alliance is in agony. At this moment, everyone is filled with fear. Simaru murmured, his voice heavy with unease. He hadn't expected Night God's revenge to be so swift and powerful. I can't understand how Night God managed to kill so many people in such a short time. Not a single person sent a message revealing their coordinates. This only shows that the population of the Night God is very strong, capable of destroying buildings in an instant. At this moment, they also realized how terrifying Lin Ye was. Succubus brat, I'm sorry, but I have to kill you again ahead of schedule. Night God, you've made me pay such a heavy price. When I get up, I'll devour you alive! Simaru shouted. Li Lin and Shurya remained silent. If we can't find Night God, we'll investigate 9527. Simaru, let's see how you break this deadlock. The white-robed youth looked on coldly, though he was speaking to Simaru. In fact, he was extremely worried about Lin Ye. The realm of the Night God. Your subject, Myru, has successfully leveled up to level 2. Your people are leveling up. Your people are leveling up. One reminder after another rang in Lin Ye's ears. Lin Ye listened quietly, keeping track of the time. 8:30. The Night God Alliance Night God's realm destroyed the Heavenly Alliance Red Flower Territory. Your subject, Meili, has leveled up to level 10. 8:40. The Night God Alliance Night God realm destroyed the Heavenly Alliance Beacon Fire Territory. Your people's enchanting feast has been upgraded to level 10. 8:50. The Night God Alliance Night God realm destroyed the Rutian Alliance Baiting Territory. Your people, the Fire Spirits, have reached level 10. They're all dead. The massacre has been going on for over an hour, and more than 50 territories are gone. I would call it a war feast. The world chat was filled with discussion and fear. Li Lin, Shurya, the boy in white, and the others were extremely quiet. Fuck you, Night God, you've been killing for over an hour! Simaru exclaimed indignantly, his fists clenched in anger. 8:51. Damn it, not all of them have reached level 10 yet. Li Ke looked at the scene before him, feeling utterly miserable. To upgrade a territory, more than half of the population must be at the maximum level. He still understands these basic principles. How do I do that? Lin Ye wants to upgrade to level 3 tonight. Looking at the map in his hand, he kept setting his next target. The distance isn't far, we should make it in time. Li Ke took a deep breath and locked onto the direction. He shouted to the crowd behind him. Go! As he spoke, he hurriedly walked towards the mist. Chapter 24 Heroic Soul-Level Citizens. The Land of the Night God. 852. Everyone was making moves, but Lin Ye remained fixed on the sacred object before him, not moving an inch. The bead has not yet been successfully purified by the magic cleanser. Time is almost up. I hope that kid can handle it. Once it hits 9 o'clock, the chances given by the game will be gone. Lin Ye muttered. We still need Mei Yanren to communicate with the people and get them involved before we can start the transformation. So we need to arrive earlier, preferably around 8:56. Lin Ye squinted, calculating the time. 8:52. No notification appeared. 8:53. No notification appeared. 8:54 a.m. Still no notification. Phew! Lin Ye took a deep breath. It would probably be very difficult to succeed. But what if? He looked at Mei Yanren again and said in advance. You're planning to recruit people. Okay. Mei Yanren nodded and walked towards the prisoners. They looked at each other silently. Lin Ye listened quietly. 8:55. The Night God Alliance Night God realm destroyed the Rutian Alliance Baiting territory. Your people's beauty has been upgraded to level 10. A Tier 2 forge and a Tier 2 barracks have been detected in your territory. The population is more than half full, meeting the upgrade requirements. Upgrade successful to Tier 3. The announcement states that the realm of Night Gods has been upgraded to a Tier 3 territory. Holy crap! Tier 3! While people were still discussing Night God's rampage, the announcement of a successful Tier 3 breakthrough stunned everyone. Third tier! Li Lin and Shurya exchanged helpless glances. Tier 3? The white-robed youth was astonished. I don't even know where the barracks blueprints are, and I'm already at Tier 3. Hee hee! The white-robed youth exclaimed. This Lin Ye is even stronger than I imagined. How is this possible? Simaru was stunned. Had it become this strong? The army corps has appeared? No wonder they were able to wipe out all the territories so quickly. We finally succeeded. Li Ke, leading the large group, collapsed to the ground with a huge sigh of relief. Damn, I'm even more nervous than when I was being chased. Li Ke took a deep breath. The Land of the Night God. 8:55. It's a success. Lin Ye's eyes lit up upon hearing this. There wasn't time to check on the situation of the so-called third-tier territories. He looked at Mei Yanren and said, Recruit them. All right. Mei Yanren nodded, looked at the prisoners, and started the operation. 51 new people joined. 52 new people joined. 53 new citizens have joined. One voice after another rang in Lin Ye's ears. My lord! Lin Ye watched quietly with a smile on his face. Suddenly, Mei Jing excitedly handed the bead to Lin Ye. It's a success! Mei Jing beamed with joy. It worked? Lin Ye was pleasantly surprised. He took it and looked at it closely. The sacred bead of the succubus's territory. There are no more contaminated words. Lin Ye was delighted. He looked at the sacred object and threw it into it. Buzz! As if sensing something, the sacred object burst forth with a burst of light. It begins to absorb the beads. Is it possible to succeed before the worship ceremony? Lin Ye stared intently at the sacred object. He had never come into contact with a succubus sacred object before, nor had he seen it in any books. I don't know what changes have occurred to the succubus artifact. New subjects have joined, 65. New subjects have joined, 66. New subjects have joined, 67. A message notification rang in Lin Ye's ears. 8:57. Lin Ye kept observing the time, quietly watching the relic being modified. He stretched out his hand to stop Mei Yanren, preventing the succubi from kneeling. Can we successfully complete the renovation before the double count? Watching quietly. 8:58. It hasn't been successful yet. 8:59. We must pay our respects, Lin Ye shouted, adding in the final minute. Paying our respects. Worship, Mei Yanren shouted, and the succubi knelt down one after another, intending to worship. Your succubus relic has successfully absorbed the accessories, and your relic has been upgraded to heroic soul level. If you successfully construct the sacred statue in the succubus territory, ordinary succubi can evolve into heroic level succubi with a 50% probability, originally 25%. Heroic level succubi have a 10% chance of advancing to heroic soul level succubi, originally 5%, which significantly increases their attractiveness to succubi. Just at this critical moment, a game notification sounded. The statue of the sacred object had become much more refined than before, and the outline of its body was now clearly defined. It has clearly improved. Breaking news! A racial relic of heroic soul level has appeared in the land of Night God. Holy crap! Are you kidding me? I don't even know what a sacred artifact looks like, and you're already a heroic soul. This land of the Night God is going to be amazing. It's only at tier 3, it'll be at heroic soul level soon. Wow, that's awesome! I want to join the Night God Alliance. People roared. Do you have to be so scary? Lika stood there, stunned. While everyone else is still on the ground, you're already in the atmosphere. Lin and Shirya remained silent in the Alliance chat box for a long time before typing at the same time. Terrible. The boy in white didn't know how to comment on this. Simaru trembled. For a moment, everyone used only one word to describe Lin Ye. Terrifying. The realm of the Night God. Heroic soul level? It's possible to modify it into a heroic soul level? Lin Ye exclaimed in surprise. A being of the heroic soul level, surpassing even the heroic level. He immediately spoke up. Mei Yanran and Mei Jing, you two kneel down too. Okay. Mei Yanran and Mei Jing only knew that the statue in front of them had changed, but they didn't know the specifics. Upon hearing the order, he immediately knelt down. Everyone immediately knelt down. 9 o'clock. The reward period for the reduced drop rate of sacred items has ended. It will return to normal. The game's sound started. Did it work? Lin Ye looked back nervously, seeing everyone kneeling on the ground, enveloped in a blanket of light. I'm incredibly nervous. I don't want things to go wrong. Not only did the heroic soul level attempt fail, but the heroic level attempts of the others also failed. Wherever the eye can see. One by one, the succubi's bodies began to change, becoming taller. Modification successful. Modification successful. Modification successful. 1, 2, 3. Lin Ye counted, reminding them. 16, 17. 17 people, everyone succeeded. 18. No, there are 18. One of Mei Yanran and Mei Jing successfully reached the heroic soul level. Look closely. Mei Yanran, heroic soul level, level 10, strength, 40, speed 40, intelligence, 40. Talents, obedience, maximum breeding comfort, mastery of planning, mastery of development, mastery of foresight, and mastery of domestic affairs. Ability, transformation. It's at the level of a hero. The base attributes increased by 10 points, and there was an additional major achievement, namely the major achievement in internal affairs. That's awesome. Now Mei Yanran has truly become a talent for internal affairs. Lin Ye was happy. He had succeeded. A 10% probability is definitely impossible. It must involve the probability of winning in the game. The game's probabilities apply to the relics as a whole. Breaking news! A heroic soul level talent has appeared in the realm of night. Holy crap! A talent of the heroic soul level! A heroic soul! Invincible! Heroic soul level, crushing everything. One step stronger, and he gets stronger with every step. He's invincible. That's a heroic soul level hero. Who can defeat him now? People exclaimed in surprise, and the world channel was instantly abuzz with excitement, with messages constantly being refreshed. Terrifyingly strong! Lin and Shirya took a deep breath. It seems I have to get serious. The white-robed youth's expression gradually turned cold and stern, a departure from his previous calm and composed demeanor. Simaru was silent, and even the Retian Alliance fell completely silent. Simaru stopped roaring and expressing indignation. The brain is constantly working. I'm only 18, but I suddenly feel so much older. Chapter 25 Territory Expansion. My goodness! You're amazing! Lika watched helplessly as everything unfolded. You just mentioned the appearance of a sacred artifact, And you've already brought up a character at the level of a heroic spirit. Li Ke was utterly speechless. Look at the bustling world channel. Night God Alliance 9527, congratulations, boss. You've been promoted to Tier 3 and achieved heroic soul status by defeating 100 enemies single-handedly. 9527, you are not worthy of being a member of the Night God Alliance. Everyone else has a title, but you don't even have a Lord's Mansion, and you don't even have a name. My God, I want to join the Night God Alliance. 9527, tell me how to join. 9527, scrambled eggs. People looked at Li Ke with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Hee hee. Li Ke smiled faintly as he looked at the envious and jealous people behind him. He said, let's go back. The realm of the Night God. Lin Ye ignored the announcement and looked at the panel of the 17 newly added people. A few words can be added to the gaze talent. Buzz! My brain buzzed, and countless talents of mastery appeared. Lin Ye's lips twitched, and he quickly made a choice, diversify and develop his talents. Thank you, my lord! After their transformation, the succubi no longer showed signs of fatigue and weariness. Each one had changed dramatically. Now, another miraculous force is surging forth. Has he gained more talent? She looked at Lin Ye with tender affection, her gaze captivating and mesmerizing. Lin Ye remained silent and looked at Mei Yanran. Mei Yanran has changed even more. Her figure has become taller and more curvaceous, and her temperament gives people a strange feeling. She looked at Lin Ye quietly, smiled sweetly, and hugged him tightly. Thank you, Lord. With Mei Yanran leading the way, the succubi swarmed over, surrounding and embracing Lin Ye, rubbing against each other. Lin Ye remained silent, unsure how to describe his feelings. Your territory has been upgraded to Tier 3, expanding by 3 square kilometers. The expansion direction can be adjusted. Do you want to adjust it? If you do not adjust it within 10 seconds, it will be considered to expand in the default way. Your territory's population limit has been increased by 100, currently 67 to 100. Your subjects can level up to level 15. A game notification sounded in my ear. Lin Ye's lips curled into a smirk. Here it comes. 3 square kilometers, not bad. There are many more than normal. Feel the mist at the edge of the territory, undulating. 10, 9, 8. The game countdown has begun. Adjust the expansion direction? Lin Ye frowned upon seeing this. Being able to upgrade to Tier 3 means that the Lord has already gained some understanding of the surrounding area and has adapted to it. It can be expanded according to demand. Should we adjust it? Li Ke previously mentioned that there was an iron mine to the east, and even an idiot knows how important an iron mine is. So, Lin Ye took out a compass, confirmed that it pointed east, and responded to the game. Adjust! Adjust to the east! Lin Ye pointed in the direction. Boom! In an instant, the mist expanded and the hills were revealed. It was too dark to see anything. But Lin Ye smiled faintly, saying that minerals are mostly found in mountainous areas, but also in hilly areas, and the iron ore is very likely to be there. It's evening now, I'll go see it during the day tomorrow. What is clear now is that there are no monsters in the areas that have been developed. Very satisfied. Ding! Your territory's level has been increased by 3 tiers. Effect 1, reduces the construction and production time of the host and his subjects by 53%. Effect 2, increases the effectiveness of all buildings and crafted items owned by the host and his subjects by 103%. Effect 3, increases the stats of all the host's subjects by 103%. Effect 4, the host can add 2 talents to his subjects as needed, but cannot change the original talents. Effect 5, you can enjoy 2 hours of double speed boost every day. Lin Ye looked at it, and saw that the percentages of the other 3 effects had increased, while Effect 4 had not increased. Effect 5 was awesome, double the effect for 2 hours. Impressive. Tomorrow during the day will be a time of great development. I'm back! Just as Lin Ye was feeling happy, Li Ke led everyone back. The main force entered. Greetings, Lord! Mei Li and the others were overjoyed and surrounded Lin Ye. Lin Ye nodded and looked at everyone's levels. Especially Mei Li and the soldiers, they've all reached level 10. Impressive. Li Ke looked at Lin Ye's state. Even the great Lord Night God didn't bother to come and greet me. Do you know how hard I worked? I'm a hero. Oh well, what can I do? He's the boss. His gaze swept over the succubi, taking in their curvaceous figures and their attitudes toward Lin Ye. What a lucky girl. All right, Lin Ye said, making arrangements for dinner. We'll discuss the specifics tomorrow. Yes, ma'am. Everyone nodded in agreement, and those with culinary talent, such as Mimi, left immediately. They lit a campfire and began baking food. There was little fish and meat, and most of the food consisted of berries. The harvest is not yet plentiful. After all, in the past, people did not reach this level of development so quickly. Nevertheless, people ate with great relish. This territory was wonderful. Moreover, succubi are obedient, and never complain when following the Lord. Let's keep fishing tomorrow, Lin Ye muttered, trying his best to catch as much fish as possible. Time passed. 10 o'clock. Lin Ye realized it was about time to log off and rest. He said, Everyone go home and rest. We'll continue tomorrow. Okay. Everyone nodded. Leave. There's no place for you here. Li Ke had almost finished eating. Suddenly, Mei Li walked up to Li Ke. I'm leaving? Li Ke was incredulous. I'm a meritorious official. Is this how you treat meritorious officials? I can tolerate the big shots treating me like this, but you treat me like this too? This is outrageous. Although I am not from your territory, I am still an ally. Seeing Mei Li's state, Li Ke felt helpless. Mei Li could kill him with ease. Being killed would be a greater loss than gain. Li Ke looked at the newly appeared wasteland in the distance, away from this place. Arriving at the wasteland, he casually found a place to sit down, lost in thought. Lin Ye is more capable than I imagined. With him, my business journey has had a good start. He muttered to himself. Lin Ye watched Li Ke walk towards the wasteland and smiled faintly. She glanced at Mei Yan and the others, each one looking at her with alluring charm. Surrounded by them, they headed towards the Lord's mansion. Lin Ye shook his head. Succubi were too tempting, especially since there were so many. Most importantly, succubi are too obedient. Whatever you ask them to do or what position they should be in, they will cooperate without question. It can also be transformed into whatever you like. They're inside. It itches so much. Li Ke was sitting in the wasteland when he suddenly felt an insect fly into his clothes. He kept patting himself until he stood up. A wild boar appeared in the distance. His eyes widened in shock. Like the Heavenly Alliance. Boss, how about we withdraw our hostile relationship with the Night God realm? That's right, the Night God realm is already too powerful. Withdrawing? Isn't that admitting defeat? Everyone in the Tianlian Alliance chat box was terrified, and one by one they fearfully voiced their thoughts. Sima Ru looked on, her face filled with anger. Stare at the few who said they were withdrawing. Each of them possesses a powerful race and abundant resources. Those who plundered multiple territories this morning gained more resources. As a result, it becomes even more powerful. Only when you have confidence can you dare to offer your opinions. He gave a dry laugh and said, Hee hee. But he remained calm and composed. He said, I asked you to report your coordinates before so we could defend together, but most of you didn't, probably because you were afraid of being targeted by other forces. The decision to withdraw is currently under consideration. The only way to deal with the Night God's realm right now is all of you report your coordinates, then unite and help each other, Sima Ru said. I'll report my coordinates. Mine is over here. I'm here too, let's work together. As soon as Sima Ru spoke, many people responded instantly, and one by one they reported their coordinates. Sima Ru watched quietly, and those people with abundant supplies did not report. Frowning, is he about to turn hostile? In a short while. My coordinates. I'm here too, let's cooperate. I'm a bit far from you, but I've taken over a territory over there, and I'm moving here. Clearly after careful consideration, the group then reported their coordinates. Sima Ru's face was icy cold. The group was very close. I had my own plans for them, if we got together then. Alright. Sima Ru took a deep breath, trying to appear calm. He muttered to himself. You guys stick together. But what I'll do next? Let's take down the succubus first, then we'll talk about the rest, Sima Ru said with murderous intent. Chapter 26 Mei Yanran's domestic policy changes. It was late at night. Lin Ye was busy for a long time, looked at the stars in the sky, and then logged out of the game. Inside the room. Today's information. 1. Night God has established the Night God Alliance, which currently has only one confirmed member. 2. All 57 allied territories of the Rutian Alliance were destroyed by the Night God, but the Night God has not yet plundered the resources of the destroyed territories. 3. The Night God territory has been upgraded to a Tier 3 territory, possessing heroic soul-level artifacts and heroic soul-level characters. Further details are still under investigation. 4. Member 9527 of the Night God Alliance has made multiple pronouncements about gold, suggesting he has a powerful background and is a businessman. An investigation is underway. 4. Sima Ru regards Yishin as an enemy, but Yishin's power makes Sima Ru feel an unprecedented crisis. Sima Ru has decided to accelerate the attack on the territory he values. 5. The Heavenly Alliance will ascertain the situation internally, reveal their coordinates to each other, and unite to resist the Night God Alliance. 5. The White-Clad Alliance has completed its conquest of a Tier 2 force and obtained a barracks blueprint. They are preparing to attack a Tier 3 force and have already identified a powerful, unaffiliated Tier 3 force before deciding to take action. 6. Due to the emergence of the Night God Alliance, many solo players are not joining the Alliance and are waiting. The White Robe Alliance is currently trying to persuade them to join, and if they cannot be persuaded to join, they may take action to eliminate them. That concludes today's message. Please consider joining our Galaxy Alliance. Lin Ye looked at the messages on his phone. This Star River Alliance is really awesome. Ru Tian knew what was going on inside the Alliance, and he knew all of Sima Ru's plans. We also know about the situation of the White-Clad Alliance. Even 9527 had a general idea of what was going on and started investigating, leaving no stone unturned. Who knows, one day I might find out about myself through 9527. I'll have a good talk with Lika tomorrow. Wash up, go to sleep. A clear blue sky. After finishing breakfast, Lin Ye entered the game. Your territory's internal affairs have been updated for Mei Yanran. You can revert the update. You have obtained 1 copper ore. You have obtained 1 gold ore. You build a second copper mine warehouse. You cultivate a field. Your people plunder and destroy the copper mines of the territory X1. Your people have tamed a wild boar. Your territory has been successfully developed into a Tier 3 pig pen. As soon as Lin Ye logged on, a series of messages began to ring in his ears. Looking around the entire territory, everyone was working in an orderly manner. Greetings, Lord! Everyone looked at Lin Ye excitedly as he arrived. Mei Yanran is arranging everything. Lin Ye observed that some people were building, while others had already gone out to carry out their looting. It's much more organized than before. Recalling the initial reminder, I looked at the Lord's Mansion interface. Lord Lin Ye. Internal Affairs Supervisor, Mei Yanran. Basic Development. Mining Team, Team Leader Moth, Team Members. Picking and Harvesting Team, Team Leader Mei Yan. Carpentry Team, Team Leader Enchantress. Territory War Defense. Security Team, Team Leader Mei Hua. Outward Exploration Team, Team Leader Mei Yi. Foreign Warfare Team, Team Leader Mei Li. High Altitude Security Team, Team Leader Mei Feng. Lin Ye observed, no wonder it was so orderly. With Mei Yanran's emergence of a fully developed internal affairs talent, the entire territory instantly took a step forward. The difficulty in developing a territory lies here. The Lords simply cannot be distracted by so many things. We need talented people to provide assistance. But finding talented people is too difficult. Lin Ye shook his head and looked at the sacred object not far away. There was no chance of the sacred object being hidden anymore. Looking around, I didn't see Lika. Without dwelling on these things too much, Lin Ye looked at the territory he had expanded the previous night. Many people are picking wild fruits. His gaze shifted. Several small pigsties were set up. Lika stood beside the pig pen, grinning. Was he teasing the pigs? Pig? Lin Ye asked in surprise. Was the diet becoming more diverse? The key is pigs, a species that reproduces quickly and provides a lot of meat. They must be domesticated from the wild. Some of his own people are skilled in animal husbandry. It's difficult to spot wild boars in the wild, as they are wary and will run away as soon as they see people, as the fog completely obscures them. Almost no one could detect it. He walked quickly away. "You're online?" Lika asked, teasing the piglet while holding a foxtail grass, and then looked at Lin Ye. He said, "Well, I found it." Lin Ye nodded. "Not bad." Hee hee. Lika smiled faintly and said, "Then I'd like to discuss something with you. If you have any left over later, let me sell them." "No problem." Lin Ye nodded. "There's something I need to tell you. Your identity has been discovered." Lika frowned. "Someone's investigating me?" "I don't want my identity to be exposed because of you," Lin Ye said. Lika remained silent, realizing the situation, and became very serious. Even after his identity was discovered, it was still so easy. That means I'm being monitored, and it would be easy for the other party to kill me. If you're a merchant and haven't established your own territory or manor, killing someone means you're completely finished. I'll log off to deal with this. Lika looked at Lin Ye and said, his body turning into fragments and disappearing bit by bit. Lin Ye looked at it without paying any attention and walked to the pigsty. There were 3 big pigs and 4 little pigs running around inside, which was very cute. Lin Ye smiled faintly. This expansion of territory was quite impressive. It's unclear whether the iron ore deposit is within the expansion area. After all, the terrain here is mostly hilly, so it's quite possible. If they're not there, we'll have to send Moth and the others out to search for them, until they return from mining. Lin Ye shook his head, but this situation was inconvenient and required manpower. Lin Ye locked his gaze on the road ahead and began his search. Mineral resources need to be searched for little by little. Lin Ye walked away quietly. We walked over hill after hill for a long time, but still couldn't find it. Isn't there any? Lin Ye frowned, stopping in a patch of grass. His gaze lingered, scrutinizing her closely. Suddenly, a pitch-black land appeared. Lin Ye paused slightly. What is this? I walked over quickly and observed carefully. You've discovered a coal mine. The game notification rings in your ears. Coal mine? Lin Ye asked in surprise. A coal mine was discovered. Instead of iron ore, they found coal. Lin Ye smirked, opened the interface, marked the location, and assigned tasks in the internal affairs section. Construct coal mine workshops and coal mine warehouses. Mei Yanran was observing at all times, and when she noticed the changes in the internal affairs, she stared at Mei Hua. He said, Go to the coordinates within the territory, excavate the coal mine, the construction team go to build the coal mine warehouse, and go to the coordinates to build the coal mine workshop. Okay. Upon hearing this, everyone sprang into action and quickly came to Lin Ye's side. Greetings, Lord! After exchanging greetings, they immediately began their mission. Lin Ye smiled faintly. Coal ore is a third-tier mineral, as is iron ore. I'm very satisfied. After all, when smelting iron ore, charcoal might not be hot enough, but coal can. Is there any iron ore? Lin Ye took a deep breath, looked at the area he hadn't yet explored, and continued on his way. Chapter 27 Ninth Order Building. Time passed slowly. Your people have successfully built a 3-tiered coal mine. Your people have successfully built a coal mine warehouse. Your people dig a coal mine X1. Lin Ye searched the entire newly developed territory but found no trace of iron ore. The distance is probably not enough. Lin Ye shook his head. It seemed he had to head east and enter the fog. One group of people are digging for gold, and another group is digging for coal. There's a shortage of people. We must find a way to attract people here. Your people have plundered cauliflower seeds. Just as Lin Ye was pondering, a voice suddenly rang in his ears. Lin Ye frowned upon hearing this. Food diversity, including meat and vegetables, but we haven't even done a proper breakdown of vegetables yet, and here it is. Pretty. Open the panel and write the internal affairs section. Build a vegetable garden and plant cauliflower. With the writing completed, a small group of people quickly traveled along the riverbank and in the center of the territory, beginning their operation. Lin Ye smiled faintly. It's good to have someone skilled in internal affairs. All you need to do is make arrangements, and she will naturally carry them out. Without any assignments, she will work step by step. Lin Ye was satisfied and walked to the last bit of the territory's edge. Something's not right. Suddenly, Lin Ye discovered a pile of stones at the edge of his territory. You've found slake lime. Lin Ye smirked. Awesome! Quicklime, we can build a brickyard now. All the houses can be upgraded to brick structures now. The three-tiered buildings are about to be completed. Quicklime was crucial for the early development. Lin Ye's eyes flickered, and he wrote in the internal affairs records. Develop quicklime, establish a brick factory, and renovate all buildings to brick structures. Tap tap tap. As Lin Ye finished writing, the entire territory fluctuated rapidly and began to work. Lin Ye glanced at it, said nothing, and continued along the edge. The appearance of this quicklime is a bit strange. Continue reading. A ruin appeared, partly shrouded in mist and partly within the territory. You discover the ruins of a wild monster territory. A notification appears. Lin Ye looked at it, his brows furrowing slightly, and went over to take a look himself. With his own lord's manner, he won't die. The people are all at work, so I won't disturb them. Looking around at the busy scenes. Double! Lin Ye's eyes flashed, and he directly sensed the system. He had to make use of the 2 hours of double experience. Gathering supplies is the best option. Your people gather berries X1. Your people mine copper X1. Your people plunder copper mines 3 by 1. The reminders kept appearing, and the speed increased significantly. Lin Ye paid no attention and walked into the fog along the ruins. A territory shaped like a village appeared. It's all ruins. First there was a river, which extended from their own territory, and a wooden railing along its banks. Made of wood, just a low-ranking territory ruin? Lin Ye felt somewhat disappointed. Upon closer inspection, I noticed an elf pattern carved on the wood. The ruins of the elves? Lin Ye asked in surprise, something he hadn't expected. Elves are a rare species. Wading across the river, I entered the courtyard. The houses had collapsed, and everything was in ruins. It was impossible to know what the original structure had been. But at least one thing is certain, the ruins in the center must have been the territory's mansion. I walked over quickly. The ruins were messy and even overgrown with grass. Gazing at the various objects, I discovered a piece of leather. Lin Ye picked it up curiously to examine it, and instantly a huge piece of leather appeared. The image above is not a pattern, but a map. You found a map. The map marked all the wild forces within 100 kilometers. Level 5 power. A bright red label reads, on the edge of the map. Lin Ye frowned instantly, realizing there was a level 5 wild force nearby. Once I enter a tier 4 territory, they will attack me without fail. This is also why there are no level 4 forces nearby. The elven village was destroyed by this level 5 power, as expected. It's not because of their level, but because elves are rare, highly intelligent, and have great potential for development. This forces the other party to take precautions. This map explains the situation. Why would a low-level faction think of creating a map? Their rapid development without being attacked is, unsurprisingly, due to the traditional understanding of the succubus race. This land has abundant resources, but also many hidden dangers. Lin Ye took a deep breath, realizing that a potential threat existed. This threat is even greater than the so-called Sky Alliance. Lin Ye tensed up. We must consider how to deal with this level 5 power. Lin Ye remained silent, continuing to grope through the ruins, hoping to find something belonging to the elves. Time passed slowly. Your people have successfully built a Tier 3 vegetable garden. Your people have successfully built a Tier 3 coal mine. Your people have successfully built a 3-tiered brick factory. Your people dig coal mine X1. Your people make a single mud brick. Your people grow cauliflower. The messages kept coming in. Lin Ye listened quietly. The more resources one has, the stronger one becomes, and the greater the chance of dealing with level 5 territories in the future. They searched the entire elven land extensively, but found nothing. Lin Ye was slightly disappointed. He hadn't noticed. Looking to the last patch of ruins on the left, there were feather fragments among them. Lin Ye remained silent. What the hell? After searching the ground for a while, a blueprint appeared. Tier 9 building, Elf Technology Room. Lin Ye looked at it and saw it was at the 9th level. There was actually a 9th rank. What is a technology lab? It's a place specifically for developing technology. For example, when forging weapons, technological means can be used to create things like bows and arrows that possess lightning. The reform of military camps must also be supported by science. A small, unranked faction possesses such advanced items. Seriously, I would have killed him too if I were in his shoes. Lin Ye was overjoyed. The 9th tier city must be very attractive, and if it was successfully built, it would definitely attract high-level talents. Is there anything else? Lin Ye continued searching his surroundings, but found nothing. Your double time has expired. At the same time, a reminder appeared, but Lin Ye ignored it. He walked quickly back to his territory. Place this map in the Lord's mansion and have Mei and Maya mark the locations they want to explore nearby on it. Also, send people to continue searching along the east side. There are iron mines there. When building this structure, prioritize the use of adobe bricks, and then modify other materials as needed. Lin Ye arrived at the territory, made arrangements for Mei Yanran, and handed her the map and blueprints. Okay. Mei Yanran nodded, looking at the map with surprise. Upon looking at the 9th level blueprints again, he was dumbfounded. This was something she hadn't expected. Realizing the situation, arrangements were quickly made. A large number of people rushed to the construction site. Mei led her people eastward to search for iron ore. Lin Ye watched quietly, then walked to the riverbank, preparing to fish. Vegetables are available, pork is available, but fish and meat are still indispensable. Cast the line, begin. Chapter 28 The Second Heroic Soul Technological Talent. Time passed slowly. Your people gather berries. You received a dried fish. The gold mine has been completely mined out, and you have obtained a total of 80,000 gold coins. Lin Ye fished quietly, listening to the reminder. Huh! Lin Ye suddenly paused. The gold mine had been completely mined. 80,000, not bad. If an iron ore deposit is discovered, then let them mine it. Your people have successfully built the 9th tier technology lab. Immediately afterwards, a reminder rang in Lin Ye's ears. Report. A Tier 9 building has appeared in the land of night gods. Holy crap, this is going to be amazing. 9th rank, even the big shots will have to step in. It's a pity that the people from the previous session might not be able to come. If they could, each session wouldn't be able to develop. This night god's land is too powerful. It's a 9th tier power. It's a 9th tier power. The arrogant Heavenly Alliance, wasn't Sima Ru's father's generation a 9th tier power? People were instantly shocked and filled with disbelief. That's a 9th tier item. 9th rank. Li Lin was speechless. Shurya was shocked. It's unbelievable. How did he do that? Using supplies transported by experts and maps will not be reported and will not count as an upgrade condition. The fact that it was reported only proves that he built it himself. But where did we find the 9th tier blueprints? By annihilating 9th tier forces? The two continued talking, their words filled with shock from beginning to end. 9th rank! The white-robed youth's eyes flashed with killing intent, and for the first time, he felt greed for Lin Ye's possessions. Anyone would be greedy. That's a 9th tier item. 9th rank? Sima Ru swallowed hard. Has he become that powerful? I wonder what kind of building it is. Do Grandpa and the others want it? Night God doesn't blame me. You exposed yourself. The old man will definitely help me. Sima Ru was happy. Succubus brat, I originally planned to kill you as soon as possible. Sorry, but in order to nip Yagami in the bud, I have no choice but to kill you today. The old man will definitely help me transport it. Sima Ru was happier than ever before. The sooner you kill them, the more you can kill them. The realm of the night god. 9th rank? 9th rank? Where is the 9th rank? Lin Ye listened to the reminder, looked into the distance, and smiled faintly. Immediately following was Lika's excited voice ringing in my ears. Lika quickly logged on and excitedly rushed towards Lin Ye. They were even more excited than if they had acquired their own territory. This left Lin Ye speechless. Is that it? Lika came to Lin Ye's side and followed Lin Ye's gaze to a building across the street. The building was made of bricks, and although it wasn't particularly beautiful, it stood out from the other buildings. Damn, a 9th-tier building is something else! Li Ke exclaimed excitedly as he looked at Lin Ye. He cried out, Boss, if you ever become rich, please give me the right to trade goods in your territory. I'm begging you. Lin Ye remained silent. Was this kid constantly observing things in the game, even in real life? How did you do that? Never mind, I didn't delve into it further and just quietly looked around the science lab. The Succubus Technology Lab, developing various technologies, requiring specialized personnel to lead it. This holds unprecedented appeal for succubi and is highly attractive to specific talent. Lin Ye looked at it and saw that it had been renamed to Succubus. Unprecedented appeal? Is there a significant attraction to specific talents? What kind of talent can it attract? Look around at the fog and observe carefully. Coo coo coo! A sound rang in everyone's ears. Someone's here? Upon hearing this, Li Ke understood the purpose of the voice and looked over excitedly. Then a tall succubus appeared, unlike Mei Li and the others, and similar to the heroic spirit level Mei Yan ran. Could it be a heroic soul level? Li Ke swallowed hard. Heroic soul level? Lin Ye was also pleasantly surprised. Please take me in, my lord. The succubus approached Lin Ye and said, I am willing to do anything for you, my lord. As she spoke, she quietly looked at Lin Ye, her seductive demeanor and tender, watery eyes like hooks. Combined with her enviable figure, she appears even more charming and delicate. Do anything? Li Ke looked on, swallowed hard, filled with envy and jealousy. This guy is so lucky with women. He looked at Lin Ye. Lin Ye looked the succubus over and replied without hesitation. Welcome to the team. Thank you, Lord. Upon hearing this, the succubus immediately stood up, hugged Lin Ye, and rubbed against him repeatedly. Li Ke's lips twitched incessantly. He was filled with envy. Just as the succubus was embracing, she suddenly paused. My body is changing. All my attributes have doubled. Looking at Lin Ye in surprise, she suddenly hugged him tightly. Thank you, Lord. I am willing to do anything for my lord. The succubus emphasized repeatedly. You got excited after just one hug? Shouldn't it be Lin Ye who's excited? Li Ke frowned as he looked over. The succubus's aura seems to have intensified because of this. After seeing how joining meant becoming stronger multiple times, Li Ke had gotten used to it. The only thing I didn't expect was that even those at the heroic soul level would be included. I've really managed to latch onto a powerful figure. Li Ke was excited. Lin Ye didn't pay attention and looked at the succubus's panel in front of him. Citizen 68. Mei Miaoji, level 15, heroic soul, strength 35, speed 35, intelligence 35. Talents, obedient, maximum breeding comfort, advanced technology, can add 2. Ability, transformation. A technological marvel? Lin Ye frowned upon hearing this. It starts at max level. The heroic souls are all at their peak, so they're perfect for the science lab. Indeed, he is a special talent. But 2 more need to be added. You can add 3 words to this. Proficient in weapons technology, proficient in infrastructure technology, proficient in. One by one, talents related to science and technology emerged. Lin Ye frowned, wanting them all. No way. It would be great if there were more. What to do? Which one to choose? Proficient in weapons technology. Lin Ye pondered, then confirmed. Development is still in its initial stages, and while proficiency in infrastructure and technology is very important, it is still in its early stages. However, a stable environment is essential for development. Currently, wild forces are entrenched, with a Tier 5 wild force looming overhead, posing both potential dangers and challenges to the players. Therefore, war technology should be prioritized. There's one more. Observe each talent and lock onto one. Mastery of sacrifice technology. Sacred objects are for worship, and increasing the chances of obtaining them is very important. It relates to whether or not we can acquire a large number of hero-level subjects. Successfully added. System notification. My lord. Mei Miao felt her body change again and paused. She gazed at Lin Ye for a long time, filled with gratitude, but his tender eyes evoked many different thoughts. What's wrong? This puzzled Li Ke. Things had changed again. That's awesome. Chapter 29 Sacrificial Technology and Population Purchase. Lin Ye nodded, sensing Mei Miaoji's condition, and said, "From now on, you will be the head of this science and technology lab. Prioritize thoroughly studying the sacred objects worshipped." Lin Ye pointed to the sacred artifact of the succubus race beside him. Mei Miaoji looked at the sacred object and nodded. Okay. Lin Ye was satisfied. The succubus was indeed obedient. He looked at Mei Yanran and said, "For the next period of time, cooperate with her and provide whatever she needs as much as possible." Okay. Mei Yanran nodded and smiled at Mei Miaoji. At the same time, Lin Ye silently opened the Lord's Mansion panel. Looking at the structure planned by Mei Yanran, and adding technological research and development, Mei Miaoji was appointed. Accepting your fate is successful. Gain notification. Thank you, Lord. Mei Miao felt excited. Embracing Lin Ye once more, the distorted, crowded shape of her body. Li Keqing was utterly dejected. I'm so happy. Envy, jealousy, and hatred. I don't want to watch anymore. Watching too much will twist my mind. Looking at the World Chat channel, everyone was still discussing the 9th tier building. Golden Shout, Night God Alliance 9527. Congratulations to Boss Night God for constructing a Tier 9 building and gaining his second heroic soul level subject. The second time it was obtained, it will not be reported. Li Ke will manually announce it. Holy crap, is this for real? That was fast. What 9527 said must be true. No wonder, I want to be that lackey too. That's normal. After all, it's the first level 9 building. The earlier you develop high-level buildings, the sooner you can get high-level citizens. The later you get them, the better talents will be snatched up. People are talking about it. Some are envious, while others are analyzing it rationally. Hee hee. Li Ke looked at the discussion with great satisfaction. Lin Ye ignored Li Ke's condition and looked at the succubi, saying, "Alright, everyone disperse and get back to work." Okay. Everyone nodded in agreement. The research lab is a 9-story building, and now that another researcher has arrived, everything is moving in a positive direction. The future is promising. Everyone was very excited and started working. Mei Miaoji walked towards the sacred object to examine it, while Lin Ye and Mei Yanran watched quietly. Seeing this, Li Ke did not leave. What effect would this technology have? Watching quietly. I need a beaker. No, an earthenware bowl will do. A pleasant pause, as the current situation doesn't allow for the making of beakers. Settle for second best, he said. Then, all kinds of flowers, preferably those that are of a certain grade. Mei Miao took a deep breath. Rather than telling them their names, she decided to select them herself. Okay. Mei Yanran nodded and quickly began making arrangements. Instantly, more than a dozen pickers began to work. Your people are picking dandelions. Your people are picking roses. Your people gather the cloud-patterned flower. One reminder after another appeared. Lin Ye looked at it, and was extremely satisfied. He glanced sideways at Li Ke. This angered Li Ke, who then scolded him. He quickly replied, What you just mentioned, someone is investigating me. I've already spoken to my superiors, and it won't happen again. Your situation will not be exposed, Li Ke replied. Lin Ye nodded. Li Lin said that Li Ke had a powerful background, so it should be easy for him to do this. He began. You said before that once I got up, you wanted the right to manage my territory? Yes. Li Ke frowned upon hearing this, looking very serious. All right. Lin Ye nodded and said, I need you to. As he spoke, he checked the time. It was past 10 o'clock. Continuing. Deliver a batch of succubus returns to me before 2 p.m. today. Succubi are weak, so many of them hide away and are often caught by wild monsters or players in their territory. They are rarely seen. If they were orcs, a single level 9 building today could easily attract at least 100 orcs, let alone 1,000. These succubi should ideally have special abilities and be healthy, Lin Ye said. They must be wild, in particular. Population is also a resource. If people from other territories come over, it cannot be counted as an upgrade condition. But buying and selling wild ones is allowed. Other resources are acceptable if they are in the wild, but once these resources are dug up, harvested, or collected by people, It belongs to that person. Once the transaction is completed, it can no longer be used as a condition for upgrading. Wild populations, once captured, must be recognized and enlisted to be considered truly enlisted, unlike those who work with minerals. This is also why he allowed Li Ke to form an alliance with him, for the sake of population. The reason it was delivered at 2 p.m. was because after 2 p.m., Mei Li and the others were to lead the team to help all the citizens level up to level 15 as soon as possible today. The elves were killed before they even reached a certain rank. Because of its rapid development, after a while, that level 5 power realized what was happening. They might attack. With the population not full and the level not at its peak, we don't even have the confidence to cope. If the enchanting ability can increase the probability of obtaining sacred relics before 2 p.m., all of them will be upgraded to heroic level once the population reaches the required level. Upgrading outside is also faster, and it's better at dealing with level 5 forces. 4 hours? Special abilities? Healthy? Wild! Li Ke exclaimed upon hearing this. He instantly became serious, showing none of his previous frivolity. Each one is a challenge. There are people trading succubi on the market. In order to make them obedient, they will try to join a certain faction and then trade them. After all, no one would use succubi as an upgrade requirement. They're too weak, just playthings. Wild ones will resist. It's difficult. Healthy means that the animal was not injured during capture and has not been abused by other monsters or players. It's difficult. After all, arrests will inevitably result in injuries. Special abilities? Who knows? Succubi have weak abilities, and very few have special abilities. It's still only 4 hours, that's such a short time. Li Ke pondered for a long time. He said seriously, special abilities are not guaranteed. Health and wild guarantee. Li Ke knew that Lin Ye was using it to increase the population. The quantity is uncertain, but it will be as much as possible. Li Ke shook his head. It will satisfy you. I'll figure out a time frame. When Li Ke mentioned time, his heart tightened. To transport goods in a short time, he would have to pay an absolute price. How much gold? Lin Ye nodded. This Li Ke has some connections, not bad. No need, Li Ke said. Just give me the management rights, and I won't do anything reckless. Your interests will definitely be protected. If you act recklessly, you can withdraw, Li Ke said. My first principle in doing business is mutual benefit. Good, Lin Ye said with satisfaction. It's mutually beneficial. All right, I'll make the arrangements. Li Ke logged off immediately and disappeared. Lin Ye watched Li Ke log off, then glanced back at Mei Miaoji, who was preparing for the event. Regardless of success or failure, he needed people. But hopefully she can successfully change the probability of obtaining the sacred object. Lin Ye walked to the riverbank and continued casting his line to fish. Time passed slowly. You've received a dried fish. Your people are digging coal mines. Your people are picking berries. Your people are forging bricks. One message after another rang in Lin Ye's ears. Chapter 30 Population Inclusion. Around noon. I'm done eating. On the riverbank, Lin Ye put down his chopsticks and looked at the time, 12:30. Everyone else was eating, but Mei Miaoji was still busy. Lin Ye glanced at the Science and Technology Museum. Will it succeed? After dinner, gather everyone and renovate all the buildings to upgrade them to Tier 3. Lin Ye looked at Mei Yanran. The defensive capabilities of a third-tier building and a wall are naturally different. Also, dig a river to create a moat around the walls, Lin Ye continued. Everything is in preparation for the 5th level power after level 4. If you can't do that, once you reach level 4, it will be time for your own demise. Okay. Mei Yanran nodded. Lin Ye walked to the riverbank and continued fishing. After finishing their meal, Mei Yanran and the others gradually began working. Time passed slowly. Your subjects reinforced the Lord's mansion, upgrading it to a Tier 3 building. Your people reinforced the seed warehouse, which is then upgraded to a Tier 3 building. Your people reinforced the tool sheds, upgrading them to Tier 3 buildings. Your people destroyed the fence and rebuilt a 3-tiered wall. Your people dug a moat, which was integrated with the walls to form a 3rd-tier moat. One voice after another rang in Lin Ye's ears. Your territory has 3 tiers of buildings. 1. Lord's residence. 2. walls plus moat, 3, farm, 4, vegetable garden, 5, grain warehouse, 6, rope, rattan warehouse, 7, seed warehouse, 8, timber warehouse, 9, copper mine warehouse, 10, gold mine warehouse, 11, coal warehouse, 12, tool warehouse, 13, dormitory, 14, arrow tower, 15, swordsman barracks, 16, succubus technology workshop. Lin Ye looked at the territory and saw that, according to Mei Yanran's plan, the city wall had been demolished and a new brick wall had been built, and the area had been greatly expanded. A small city began to take shape, and regional plans emerged one by one. A lot has been coordinated. I checked the time. It was 1:50 p.m., and my Miatzi still hadn't finished. Phew! Lin Ye shook his head. Basically, it was hopeless. Ha ha! On the other side, it was like a vast, boundless land. Simaru looked at the flying boat that appeared in the sky and laughed triumphantly. He said, "The old man is quite generous, actually sending a flying boat to transport it. All the boys in the territory." Simaru looked at the dwarves in the territory. He said, "Let's go, get on the ship, and head to territory number 3333333. "Yes, sir," said the dwarves. One by one they went ahead, among whom 10 stood out from the crowd. He is clearly a hero-level dwarf. In a short while, 50 dwarfs boarded the flying boat. Simaru looked at the sky and smiled faintly. "Succubus brat, it's not that I want to kill you right now. Blame Yagami if you must. His power forces me to take action now," Simaru said, his killing intent palpable. "Enter a coordinate into the machine and click Start." As they spoke, the flying boat moved forward. "Take off. The realm of the night god." "It's 1355. Lin Ye looked at the science lab, but there was still no movement. Lin Ye was disappointed. "Your mission is perfectly accomplished." Just as Lin Ye was feeling down, an excited voice rang out. Lika logged on and appeared next to Lin Ye, looking at him with a grin. "We're here. We've arrived ahead of schedule," Lika said. Buzz! A mecha spaceship flashed across the sky like lightning. It was so huge it was terrifying. Its magnificent scale is breathtaking. "I paid an absolute price to help you," Lika said. Lin Ye looked at the mechanical spaceship. No wonder it belonged to someone with a powerful background. Boom! Immediately afterwards, the spaceship door opened, and a staircase appeared. One by one, the succubi, their hands shackled, walked down the stairs, filled with resentment and anger. "It's a member of our clan!" Mei Yanran and the others all looked over. "Fellow tribesmen?" Upon hearing this, the succubus on the stairs looked at Mei Yanran and the others with surprise, watching them busily working in the fields. I was quite surprised. Each one is clearly of the hero level. This was something they hadn't expected at all. And there are sacred objects too. The succubi have always been sold into slavery, yet here lies a paradise. He walked down excitedly. It remained on the ground, constantly looking around. Buzz! Immediately afterwards, a flash of light appeared, and the spaceship disappeared. 1, 2, 3. Mei Yanran walked to the front and began counting. 31! The succubi, once they saw Mei Yanran, were filled with fear of her. This is suppression based on hierarchy. 31 people? Lin Ye's lips twitched. That's just enough for 100 people. Staring at one of them, it was clearly taller than the others. Is it a hero-level character? He looked at Lika. Hee hee. Lika smirked and said, "A windfall." Lin Ye nodded without thinking too much. Gazing at it, one could see that all the succubi were locked up, but they were all centered around this particular succubus. Although he was very powerful, he was afraid of Mei Yanran as soon as he saw her. Mei Yanran is a heroic soul. This is even rarer. Lin Ye didn't pay any attention. Heroic? There are too few wild-type hero-level monsters. Lika handled this matter perfectly. He looked at Mei Yanran, preparing to have her communicate with them and join their territory. It's a success! Just as she was about to speak, Mei Miaoji excitedly rushed out of the science museum. He looked at Lin Ye excitedly and said, "I've developed a way to increase the probability." As he spoke, a bottle of potion appeared in his hand, and he poured the potion onto the sacred object. Buzz! The sacred statue suddenly paused, radiating light. Your territory's racial relic statues are nourished by sacrificial petal potions, doubling their probability for 1 hour. Upon hearing the reminder, Lin Ye smiled slightly. Had he succeeded? Double. The locked-up succubi were all surprised to see Mei Miaoji appear, who had the same temperament as Mei Yanran. It is also a heroic spirit. Only 1 hour, Lin Ye said silently. It won't last forever. Look at the statue and see the actual effect. The sacred statue, when worshipped by a regular succubus, has a 100% chance of transformation, originally 25%, enhanced by potions and the system. When transformed from a hero-level succubus to a heroic spirit-level succubus, the transformation rate is 20%, originally 5%, enhanced by potions and the system. 100%! 1 hour is enough! Lin Ye looked at Mei Yanran and said, Communicate with them and get them to join. Join? Before Mei Yanran could even speak, Lin Ye had already started discussing it. We're willing! The succubi exclaimed excitedly. We are willing! The succubus in the lead declared firmly. However, no matter what their expressions were, they all seemed so alluring, arousing desire. Phew! Li Ke looked at it and twitched his lips. Looking at Lin Ye, he muttered to himself. There are more and more of them. I wonder if the boss's body can handle it. One citizen joins, making us the 69th. One citizen joins, making us the 70th person. One citizen joins, making us the 80th person. Your territory's population is at 100 to 100. No more population can be added. Lin Ye looked at it and was satisfied. 100 people. What's wrong with me? My attributes, my power! It's increased. Chapter 31 The Third Heroic Soul Commander Talent. As each person joined, they acquired territory, and the chains on their hands automatically disappeared. The 31 people who joined instantly exclaimed, feeling their bodies, and looked at each other blankly. The hero-level succubus is also included. The attributes have doubled. He looked at Lin Ye excitedly and said, Thank you, Lord. As they spoke, they all came to Lin Ye's side, embraced him, and treated him with the highest courtesy befitting a succubus. Hee! Li Ke chuckled dryly. Joining would strengthen the team, just as he had guessed. He looked at Lin Ye with immense admiration. Surrounded by succubi, Lin Ye felt incredibly happy. Pay homage to the sacred object! At the same time, Mei Yanran's voice rang in everyone's ears. The crowd paused, then began to pay their respects. Buzz! The holy light enveloped each succubus, and their bodies kept changing. They went from being travel-worn to looking radiant and full of energy. She grew taller and her curves became more defined, making her almost perfect. Especially the hero-level succubus. The renovation was a success. The sound kept ringing out. I've become a hero! That's right! Very good! People have been suppressed for so long, and they are all incredibly excited. The succubus at the head of the group was also surprised. Hee! Li Ke looked at it and smirked. These were all the secrets to the night god's power. You must guard yourself well. Otherwise, I'm right here, and Lin Ye could kill me with ease. Hearing the murmurs, Lin Ye smiled faintly and locked onto each panel, all of which were hero level. That hero level succubus was successfully modified even with a 20% probability. Has it become a heroic soul? Go and see. Citizen 100. Charming and heroic figure, heroic soul level, level 1, strength 30, speed 30, intelligence 30. Talents, obedience, maxed out reproduction comfort, melee proficiency, great leadership, 2 talents can be added. Abilities, boxing, transformation. Lin Ye looked and saw that there were 2 more talents. One form of close combat is fists. A master commander? That's awesome. What I lack now is war leadership. I didn't expect to get it. You can add a few words here. With a flick of his eye, he activated it. Proficient in military training, troop deployment, and team combat. One talent after another keeps appearing, dazzling the eyes. For use in combat. Lin Ye looked at them, wondering which 2 to choose. He was currently in the initial stage, and training in different troop types was necessary, so he said, proficient in military training. The big battle is yet to come. Team battle mastery! After a series of actions, Lin Ye looked at the others, who all had ordinary development-type talents. It seems that the system is based on the other party's situation. They were selected one by one, and all were focused on development. The succubus was surprised and looked at Lin Ye in disbelief. This? Mei Yingzi sensed a change. 2 new talents had been added? Looking at Lin Ye, she was overcome with excitement and suppressed grievances. He hugged Lin Ye tightly, saying, "Thank you, Lord." "Thank you, Lord." With Mei Yingzi leading the way, the succubi rushed towards Lin Ye and surrounded him. They offered hugs one by one, filled with gratitude. Li Ke rolled his eyes as he watched Lin Ye being embraced by one beautiful succubus after another. Even I, a wealthy second-generation heir, don't receive such treatment. Envy, jealousy, and hatred. It would take some time to hug each person, so Li Ke looked at the World Channel. We must promote this. Night God Alliance 9527. Congratulations to Boss Night God for acquiring the 3rd heroic soul level talent. Holy crap, it's the 3rd one, 9527. Are you making an announcement on behalf of the game? Do you have to be so high profile? Yeah, 9527, you're fucking rich, sending out gold-themed messages all day long. You're backed by a powerful figure and still so rich. Why don't you build a territory and manor, and name it Night God's Lackey? Night God is truly invincible. I don't even have 3 subjects, yet he already has 3 heroic souls. The world chat was filled with shouts of admiration and envy. Li Ke watched, completely ignoring their comments. Why advertise like this? This lays the foundation for future sales of supplies. Night God is powerful. He was his ally. Who would dare to touch him? Furthermore, items from the realm of night gods will naturally be easier to sell and fetch higher prices in the future. That's called marketing. Plan ahead from the beginning. 3rd place? Li Lin and Shirya exchanged helpless glances. The 3 of you? Sima Ru stood on the flying boat, staring intently at the world channel in front of him. Once I take down that succubus brat, it will be your death day. Sima Ru's eyes were resolute. The realm of the night god. Territory war defense, charming heroine. External affairs manager, Mei Yingzi. Lin Ye quickly adjusted the interface of the territory manor. My lord. Mei Yingzi looked at Lin Ye in surprise. Mei Li and the others looked on without any objection. Obedience was a natural talent. Take those with talent and weaponry and train them immediately, Lin Ye said to Mei Yingzi. Okay, Mei Yingzi said, glancing at the barracks of swordsmen beside her. With a flicker of his eyes, he looked at the newly joined succubus and said, Those with the hilt talent, come with me! After saying that, the group quickly followed. Training has begun, with those proficient in military training leading the sessions, reducing the training time by 50%. A reminder has been issued. Lin Ye didn't mind, it was quite good. Having a commander makes all the difference. He looked at Mei Yanran and Li Ke. Mei Yanran, take Li Ke to mark the map, Lin Ye said. Add it. Huh! Li Ke was surprised. Lin Ye had already started drawing maps? With the fog in, even I couldn't draw the whole picture. Led by Mei Yanran, they entered the Lord's mansion and took a closer look. Holy crap, a map of the wild factions. What did the boss do while I was away? This map is so detailed, it includes all the wild factions within a 100-kilometer radius. Li Ke was shocked. He took out the map he had drawn and began to compare it. This, here. Li Ke gave instructions one by one, and Mei Yanran added to each one. Instantly, the entire map became more complete and detailed. Time passed slowly. All right. Li Ke walked out of the mansion and looked at Lin Ye, instinctively feeling that Lin Ye was a monster. Your weapon training is complete. At the same time, Lin Ye heard a sound in his ear and looked closely at the barracks. Then, 8 soldiers emerged in neat rows. It will be led by Mei Li, Lin Ye said. Yes, sir. The 8 swordsmen gathered together and instantly formed a 22-person square formation with Mei Li and the others. Lin Ye looked around and saw that he had the map and the soldiers. Now it was time to upgrade the entire territory. He alone has already met the requirements for level 15 of the Enchanting Realm. Everyone else went out to upgrade. Lin Ye pondered and prepared to take action. So many succubi, succubus brat, sorry, blame night god. Suddenly, an arrogant voice rang out from the sky. Huh! Everyone looked up at the sky. Lin Ye was the same. Chapter 32 Repelling Sima Ru. A huge flying boat appeared in the sky. Enormous and magnificent. But compared to the mechanical spaceship that Li Ke brought before, it's nothing. Sima Ru appeared in the sky with 10 hero-level dwarves and 40 ordinary dwarves. He looked at Lin Ye arrogantly, as if Lin Ye was something he could control. A 9th-tier flying boat? Lin Ye looked at it, and realized that only 9th-tier territories could produce such a vessel. The information on the flying boat indicated that it was as vast as the heavens and the earth. He frowned and glanced sideways at Li Ke. You! It wasn't me! Li Ke exclaimed nervously. I'm not stupid enough to cooperate with him. Sima Ru, you idiot, tell me, how did you know about this place? Li Ke glared angrily at Sima Ru. Huh! Sima Ru was surprised to hear that someone actually knew him. He looked at Li Ke, frowned, and said he didn't recognize him. He gave a cold laugh and said, I naturally have my own methods. See? It wasn't me. Li Ke looked at Lin Ye nervously. Lin Ye remained silent. It shouldn't be Li Ke. He's not that stupid. Looking at the people Sima Ru brought, they were all level 10. I was originally planning to upgrade, and then you showed up. It's a good idea to upgrade ahead of time, and then go outside to clean it. Lin Ye looked at Mei Yingzi beside him. After all, she was the commander he had arranged. Assemble! Mei Yingzi sensed it, and her eyes flickered. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, the entire territory came to life. All groups assemble. Sima Ru looked at the succubi swimming around quickly and felt strange. There were quite a lot of them. Upon examining the territory, it was found to be unusually large. Wrong. Just as I was about to say something, I saw that all 100 people on the ground had successfully assembled. Blade Master for damage prevention and mitigation, magic talent, archery talent, and warlock talent for ranged attacks. Proficient in spear fighting, high-altitude assaults, disrupting enemy formations, and preventing them from launching a coordinated attack. Assassination is a skill that focuses on decapitation, while theft is a skill that allows for movement and support in attacks. Proficient in treatment, observe the situation and treat accordingly. Swordsmanship is essential for defending against ranged units, just in case. Instantly, Mei Yingzi formulated a plan. They acted swiftly, one by one. The warriors stood in front, like a solid shield, while archers, sorcerers, and mages unleashed their attacks. Magic, arrows, and spells erupted, surging towards the airship. Boom boom boom. Ah! 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 Explosions and screams rang out incessantly. This? Sima Ru was stunned. Such strong combat skills. The key question is, how come more than 100 people have such talent? Don't panic! The hero-level dwarf looked at the wounded, screaming, and chaotic ships. Shout. The intention is to organize a counterattack against ranged units such as archers, mages, and sorcerers. However, as soon as he moved, a swordsman appeared, ready to block the damage. The dwarves were bewildered, seeing such orderly following for the first time. Attack! What are you standing there for? Another hero dwarf roared, and the dwarves snapped out of their daze. But it was too late. The gunmen appeared on the ground, locked onto the airship, and launched an attack. Some crashed into the edge of the bow, while others appeared directly in front of the dwarves, even causing them injury. Ah! The dwarves' newly formed ranks were immediately disrupted. You! The dwarf hero said angrily, just about to speak. Within the arena, the assassins climbed the arrow towers and used the height to climb onto the ship. The dagger darts dart about, signaling the start of the hunt. Jump ship! The dwarves panicked and jumped ship. Bang! But as soon as they jumped off the ship and landed, the thieves appeared and finished them off without giving them a chance to react. Ah! The screams continued. Faced with the overwhelming situation, Sima Ru stood there stunned. Was this still a succubus? Fuck you! A hero-level dwarf roared, a ball of light appearing in his hand. He angrily slammed his weapon at a level 1 member of the gunner group. The level 1 succubus was no match for them and was injured instantly. Buzz buzz buzz. A dozen or so healing spells followed in quick succession, and the patient recovered instantly. The dwarf in front of him was stunned and didn't react. The level 1 gunner finished healing and resumed fighting. The dwarf's level was low and the damage wasn't enough, but the continuous attacks kept injuring him until he died. Everything happened in an instant. Lin Ye was very satisfied upon seeing it. Having a commander and not having a commander made a difference. Indeed, their combat strength has directly reached a new level. Rika looked on, clicking his tongue slightly in amazement. It was incredibly impressive, especially considering how early they had accomplished it. We're fighting against the air now, so weapons are useless. If they were, they'd probably all be dead by now. Even so, with such strength, no one in this generation can defeat them. How is that possible? Sima Ru was in a daze for a long time, feeling a bit confused. No, with such a large territory and so many people, what can we do right now? Sima Ru instantly calmed down, all her previous arrogance gone. He looked at Lin Ye and asked, Are you the god of night? Lin Ye remained silent, ignoring him. Idiot! Lika said bluntly. You're only just realizing that now. Sima Ru panicked upon hearing this, and looked around at his men, only to find that more than half of them were already dead. Only a few people were putting up a fight. Go! Sima Ru panicked completely. It turned out that he was Yishin, from her own school. That kid from the trash class, it turns out, is him. He can't kill himself, he's the Lord, and as long as the Lord's manor exists, he'll never die. Look at the control panel. They intended to control the airship to leave. Don't let him touch the flying boat, Lin Ye said. Cripple him and throw him into the fog. Lin Ye roared. Mei Yi and Mei Ho were both on the ship. Upon hearing this, their eyes lit up and they rushed towards Sima Ru at the same time. How dare you! Sima Ru exclaimed indignantly. Night God, I am a member of the Sima family. If you dare to touch me, I will not let you off the hook. Click click click. However, Lin Ye paid no attention to it. Mei Ye's short sword swept wildly across his body, and Mei Hua's long spear kept stabbing in. Sima Ru screamed in agony, unable to move, as the enchanting fire spear lifted him high into the air. Lord! The remaining heroic dwarves' morale plummeted upon seeing this, and they stood there dumbfounded. Die! The succubi seized the opportunity to surround the group and relentlessly kill them. Screams erupted as the dwarves were completely wiped out. Hey! With a flick of his spear, the demon flames sent Sima Ru flying into the mist. The scene fell silent instantly. The battle was over. You repelled the invading enemies and obtained a flying boat as loot. A game notification sounded in my ear. Your people, the fire spirits, have leveled up to level 15. Your subject, Mei Ye, has leveled up to level 15. The opponent has fewer people, only 50, but their level is high, so some of their population successfully leveled up. Looking at the flying boat, it's mine now. Having acquired a Tier 9 flying boat will make future travel much more convenient. Lin Ye looked at Liku with a puzzled expression and asked, Do you know the location of Sima Ru's territory? Liku instantly understood Lin Ye's plan. Go and kill him now. He said, I don't know. Sima Ru wouldn't be stupid enough to expose her location. Lin Ye nodded. It seemed that it would be a while before they could eliminate Sima Ru. Without making a sound, he looked at each succubus. 27! Liku's gaze swept over the crowd and he said, 27 of my subjects have reached the maximum level. To advance from Tier 3 to Tier 4, the population level requirement is 1 to 5. You have a lot of Tier 3 buildings. You're about to level up again. Liku raised an eyebrow at Lin Ye, who was about to enter the 4th tier. Awesome. Meanwhile, you have a Tier 3 wall, your population is 100, and your population level meets the requirements. Do you want to upgrade to Tier 4? Chapter 33A Frenzied Attack. No upgrade! Lin Ye shook his head. Not upgrading? Liku was surprised. How could they not upgrade? You fly the airship! Lin Ye paused, realizing he didn't yet have the strength to deal with that level 5 territory. Looking at Liku, he said, You will lead everyone to the territory of the Rutian Alliance, and the wild Tier 3 forces on the map. Attack! Lin Ye ordered. Plunder all supplies onto the airship. With flying boats, the army can move quickly and plunder in one go. Lin Ye frowned, not understanding Lin Ye's plan, but still intending to do as he said. After all, his future greatness depended on Lin Ye. Looking at the flying boat, it's a 9th-tier flying boat. It must have been acquired by Sima Ru at great expense. Sima Ru is truly a money-giving genius. Okay, Lin Ye said, walking towards the airship. It was a bit high. How would he get on? He didn't have a lord's manner, and he died from the fall. Mei threw a rope down from the boat, and Lin Ye grabbed the rope and climbed up. Both of you go, Lin Ye said, looking at Mei Yanran and Mei Yingzi. Level up as soon as possible. With Mei Mia here, there are no problems, Lin Ye said. Okay. The two nodded, exchanged a glance, and then went up. In a short while, everyone boarded the flying boat. Boom! Under Lin Ye's control, the airship flew into the distance at an extremely fast speed. Lin Ye looked at it and smiled faintly. I glanced at Mei Miaoji and saw that while others were fighting, she was eating. Now she's tinkering with technology again. I didn't pay attention. He picked up his fishing rod and started fishing, thinking about diversifying his food source. Time passed slowly. Night God Alliance, Night God Realm Annihilation Alliance, Light Territory. Night God Alliance, Night God Realm Annihilation Alliance, Mad Territory. Night God Alliance, Night God Realm Annihilation Alliance, Cloud Swallow Territory. One announcement after another sounded. Li Bo was controlling the direction. What he wanted was to issue a report and spread propaganda, so naturally he prioritized launching indiscriminate attacks on Rutian territory. Gold shout, Night God Alliance 9527, congratulations, boss, on destroying the Heavenly Alliance Light territory. Li Ke also kept sending out golden shouts. For a time, the world channel was filled with his shouts, each costing 10,000 yuan, as if it were free. Holy crap, is Night God going to dominate the world? So many have perished, it feels like they're one every few minutes. The speed is too fast. This is terrifying. The Rutian Alliance is in such a terrible state. This is the price of hostility. People on the world channel watched the scene in shock. Phew. Li Lin took a deep breath. I guess there are flying boats or something like that. Yes, that's incredibly powerful. Shuya frowned and sighed. What do we do? Yagami has gone mad and has started attacking our people relentlessly. They're no match at all. It feels like they can wipe out every territory in an instant, and they're so fast. There's no way they can send reinforcements. Where's the boss? We need to figure out a solution quickly. The Tian Alliance was also constantly shouting slogans. In the mist, Sima Ru looked at the situation on the world channel and the cries of anguish in the Alliance, feeling pain all over his body, pain to the extreme. If I can't move now, and my territory gets overrun by some monster, I'll be finished. He died. Night God, you beast! You used my flying boat to kill my people! Sima Ru was indignant, never expecting that the succubus boy was actually the god of night. He roared, Wait, I will definitely kill you! Now that we've failed and our entire army has been wiped out, and our airship is gone, what should we do? How do I explain this to my parents? Sima Ru stared at the situation in the Alliance, thinking, This bunch of trash, all they know how to do is complain. You are all my nourishment. Sima Ru pondered and came up with a way to explain to his family. He wrote in the league, I have a way to deal with Night God. What's the solution? Boss, what solution? Boss is awesome. Night God is nothing. That's right. People were excited and thrilled. They were feeling stifled. I'm currently at coordinates, here, Sima Ru said. I lost my entire army, including my flying boat, trying to deal with a wild force. You will come to pick me up. Sima Ru took a deep breath and said, Be careful on the way here, and be careful not to disturb the nearby forces. Sima Ru was also afraid that his allies would discover Lin Ye. Once they did, the smart ones would be able to tell that he had been defeated by Yixin. Fortunately, the battles before the third tier were not large-scale, and specific details of the battles were not reported. Otherwise, it would be really difficult for me to operate. I obtained something from that power. Once I develop it, I can destroy the Night God. Sima Ru began to lie directly. The wild force that could wipe out the boss's entire army and destroy his flying boat must be extraordinary. Yeah, a flying boat! It's a flying boat! Holy crap, it's invincible. Yagami is doomed. We'll find a way to come and get you right away. The members of the alliance kept shouting, and for a moment they were united in their hatred of the enemy. Hee hee! Simaru saw that this was the result she wanted. He continued, I need all your resources to develop this building. Use these resources to attract people back, tap into resources, and break through the level as soon as possible. Simaru said. Okay, no problem at all. It would be perfect if we could just take down Yagami. That is. People responded excitedly and began to echo the sentiments. Your people plundered 1 unit of food. Your citizens' level increases. Your people plundered 1 vegetable. The territory of the night god. Lin Ye fishing. The reminders kept ringing. Lin Ye smirked, unconcerned about the upgrade. It was expected. There's plenty of food. It should last for a while. There's no need to worry about food anymore. War is truly a wonderful thing for plundering and taking. Keep fishing. Time passed slowly. The sun sets in the west. Announcement. The Night God Alliance Night God Realm Annihilation of the Heavenly Territory Black Edge Territory. Night God Alliance 9527. Night God Alliance Night God Realm destroys Tier 3 forces. The announcements continued to ring out, and Liko had begun to eradicate the wild forces. They kept making pronouncements about gold to expand their influence. The world channel fell silent for a moment, filled with fear. Your people are plundering copper mines. The message notifications kept going off. It's a pity there's no iron ore. Lin Ye took a deep breath. Iron ore is what I want. Your people have developed gunpowder. Then came another reminder. Gunpowder? Lin Ye's expression darkened slightly as he looked at the succubus technology room behind him. He hadn't expected that. Gunpowder? That's great. Chapter 34 Purchase of Population. Boom! Just then, a loud roar rang out in the sky. Lin Ye looked closely and saw Liko standing at the bow of the ship, smiling at him. We will fulfill our mission and eliminate them all, Liko said. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Immediately afterwards, the rope at the bow of the boat was thrown down, and Mei Li and the others landed one after another. They all looked at Lin Ye excitedly. Everyone was level 15. Not bad, Lin Ye said with satisfaction. These are the spoils of war. Mei Yanran and Mei Yingzi walked to Lin Ye's side, each holding a blueprint-like object. He handed it to Lin Ye. Tier 3 Goblin Shipyard. 3-tier Building Aquarium Fishing Net. 3-tiered Kitchen. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. This is good stuff. The shipyard can be upgraded to a large dock in the later stages, which is important for naval warfare and maritime trade. Fishing nets. With fishing nets, everyone can eat fish. Kitchen architecture emerged, which greatly accelerated the food preparation time. Good. This trip was incredibly fruitful. He glanced at the blueprints in Mei Yingzi's hand beside him. Archer Barracks. Lin Ye glanced at it, a smirk playing on his lips. The war forces were coming again. Non-military personnel and soldiers are completely different. If there had been archers beforehand, taking down Simaru wouldn't have required the entire force to coordinate. Excellent, Lin Ye said. Let's get it started. Okay. Mei Yanran nodded, looked around at everyone and said, Construction team, move out. The rest of the staff, move the supplies and sort them. Mei Yanran made the arrangements. Yes, sir. Everyone replied immediately and sprang into action. It proceeded in an orderly manner. Liko stood on the ship, looking at the supplies and succubi, and smiled faintly. Hurry up and become powerful, I'm going to be rich. Time passed slowly, and night fell over the land. Lord Lin Ye. Territory level, Tier 3. Territory, 3 square kilometers. Race, Succubus. Allies, none. Territory supplies package, gold or X200, 000, copper or X500, 000, wood X170, 000, jam X80, 000, deadwood X400, 000, vines X320, 000, flint X578, stone copper chisel X300, stone copper hammer X572. Pottery Copper Jar X732. Territory Battle Supplies Package. Flying Boat X1. Stone Axes 1000 Bronze Axes. Stone Spears 1200 Bronze. Stone Knives 900 Bronze. Stone 900 Bronze Bows and Arrows. Stone Swords 500 Bronze. Stone 800 Bronze Short Swords. 1. Lord's Mansion 2. Walls plus Moat 3. Farm 4. Vegetable Garden 5. Grain Warehouse 6. Rope, Rattan, Warehouse 7. Seed Warehouse 8. Timber Warehouse 9. Copper Mine Warehouse 10. Gold Mine Warehouse 11. Coal Warehouse 12. Tool Warehouse 13. Dormitory 14. Arrow Tower 15. Swordsman Barracks 16. Succubus Technology Workshop 17. Kitchen. Citizens, 100 to 100. Lord Lin Ye. Internal Affairs Mei Yanran. External Affairs Mei Yingzi. Scientific Research, its charm is intriguing. Mining Team, Team Leader Moth, Team Members. Fertilization Team, Team Leader Mei Ye, Team Members. Logging Team, Team Leader Mei Li, Team Members. Security Team, Team Leader Mei Hua. Outward Exploration Team, Team Leader Mei Yi. Foreign Warfare Team, Team Leader Mei Li. 8:30. Lin Ye looked at the control panel. The kitchen was already built. Barracks and shipyards are not yet in place. After all, it was nighttime, so we moved much slower. But I'm already very satisfied. Moreover, they were quite satisfied with the looting. Seeing Li Ke approaching without them noticing, they asked, "How much do you buy a succubus for? You're planning to level up?" Li Ke was pleasantly surprised. After all, everyone was already level 15. "No!" Lin Ye shook his head in response. Li Ke was stunned, not knowing what Lin Ye was waiting for. The response was, 50,000 gold coins for regular, 200,000 for hero level. "I can't guarantee your health. Health costs extra," Li Ke responded. "But considering our relationship, I can find a way to guarantee your health. If a hero level item is required, the time frame cannot be guaranteed and it may take a very long time." "So expensive?" Lin Ye was surprised. For the previous 30-odd birds, Li Ke had given him over 1,000,000 gold coins. "Heroic level is unnecessary. I already have the sacred relic." "No need," Lin Ye said. Li Ke nodded, knowing that Lin Ye didn't have much need for hero level succubi, since he could modify hero level succubi. He shrugged and replied, "There's nothing we can do. Succubi are mainly for entertainment on the market. That's why it's so expensive." "All right." Lin Ye nodded, then looked at his supplies and other items. He asked, "Can I buy on credit?" Li Ke was taken aback. "Buying on credit?" He lowered his head and said, "All right." "How many do you need?" Li Ke continued. 100, Lin Ye replied. 100? Li Ke frowned. The population limit for level 4 is 200. Doesn't that mean the population will be full immediately after the upgrade? But is it necessary to buy so many? After all, it can attract attention, but it would be a waste to spend money to buy it directly. After hesitating for a moment, he looked at Lin Ye, intending to speak. "I have my own plans," Lin Ye said. "All right." Li Ke nodded and said, "I'll make the arrangements." As he spoke, he intended to log off, since it was already past 8 p.m. "Wait!" Lin Ye called out to Li Ke. "What's wrong?" Li Ke asked, puzzled. "Get me Simaru's position," Lin Ye said. "On credit." Li Ke was silent for a moment, then said, "Okay." "Log off immediately." Lin Ye watched silently. Everything was prepared for that level 5 power. A level 5 power capable of easily annihilating elves, and the long-standing overlord of this region. It is certain that one will accumulate a wealth of knowledge. "Dinner's ready!" The succubi, including Mimi, who possessed culinary talent, emerged from the kitchen carrying various plates. Lin Ye nodded and looked towards the technology room, but Mei Niaoji made no move. "He's gone mad," he shouted. "Dinner's ready!" "Wait, you guys eat first," Mei Niao called out. "Phew!" Lin Ye smirked. He really is a research fanatic. He was also impressed and looked at the crowd who had stopped eating, saying, "Everyone eat first." "Great!" Everyone gathered around and happily began to eat. After finishing our meal, it was almost time to rest. Time passed. I'm done eating! After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, they stopped and gathered around Lin Ye, quietly watching him. The succubus's tenderness, coupled with her pitch-black territory, made even your heartbeat audible. We can't take it. Meteors streaked across the sky, moving with incredible speed and frenzy. A long time has passed. Suddenly, excited shouts erupted from inside the science lab. Lin Ye turned his head to look, and saw Mei Yingzi walking out carrying several bright round balls, illuminating the surroundings. What is that? Everyone was incredibly excited when they saw it. It can even illuminate the darkness. A lamp? Lin Ye was also surprised that a lamp had actually been made. Tier 3 magic lamp. Is it a lifestyle category? Wait a minute, he doesn't have any life skills, but he does have weapon skills. Oh, and it can also be used for nighttime battles, marches, and surprise attacks. Chapter 35 Sima Ru's Operation. Lin Ye grinned. However, the light lasted for less than 10 seconds before going out instantly. Darkness enveloped the surroundings once again. Alas! The succubi lamented. Let the mage control it, infuse it with magic, Mei Miao said, and it will stay lit forever. I see. Mei took the lead, came to Mei Miaoji, took the lamp, and gently fiddled with it. The entire vicinity lit up again instantly. Wow! The crowd cheered. Lin Ye looked and saw that it was indeed the case, and his brows furrowed suddenly. Weapon technology. Bright. He paused abruptly, looked at Mei Yan beside him, and said, Take this lamp and go to the east to look for iron ore. Iron ore is too important. If you want to deal with a level 5 faction, using copper weapons is like being completely outmatched. It's almost impossible to rob a level 5 faction. Okay. Mei Yanran smiled. The barracks and shipyards were not yet completed, so this lamp would be a good use of them. The succubi also realized the situation and looked at Mei Yanran excitedly. They hope their territory will develop as quickly as possible. Let's take action, Mei Yanran said directly. Let's go. With that, the succubi excitedly ran off. Lin Ye looked at them and smiled slightly. With this group of succubi around, how could his great cause not succeed? Watching the magicians rush eastward with their lamps, we hoped they would successfully find the iron ore. With that, he logged off to prepare for a rest. On the other side, there's the Heaven Alliance. Finally back. Upon returning to his territory, Sima Ru's injuries were instantly healed. After all, it has the support of the Lord's mansion. Looking around the territory, tens of thousands of people appeared before them, carrying supplies. She smiled faintly. These are all people sent by the Alliance. All of his men were killed. His eyes flickered. Build dormitories, build forges, and establish multiple manufacturing facilities. Sima Ru's lips twitched. If it's not attractive enough, then just pile on more buildings to increase its appeal. I possess a sacred relic of my race. As soon as the words were spoken, thousands upon thousands of people began to act frantically, building one structure after another to construct various buildings. Even though it was nighttime, there were still so many people. One more subject has been added to your population. Not a hero level 1. Sima Ru shook his head when he saw the dwarf in front of him. Get lost! He grinned, eliminating her completely. All of Nashans are hero level, and my 50 people this time must also be hero level. Watching the construction workers, they kept shouting, Build it! Build it! Build it like crazy! Sima Ru's lips curled up. After all, she wasn't using her own resources. Houses were built one after another. One citizen joins. If you're not a hero-level character, get lost! One citizen joins. Heroes stay. One citizen joins. Roll! People kept arriving, and since dwarves were a large race, they naturally came in large numbers. Looking at the hero-level weapon in front of me, Sima Ru curled his lip and stared at his allies. Take him to hunt down the wild forces in the vicinity. Injure the monster and let him finish it off, Sima Ru said. The population laughed directly. This repeated itself until Sima Ru was practically going mad. In reality. Today's news. 1. The investigation of 9527 was interrupted, suppressed by powerful figures, and could not proceed. 2. 9,527 transported the succubus to an unknown location. 3. The leader of the white-clad alliance has disappeared, and it is unclear what he intends to do. 4. Sima Ru of the Rutian alliance attacked the location he had set his sights on, but his entire army was wiped out. The alliance members said that Sima Ru attacked a powerful wild force, but they judged that it was not. 5. Sima Ru was taken back to his territory by his allies. All the people of the entire alliance gathered in Sima Ru's territory, and are now developing it vigorously, possibly in order to retaliate against the other party. That concludes today's message. Please consider joining our alliance. Lin Ye watched quietly. Sima Ru had already returned, and was even planning revenge. That's interesting. We're just waiting for news from Li Ke. Lin Ye began washing up and going to bed. In a drowsy state. Your people have discovered iron ore. Your people are digging for iron ore. Suddenly, a voice rang in Lin Ye's ear. Lin Ye was pleasantly surprised. Had he discovered it? He appeared in the territory in a flash. The territory was brightly lit and bustling with activity. Construction is still ongoing. It will take a lot of time. Lord! The crowd cheered happily as soon as they saw Lin Ye appear. Okay. Lin Ye nodded and looked at Mei Yanran, saying, The forging team will update everyone's weapons. Keep a good eye on the time, don't let everyone get tired. Lin Ye continued. Take turns resting. Okay. Mei Yanran nodded. The so-called upgrade to the weapon was naturally iron ore. Arrangements were then made. Lin Ye watched and said, Come over at midnight, double rewards can start now. What we need is iron ore and weapon upgrades. On the other side, there's the Heaven Alliance. Sima Ru looked at the countless buildings on his territory, and used them as if they were free. You can't upgrade using other people's resources. You can only use them on support items and consumables. Even so, many people will not sell. They want to save their land for upgrading their own territory, which is why prices remain high. Buying supplies from outside is cheap in the early stages, but transporting them is difficult, which makes prices high. If it weren't for these idiots, who the hell would be willing to give me so many supplies? Looking at the people sent by allies standing in the field, and himself, who were all of the same ethnicity. A level 15 heroic dwarf. With a smirk, one stock is enough to destroy an entire territory. Go to these coordinates. Go to these coordinates! Go to these coordinates! Sima Ru made arrangements one by one, quickly getting his heroic subjects into action. Yes, sir! They quickly left one by one. Sima Ru did not stop, looked at his alliance, locked the allies' area, and directly cancelled it without any problem. You have been kicked out of the league by the league leader. What's going on? A lord in one of the territories asked in surprise. Why didn't you kick me? Immediately afterwards, a level 15 hero-level dwarf rushed into the territory. You have been invaded by the Rutian Alliance Rutian territory. All my men have gone to the Alliance leader's side. The lord didn't react in time. The hero had already arrived at the lord's mansion, intending to cause damage. Sima Ru, you son of a bitch! You sent my men to aid you, and you killed me! The lord roared. However, it was too late. The lord's mansion was destroyed, resulting in immediate death and disappearance. Rutian Alliance Rutian territory lost 7 parts of its territory. Rutian Alliance Rutian territory annihilates Flower Clan territory. Like the two heavens, the heavenly territory was destroyed by the dark territory. One message after another rang in everyone's ears. Holy crap, what's going on? Has the heavenly territory started to exert its power? What a load of crap! The person who just killed me was my classmate. He used to be an ally of Rutian territory. How is that possible? What is Sima Ru doing? The World Channel was astonished. How is that possible? Lin Ye frowned as he listened to the report. This Sima Ru was quite interesting. Ignoring him, I glanced sideways at the brightly lit science lab. The allure lies in research. I went inside. Chapter 36 Rework is like a domain. Greetings, Lord. Mei Miaoji greeted Lin Ye with a warm smile and tender affection. Without Lin Ye, she wouldn't have such a good place to conduct research. He instinctively hugged Lin Ye. Lin Ye gave a few important instructions. Feel the embrace. How beautiful and alluring the succubus is. I really can't take it anymore. Meteors streaked across the sky, moving at incredible speeds and crashing against the sky relentlessly. Ah! 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 Half an hour later, Lin Ye looked at Mei Miaoji, who was shouting excitedly. I've got an idea, Mei Miaoji said. Lin Ye frowned. He just finished his work, and now he was starting again. Is this how all researchers are? Offline. Your people are mining iron or X1. Your people forge 1 iron longsword. Your people forge iron attack X1. The messages kept coming in, but Lin Ye slept soundly, not feeling anything was wrong, but rather feeling at ease. The sun rises in the east. Boom! A huge mechanical spaceship appeared in the sky. The Archer Battalion has been successfully established. The shipyard was successfully established. The fishing net was successfully made. Your people, with their captivating charm, have trained 13 archers. As soon as Lin Ye logged on, he heard a constant stream of sounds. After inspecting the buildings, I realized they were all successful, and the archers had been trained. Good. My gaze shifted, and Li Ke had already arrived, looking at me with a smile. At the same time, a spaceship also arrived in the sky. The succubi were already busy early on. One by one, they were surprised and looked up at the spaceship in the sky. The spaceship door opened, and stairs appeared. One by one, succubi with their hands and feet burned walked down the stairs. Confusion and fear. Are they from our clan? When Mei Yanran and the others saw that it was another member of their clan, they looked at each other excitedly. Especially Mei Yingzi and others, they were brought here in this way. The succubi on the stairs listened to the situation and were surprised to see such a large number of succubi. This was something they hadn't expected. Boom! 100 succubi landed on the ground, and the spaceship drove away. Not bad! Li Ke looked at Lin Ye and said, Now you should be planning to upgrade to level 4, right? No! Lin Ye said. Not yet? Li Ke looked at Lin Ye incredulously. What was he going to do? Have you figured out the location of the Rutian territory that I asked you to investigate? Lin Ye asked Li Ke. It's done. This thing is worth 500,000, Li Ke said. 500,000? Lin Ye frowned. Yes, Li Ke replied. After all, I'm not a professional intelligence officer. Moreover, it's because Sima Ru proactively exposed it to his allies last night, otherwise the price wouldn't be this high. Yeah, Lin Ye nodded. Gathering intelligence makes money. Information from Li Lin's side is practically free. It seems that Li Lin and her team are professionals. He said, You go and control the flying boat. We'll go to Rutian territory and attack it. Li Ke watched, his eyes flashing. Attack? Indeed, if anyone dares to make a move before the heavenly territory is established, they should be prepared to be attacked. I'll leave the household to you and Mei Miaoji. Lin Ye looked at Mei Yanran, while Mei Miaoji was still studying. Okay, Mei Yanran replied. Let's go. Lin Ye looked at Mei Yingzi. Everyone board the ship and move out, Mei Yingzi announced. Lin Ye boarded the ship, and Li Ke also boarded and took control of the direction. Soon, everyone boarded the ship and stood ready for battle. Let's go, Lin Ye said, and Li Ke nodded, taking control of the direction and preparing to move out. Announcement: The Heavenly Territory has been upgraded to Tier 4. Holy crap, the Heavenly Territory has risen up. That's awesome, it's surpassed the land of Night God. Is Night God still so awesome now? Damn, look at the announcement, the Alliance has been disbanded. People on the World Channel were utterly shocked and kept discussing it. That Sima Ru is so despicable, using the threat of the Night God to make everyone report their coordinates. Then, under the guise of aid, they deployed all of their allies' troops to him. Finally, the alliance was dissolved, and allies with no troops were wiped out. They plundered and made a large amount of resources their own. Li Lin shook her head and sighed. Now, by using those resources, we've actually managed to enter a 4th-tier territory. Hasn't this always been how the Sima family operates? Shurya said indignantly. The Sima alliance is a joke. Sigh. Li Lin shook her head, but also nodded. He's reached the 4th tier. The white-robed youth exclaimed in surprise, before Night God could react. Is Yagami just an incompetent fool? A fleeting moment. Frowning, serious, constantly thinking. The realm of the Night God. Holy crap, he upgraded? He has at least 100 people now, so he can hold 200? Upon hearing the news, Lika's arm, which was controlling the direction, suddenly stopped, and he gasped. This was something he hadn't expected. Looking at Lin Ye, he said, Are we still going? It will take at least 3 hours to get there. He is a dwarf, a large race, and there are many of them in the wild. It can quickly meet the population demand, Lika said cautiously. With 98 players against 200, it's impossible to play. It's like playing on someone else's home turf. Lin Ye remained silent. Maru had killed so many allies. He must have plenty of resources. Seeing Lika's hesitant state, I originally thought he was just a simple businessman, but now I realize he's not. They also consulted on their own safety. He said, If I don't kill him, I won't have any money to give you. Pay it back slowly, Lika said directly. We'll talk about it when you have the money. Moreover, if we really have to fight, we can upgrade to level 4 first. Lika continued. Lin Ye smiled faintly, thinking that Lika was a kid worth getting to know better. He said, Just focus on navigating the boat. But, Lika hesitated, but seeing Lin Ye's state, he compromised. All right then, Lika said helplessly, taking control of the direction. Boom! The airship began to move. Lika was uneasy, while Lin Ye looked confidently ahead. Time passed slowly. 3 hours later. Like heaven and earth. You have gained a subject, the 187th. Maru looked at the countless houses on his territory, all of which were built by continuously adding resources from other territories. It has no shortage of appeal. Looking at his subjects, he said, Those who aren't hero level, get out! I want them all to be hero level. Let's move on to the next one. Hero tier, not bad, keep it. Maru was pleased with himself, and began to select them one by one. 200 to 200. Haha! Maru looked at the 200 heroic subjects. Zhang Kuang. Night God, right? I destroyed so many territories and used all the resources I plundered to attract talent. You are a hero-level character, and so am I. I'm going to kill you. Everyone out. Upgrade. Maru looked at his subjects. I will annihilate you instantly. Haha, Maru said smugly. Boom. Just then, a loud rumbling sound suddenly rang out in the sky, followed by a huge shadow. What's going on? The dwarves looked up at the sky in surprise. Maru was also curious. He was already at level 4, invincible. Who would dare to mess with him? Looking up, he saw his own flying boat, with Lin Ye standing at the bow. On the flying boat. Having plenty of resources is great. We can build them even if they're free. Lin Ye looked at the densely packed, useless buildings on the ground. Almost all of them are based on cumulative attraction. Wasteful behavior. What a madman! Lika took a deep breath. This is all money! Chapter 37 Another crushing victory. It's you, Night God! Maru looked at Lin Ye on the flying boat and said, You actually dared to come! He kept checking the number of people, thinking, I'm already at level 4. So you've gained another archer, Maru said, looking at the archers on the high platform. Realizing the situation, he was filled with disdain. Use my flying boat to attack me, Maru said with murderous intent. I originally planned to kill you after everything was in order, but you chose to die. You have swords, I have swords too. You have archers, I have archers too. I am a 4th tier commander with 200 men, all of whom are hero level. I outnumber you, but you are still no match for me. As he spoke, Maru pointed to 2 groups in the crowd. One group held long spears, while another group held bows and arrows. Pikemen and archers. Lin Ye and Lika recognized him instantly. Ha ha! Maru laughed heartily. Lika remained silent, originally thinking that having archers would be an advantage. Now, Maru has completely negated our advantage, and the opponent even has a numerical advantage. Shall we go? Lika asked Lin Ye. Hee hee. Lin Ye simply smiled faintly, quietly looking at Maru and said, You're very confident? Then let's give it a try. Looking at Mei Yingzi, he said. Begin. Archers, prepare. Mei Yingzi ordered, and all the archers sprang into action. Let's give it a try, then let's give it a try. Sima Ru's eyes flickered. Now we can get the ship back ahead of schedule. He looked at the archers and said, Archers, prepare to deal with the enemy archers. The rest of you, charge and seize the ships. Sima shouted. Kill. In an instant, the dwarves moved in unison and charged towards the ship, while the archers immediately unleashed their arrows. Mei Yanran frowned upon seeing this, and ordered, Release the arrows. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The succubus archer paused, releasing a rain of arrows to prevent the impact. I already told you, I have archers too. Your archers are the most useless, Sima Ru said. Fire. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, countless arrows rushed forward, intending to use the arrows to block the arrows. Click-clack, click-clack. However, when the arrows collided, the succubus's arrow shattered the dwarf's arrow and continued to pierce through. Question mark. Sima Ru looked up and his mouth dropped open. How is this possible? Holy crap! Li Ke was also surprised and incredulous. He stared intently at the rain of arrows and asked, Are your bows and arrows made of iron? Iron and copper have completely different hardness. Throughout history, one is the Bronze Age and the other is the Iron Age. Did you find that iron ore? Li Ke asked, looking at Lin Ye. Yes. Lin Ye nodded. Iron? Sima Ru was incredulous. Fourth-tier buildings require raw materials, which are also important resources for upgrading to fifth-tier buildings. Iron is very hard to find. As Sima Ru was surprised, the charging dwarves died instantly. The 3 attributes have doubled, surpassing the 3 attributes of a dwarf hero. Damn, that's strong! Li Ke exclaimed, recalling that he had only fought against ordinary opponents before. This time, the opposing team consisted entirely of hero-level characters, and their stats were simply overwhelming. How is this possible? Sima Ru exclaimed incredulously. How could they all be dead? Lock on the archers! At the same time, Mei Yingzi's voice rang out again from the sky. Click, click, click! The succubus archer drew her bow like the Grim Reaper, locking onto the dwarf archers. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! A rain of arrows was released in an instant. No! Sima Ru's face turned ashen, utterly crushed. But Lin Ye would never listen to him. They wanted to order the dwarves to fight back, but it was too late. Aya! Instantly, arrows struck the dwarf archers, and one by one they fell to the ground dead. This? Sima Ru looked on, pained. She thought she had become powerful, but it turned out to be nothing more than this. He looked at Lin Ye with eyes wide with rage. He could have upgraded to the 4th tier, so why didn't he? If he escalates the situation and issues a notification, I'll definitely have a different plan. No. Everyone charge! Mei Yingzi looked around and continued. Weapons and infantry should charge first. Yes, sir! Upon hearing this, the succubus swordsman quickly landed and began to charge. The other succubi followed suit, each wielding iron weapons and instantly intertwining with the dwarves. Clang, clang, clang! The weapons collided and shattered instantly. Ironware crushes bronzeware. Aya! The dwarves, now without their weapons, were crushed once more, dying one after another. Holy crap! Li Ke exclaimed, wondering if it was really that simple. It was a complete and utter annihilation. Don't kill them! Don't kill them! Sima Ru looked at it. These were things he had created by abandoning the alliance and gathering so many of its resources. Everything is gone. He kept shouting, Don't kill! This prompted Li Ke to sigh. How desolate! If they had developed properly, this group would have been invincible. Unfortunately, they ran into a big shot. Decapitate them! Seeing the enemy numbers decrease and an opening appear, Mei Yingzi looked at Mei Ye and spoke directly. Yes, sir! Mei Ye, with her succubus talent for assassination, quickly traveled around. They began wandering through the buildings, searching for the Lord's mansion. No! Sima Ru had absolutely no ability to retaliate and could only watch. He kept screaming in pain. Li Ke swallowed hard. In the past 3 generations of the Sima family, not a single person had been a scoundrel, and not a single one had died. Is this generation's Sima Ru going to die? Standing on high ground, he locked onto Mei Ye's movements, relentlessly rushing across the ship, intending to witness the end of the legend. They watched helplessly as Mei Ye found the Lord's mansion among the many buildings and began to destroy it. Your Lord's manor is under attack, please send help. The game kept reminding me. Sima Ru was pale and kept looking around, but all she could see were dwarves being slaughtered, and she was powerless to help. A desolate cry rang out. No! Boom! The sound of the building breaking apart rang out. Your Lord's manor has been destroyed. Ah! Sima Ru screamed in pain as his body began to shatter and vanished. I surrender. Immediately afterward, the dwarves threw down their weapons and surrendered. Dead? Surrendered? Lin Ye looked over, his lips twitching incessantly. Dead? Although he was born into a good family and was well informed. But it was also the first time I had witnessed the death of such an important person. I involuntarily gasped. Night God Alliance, the realm of night gods, is destroyed like the heavens. Holy crap, what did I just hear? The heavenly territory just upgraded to the 4th tier and was wiped out. Those were people from the Sima family. Night God is awesome. Night God or what? Tier 3. Tier 3 destroys Tier 4, damn, awesome. This Night God is too powerful. How is that possible? The world channel erupted in chaos, filled with a cacophony of shouts. Sima Ru is gone? Li Lin took a deep breath. A 3rd tier fighter against a 4th tier fighter. Sure, you frowned as well. A 3-way balance of power is no longer possible. The white-robed youth's eyes flickered upon hearing the voice. It exuded endless killing intent. He said, It seems we have to put in more effort. With that, the white-robed youth silently lowered his head, glanced at the orc beside him, and said, Let's move out. Okay, the orc replied. Chapter 38 Preparations before the upgrade. Like the Heavenly Alliance. Quiet, utterly quiet. The war ended, and silence descended. Lin Ye looked at Lin Ye quietly without saying a word. Mei Yingzi watched quietly, waiting for Lin Ye's instructions. Destroy these territories and plunder their resources, Lin Ye instructed. Destroy! Loot! Mei Yingzi shouted. Action! As soon as he finished speaking, all the succubi began to move. Boom, boom, boom! They split into 2 groups. One group destroyed all the houses, sending up clouds of smoke and dust. A group of people kept carrying supplies onto the ship. Your people plunder 1 gold. Your people plundered 1 unit of food. Your people plundered 1 unit of soil. One message after another kept ringing in Lin Ye's ears. Fuel! Lin Ye looked around. There were just too many supplies. Sima Ru is truly ruthless, betraying his allies. But in the end, he gave everything to Lin Ye, just like this flying boat. Your people plunder the blueprints for dwarven spearmen. Suddenly a voice rang in Lin Ye's ear. Lin Ye's lips twitched. The blueprints for the spearmen had appeared? Sima Ru did not have time to build it. Turning his head, he saw Mei Yingzi walking over as if she had found a great treasure, and handing the item to Lin Ye. Great! Lin Ye took it and nodded happily. Now they had 3 types of soldiers. This, Lin Ye looked at it, and knew without a doubt that it was an important blueprint. He's a real treasure-giving boy. Time passed slowly. There were too many supplies, and it would take a lot of time to move them. Gradually, it was already 4 p.m. The entire territory's supplies have been almost completely moved. The White-Clad Alliance and the White-Clad Territory have consecutively wiped out 4 Tier 4 wild territories. An announcement was made. Damn, here a 3rd tier fighter is destroying a 4th tier lord's territory, and over there they wipe out 4 4th tier wild territories in one go. That's awesome. That's terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. The White-Clad Alliance truly lives up to its reputation as a major alliance. The name White-Clad Young Master, Jin Bin, is awesome. The world channel is buzzing again. It's only been a few days, and the big shots are moving so fast. Another 2nd generation rich kid. Lin Ye was very resentful upon hearing this, feeling that his limelight had been stolen. Moreover, he was constantly overshadowed. Not simple, Lin Ye thought. To wipe out 4 4th tier wild territories in one go, this Jin Bin was no ordinary person. Looking around, All that could be seen was that everyone had already loaded supplies onto the ship, which were piled up like mountains. Your plunder of the Heavenly Alliance yielded the following: 3 million gold, 1 million copper ore, 13,000 copper stone axes, 870,000 wood, 17,220 jam, 7,332 deadwood, 6,553 vines, 1,929 flint and steel, 8,231 copperstone spears, 9,321 copperstone knives, 12,221 copperstone bows and arrows, 9,521 copperstone swords, 8,982 copperstone daggers, 1,222 copperstone chisels, 8,881 copperstone hammers. The supplies were plentiful. You could find anything you wanted. Lin Ye was very satisfied. He looked at Li Ke and said, "Let's go back." "Okay." Li Ke nodded upon hearing this, knowing that Lin Ye would definitely upgrade when they got back. The first one will be reported, but subsequent ones won't. So, you'll have to spend money and gold to make a public announcement. We must establish the reputation of Night God. Quickly grasp the direction and start moving. Boom! Instantly, the airship took off and flew into the distance. Time passed slowly, and before we knew it, it was already around 7 p.m. The realm of the Night God. "I'm back!" Mei Yanren was chatting with 100 bound succubi when she suddenly saw Lin Ye and the others return, and she was overjoyed. The other succubi also looked on expectantly, knowing they could join once they leveled up. He watched as each person unloaded the supplies, grinning from ear to ear. The more supplies, the better the development. The future is promising. Li Ke followed Lin Ye into the territory, looking at Lin Ye expectantly, and waiting for him to level up. The enemies have all been wiped out, why not upgrade now? When will we ever get around to it? Lin Ye turned to look at him, and Li Ke was pleasantly surprised. 100 people, 50,000 per person, 5 million, plus 500,000 intelligence. Lin Ye said, "I have 3.2 million gold here, and the rest will be secured by stones, resources and copper ore." As he spoke, he showed the fluctuation interface to Li Ke and said, "It should be enough for 5.5 million. Damn it!" Li Ke exclaimed, realizing this was not what he wanted to hear. "But the money is right in front of me, and I'm a businessman. If the other party asks for the money back, can I really say no?" And they wanted to end this quickly so Lin Ye could focus on his important business and level up. "No way, I'm not the Lord you are. I'm even more anxious than you are." He nodded and said, "That's about right, that's fine." Lin Ye nodded, satisfied. But then he saw Li Ke looking at him strangely. "What?" Lin Ye asked. "Aren't you going to upgrade?" Li Ke asked, annoyed. "What can I do? I'm still waiting for gold to speak up." "Let's wait a bit," Lin Ye said. "Still waiting?" Li Ke asked dejectedly, looking around. He saw that Mei Yanren had already arranged for people to start building up the spearmen. "The lamps they're holding are pretty good," Li Ke said curiously, looking at the magicians, including Mei, carrying their lamps. "Once the rifleman barracks are built, they should be upgraded." Looking on with anticipation. After a long wait, it was 8:30. "Your spearman barracks are now complete." A game notification sound rang in my ears. Li Ke also saw it and looked at Lin Ye. Did he level up? Lin Ye waited silently, but showed no intention of leveling up. Holy crap, do you really need to be this cautious? Do we have to wait until the training is complete before we can begin? You can train after upgrading. You still have so many succubi waiting for you to recruit them. Watching Mei Yingzi lead the succubus with her spear talent into the building, all they could do was wait. Time passed, another hour went by, it was 9:30. You have trained 21 spearmen. It's about time. Time to log off. Time to upgrade and log off. Li Ke watched as spearmen walked out of the barracks and muttered excitedly. Looking at Lin Ye, they saw that Lin Ye was still not making any move. Instead, he looked at Mei Yanren and said, "Arrange for the miners to go out and mine iron ore." "Okay." Mei Yanren nodded. "Does it mean we have to mine a certain amount before we can upgrade and go offline?" Li Ke frowned. "I can't figure out what's wrong with Lin Ye." They watched quietly as Mei Li and the others left, and then were transported back. 20 iron ore deposits! 40 iron ore deposits. 60 iron ore deposits. Time passed slowly, and it was almost midnight. Lika kept talking, staring blankly, and said, "We've already dug over 5,000. Isn't this enough? Why aren't you upgrading?" Lika said angrily. However, Lin Ye ignored him completely and instead quietly looked at the science and technology room. "Damn, what are you trying to do, bro? There aren't many people here late at night. How can we make a scene?" Lika was speechless. "But for the sake of my business, I still have to wait. Lin Ye has mortgaged so many items. If he's going to sell them, it'll definitely be under the Night God brand. Naturally, a publicity campaign is needed." "Just wait, I don't believe you won't upgrade," Lika said, frustrated. Chapter 39, Upgrading to a Tier 4 territory. Time passed slowly. "It's past midnight. Your people have all gone to sleep. It's 1 o'clock. What else do you want to do? It's 2 a.m. Aren't you going to sleep tonight? Your people are already up and going to the toilet." Lika squatted on the ground, drawing circles, looking at Lin Ye speechlessly, utterly bored. "Your people have developed a cannon. Artillery technology is complete." A voice rang in Lin Ye's ear. "It's here?" Lin Ye frowned. The things he had arranged for Mei Miaoji to develop last night had arrived. "It's here?" Lika was surprised. Was it about to be upgraded? She looked at Lin Ye excitedly. There were fewer people around late at night, but she still had to post it. My advertisement. "Smelting group, forging group, get up," Lin Ye said, and Mei Feng, Mei Yu and the others quickly walked out of the dormitory upon hearing this. Mei Yanran had already made the arrangements. In an instant, they quickly walked into the smelting workshop and the forging workshop. Boom, boom, boom. Ping, ping, ping. The sounds of smelting and forging echoed incessantly. Lin Ye looked at it and grinned. It was already past midnight. Start at double speed. The sound rang out rapidly in an instant. Damn it! Lika looked extremely frustrated, wondering what it might be. Is this all? You made me wait until Lin Chen's 2 a.m. just for this? It really is scrambled eggs. However, Lika still did not give up on going offline. I don't believe it. You're bound to level up at some point. I'll stick with you through it, Lika said, staring at Lin Ye's back. Feeling the cool breeze, which was chilly, I pulled my clothes tighter. This game gets more and more realistic as you progress. My lord, I succeeded! At the same time, Mei Miaoji walked out of the technology room exhausted, looking at Lin Ye happily. Thank you for your hard work, Lin Ye said. It's no trouble at all. Miaoji is willing to do anything for Lord. As she spoke, Mei Miaoji hugged Lin Ye and rubbed against him repeatedly. Succubi are like that. They are the same in happiness, emotion, and etiquette. Lika looked on, utterly resentful. I'm standing here in the cold wind, and you actually... Sigh, if only I were a succubus, so considerate and obedient, every man would love that, Lika lamented. These succubi wouldn't listen to him, so he could only stand alone in the cold wind. Time passed slowly. 3 o'clock. Your people have smelted iron ore. Your people have successfully forged the cannon barrel. Your people are forged into cannonballs. One voice after another rang in Lin Ye's ears. At the same time, Lika's voice rang out from the side. Hey, it's 3 o'clock. The iron ore has been depleted. A total of 15 cannons were forged. Get up! Lin Ye thought, that's about right, 15 doors are enough. It's already 3 o'clock, which is the best time. He looked towards the dormitory and shouted. Everyone move out! Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, everyone in the dormitory got up. They emerged and quickly converged, followed by the bound succubi. What's wrong? Lika was numb, but looked over curiously. All that could be seen was Lin Ye's rapid sensing panel. The requirements have been met. Do you wish to upgrade? Upgrade! Lin Ye responded to the game. Upgrade successful, Tier 4 territory. To the east, Lin Ye said. There are iron mines to the east. Boom! The fog moved rapidly and began to expand. Upgraded? Everything happened so fast that Lika didn't even have time to react. How did it suddenly upgrade? Lin Ye continued. Mei Yanran, recruit people. Mei Yingzi, train troops. The enchanting method involves throwing potions onto the sacred object. The others guard the equipment transport and stand guard. Okay, the succubi responded. They acted swiftly, one by one. You join us, citizenry. Modification successful. Thank you, Lord. The succubus's restraints disappeared, and she was bathed in the light of the sacred object. They were grateful to Lin Ye and wanted to hug him, but they knew it wasn't the right time. Mei Yanran has already told them. Quickly leave to help move equipment, then stand guard. One after another, succubi with talents in longsword, bow and arrow, and spear entered the barracks. The barracks have double the time acceleration, making them incredibly fast. I'm incredibly busy. What's wrong? Li Ke looked completely bewildered. I don't understand what this means at all. What is going on? Why are you so busy? Time flies, it's 3:30 already. The soldiers have completed their training. 40 archers, 36 spearmen, and 35 swordsmen. They quickly returned to the edge of the wall, stood ready, and kept a close watch on the outside. 200-player hero level 15, magnificent in scale. What's going on? Li Ke couldn't understand it at all from beginning to end, and was extremely frustrated. Never mind, I'll just shout out in gold first. Li Ke looked at the world channel. Golden shout, Night God Alliance 9527, Night God Realm upgraded to Tier 4 territory. Night God leveled up? Holy crap, he leveled up. Why did you choose this time? Yeah, is this an attempt to keep a low profile? Even if they wanted to keep a low profile, they wouldn't have let that lackey 9527 send out messages. People who were still out at night were discussing it on the world channel. The realm of the night god. Hee hee. Li Ke smiled with satisfaction as he looked at the discussion on the time channel. The feedback has been pretty good. As he spoke, he turned to look at Lin Ye, only to see Lin Ye staring intently at the city wall. The 5th Tier Wild Territory, Huangtu Village, has announced a hostile relationship with the realm of night gods. A game announcement sounded. Tier 5? Holy crap, that's Tier 5! Upgrading from Tier 4 to Tier 5 requires ironware. This is a completely different era. The key is that the other party is a perfect Tier 5 power, not just in terms of ironware, but also in terms of basic technological capabilities. Why were we immediately turned against them? Isn't Yagami doomed? Time Channel shouted. Tier 4, and now I'm being attacked by Tier 5 enemies? Qinbin was woken up and entered the game. I never expected Lin Ye to do something like this in the middle of the night. Can we withstand the attack from a 5th tier power? Qinbin waited quietly for the situation to unfold. If he can overcome this, then Lin Ye will be terrifyingly strong. The realm of the night god. 5th tier? Upon hearing the news, Li Ke looked at Lin Ye with a blank and fearful expression, and swallowed hard. Yes. Lin Ye nodded. Just as he had expected, the upgrade happened in the second half of the night, and everyone was resting. The same applies to wild forces. There is a certain amount of time buffer. Li Ke was stunned. A 5th tier power was like a dimensional reduction attack against a 4th tier power. Lin Ye had an iron weapon that could crush Simaru, let alone a genuine 5th tier power. The other side also has a population advantage. Taking a deep breath, he looked at Lin Ye. No wonder Lin Ye hadn't leveled up. He probably already guessed it. What a sin I have! Li Ke felt guilty, wishing he hadn't urged him. Kill! Just then, a voice rang out from outside. The sound was enormous and magnificent. Just hearing about it is terrifying. The swordsmen and spearmen stood ready, while the rest of the succubi wore expressions of tension. Be alert, enemy attack! 200 meters, 180 meters. Mei Feng and the others on the arrow tower observed and shouted continuously to confirm the enemy's location. At the same time, draw the bow and prepare to shoot an arrow. Chapter 40 5th Tier Territory Invasion. As the other party gets closer and closer, the succubi tensed up as if death itself had arrived. Li Ke looked at Lin Ye with a guilty expression and pain. Your territory has been invaded by a Tier 5 wild territory. This has been discovered by your citizens and reported in the game. Lin Ye listened quietly. It was very serious. 30 meters! Mei Feng shouted. Fire! Lin Ye shouted, looking at Mei Feng. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The phoenixes drew their bows and shot arrows, each arrow locking onto a figure approaching the wall. They have archers! Halt! Flame archers, prepare! A furious roar came from the other side. Click, clack, click! The sound of people walking appeared one after another. Fire! Followed immediately by another voice. In an instant, more than 10 figures appeared with flaming bows and arrows, ready to fire. This is fifth-tier technology, the flame bow and arrow. Light it up! Lin Ye shouted. Buzz! The magicians turned on more than a dozen lamps, and the pitch-black darkness was illuminated in an instant. More than 30 human figures appeared in it. Human, Rocketeer, level 19. Human, Blade Master, level 18. Human, Shield Warrior, level 19. Form a square array. Shield Warriors are at the front, archers are behind, and swordsmen are at the back, protecting against attacks from behind. The swordsmen were charging earlier, and they were all wounded, from the injuries inflicted on them by the archers. But no one died. After all, the ranking is there. Humans? Lika looked at them, realizing the situation. Lin Ye was also surprised to find that it was a human. I can't see clearly. The sudden bright light caused temporary blindness. The people of Huangtu village shouted. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The rockets soared into the air, firing wildly without any target. Warlocks, mages, archers, launch a coordinated attack! Lin Ye shouted. Indiscriminate attack! Now is the time to strike. Buzzing. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Instantaneous spells, arrows, magic, and instantaneous attack. One by one, they were attacked while temporarily blinded, and screamed in agony. The resistance could not be stopped. Spearmen, charge! Lin Ye thought, seizing the opportunity to finish them off. Prepare for treatment, and have the weapons guard the treatment, Lin Ye instructed. Kill! Upon hearing this, the spearmen charged forward, their spears positioned in front of them, moving with incredible speed, like rockets. The healers popped out to observe the spearmen's situation, while the swordsmen stood guard on the side. Boom! The spearmen charged into the enemy camp like a shockwave. This caused further harm to humans, instantly leaving them all severely injured. Archers, in particular, are completely helpless in close combat. Some archers even died during the battle. Shield bearers, defend! Swordsmen, advance! A voice shouted from the human ranks as death loomed. Archers, retreat! The camps shifted rapidly. Bang bang bang. The shield-wielding soldiers quickly defended, directly intercepting the charging spearmen. Taking advantage of the gaps, the swordsmen attacked the spearmen. The succubus spearmen cried out in pain as they were wounded. Buzz buzz buzz. However, as soon as they were injured, the healing light and shadow quickly surrounded them, healing them one by one. Archers, attack the healers at all costs! The human phalanx roared again. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The flaming arrows charged forward, streaking across the sky, attacking the healer. Ping ping ping. But as soon as they moved, the succubus soldiers moved and began to intercept the arrows. Even so, the arrow pierced through and fell to the ground. Boom boom boom. Buzzing. A painful scream. The sound of flames hitting the ground and burning weeds. The sound of treating madness. The entire battlefield was in ruins, and the walls were being broken. This is war. The power of flames. This is real war. Lika swallowed hard as he looked at everything. His family are mostly businessmen, and they rarely hear about war. He had only heard of the two lords waging war and their efforts to transport supplies. I never imagined that war could be so easily witnessed today. Lin Ye's side mobilized so many people, but the other side only had 30 people. However, they were still at a disadvantage and needed to break through the walls. Fifth tier! Lika took a deep breath. He wished he hadn't had to level up. Archers, mages, warlocks, charge! Lin Ye frowned as he looked at the battlefield, glancing at Mei Feng and the others. Attack the enemy archers! Lin Ye shouted. Buzz buzz buzz! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! A dozen arrows and magical light and shadow burst forth, attacking in an instant. Intercept with weapons! The human faction's voice continued. Swordsmen quickly appeared, resisting the magic and blocking most of the arrows, but some arrows still pierce through and attack the archers and swordsmen. A concrete result cannot be determined in a short time. The opponent has high HP and high stats, while we have a healer with equally high stats and more players. Although the wall was damaged, a tug-of-war ensued. The other side deployed 30 men, while we deployed almost all of our forces. It's just a tug-of-war. Li Ke watched, unsure what to say. Listen up, you on the other side. We are a 5th tier power. Surrender now, destroy our buildings, and we will be downgraded to 3rd tier. We can then call a truce. The opposing side clearly realized the situation and knew they couldn't take it down anytime soon. Even if Lin Ye receives treatment, the process will only be prolonged. Start by persuading them. Phew! Upon hearing this, Li Ke thought it was a good idea. There was no need to go head-to-head with a 5th tier power. He looked at Lin Ye, preparing to speak. Do you think it's possible? Lin Ye had already responded to the other party. You're asking for death. The other party roared upon hearing this. Since that's the case, I'll play with you and see if you can withstand my attack. As soon as he finished speaking, a man with a strong, fleshy face emerged from the darkness. The 4th leader of Huangtu village, a hero-level character, level 20, a berserker. Lin Ye and Li Ke saw it. Level 20, you have a second skill now. Li Ke looked at Lin Ye nervously. If the opponent made a move, they might be finished. Answer. Li Ke persuaded Lin Ye. Spearmen, retreat! Lin Ye ordered before Li Ke could finish speaking. Retreat! All the spearmen immediately moved, retreating quickly and charging into the territory. This? Li Ke sighed in despair. Should they continue? How dare you! You see me, the great king, and instead of surrendering or agreeing, you still dare to take action. Today I will make you pay the price! The 4th leader roared, charging forward to pursue the spearmen. The speed was astonishing. As the spearmen entered the walled compound, the 4th leader followed, about to enter as well. Damn it! Li Ke's face was extremely ugly. Once inside, wouldn't it be a one-sided massacre? He looked around anxiously, then turned to Lin Ye. However, Lin Ye simply observed closely without making any move, which made Li Ke turn pale and want to speak. Action! Lin Ye suddenly shouted at the gate of the 4th master's residence. Suddenly, a gleaming cannon barrel appeared in the darkness. Mei Yanren stood beside the cannon barrel and lit the torch. Bang! A deafening thunderclap resounded. Ah! Came a miserable cry from the 4th leader. It flew up and landed on the ground outside the wall, unable to move. Holy crap! Li Ke exclaimed upon seeing it. An Italian cannon? Chapter 41 Huangtu Village Group arrives. Breaking news! Night God Alliance Night God Territory has killed the 4th leader of the Tier 5 Wild Territory, Huangtu Village. One of the 4th leaders died? It's only been half an hour. Details briefing. Generals, 5th tier forces are different. Night God is pretty fierce. He fought against a 5th tier power with only a 4th tier opponent and actually killed one of their people. But can we withstand the attacks that follow? The enemy will definitely be furious. Holy crap, I didn't expect this. I was just woken up by my classmates. They're all online, saying that Night God is up to something big under the cover of night. The time channel is bustling again, with many people logging on. This Night God is more powerful than I imagined. Li Lin shook her head. Unfortunately, we can't find out anything about him. I wonder if we can hold off the 3rd, 2nd, and 1st leaders. Shurya nodded. You actually killed the 4th master. Qin Bin frowned and shook his head. You've been arrogant enough. A full-force attack from a 5th tier power would be an easy way to destroy them. Qin Bin shook his head, instinctively feeling that Lin Ye was bound to lose. The realm of the Night God. Artillery has appeared? Li Ke looked on and took a deep breath. He looked at Lin Ye in surprise. This thing was extraordinary. But there's only one sect. Behind it are the 3rd leader, the 2nd leader, and the 1st leader. Can you handle it? It seems a bit difficult. The 4th leader is dead? Run! Go back! The humans outside fled in panic. That group of people. Upon hearing this, Li Ke realized that their return would only hasten the arrival of the others. He looked at Lin Ye, hoping Lin Ye would stop him. However, Lin Ye ignored him completely and continued to quietly look outside. In just a moment, everyone had run away. Li Ke's eyes widened. We're doomed, completely doomed. The enemy is coming soon. The big boss is a lord. There's no escaping him. What to do? Li Ke kept thinking, should he log off now and call for help? But I am an ally still within their territory, on the battlefield, and cannot log off. What to do? Li Ke kept thinking. After a long while. Kill! Amidst the tense atmosphere among the succubi, shouts of battle erupted. They're here? Lin Ye frowned. Li Ke felt cold all over. Was he going to die here? How do I do it? 200 people, 3 leaders. At the same time, Mei Feng stood on the arrow tower. Observation. 200 meters, 150 meters, 100 meters. 200 people. According to the layout of a level 5 territory, it will likely include all types of troops. Li Ke took a deep breath. He kept observing Lin Ye. The Huangtu village army has invaded your territory. The game reminded Lin Ye. Lin Ye listened quietly without making any move. Damn it! Li Ke exclaimed in frustration. What was this all about? The main force has arrived, and you're still acting like this. Look at the lamp the magician is holding, illuminating the outside. Use the previous layout. Turn off the lights, then suddenly turn them back on, causing temporary blindness. Li Ke looked at Lin Ye. I can't understand why Lin Ye didn't make any plans. 30 meters! Mei Feng shouted. Stop them! Lin Ye said. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Buzzing. All mages, sorcerers, and archers unleashed their attacks. Stop! The voice continued. There stood a 200-man square formation opposite, including shield warriors, swordsmen, and archers. All of them are level 20. At the front of the formation, 3 men appeared, just like the previous 4 families, burly and ferocious. The burly man in the center was particularly fierce. Third in command, shield warrior, heroic level, level 21. Second in command, shield warrior, heroic level, level 22. The chieftain, a shield warrior, a heroic soul, level 24. His aura is clearly different from the other 2. Holy crap, level 24 heroic spirit! Li Ke shuddered when he saw the lineup. What a strong lineup! It's completely over. How dare you! The central chief swept his gaze across the walled area and looked at Lin Ye. You actually dared to kill people from my Huangtu village. This area has been ruled by my Huangtu village for many years, and it is clear that no one is allowed to advance to the 4th level. Not only did you dare, you also brazenly killed my 4th leader. Give up resistance and prepare to die. The leader shouted, his deep voice sending shivers down everyone's spines. After all, their aura and status are undeniable. Who? Li Ke was overwhelmed by the imposing aura and looked at Lin Ye. He was doomed. Prepare to die? I'll show you what's what. Before Lin Ye could respond, Mei Yanran's voice rang out. Mei Yanran waited across the river, looking at him with murderous intent. Yes, we also have heroic souls, Li Ke said with delight. Upon hearing this, the leader looked at Mei Yanran, his disdain written all over his face. Level 15? That's too weak. He looked at the 3rd leader and said, Go and meet her. All right, the 3rd leader said, his killing intent sharp as he looked at Mei Yanran. Both sides are preparing for a major battle. Is anyone else here? The leader stared at Lin Ye, then continued. If no one else. Someone's here. Mei Miaoji stepped out and quietly looked at the leader. Humph! The leader sneered. Trash, second brother you go. All right. The second in command nodded, stepped forward, and confronted him. Hee! Li Ke's lips twitched, as if he had seen a glimmer of hope. Isn't there also Mei Yingzi? As long as she can hold off the leader, and with the cannons here, they can wipe out the people they brought. At that time, everyone will kill 3 people, everything will be complete, and victory will be achieved. Night God's name is known throughout the world. Lin Ye watched quietly as the leader stared at him and said, If there's no one else, I'll lead my troops out. As he spoke, the leader drew his long sword from his waist. Hee! Li Ke chuckled, revealing his charming and heroic figure. Boom! Just then, a loud roar suddenly rang out. Li Ke looked on in surprise. A flying boat took off beside them, and Mei Yingzi was controlling it, intending to leave. Lin Ye was surprised. I'm going to live and die with you, and you're running away? Are you still a succubus? Where has your talent for obedience gone? Before I could speak, the flying boat had already departed. We're doomed! Li Keqing looked at Lin Ye with a resigned smile. The only one who could hold them off, Mengzi, has run away. I just saw Simaru, that second-generation heir, die, and now I, another second-generation heir, am going to die too. Never mind, if Lin Ye hadn't saved me that day, I would have died. The two went down together, along with a companion. Ha! Your men have escaped! The leader stared at Lin Ye as he watched everything unfold. He said, What can you do to me? The leader is arrogant. Is that so? Lin Ye shook his head and walked towards the cannon. He said, If you want to come in and destroy my lord's mansion, let's see if you can withstand the cannon fire. Phew! Upon hearing this, Lin Ye wondered if he could withstand it. Cannons? The leader remained silent. After a moment of silence, he made up his mind and said, I'm a shield warrior, so the worst that can happen is I get hurt. Besides, it's just a cannon. Can you guarantee a 100% hit rate? Kill! The leader's eyes were bloodshot, and he acted immediately. Lin Ye's face turned even paler. Indeed, the leader is strong, and he's a shield warrior. He gets hit the most and suffers the most damage. Moreover, artillery might not be able to hit them. After all, the leader already knew about the cannons and would definitely try to avoid them. Unlike the fourth leader from before, who charged blindly. He looked bitterly at the attacking leader. He was finished. Boom! Suddenly, a sound like the sky collapsing and the earth splitting open rang out. The leader, who was running, stopped in shock, his face filled with fear. I kept touching my body, but found nothing. There was no ignition, so where did the cannon fire come from? Lin Ye was also surprised and looked at Lin Ye, only to see that Lin Ye did not have a torch in his hand. Chapter 42 Defeat. Boom boom boom. Just then, a series of cannon shots suddenly rang out. It was earth-shattering. The entire earth seemed to be shaking. In the distance, flames soared into the sky above a mountain hollow, ablaze with light. It's our mountain stronghold. Yes. Under attack! People shouted. Holy crap, how many cannons are there? Lin Ye exclaimed, listening to the sound and looking at the distant flames. Mengzi wasn't going to escape. She was going to attack someone else's base. No wonder Mei Yi and the others are nowhere to be seen. This is a scheme. Even with artillery fire, they are no match for each other in a head-on confrontation. After all, the opponent is strong. Once the defenses are breached, the Lord's manor will be destroyed. The stronghold is now empty inside. The death of the fourth leader led to the arrival of all their troops. There might be troops left behind, but that's not a problem for Mengzi. A Tier 5 building, very strong, generally impossible to breach, but cannons can. Yagami is awesome. You, how dare you attack my headquarters? The leader exclaimed indignantly. The second and third leaders both looked at Lin Ye with tense expressions. Lin Ye didn't seem to care at all, and just smiled faintly. I'm going to kill you! The leader roared in anger. It was too late to go back and help now. The only way is to kill Lin Ye before his territory is destroyed. Boys, kill them! Kill them all! Destroy his lord's manor! The leader roared. The second and third leaders roared. Kill! Kill! The crowd was filled with righteous indignation and charged straight in. Roar! The leader accelerated his charge. Boost morale. The fear was appalling. The succubi felt inexplicably guilty, but none of them showed any intention of hiding. Lin Ye's heart was pounding. What should he do? He looked at Lin Ye. Lin Ye watched quietly, then looked at the leader of the charge, chuckled, and said, Too bad, too late. Your people have broken the Lord's estate of the Yellow Earth village. Huangtu village disappeared, everyone was injured, morale was low, and attributes were reduced. The player's lord's mansion was destroyed, and the lord died instantly. The mansion of the wild faction lord has been destroyed, and all attributes of everyone have been reduced by half. The people of Huangtu village cried out in anguish. It's broken, the mountain stronghold is gone. What to do? Our stats have been lowered. Run! More than 200 people wailed. The three leaders, the first, second, and third, were also dumbfounded, feeling the attributes and experiencing extreme pain. Run! The three of them turned around and tried to run away. Announcement. The Night God Alliance Night God Land has destroyed the 5th-tier Wild Territory Lord's mansion. Holy crap, it's destroyed? That was a 5th-tier item. So fast? That's too crazy. I don't even dare to touch my 2nd-tier territory, and others have already started attacking 5th-tier territories. The key is that it's 4 against 5. It's not over yet. Don't panic. Wild territories are different from ours. If they are destroyed, they are only injured. They can escape, and then wait for their injuries to heal and take revenge. They can rebuild their territories. Therefore, if Yagami doesn't kill the enemy's lord, it doesn't count as a victory. The world channel is buzzing. Has the Night God become this powerful? Lin swallowed hard. Let's see what happens next. Sure, you hadn't expected this either. I thought Yagami was doomed to fail, but he actually won, and won so quickly. This Night God. Jinbin took a deep breath, incredulous. The pain stems from the uncertainty of whether he can achieve complete victory. Everyone was watching and waiting for news. The land of the Night God. Devastated? Lika looked at the state of the people in Huantu village and smirked. I felt a pang of anxiety when I sensed people about to run away. What would happen if they got away? He looked at Lin Ye. Kill! Lin Ye smirked, now at the 4th rank. Level 20 is the maximum level. These are all based on their own experience. He roared. Everyone, level up to level 20! Kill! As soon as the words were spoken, the soldiers with swords and spears all moved into action. I was incredibly excited. The rapid attack instantly blocked the path of more than 200 people. There's nothing we can do, their attributes have been halved. The succubi followed suit, charging forward with their weapons. No! Spare me! We were wrong. In an instant, the cries of grief echoed throughout the land, and a one-sided massacre began. The three leaders, the first, second, and third, looked ashen-faced. They were also running away. However, Mei Yanran and Mei Miaoji had already begun their actions, quickly appearing in front of the three of them. Block the road. All three were seriously injured. 2 people would have been enough to kill them. No. He wanted to roar, but he saw that Mei Yanran and Mei Miaoji had already attacked. The scene instantly descended into chaos and slaughter. Phew! Lika thought, there was no escape. Strong, awesome. It shocked the world. I thought I was going to die, but I won. Very good. He glanced at Lin Ye, who was watching quietly, and looked on with admiration. As expected of a master, I made the right choice in targeting him. Your subject's charm level has increased to level 20, and he has learned the warrior skill, Heavy Strike. Your subject, Nightshade, has leveled up to 20 and learned the assassin skill, Stealth. Your people's fire spirit level has increased to level 20, and they have learned the gunner skill, Pierce. One message after another rang in Lin Ye's ears. Lin Ye smiled. He had reached level 20 and had learned a new skill. Quite good. There are people here, and there are people in the stronghold. Both can level up. Quietly wait for it to end. Your people have killed the leader. A moment later, a sound rang out. Surrender! Shouted the second and third leaders. Surrender! The people of Huantuzhai shouted. Report. The Night God Alliance Night God Realm has killed the chief of Huantu Village, and Huantu Village has been completely destroyed. Holy crap! We won! We won completely! That Night God is awesome! Yagami is too awesome, awesome beyond measure. 5th-tier territories were completely wiped out and utterly destroyed. The world channel was in complete chaos. Golden Shout Night God Alliance 9527. Congratulations to Night God for destroying the 5th-tier territory. Night God is invincible. Night God has descended, and the world should avoid him. Holy crap, this is 9527. Good dog. I also want to be the Night God's lackey. People are envious, jealous, and hateful. It was a success after all, Shirya said, and Li Lin nodded. Night God has exceeded our expectations. It worked as expected. Bin said with a mournful expression, looking at the orc. Let's move out. We can't delay any longer. Okay. The orc showed a look of worry for the first time. Search for that night god. In a ninth tier territory, the old man looked at the sky with murderous intent. He said, I originally thought that the fifth tier territory would help Rua avenge her, but I didn't expect that she would actually survive it. He must be killed. Otherwise, what will become of the Sima family's reputation? The old man said indignantly. Chapter 43 Harvest. The Land of the Night God. Lin Ye watched the war end and silently looked at his upgrade interface. Your territory has been upgraded to Tier 4, expanding by 5 square kilometers, and the eastward adjustment has been completed. Your territory's population limit has been increased by 200. Currently, 200 to 200. Your subjects can level up to level 20. It's no different from before. Ding! Your territory's level has been upgraded by 4 tiers. Effect 1. Reduces the construction and production time of the host and his subjects by 54%. Effect 2. Increases the effectiveness of all buildings and crafted items owned by the host and his subjects by 104%. Effect 3. Increases the stats of all the host's subjects by 104%. Effect 4. The host can add 2 talents to his subjects as needed, but cannot change the original talents. Effect 5. You can enjoy 3 hours of double speed boost every day. The system still displays numerical changes, but the 3 hours a day are quite enjoyable. Lin Ye smiled faintly. Your people have captured the second and third leaders. Your people plunder Iron or X1. Your people plunder the blueprints for the Shield Warrior Barracks. Your people plundered 1 iron longsword. One message after another rang in Lin Ye's ears. Lin Ye looked over and saw the succubi gathered together, cleaning up the battlefield. Everyone has leveled up and sent the defeated human prisoners into the territory. The second and third leaders were both among them. These 2 would be practically invincible outside, but unfortunately I'm a member of the Meizu race and can't absorb humans. There are no prisons, but level 5 territories usually have them, such as mountain strongholds, which definitely need to imprison people. Hopefully, Mei Yingzi and the others can find them. Shield Warrior Barracks? That's pretty good, another unit type added. It awaits people to clean it up. Time passed slowly, and before long, the sky began to lighten. Boom! The airship returned. Mei Yanran and the others quickly gathered and returned with their spoils. After all, those were supplies from a 5th tier territory. Help! One by one, they carried weapons, gold, iron ore, and other valuables into the warehouse. My lord! Mei Yingzi walked quickly to Lin Ye's side and handed him several blueprints. It's all blueprints. A 4th tier building, a prison. Prison! Lin Ye's lips twitched. He just hit the nail on the head. Good. Shield technology requires a Tier 5 territory to be implemented. It allows for the forging of shields, the equipping of a separate swordsman barracks, and the training of swordsmen and shieldmen. A furniture workshop requires a Tier 5 territory to build. A fabric dyeing workshop requires a Tier 5 territory to build. A hemp rope production workshop requires a Tier 5 territory to build. One by one, blueprints appeared, all depicting the detailed buildings within a Tier 5 territory. After level 5, it's like this. It's no longer just about eating and living, it's about pursuing a higher quality of life. However, all of them require Tier 5 to build. Unlike a science lab, which doesn't fall under this quality pursuit and belongs to scientific research, it doesn't need this feature. Therefore, I need to find a way to upgrade to the 5th tier. To upgrade from Tier 4 to Tier 5, you need to upgrade all buildings to Tier 4, which means making good use of iron. Aim for a diverse diet, with at least 3 different foods. I currently have fish, but I haven't slaughtered any pigs yet. I need someone skilled in butchering, and I need to figure out how to get one. We planted 2 kinds of vegetables, cauliflower and bok choy, but we're missing one. Staple foods are needed, but unfortunately it's not harvest time yet. The first 5 levels are all about survival, about surviving as much as possible. After reaching level 5, it's time to focus on improving your quality of life. We'll talk about that later. Let's continue. Looking back at the blueprints, I must say, this time the harvest has been incredibly fruitful. A level 5 building, the military pavilion, requires the territory to reach level 5. Lin Ye frowned upon seeing it. This was a good thing. Those who train generals, including the second, third, and fourth leaders, are almost always trained. Mei Li and the others can be trained to become generals. Excellent! Lin Ye said happily, handing the blueprints to Mei Yanren. You arrange for everything to be upgraded, and try to reach level 5 as soon as possible. Full of anticipation, he thought that once he reached level 5, he could quickly become a force like Huangtu Village. The process of finding blueprints and resources in the early stages of level 5 is skipped entirely. Quite good. The only thing missing now is food diversity. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Just then, a chicken crowed. Lin Ye frowned. A rooster crowed? Looking closely at the succubi, one could see them carrying supplies, with some of them holding chickens. Isn't this the third type of meat? Now all I need to do is deal with the butcher. The newly joined succubus has not yet chosen a talent. With a glance, I sensed the panel. Okay. Just then, Mei Yanren nodded in response to Lin Ye's arrangement, interrupting Lin Ye's continuation. He hesitated for a moment, then said, We found a succubus in their prison. Oh? Lin Ye's lips twitched. A succubus? Most of the succubi imprisoned in these mountain strongholds are there for amusement. This kind of person has suffered a lot, and is not healthy. He said, Bring it over so we can take a look. After all, she was a succubus. Okay. Mei Yanren nodded and looked at Mei Yi in the distance, where she saw Mei Yi supporting a succubus as they slowly walked towards them. He was clearly seriously injured. A succubus that is seriously injured? Lika looked over curiously, as no one would want such a subject in the early stages. The initial population quota meant that every single person was precious. Lin Ye understood the implication in Lika's words and watched as Mei Yi brought the succubus over. My succubus greets your majesty, the succubus said. Lin Ye observed Mei Mao and suddenly paused. Although the succubus in front of him was seriously injured, her overall temperament was different. She exudes an aura of dominance, but of course, it doesn't change the succubus's curvaceous and unrealistic figure. Lika looked on in surprise, not expecting this at all. Enchanting scheme, heroic spirit level, level 30. Lin Ye looked over. Good grief, level 30? Heroic spirit level? The level above heroic soul. What are her talents? Judging from her name, they are unsurprisingly related to strategy. I have not become their plaything. Please take me in, Lord. I am willing to do anything for you. Mei Mao also learned a lot from Mei Yanren and others. Knowing how good Lin Ye was, and now that he had been rescued, he spoke up immediately. To express her purity, she directly stated that she had not become a plaything. Phew! Lin Ye's lips twitched. He hadn't become a plaything? This is level 30, a heroic spirit. Although the succubus is weak, its level is still significant, making it very difficult for Huangtu Village to achieve the same result. Believe in the magic of the scheme. A strategist is exactly the kind of talent I need. In the future, when facing powerful enemies like those in today's fifth-tier territories, we won't have to think about it ourselves. She can then take action. He said, You should recover first, and I'll have a healer treat you. We have a purifier in our territory who can purify the hidden ailments that have accumulated in your body over the years. The territory is currently full, and you will have to wait until you reach level 5 before you can join. Lin Ye spoke. Thank you, my lord, Mei Mao replied, tears streaming down her face, having been imprisoned for so long. Phew! Mei Yanren and Mei Yi were also happy to see that the lord believed Mei Mao's words. I'll make the arrangements and find a way to reach the 4th tier as soon as possible. Mei Yanren looked at Lin Ye excitedly. I'll take Mei Mao to rest, and I'll go find Mei Yao and Mei Jing, Mei Yi said. Chapter 44 The White-Clad Alliance's Actions. Okay. Lin Ye nodded, watching the two of them go their separate ways. Without giving it much thought, I looked at the citizen panel. Before gazing, at 100 succubi. Each person's information can be updated with 3 words. Digging mastery, cutting mastery, slaughter mastery. A master of slaughter. Excellent. Make quick selections, covering as many aspects as possible. What's going on? The succubi sensed the change and looked at Lin Ye in surprise. They could sense that everything originated from Lin Ye. They all looked at Lin Ye and said, Thank you, Lord. He longed to rush over and embrace Lin Ye. However, there are still things to do at this stage, and none of them have taken any action. Lin Ye nodded in response. Actually, I didn't want them to come. I couldn't stand being surrounded like that. Now everything is complete. All that's left is to reinforce the building with iron. Hee, it's changed again. Li Ke looked at it and shook his head. We've gotten used to it. He looked at Lin Ye and asked, why did you agree to let those succubi join? That succubus was so badly injured that it takes a lot of effort to heal her. Treatment can help her recover, but she still has hidden ailments, and purification will require a long-term process. He was sickly his whole life. Heroic spirit level, Lin Ye replied. Actually, there's no need. You could have refused. Succubi are obedient after all, they won't blame you. Li Ke was still talking when he suddenly heard Lin Ye's response, and was taken aback. What did you say? Li Ke stared at Lin Ye with his mouth agape in disbelief. Heroic spirit level? The question was repeated. Yes, Lin Ye replied. Li Ke looked at Lin Ye with a blank expression, filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment. Do you know that only a few 8th or 9th tier forces have a heroic spirit level, and at most only 1 or 2? You're already at level 4, so you have it, Li Ke said excitedly. So, you're saying you won't accept it? Lin Ye asked. Return her, Li Ke declared resolutely. Even if she's dead, we must find a way to bring her back to life. Wow, that's a heroic spirit level. Once it reaches level 5, the world will be shocked, Li Ke exclaimed happily. For a moment, everyone was eagerly anticipating Lin Ye's advancement to the 5th rank. Time passed and dawn broke. Lin Ye watched as the succubi finished moving the supplies and excitedly began to reinforce and upgrade their houses. Time to log off and go to sleep. The White-Clad Alliance and the White-Clad Territory have declared hostility towards the Black Wind Alliance. The White-Clad Alliance Beacon Territory declares hostility towards the Morning Glow Alliance. The White-Clad Alliance the Moonlit Territory has declared hostility towards the Rock and Soil Alliance. White-Clad Alliance White-Clad Territory destroyed. Black Wind Alliance Black Wind Territory. White-Clad Alliance Moon Alliance Annihilation Rock and Soil Alliance Rock Territory. White-Clad Alliance Beacon Fire Territory destroyed. Dawn Glow Alliance Dawn Light Territory. Golden Shout, White-Clad Alliance Propaganda Territory. White-Clad Alliance Cloud Map Territory annihilates Tier 4 Wild Territories. Golden Shout, White-Clad Alliance Promoting Territory. White-Clad Alliance White-Clad Territory upgraded to Tier 4 Territory. Golden Shout, White-Clad Alliance Propaganda Territory. White-Clad Alliance Waiting Territory annihilates Tier 4 Wild Territories. The Golden Clan announced that the White-Clad Alliance, a Tier 1 Flying Cloud Territory, joined forces with the Tier 1 Pink Territory to annihilate a Tier 3 Wild Territory. The Golden Alliance is recruiting. Unite as one against external threats, and welcome to join. Suddenly, a series of announcements and shouts of, Golden Man! Rang out. This caused Lin Ye to pause. Holy crap, what's going on with the White-Clad Alliance? Have they started their operation? A full-scale, indiscriminate attack, what's going on? Are they gathering resources to prepare for a fight against the Night God's territory? Damn, they've even brought out Propaganda Territory. 9527's glory is being overshadowed. No way, Simarushi is exploiting the Alliance's internal affairs, while the White Robe Alliance is leading the entire Alliance to seize other territories. You and I are both their prey. Quickly, join the White-Clad Alliance. I'm leaving my own alliance and joining the White-Clad Alliance. Yishin is fighting alone. Simaru is dead, so there's no longer a three-way standoff. This side is preparing to use a combination of tactics to fight against Yishin. No way, how can we admit defeat? What if I refuse to admit defeat? That's going to kill me. The time channel immediately went wild. Night God, let's see if you're stronger on your own, or if we have more people. Jin Bin looked at the orc beside him and said, This plan is good, quite good. Yes. The orc nodded. What do we do? We've been declared war on 2. Li Lin exclaimed. It's infuriating. 2 big shots are fighting, and it's us juniors who are dying. Sure you said? The realm of the Night God. This White-Clad Alliance. Lin Ye frowned, finding it rather interesting. What's going on with this White-Clad Alliance? Are they targeting us, using some kind of political maneuvering? Li Ke looked on, unwilling to accept the situation. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye was surprised that the kid could actually react. Strategic maneuvering? Looking at the people still escorting prisoners in the field, it seemed like they could take advantage of this opportunity to sell them at a high price. Aren't prisoners of war just for buying and selling? He looked at Li Ke and asked, How much do you sell these prisoners for? If you're consigning them, how much will you charge? Do you have a way to make them forget what happened before? Lin Ye was puzzled. If he sold them, wouldn't that expose him? I wonder how influential Li Ke is in their caravan. None of the succubi that were sold had any memory of their previous location. It's obvious that they all used underhanded methods. Of course, no problem, Li Ke replied directly. A smug smile spread across his face. The returns on our previous investments have come. Looking around at the human prisoners, there were about 150 of them. He said, Humans, one of the major races, sell for 20,000 per person on the market for levels 15 to 19. 40,000 for level 20. 80,000 each for those with special military units. Those 2 hero level items cost 150,000. But we are in this region, where all the citizens are of low rank. They will raise prices by 20% to facilitate early development. I charge a 10% handling fee, which includes shipping costs. When Li Ke speaks, the first transaction is the moment to establish trust. He continued, If you think it's too expensive, I can lower the price a bit. No need, I trust you. Lin Ye nodded. I'm satisfied. As long as I can forget about it, that's fine. Continue. You make the arrangements. I don't want to support them anymore. Also, I want to take all the stones and copper ore that we agreed on before all at once. Don't take up my space, Lin Ye said. Just keep the price you just mentioned, and you can have the extra. I can equip those humans with iron tools. Equipped with iron tools? Li Ke asked, puzzled. Why? Because once you acquire iron weapons, it's like a game changer. There's no need for that. The berries and grains in the territory, Lin Ye said. I gained a lot from the level 5 territories. He said. I can sell them too. You sell grain too? Li Ke was puzzled again. Isn't that white-clad alliance attacking indiscriminately? Lin Ye noticed Li Ke's confusion and casually asked. Question mark. Li Ke was puzzled. What did that mean? War profits? If these human prisoners are released, they'll be incredibly powerful, capable of dominating a region and dealing with the current oppression from the white-clad alliance. If they were equipped with iron weapons, the white-clad alliance would probably never have returned. With food, we can feed this group of people. Food was very difficult to obtain in the early stages. Buying from outside is expensive. Those who are ambitious will definitely buy it, and at a high price. They're not the only ones with money. Lin Ye is essentially waging a proxy war. Awesome. He thwarted the white-clad alliance's conspiracy, exchanged his money, and made a profit. He looked at Lin Ye and said, Wait for me. With that, he logged off. Chapter 45 Selling Supplies. Your people repair the damaged walls. Your people repair the damaged dormitories. Your people repair the damaged bridge. One voice after another rang in Lin Ye's ears. Lin Ye watched the succubi build and smiled faintly. Mei Yanren knew how to arrange all the work without having to ask any questions. In a moment. Buzz! Li Ke's figure froze, and he looked at Lin Ye excitedly. It's all arranged. After saying that, he looked up at the sky and waited for the delivery people to come. Okay. Lin Ye nodded, also waiting. Your people are building slaughterhouses. Your people are building chicken coops. You have completed the meat diversification. 3 to 3. Your people build mills. You have finished your staple food. Your people plant carrots to diversify your vegetables. 3 to 3. Meanwhile, the sound continued. Lin Ye smiled faintly. Everything is progressing in an orderly manner. Build your territory today and upgrade to Tier 5 without any problems at all. Time passed slowly. Boom! A sudden roar rang out. They're here! Li Ke exclaimed excitedly upon hearing this. Let's go see it together with Lin Ye. Then, the mechanical spaceship appeared in the sky once again. Lin Ye looked at the enormous mechanical spaceship, wondering when he would be able to develop to that level. As the door opened, the stairs appeared, and one robot after another emerged. Mech race, level 40. Lin Ye stared intently. A mechanical race, a rare race indeed. He looked at Mei Yanran and said, "You and Li Ke will hand over the supplies." "Okay." Mei Yanran nodded. After saying that, Mei Yanran and Li Ke left immediately, while the mechanical race continued to move supplies. Mei Yanran and Li Ke were counting the items. After simple calculation, Li Ke excitedly jogged over to Lin Ye's side. "The total value of the supplies this time is 7 million people, 1 million in grain, 200 pieces of ironware, 1 million, and copper ore, stone and tools, totaling 4 million. A total of 15 million. Li Ke grinned. "White Cloud Alliance, you didn't expect this, did you? Your war has made us incredibly wealthy. The harder you pressure me, the better I sell." "Yes." Lin Ye nodded. The two then made a deal. A moment later, Li Ke began to act, looking at the World Channel. Golden Call, Night God Alliance 9527, Human Race, formerly a Tier 5 Wild Territory race, 173 people, levels 15 to 19, 40 archers, spearmen, and shieldmen, 2 heroes level 20 and above, all equipped with ironware, and have abundant copper ore, stone ore, and food. Interested parties please come quickly. Li Ke kept refreshing the screen, as if it were free. Damn, so many people, and they're all so powerful. If we get them, it'll be the same as having a 5th tier territory. Even if it's not, we'll have touched the threshold of the 5th tier. The key is that they are 2 hero level characters, level 20 plus. Holy crap, they were sold by Night God. This is to suppress the White Robe Alliance, and support one that opposes the White Robe Alliance. With this, how will the White Clad Alliance fight? Will they launch a full-scale attack? Both sides will be severely weakened, and then Night God will step in and finish them off. People on the World Channel immediately realized what was happening, and went wild. Damn it, this Night God! Qin Bin stared, his eyes shining like a lone lamp. Are they pulling this stunt? Daring. Who would dare to buy it? His eyes were fixed on them. Anyone who dared to say they wanted to buy would be killed. Gold shouts out to Star Alliance White Star Territory. I'll buy it for 20 million. DM me, I'll give you the coordinates, ship it here quickly. Holy crap, someone actually bought it. They've got money. They can just send 20 million. Once that's done, won't we be back to a 3-way balance of power? 20 million not only brings you things, but also establishes a friendship with the Night God Alliance. From now on, the Night God Alliance can give you anything good. We are united in a certain dimension. The World Channel shouted. Hee hee, Li Ke said, looking at it. Good. Follow Night God, and making money will be a breeze. Send a private message immediately. After some maneuvering, the location was determined. Li Ke looked at the spaceship and said, Transport it to me. Boom! The spaceship vanished instantly. Damn it! Qin Bin exclaimed as he watched the Star River Alliance make a purchase, even directly shouting out in gold. He gave a wry smile. My plans have been ruined, but I'm already on the verge of disaster and have no choice but to act. He glanced at the orc beside him and frowned. Gold announced that the handover of the Star Alliance White Star Territory has been completed. Golden Cry, Star River Alliance White Star Territory, 3 Tier 4 territories of White Star Territory have been destroyed. Golden Call, Galaxy Alliance Elegant Territory, Galaxy Alliance is recruiting. Join quickly, and we will take on the responsibility of protecting you. Holy crap! So fast, they've already wiped out a Tier 3 territory? Damn, this power could easily wipe out 100 third-tier territories. Take responsibility for protecting us, join us now, and let's see how the White-Clad Alliance handles this. People cheered collectively. At the same time, the White-Clad Alliance propaganda territory fell silent and stopped causing trouble. Golden Message, Star Alliance Elegant Territory, welcome Thunderland to the Star Alliance. Golden Call, Star River Alliance Elegant Residence Territory, welcome Cloud Journey Land to join the Star River Alliance. Golden Message, Star River Alliance Elegant Residence Territory, welcome Flying Territory to join the Star River Alliance. For a time, messages from the Star River Alliance's Gold Alliance kept flooding the screen. Hee hee, this kid's got some trouble. Li Ke looked at him, smiled faintly, quite satisfied. All right. Lin Ye smiled faintly, looking around at the succubi in action. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. They did go to sleep last night. I'm going to sleep now, he said. I'm logging off to go to sleep. Okay. Li Ye nodded. I'm going offline to sleep too. With that, the two logged off. In reality, under the clear blue sky, without any bustling atmosphere, most people were engrossed in the game. The students went to class. Lin Ye looked at the content on his phone. It was sent last night. Part of it was news about Simaru, but unfortunately Sima was already dead. The White-Clad Alliance is planning something big. They've been plotting for a long time, but the specifics are unclear. It might be a collective expansion to increase the number of Alliance members in order to deal with the Land of Night God. Lin Ye quickly scanned the area and surprisingly anticipated the White-Clad Alliance's next move. Isn't Li Lin's alliance the Star River Alliance? Those who buy their own supplies also do so. That's interesting. With such powerful strength and intelligence capabilities, can the White-Clad Alliance, who are their enemies, win? Go ahead and fight, so I can develop. Lin Ye smiled faintly, looked towards the bathroom, and prepared to wash up. Ding! A message suddenly came in. Lin Ye stared intently at his phone. A message appeared. 1. We bought the population and resources of the Tier 5 territory that Night God defeated. It now possesses a certain level of strength. If you're interested, you're welcome to join. If the White-Clad Alliance targets you, you can contact me. Lin Ye watched, a smirk playing on his lips. These two little girls were quite affectionate. Keep watching. Chapter 46 Fifth Tier Territory. 2. We just received some special news. The people behind Simaru are about to make a move and are currently investigating the information about the Land of Night God. However, no information has been revealed about the Land of Night. They are currently conducting an investigation through 9527. If this is discovered, the Land of Night Gods may be doomed. Simaru's backer made a move? Lin Ye frowned. The information about the two little girls is probably accurate. The key is that they also send out breaking news, just like news reports. Survey 9527? Don't worry, Lika transports supplies using mechanical spaceships, which are not on the same level as the people behind Simaru. Go to sleep, we'll talk about it later. Lin Ye started washing up and then went to bed. Your people have discovered iron ore. Your people have unearthed iron ore. Your people have fortified their barracks, raising the barracks level to Tier 4. Your people have reinforced their dormitories, raising their level to Tier 4. Your people reinforced the workshops, raising their level to Tier 4. Time passed slowly, and it was 7 p.m. Buzz! Lin Ye woke up and went online. The entire territory was in harmony, with torches dotting the surroundings and people working. Greetings, Lord. The succubi greeted Lin Ye warmly upon his arrival. Lin Ye nodded in response, but didn't look at him any further. The succubus's figure is too alluring. Their expressions, combined with the other features, made them even more alluring. It's not that I don't want to watch, it's that I'm afraid my body can't handle it. Construction of the 4th tier building is still ongoing. At this pace, it will be evening by then. After all, we've already used up today's double time. Look towards the newly emerged territory to the east. I didn't check it yesterday. A mining workshop has been built. It's the newly discovered iron ore mine that was previously excavated. Ruins of the Elven territory have also appeared. Not only are there Elven ruins, but also a few ruins from other territories. It's likely the player territory that was wiped out back then. The land clearing went very smoothly, and no wild monsters appeared. Now I consider myself the king of this land. After all, that level 5 territory was destroyed. You guys continue, Lin Ye said, walking towards the east. Walk on to the ruins of several newly emerged territories. The players! The players! The players! Lin Ye looked at them one by one and saw that they all belonged to players, then walked towards the elf ruins again. Did you miss anything while we were in the fog? Upon closer inspection, could there be a 9-tiered building similar to a technology lab? After searching, nothing was found. This was within Lin Ye's expectations. After all, it's not that easy. Ha! Suddenly, Lin Ye noticed something different in the ruins. Where there were many white feathers before, a black feather appeared. It's hidden and can't be found without careful searching. Troll headdress feathers. Trolls? Lin Ye frowned. Were they left over from the war? Aren't the people of Huangtu village a human race? Does that mean there are trolls around here? Or perhaps Huangtu village was just one of the smaller forces. Trolls have a unique characteristic. They can easily cluster together, develop quickly in the early stages, and have their own unique methods. Therefore, trolls are basically a level 7 or higher faction. 7th order? If Huangtu village is related to a tier 7 power, will they come after me if I destroy Huangtu village? Lin Ye fell silent. A crisis was brewing. Moreover, it's a 7th tier being, a terrifying existence. No wonder they attack the elves. Trolls live in forests and swamps. They are naturally opposed to races like elves. These feathers can be collected and given to Maniac to study. Let's see if we can research troll technology similar to elf technology. Just like the flaming arrows from Huangtu village last night. Lin Ye gently collected the feathers one by one, without disturbing the succubi, who were still building. You collect 1,000 broken elf headdress feathers. You have collected 1 troll headdress feather. Lin Ye collected them one by one. Time passed slowly, and midnight arrived. Bang bang bang. The knocking sounds continued throughout the territory as the succubus continued to construct buildings. Lin Ye watched without saying much. Everyone was eager to level up. She smiled faintly. It's past midnight, so the system will automatically double the reading. Bang bang bang. Instantly, their speed increased. Lin Ye took the dried fish and started eating the night fish. 2:30 a.m. The knocking suddenly stopped. Your subjects have successfully constructed multiple Tier 4 buildings, satisfying the needs for staple food and food diversity. Your subject's level is over 20% maxed out. Do you want to upgrade? A game notification sounded in my ear. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye learned that all upgrades had been successfully completed. Double is great, otherwise it would be tomorrow morning. The response was, Upgrade! Upgrade successful. Your territory is about to expand by 10 square kilometers. You can choose the direction of expansion, please. West, south, north, Lin Ye responded. Boom! The mist in the territory dispersed directly from 3 directions, expanding outwards. The entire territory forms a shape similar to a circle. There were still no other monsters. It can be said that all monsters within a 200-kilometer radius have been cleared out and will not reappear. Even if they exist, they will avoid them. Your territory has been upgraded to Tier 5, and the land area has expanded by 10 square kilometers. Your territory's population limit has been increased to 500. Currently, 200 to 500. Your subjects can level up to level 25. A game notification sounded quickly. Ding! Your territory's level has been increased by 5 tiers. Effect 1. Reduces the construction and production time of the host and his subjects by 55%. Effect 2. Increases the effectiveness of all buildings and crafted items owned by the host and his subjects by 105%. Effect 3. Increases the stats of all the host's subjects by 105%. Effect 4. The host can add 2 talents to his subjects as needed, but cannot change the original talents. The talents will randomly appear as either mastery or advanced. Effect 5. You can enjoy 3 hours of triple speed boost every day. Due to system changes, talents are no longer limited to the proficiency level. There is now a master level. Double the time has become tripled. Lin Ye smirked. Awesome. That's fucking awesome. Announcement. Night God's Pure Land has advanced to level 5 territory. Hee, just as expected, it has been upgraded. Damn, I'm only level 2, and he's already level 5. It's not that you're only at the 2nd tier, it's that most people are at the 1st or 2nd tier. Comparison is the thief of joy. People had already thought of this, and a small number of people online were discussing it extensively. Hey! Qin Bin stood in the white-clad territory and looked around at the situation. All of them are 4-story buildings. I originally planned to upgrade to the 5th tier as soon as it was light, which would have caused quite a stir, Qin Bin said. Unexpectedly, Night God beat me to it again. Yagami does things entirely according to his own pace, Qinbin said. The plan fell through, but it still had to be carried out. We'll have to use the gold to send a message, Qinbin said. I'm logging off and getting some sleep. With that, he vanished on the spot. Chapter 47 The Situation of the Plot. The Territory of the Night God. It's been upgraded, the succubi exclaimed excitedly. This is something they've been looking forward to for a long time. Level 5 territories are different from Level 6 territories, as can be seen from the numerous blueprints for Level 5 territories. They all looked at Lin Ye quietly, saying, "Thank you, Lord." They are grateful to Lin Ye. Without Lin Ye, they would never have this day. One by one, they rushed over, embracing Lin Ye and nuzzling him. Lin Ye remained silent, unable to bear it any longer. "My lord." Mei Yi appeared beside Lin Ye with Mei Mao, who had been healed. Mei Mao stared intently at Lin Ye, her gaze almost stretching out like silk threads. It was filled with anticipation. "Okay." Lin Ye nodded. "Welcome to the team. You have gained a subject, 201. "Thank you, Lord." Mei Mao excitedly hugged Lin Ye, tears of gratitude streaming down her face. Lin Ye remained silent. Mei Mao was a heroic spirit, and her figure and height were different from other succubi. Better. It fully embodies the characteristics of a succubus, and is large no matter where it is. "Thank you, Lord." Just as Lin Ye was marveling at the sight, Mei Mao looked at him excitedly. Clearly, the system's capabilities have emerged, and its attributes have increased. He hugged Lin Ye tightly, squeezing him until he was deformed. Phew! This made Lin Ye gasp, feeling like he couldn't take it anymore. Heroic spirit level? What are the differences in their stats? As he pondered, Lin Ye looked at the panel of the enchantress. 201 citizens. Charm and scheme, heroic spirit level, level 30, strength 50, speed 50, intelligence 50. Talents, obedience, maximum breeding comfort, peak strategy, and can add 2 more gazes. Ability, transformation. Peak level? Lin Ye looked at it and gasped. The heroic spirit level was indeed different. What talents would one possess to counter Mei Mao? Lin Ye directly selected to add. A master of diplomacy, possessing profound knowledge of diplomatic principles and extensive experience in citing classical texts and analyzing situations. One by one, talents emerge, leading to mastery and great achievement. Lin Ye frowned. Which one should he choose? Those who aspire to great achievements will naturally choose to pursue them, but great achievements are rare. Diplomacy is acceptable. Lin Ye pondered that the later the game went, the more contact they would have with wild forces, and the more diplomatic means would be needed. Even when outwitting and outmaneuvering player lords, diplomatic means are still necessary. A diplomatic triumph! Lin Ye exclaimed, continuing to look around, wanting them all. If you have all of those qualities, that would be awesome, a true all-rounder. Analysis complete! Lin Ye chose. Now that he was constantly upgrading, he naturally needed to analyze the situation. Selection successful. Lord. Mei Mao felt the change in herself, paused, and looked at Lin Ye in surprise. 2 new talents have been added, and they're at the advanced level. This is something that other lords do not possess. Thank you, Lord! Mei Mao exclaimed excitedly, hugging Lin Ye tightly. Lin Ye sighed. I really can't take it anymore. Look at the Lord's Mansion interface. Internal Affairs, Mei Yan Ran. External Affairs, none. Basic Development, Mei Yan Ran. Scientific Research and Development, fascinating. Territory War Defense, charming heroine. External Affairs, Enchantment. Lin Ye activated. Appointment successful. This? Mei Mao felt the tenderness as she looked at Lin Ye. Lin Ye watched in silence. The night was pitch black. Meteors appeared as usual. It relentlessly assaults every profound depth. With the impact, it accelerated, and finally exploded. Lin Ye felt relaxed and happy. Looking at the night sky and around, I saw that the succubi were all asleep. I stared at the clock. It was 4 a.m. We'll talk about building the 5-tiered structure tomorrow during the day. I'm logging off and going to sleep. In reality, the latter half of the night is extremely quiet. Today's news. Lin Ye looked at it, a smirk playing on his lips. It was the official news from last night. The two girls send messages every night at 11 p.m. 1. Based on comprehensive information analysis, the reason why the land of Night God was overtaken by the land of Heaven and did not upgrade to the first Tier 4 territory may be due to the Tier 5 territory. 2. Huangtu village's memories have been cleared, and 9,527 used a mechanical race spaceship, so the caravan behind 9527 is quite extraordinary. 3. Due to the sale of the Night God's realm, the White-clad Alliance hesitated to launch a large-scale offensive and annihilate other territories, thus forming a new tripartite balance of power. 4. The White-clad Alliance White-clad territory is accelerating its upgrade, and is expected to reach level 5 tonight. They may be trying to provoke a reaction from the enemy and follow the previous route of expanding Alliance confrontation as much as possible. 5. Continuing from the news from earlier today, the force behind Simaru is an 8th level territory that has taken action. Simaru's mother, the Snow Rain territory. There are rumors of large-scale purchases, but so far no purchases have been made. The setback with 9,527 proves once again that the caravan behind 9527 is very powerful. The messages on his phone kept coming in. Lin Ye smirked. Both girls had become powerful and were still sending messages. It must be said that they are quite capable. Through comprehensive analysis, they were able to determine why they hadn't leveled up. Snow Rain territory? Level 8? Lin Ye remained silent, knowing he needed to be prepared. But it won't happen anytime soon. It's very difficult for older people to enter the newcomers area. They have to pay a heavy price. Lin Ye lay on the bed, closed his eyes to rest, and waited for the day to arrive. Time passed slowly, and at 8 a.m., the sun rose in the east, turning everything fiery red. The weather in the game is almost identical to that in real life. I'm done eating. Lin Ye came into the game and had dinner with a group of succubi. Put down your bowl and chopsticks. Lord! Mei Yanran handed a leather item to Lin Ye and said, Take a look. Lin Ye took it and looked at it closely. Territory layout map. It's a planning map, and Mei Yanran happens to have that talent. On the blueprints, there's the outer city and the inner city. The outer city was for the army and fertile fields, while the inner city was for residence, smelting, and manufacturing. Quite good. You don't need to design anything yourself. The talent is just wonderful. Follow this procedure, Lin Ye said, adding, Pay attention to exploring any newly discovered territories. Prioritize the construction of the military aircraft museum. Lin Ye looked at Mei Yi, and the others, realizing that he had to train them as soon as possible so that they could stand on their own. Thank you, Lord! Enchantress, Moon Enchantress, Fire Enchantress, and the others expressed their gratitude to Lin Ye. Everyone started to act randomly. Lin Ye nodded. Only Lin Ye and Mei Mao remained. Can you tell me how you were imprisoned? Lin Ye asked Mei Mao with a puzzled look. Mei Mao was imprisoned, not trafficked. She has her memories. Night Demon Clan! Mei Mao took a deep breath. Night Demons? Lin Ye frowned. A rare race, but with extraordinary abilities. Lethargic during the day, excited at night. Without reason, they are like wild beasts, which is terrifying. Even a 7th-tier territory would have to avoid a 6th-tier territory. Yes, Mei Mao murmured. Mei Yanran was originally the leader of a succubus clan. I've heard about the succubus race, and I want to go and join them. We encountered them on the way, and they stole the succubus artifact parts that I was carrying with me, the scheming woman said. I am no match for them on my own, Mei Mao said. He said, although they don't have any heroic spirits, we succubi have low base stats, and it's night time. Mei Mao shook his head. Chapter 48 Military Training Commander. Okay. Lin Ye nodded. Before joining the territory, he had a good talent for scheming. But their attributes are useless. They'll always be a talent level behind other races. You just said there were parts of a sacred relic? Lin Ye asked, puzzled, referring to the previously added accessories. The sacred object represents a direct qualitative leap. What if we increase it again? Yes, Mei Mao said. Lin Ye exhaled. How powerful are these sacred objects? It goes without saying. We must find a way to get it. He continued, There's a question, Why did they send you to Huangtu village after they captured you? A deal between the two parties, Mei Mao said. Lin Ye nodded, realizing that's how it is. Do you know the location of the night demon? Lin Ye frowned. If the night demon is nearby, then we must take precautions. Moreover, if you want that part, you need to know its location. It's been too long, I've forgotten. Mei Mao shook her head. Forgot? Lin Ye shook his head, but he could understand. After all, so much time had passed. But the fact that Huangtu village is still there, and that Mei Mao is still in prison means that the night demon's territory is still there. Look around. Your people gather wild vegetables X1. Your people collect one piece of dead wood. Your people have discovered a copper mine X1. Your people have discovered one iron ore. Under Mei Yanran's command, the succubi began exploring the newly appeared areas and building their territories. Next, let Mei Yi and the others go out into the mist to search for the night demon, so they won't be afraid even at night. Nightmare is an assassin type, and Banquet is a thief type. Both can use stealth. It will not be discovered at all. Okay, I understand. Lin Ye nodded and looked at Mei Mao, saying, Go ahead and do your thing. Okay. Mei Mao nodded, walked over to Mei Yanran, and began to help. Lin Ye remained silent, glancing at the sacred object behind him. A single relic bead doubles the probability of obtaining a hero-level item. If I obtain that part, will all heroic spirits become 100%? That would be great. Lin Ye pondered. Let's talk about it after they're done with their work. Pick up your fishing rod, walk to the riverbank, and activate the speed boost. 3 hours, triple speed, is equivalent to 9 hours. In an instant, everyone in the territory moved at lightning speed. Golden shout, White-clad Alliance promoting territory. White-clad Alliance White-clad territory upgraded to Tier 5 territory. Wow, it's been upgraded. It upgraded right after launch? Too bad Nox quietly upgraded last night. Why did Heaven create both Zhou Yu and Zhuge Liang? It's so unfair. A 5th tier territory, awesome. The World Channel was in an uproar. Golden Call, Star River Alliance propaganda territory. The Alliance leader announces the withdrawal of hostile relations with other alliances, while maintaining hostile relations with the Star River Alliance. Any territory that joins the Star River Alliance will be annihilated. Other alliances facing difficulties can seek assistance from the White Robe Alliance for development. Wow! They've changed their strategy. Their previous indiscriminate attacks caused many alliances to side with the Star River Alliance, but now they're joining forces with the others. Who can't see it? Don't they know that we Chinese are masters of situational judgment? 5,000 years of history, all of which our ancestors have mastered. Given Simaru's example, I am truly afraid. The World Channel's ICE viewer was overjoyed. Lin Ye took a look and thought it was interesting. Golden Call, White-clad Alliance Elegant Residence Territory. White-clad Alliance White Star Territory upgraded to Tier 5 territory. Oh? Lin Ye frowned. Li Lin had entered the 5th level? With such a population, plundering wild territories everywhere, they will naturally succeed. This escalation is a tit-for-tat response. The Golden Crest warns the Star River Alliance Elegant Territory. The White-clad Alliance will never attack non-hostile territories, nor will it scheme against its allies, aiming to create a favorable development environment. Holy crap! It upgraded? Upgraded one after the other? Look at the overall picture. Create a favorable development environment. White Coal Alliance, take a look. That's right, I've decided to lean towards the Star Alliance. The World Channel was in a frenzy. In the white-clad territory, Qin Bin looked at the message with a very gloomy expression. It's completely targeting me. The Star River Alliance is completely an obstacle to my progress and the realm of Night God. They glanced at the orc and took a long, deep breath. It was as if he had made up his mind. Hee hee! Lin Ye looked at it, shook his head, ignored it, and continued fishing. Awaiting construction. Time passed slowly. You received 1 dried fish. Golden Call, Star River Alliance Elegant Residence Territory. Star River Alliance Mountain and River Territory has been supported to enter the 4th tier territory. You received 1 dried fish. White-clad Alliance Glorious Territory. Extinction Star River Alliance 3 Group Territories. You received 1 dried fish. The Star River Alliance 3 territories destroyed. white-clad Alliance Phoenix territory. Fish were being caught, and the whole world was in chaos. The Star River Alliance and the white-clad Alliance have started fighting. However, Lin Ye didn't care at all, looking at the dried fish with extreme satisfaction. Continue. The Military Affairs Museum has been successfully established. Suddenly, the sound of the game rang in Lin Ye's ears. Upon closer inspection, a massive building could be seen rising up next to the Lord's mansion. Breaking news! The Military Aircraft Museum has been successfully built in the Land of Night. Holy crap, the Military Intelligence Hall! This is an incredibly rare item, something many level 8 territories don't even have. It's for training commanders and generals. Once we have him, there will be many people with command abilities, and we can lead troops into battle in batches. The Star River Alliance and the White Robe Alliance are still locked in a chaotic battle, while the Land of Night God is developing. The White Alliance is not bad either, it uses its allies as separate combat units. People were talking about it. Military Affairs Museum! Li Lin messaged Shirya privately. I originally thought I could close the gap, but there's nothing we can do. Shirya shook her head, feeling as if the Night God was in the sky and they were on the ground. Their conflict was child's play to Night God. Qin Bin sighed in dismay. A military aircraft museum had already been built. His face was filled with indignation as he looked at the orcs. The only way now is to destroy the Star River Alliance and plunder their resources. Otherwise, we won't be able to keep up with the development of Night God. The orc pondered for a long time before nodding. The realm of the Night God. Military Training Center. Training officers requires a commander to oversee it. Trainees must be heroes or above, and only one person can train at a time. It is extremely attractive to members of the race. Lin Ye looked at the introduction to the Military Aircraft Museum. Excellent, very good. He looked at Mei Li and Mei Yingzi. You take charge, Mei Li, begin training. Okay. The two responded at the same time. Mei Yingzi quickly walked in, and Mei Li followed. Mei Hua and the others were happy. With officers, they could start forming their own armies. Lin Ye smiled faintly. It takes time, wait. A leader is about to appear. Keep fishing. You received a dried fish. The successful construction of the 5th-tier furniture workshop has given it a certain racial appeal. The successful construction of the 5th-tier cloth workshop has given it a certain racial appeal. The successful construction of the 5th-level hemp rope production workshop has a certain racial appeal. The sounds continued, and Lin Ye listened with great satisfaction. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. Chapter 49 Technology empowers new military types. The training at the Military Training Center has been completed. Suddenly a sound rang out, and Lin Ye turned his head to look at the Military Aircraft Museum. Mei Li, accompanied by Mei Yingzi, walked out of the Military Aircraft Museum and looked at Lin Ye quietly, filled with gratitude. Lin Ye nodded slightly in response. Mei Li hadn't changed much, but her aura was different. This clearly indicates a change in underlying capabilities. Feel the panel. Mei Li. Talents: lumberjacking proficiency, charcoal proficiency, max level breeding comfort, handle proficiency, command proficiency. Very good! Lin Ye smiled slightly upon seeing this. If you are proficient in command, you can command different types of troops. Now all that's needed is to wait for the barracks to be established, train the troops, and then you can take command. Mei Yanran had already made arrangements. Quite good. The new infantry barracks have been successfully constructed. Equip shield technology to create a derivative unit, the Swordsman and Shieldman Camp, which can train swordsmen into swordsmen and shieldmen. Just as Lin Ye was thinking this, the game's sound rang out again. Breaking news! A shield infantry barracks has appeared in the Land of Night God. Holy crap, derivative units have appeared? Technology! This requires technology to come into being. Night God is a dimension ahead. Don't be fooled by the fact that the White Robe Territory and White Star Territory are both Tier 5. Their technology is too advanced. At most, they are Tier 4 territories with a larger population. Multi-service operations are absolutely different. People on the World Channel cheered. Both the Star River Alliance and the White Robe Alliance remained silent. I don't know what to say. They have special units, and just like what's being said on the World Channel, they're incredibly strong. The territory of the Night God. Lin Ye listened to the message notification. Looking sideways at the newly appeared barracks, one can see that its building plaque has a shield shape on it. Derivative unit barracks are essentially basic barracks with added technology. It is derived from this. The shield technology was obtained from Huangtu village. Perfect. He looked toward the barracks of the swordsman and shield men. Melee, take all the soldiers into training, Lin Ye said. The acceleration of time is still there. We must catch up as soon as possible. Okay. Melee nodded. She was a commander, but not a shield warrior. Action. With a wave of his hand, all the swordsmen assembled and rushed towards the sword and shield infantry camp. In a short while, they were all inside. Training begins. Lin Ye smiled faintly, and when the time came, the swordsmen and shield men appeared. A new archer battalion has been successfully built, equipped with artillery technology, and has become an artillery battalion. Archers can enter and train artillerymen. Artillery technology? Lin Ye's lips twitched upon hearing this. Here it comes. Artillery technology, previously researched by Miao. The artillery I've been waiting for has arrived. Artillery is currently the strongest force, bar none. Next, Mei Feng! Lin Ye looked at Mei Yingzi, then stared at Mei Feng. Enter the military affairs hall. Okay, Mei Yingzi said. Thank you, Lord. Mei Feng looked at Lin Ye with excitement and gratitude. After we come out, select 15 people to go to the artillery camp for training together. Lin Ye continued to Mei Feng. Keep the other archers. Mei Miao is still researching the fire bow and arrow technology of Huangtu village. We don't know exactly when it will be successful. But I believe there are no problems with my Miazi. If successful, a third barracks can be built, creating a fire archer barracks. The power of technology is truly amazing. If technology reaches a certain level, it can even create terrifying things. Okay. Mei Feng walked towards the Military Intelligence Bureau. Everyone smiled upon seeing this. Lin Ye looked at Mei Yingzi. Mei Feng has finished her training, and she will become Mei Hua. The fire spirit is a spearman. Having this unit in your own territory and having a commander makes it easier to fight. Thank you, Lord! Mei Hua exclaimed excitedly. Lin Ye nodded in response to Mei Hua. Okay. Mei Yingzi replied to Lin Ye and walked in with Mei Feng. As everyone watched, the territory grew stronger and stronger. Lin Ye was also watching, but he frowned. Currently, the basic troop types in my territory are swordsmen, spearmen, and archers. There are almost no other basic military units. Therefore, the next step is to find a way to obtain the blueprints for the basic troop types. Otherwise, even if technology emerges, we will not be able to become powerful. Lin Ye identified his target, looked around, and suddenly frowned again. No new population has arrived? So many five-tiered buildings have appeared. The Military Aircraft Museum, in particular, is quite attractive, but no new visitors have been seen there. The succubi nearby are gone. Did the war cause many wild species to flee? Succubi have low base stats and are weak. They are also quick to flee in the event of war. We also need to find a way to manage the population. The larger the population, the faster the development. The more types of troops you can use. We currently have 200 people, but the quota is 500. We're still short 300. Lin Ye pondered. You're not only awesome at developing your territory. His fishing skills are getting more and more impressive. Li Ke, who had somehow appeared online, walked up to Lin Ye. Although no official announcement was heard, the World Channel was already in an uproar. One has to admire Lin Ye. Looking at the fish on the fish stand, I kept examining them, and I was filled with admiration. The game is not just a game, it's exactly like reality. Data-driven approaches emerge to allow people to more intuitively understand their own development progress. Therefore, Lin Ye's fishing for cows in the game is naturally the same in reality. Heh! Li Ke was speechless. There are wars everywhere. Some are joining alliances, some are leading them. It's chaos. And you're fishing? You're really calm, Li Ke said. Otherwise what? Lin Ye frowned. If they don't fight, how will I have time to develop? Li Ke raised an eyebrow. What you said makes a lot of sense. Prepare 300 people for me. Lin Ye looked at Li Ke. You really are one of my biggest clients. Li Ke chuckled, then asked, "When do you need?" "I understand, the sooner the better," Li Ke answered himself. "I only have 14 million, if it's not enough, I'll give you more," Lin Ye said. "Okay," Li Ke agreed immediately. Who was Lin Ye? The night god. He would never go back on his word. Didn't they immediately kill Sima Ru and pay him back when he bought on credit before? He said, "I'll make the arrangements." "Okay." Lin Ye nodded, but Li Ke did not log off. "Is there something you need?" Lin Ye asked, puzzled. Li Ke began. "My territory is part of your expansion." "Let me tell you," Li Ke said. "Oh?" Lin Ye frowned, surprised that such a thing existed. "No wonder I didn't see the succubi deliberately enter a certain place earlier. I even thought they were doing it on purpose, that they had some ulterior motive. It turns out this wasn't my territory." Suddenly, something occurred to me. He said, "After you log off, come back on and build the Lord's Manor." "What?" Li Ke asked reluctantly. As a businessman, he believed in not building things up and taking care of his own destiny. Profit comes first. For example, Lin Ye has now taken over the territory, and the two sides have a good relationship. But who can guarantee that it won't become a tool for Lin Ye to threaten him one day? One of Lin Ye's subjects went there and destroyed his own lord's mansion, thus ending his own life. "I need you to go out and explore the wilderness," Lin Ye said. "To make a map." Chapter 50. The name of Li Ke's territory, the #1 merchant in the world. "Me do things for you?" Li Ke asked reluctantly. "There are wars going on everywhere right now," Lin Ye said. "If I destroy the enemy and sell it to you, you'll sell it to others, and you won't help them?" Li Ke raised an eyebrow. Indeed, people and supplies could be sold, and war was the easiest way to make money. How did their family become wealthy? Wasn't it by profiting from war? You can build your own lord's manor and go out to explore without any problems. Make money with your life? Li Ke pondered, entrusting his life to Lin Ye? Businessman, profit comes first. If the profits are big enough, what's wrong with risking your life to make them? Judging from Lin Ye's demeanor, following him would definitely make a lot of money. Yes, it's possible. Whether Lin Ye will kill me or not, we'll talk about that later. Let's make money first. But I still have doubts, he said. Why don't you go yourself? You won't die if you go. I've been injured and can't move. How can I find someone to help me? Lin Ye replied. Sima Ru had done the same thing before. He did it through allies. His only ally was Li Ke, but he lacked the strength to act on his own. They couldn't even arrange their own succubi. If you encounter any accidents during your exploration, send me a message, and I can send Lin Ye and the others to find you. I'll get you out of here, Lin Ye said. What you said makes so much sense, Li Ke exclaimed in astonishment. There's a war going on outside right now, which is the best time to sell. If you miss it, the opportunity to make money will be gone. Fortune favors the bold, Li Ke said. I promise you. Li Ke was resolute. But you promised me that once I establish my territory, you will be responsible for protecting me. And you must not destroy my territory. Li Ke looked at Lin Ye. Okay, no problem. Lin Ye agreed immediately and continued. There is one request. When you create a map, please mark the building categories as much as possible. Especially the barracks, if they have any technology, mark it down as well. Lin Ye pondered. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle. This also helps to better define the objective, since the goal is to obtain the blueprints. So detailed? Li Ke frowned. Did they think I was a god? However, he didn't say much. The more detailed the information, the higher Lin Ye's chances of winning and the more abundant the looted resources. I can sell it for more money. Okay, Li Ke replied, looking towards his territory. A 100 square meter area encompassed by Lin Ye's territory. They walked slowly, accompanied by Lin Ye. Don't laugh at me later, Li Ke said, looking at the territory with a hint of resentment. Question mark. Lin Ye asked in confusion. Why am I laughing? Li Ke walked into the territory, picked up some dry wood, and lit a campfire. The flames burned fiercely. You build a campfire, which has a certain racial appeal. A game notification rang in Li Ke's ears. Coo. Immediately afterwards, the fog outside was lifted, and a small, green-skinned creature with pointed ears appeared. Wild green sprites. Green elves? Lin Ye was taken aback, one of the most useless species. Even more useless than a succubus. Height? No. Looks? No. Fighting ability? No. We don't have anything you need. The key is that it's all green, such a vibrant green. Although he was an elf, people preferred to call him the green-skinned dwarf. No wonder Li Ke said earlier. Don't laugh at him. Who goes there? The succubi were all drawn in, looking on with murderous intent to prevent other species from invading their territory. The green elf was terrified, looking pitifully at Li Ke in the distance, and dared not enter. Let him come over, Lin Ye said. Yes, the succubi agreed, making way for the green elves. Phew! The green-skinned dwarf scurried into the territory, extremely excited. A moment later, he came to Li Ke and said, Gubu greets the Lord and asks the Lord to take him in. Sigh. Li Ke sighed. How could someone as tall and mighty as myself have such a race? Lin Ye watched, barely suppressing a smile, and seriously suspected that Li Ke had initially intended to take the path of a lord. As a result, upon encountering this race, they had no choice but to give up. Welcome to the team. Li Ke provided a template reply. Thank you, Lord, Gubu said happily. You have gained a territory and its inhabitants. I'm not upgrading, Li Ke said to Lin Ye after hearing the news. Therefore, I don't need any resources. You can use your people and resources to help me build the Lord's manor, Li Ke said. Then what should I do? Gubu looked at Li Ke with a puzzled expression. You're in charge of playing, Li Ke said to Gubu with a hint of annoyance. Gubu remained silent, nodding mournfully. Lin Ye looked at Li Ke in Gubu's state and smirked, waiting for Gubu to complete the Lord's mansion. I don't know how long it will take. Looking at Mei Wei and the others who were under construction in the distance, he said, Bring some bricks over to build the Lord's mansion. Okay, Mei Wei replied, summoning everyone and rushing in quickly with the supplies. Construction is progressing rapidly. Gubu, standing to the side, stared wide-eyed, wondering if this was still the succubus he remembered. In a short while, a simple house appeared. If you successfully construct a building in your territory, but the building contains non-territory population or non-territory resources, it cannot be used as an upgrade requirement. If you need to upgrade it later, please destroy and rebuild it. Please determine the function of this building. The game started playing in Li Ke's ears. Territory Manor, Li Ke responded to the game. The Lord's Manor has been successfully completed. May I ask you to name your territory? The game continues. Naming it? Upon hearing this, Li Ke frowned and pondered. What's your name? We must be majestic. After pondering for a moment, Li Ke smiled faintly and responded to the game. The #1 merchant in the world. Naming successful, the world's #1 businessman. The game responded. Not bad. Li Ke was delighted and let out a silly laugh. Actually, it's not bad. As long as I don't fall out with Lin Ye, it's good to be protected by him. Your ally has officially changed its name to the #1 merchant in the world. Lin Ye was stunned. What a load of rubbish. If this name were released, wouldn't he get beaten up? Looking at Li Ke's immature and childish state, I was speechless. I'll log off first and take care of the population issue for you. Li Ke looked at Lin Ye happily. Is a level required? Li Ke asked. Level? Upon hearing this, Lin Ye realized that since he was about to launch a war, there was no need for it. He said, No need. If possible, please get me one with a focus on scientific research. Technology is currently only fascinating, but there are too few people using it. Technology is so important, it affects every aspect of life. This, Li Ke hesitated. There was a shortage of scientific and technological talents, especially succubi. I know one. Just as Li Ke was hesitating, Gubu suddenly spoke up. Oh? Lin Ye was pleasantly surprised, while Li Ke was astonished. This useless green elf actually knew something? Hidden in a cave, Gubu said. During the recent war, many large and powerful wild races left. They went to seek refuge elsewhere. Gubu said, hesitating. He continued, They were ordinary, even somewhat useless, and could only hide in a cave. There's a succubus there, and it's a hero level 1, Gob said. Chapter 51 The Second Scientific and Technological Talent. Not bad! Lin Ye exclaimed in surprise, not expecting that the G cloth would actually be of some use. Thank you, my lord! Gabu was delighted to receive the lord's praise. Lin Ye looked at the two of them, a smirk playing on his lips, and said to Lin Ye, As long as it's real, we'll pay for it. Gabu was Lin Ye's man, and Lin Ye was a merchant. They paid money to everyone they found. Actually, you could collect some green elves, Lin Ye said. Green elves are timid and cowardly. They don't care about any territory and won't treat them as enemies. They might give you a lot of different results, Lin Ye said. And they're loyal too. The defining characteristic of a green elf is loyalty, while the defining characteristic of a succubus is obedience. Lin Ye frowned, indeed. Using the green elf for business and transporting supplies, they'd probably never give up on those supplies, even if it meant death. This is the effect of loyalty. The key point is that no one would expect the green elf to have something on him, let alone deliberately rob him. They're not succubi. You can capture them and sell them for a high price. Looking at Gabu, he said, All right, if it's true, I can take all the green elves from your cave. The green elves are useless. In the event of war, even the slightest disturbance will cause many of them to die. There aren't many wild ones. Thank you, Lord. Gabu was delighted and looked at Lin Ye with gratitude. If Lin Ye hadn't spoken up for him, Lin Ye probably wouldn't have cared. Okay. Lin Ye looked at Gabu and said, You go and make the arrangements, and I'll log off and make the arrangements too. Okay. Gabu nodded and ran off like a shot. After watching Gabu leave, Lin Ye also logged off. Lin Ye smiled faintly and said nothing more. Your shield-wielding soldier training is successful. The game sounds rang in Lin Ye's ears. Lin Ye smiled slightly. You're out? Upon closer inspection. In front of the shield and sword barracks, Mei Li led a group of soldiers out. Each soldier held a shield and a long sword, giving the impression of a majestic mountain peak. Even so, the succubus's sexiness and allure could not be concealed. Look at the panel. Derivative unit, shield bearer, Mylan, level 20, heroic. Strength 35, speed 35, intelligence 35. Abilities, transformation, slashing. Heavy strike, deals a heavy blow, crippling the opponent. Parry 30% of the opponent's attack. Defensive blade formation, 2 or more shield-wielding swordsmen form a defense to protect friendly units and block 40% of attacks. Not bad! Lin Ye looked at it with great satisfaction. Huangtu village initially used 30 men to fight against more than 100 of their own, and even put themselves at a disadvantage. Without treatment, there's no way to even cope. In the end, it was the artillery that dealt the damage and killed the fourth leader. The enemy's morale plummeted, and they fled. Swordsmen and shield men have appeared. Next up are the artillerymen. Mei Feng's training is complete. As Lin Ye was pondering, the game sound rang out again. They're here? Lin Ye was delighted. The powerful artillery had arrived. Looked towards the military aircraft museum. Mei Yingzi and Mei Feng appeared together. Feeling Lin Ye's gaze, Mei Feng looked at Lin Ye excitedly, filled with gratitude. Mei Feng. Talents, max level in breeding comfort, proficiency in shooting, proficiency in construction, proficiency in metallurgy, proficiency in command. Perfect. Begin training. Lin Ye nodded, quite satisfied, and said, Take your men into the artillery barracks. Okay. Mei Feng nodded excitedly. Soon you will be able to become a derivative unit. He led everyone directly to the artillery battalion. Meanwhile, Mei Hua, led by Mei Yingzi, entered the military aircraft museum. Training begins. Lin Ye didn't say much, just smiled faintly. Everything is moving in a positive direction. There are currently no references for spearman technology, and it will likely take a long time before Mei Miao completes her research. Both the elf feather and the troll feather were given to Mei Miao. But we only have a clue. Figuring out their technology won't be easy. The technology that can be developed quickly at present is the Huangtu Village Flame Archer technology. Once the Flame Archers appear, we will be equivalent to the former Yellow Earth Village, a 5th-tier power at its peak. Your people are so clever and resourceful that they have invented tongue oil. Suddenly, a voice rang in Lin Ye's ear. Tongue oil? One of the conditions for the Flame Archer technology, Lin Ye exclaimed in surprise. Sure enough, it came out. Previous artillery technology consisted of black flames and cannon barrels. The rest is about the bow and arrow. The fire archers were right in front of them. Lin Ye smiled faintly. Coo coo coo. At the same time, a strange sound came from within the mist. Someone has come to seek refuge? The succubi looked at the mist with surprise. They're here? Lin Ye looked over as well. As the mist parted, a succubus appeared, followed by about 30 green elves. Gabu was among them. Just as I expected! The succubi were overjoyed to see a single succubus, as succubi were quite rare. Lin Ye observed the succubus. She was tall and curvaceous. Despite her disheveled appearance, her charm was still captivating. They are very similar to Meili. Just as Gabu said, it's heroic. He glanced at the patrolling succubi and said, Let them pass! Wow! Upon hearing this, Gabu led the green elves directly towards Liku's territory. They were all extremely excited, looking around their 100 square meter territory with great enthusiasm. Finally, I have a home. They were all busy working in their territory, seemingly afraid that Liku would dislike them. Take action yourself? This prompted Lin Ye to smile faintly. The limit on the number of people in the territory was only a numerical one. People could stay even if they didn't join, as long as the Lord didn't drive them away. The previous conspiracy was just like that. My youngling greets Lord. At the same time, the succubus, under the watchful eyes of Meima and the others, quickly entered Lin Ye's territory. He came up to Lin Ye. She looked at Lin Ye with a charming gaze and said, Please take me in, Lord. Mei Yunling is willing to do anything for you. She blushed deeply as she finished speaking. Welcome to the team, Lin Ye replied directly. You gain a subject, the 202nd. Modification successful. System notification. This? Mei Yun was extremely surprised by the change in her physical attributes. He looked at Lin Ye and said, Thank you, Lord. As she spoke, she hugged Lin Ye tightly, causing Lin Ye to freeze and gasp. It's too big. Buzz! At the same time, the sacred object's light shone on the enchanting cloud spirit. Modification successful. Gain notification. Lin Ye frowned upon hearing this. Success? Heroic soul level? There's a 10% chance of success? Look at the panel of the enchanted cloud spirit. Citizen 202. Mei Yunling, heroic soul level, level 20, strength 40, speed 40, intelligence 40. Talent, obedient, maximizes reproductive pleasure, and achieves technological mastery. Ability, transformation. Sure enough, it worked. The Cheng's technological talent. Thank you, Lord! Mei Yunling realized once again that she had changed, and she was overjoyed. She clung tightly to Lin Ye, rubbing against him incessantly, as if afraid of not being proper with manners. This caused Lin Ye to fall silent, forcing him to be distracted. Lock the words can be added. Buzz! My brain was buzzing. Proficient in advanced weaponry technology and infrastructure technology. Chapter 52 Large Population, Liku's Exploration. Lin Ye looked over and saw that the talents of random mastery and great completion had appeared. What am I currently lacking? The allure of weapons lies in their development, and the allure of rituals lies in their development. What we lack now is technological development. But one can achieve great success without becoming an expert. So, mastery of life technology, Lin Ye responded to the system. Mastery of research. Thorough study can accelerate research. Buzz! Mei Yunling felt a daze in her mind, and her abilities were enhanced once again. My lord! Mei Yunling looked at Lin Ye with tender affection and said, Thank you. As she spoke, she hugged him tightly and began to rub against him more vigorously. Lin Ye took a deep breath and remained silent. It's all right. After a moment's thought, Lin Ye said, Go help the science lab. Okay. Upon hearing this, Mei Yunling looked towards the technology room, where she had already seen it. This is a 9-tiered building. I've been looking forward to it for a long time. They rushed in. Lin Ye looked at it, smiled, and said, Done. Greetings, Lord. Just then, a jumble of eager voices suddenly rang in Lin Ye's ears. Lin Ye glanced to the side and saw that Li Ke had logged on at some point and appeared in his territory. Around him were green-skinned elves dressed in tattered clothes, forming a circle, and holding withered wood and other things. Deep down, I actually dislike it. But they still nodded in response to each one. The level is not high enough, the limit is 2, and it cannot be earned. The population count is settled. A moment later, Li Ke walked to Lin Ye's side and said, "It'll be here soon." Yes. Lin Ye nodded. The large-scale population movement was about to begin. Looking up at the sky with anticipation. Boom! A moment later, a roar resounded in the sky. A huge mechanical spaceship appeared. What is it? The green elves were terrified and fled to the Lord's mansion. They were timid, but they were still protecting Li Ke's Lord's manor. Their faces were filled with loyalty. Sigh! Li Ke looked on and shook his head. Even succubi weren't this terrified when they first saw them. Do me a favor, Li Ke said to Lin Ye. Have your people help my green elves make some dormitories. I'll buy the food from you as well, Li Ke said. Lin Ye nodded. Although he was disgusted, he still wanted the green elves to have a better life. It must be said that this green elf is quite good. He is truly loyal, he said. Okay. The succubi were also observing. The spaceship had come several times before, so they were no longer surprised. As the spaceship hovered in the sky, the stairs were lowered. One by one, the succubi, their hands and feet bound, descended. There were 298 of them. They are our compatriots. Wow, so many. Great! Our territory is becoming stronger and stronger. The succubi were excited. The succubi who disembarked were startled. Upon looking at the scene, their melancholy expressions instantly changed, and their faces were filled with joy. So many succubi! This is the first time I've ever seen them. Aren't they enemies? It shouldn't be. The green elves were excited and curious, observing the succubi's state, and they also relaxed considerably. As the succubi disembarked, Mei Mao and the others gathered around, chatting amongst themselves. Boom! After everyone disembarked, the spaceship started up and left. Hey! Li Ke turned around and looked at the 500 succubi. My heart is filled with countless emotions. 500, that's 500 beautiful women, elegant and graceful, with a charming and alluring air about them, and curvaceous figures. There's only one word to describe them, stunning. I wonder if Lin Ye can handle it. Not bad! Lin Ye smiled faintly, quite satisfied, and looked at Mei Yanran, saying, Recruit them. Okay. Mei Yanran nodded happily. You have acquired a succubus, citizen number 203. This action was performed by Mei Yanran, and can be undone. The game sounds kept playing. The succubi were overjoyed to be part of it, and gazed at Lin Ye with gratitude. However, what follows immediately is the activation of attribute changes. They looked at each other, utterly astonished. Looking at Lin Ye, he was incredibly excited. Thank you, Lord! They rushed towards Lin Ye and hugged him. In an instant, Lin Ye was surrounded by succubi, with no way to get through. After all, there are nearly 300 of them. Li Ke looked at it, and shook his head. I couldn't handle it. The key is that the succubus is obedient. Even if the mind can withstand it, the body cannot. Although she said no, she still looked at Lin Ye with envy. The succubus is so beautiful. They're so much better than angels. Angels have such a cold and aloof look that it's infuriating to look at. Succubus is still the best. Li Ke glanced at Gabu and the others. Why am I a green-skinned elf? Pay homage! Mei Yanran's voice rang out as the last succubus finished embracing Lin Ye. Lin Ye's expression darkened slightly. Previously, Mei Yunling had directly become a heroic soul. With nearly 300 this time, will it be successful? Buzz! Watching as each one was illuminated by light. Modification successful. Modification successful. Modification successful. One voice after another rang out. No! No! Not yet! Lin Ye quickly scanned the panel and found that none of them were heroic souls. All of them are hero level. No, a 10% chance is too low. Lin Ye frowned. Where could the night demon get biological components? It would be great if he could get some. I don't know what the odds will be. Thank you, Lord! Just as Lin Ye was pondering, the succubi embraced him once again. Sigh! Li Ke shook his head. Wait quietly. After a short while, the crowd dispersed and, under Mei Yanran's command, began to be assigned according to their different talents. The entire territory was bustling with activity once again. Your subjects have upgraded the Lord's Mansion to a Tier 5 building. Your people have unearthed iron ore. Your people cultivate a field, and your farm expands into a 5th-order farm. One message after another rang in Lin Ye's ears. Looking at Lin Ye's territory, Li Ke was truly envious. He didn't have to worry about it at all. He looked at Lin Ye and said, That's about enough, I should get started. Okay. Lin Ye nodded. I'll have Mei Yi escort you to the edge. The surrounding forces have all been cleared out. There are no enemies left. Once you return, send me your coordinates when you enter the vicinity, and I'll arrange for Mei Yi to pick you up, Lin Ye said. Okay. Li Ke nodded and walked towards the ship. My lord. Gabu looked excitedly from the edge of Li Ke's territory. After much deliberation, I finally stepped inside and walked over to Li Ke. He asked, Where are you going? Are the succubi forcing you? We'll fight them to the death, Gabu said. Upon hearing this, Li Ke looked at Gabu, who was covered in green skin and was short and ugly. Caring about yourself? Want to fight the succubi? They can handle you in an instant. He began. I'll go explore the outside. We'll go too, Gabu said firmly. We'll protect you. Lin Ye watched, his loyalty evident. Li Ke didn't know how to describe it. He stared at the green elves standing in the distance, looking on longingly. All right, let's go, Li Ke said, since these green elves would be used to transport supplies in the future, and he wanted to show them around. Come on, get on the ship, Gob shouted, and the green elves rushed over. Everyone boarded the ship, including Mei Yi. Chapter 53 Night Demon Strikes. Boom! In a short while, the ship started moving. The short green elf surrounded Li Ke in the center, as if afraid that someone would harm him, and flew away into the distance. Lin Ye watched silently, then picked up the fishing rod and prepared to fish. Your people, my youngling, have developed woodcart technology. Wooden cart technology equipment for carpenters' workshops can produce wooden carts. Lin Ye was surprised to hear that he had discovered wooden cart technology as soon as he arrived. My youngling is pretty good. Can we speed up the delivery of supplies? Looking towards the technology room, Mei Yunling was still conducting research, not yet out. He glanced sideways at the carpenter's workshop. Your people have made a wooden cart. Game sound effect. They've arrived? Lin Ye heard this and saw a wooden cart appear at the entrance of the carpenter's workshop. A satisfied smile. Seeing the situation, Mei Yanran realized what was going on. Quickly arranged, a large group of succubi headed towards the carpenter's workshop. One by one, wooden carts appeared, and then quickly disappeared. The delivery of supplies began, and the entire territory instantly began to operate at a faster pace. Your artillery training is complete. Just as arrangements were being made here, another message came from the artillery battalion. One by one, the soldiers walked out of the barracks under the guidance of Mei Feng. Derivative unit types: Artillery, Bamboo Spirit, Level 20, Heroic. Strength 35, Speed 35, Intelligence 35. Abilities: Transformation, Shooting, Continuous Shooting, Artillery Fire, increases accuracy significantly. Artillery Formation, 2 or more artillerymen provide fire coverage to the enemy. Lin Ye looked on with great satisfaction. With artillerymen, the artillery would be even more accurate. The entire territory is now safe and sound. One characteristic of artillery is its limited mobility, but artillery can be accelerated. He looked at Mei Feng. Mei Feng was excited and happy, and her defensive power was strengthened. He said, All artillery units, deploy artillery to the perimeter wall. Good! The artillerymen began to move, and in an instant, 15 cannons were incorporated into the city wall. The dark muzzle appeared, full of threat and imposing. Lin Ye looked at it, smiled faintly, and everything was in order. Looking towards the Lord's mansion, it is written, military equipment and construction should develop together. Mei Yanran instantly sensed the situation and understood Lin Ye's meaning. Start making arrangements. Lin Ye was satisfied and continued fishing on his own. The forging workshop produced cannons. Your people have discovered irrigation technology and have equipped the farms. Your people have successfully built the outer walls and dug the moat. Your people have moved their barracks to the outer city. One message after another kept coming in. The city changed rapidly, and before we knew it, night had fallen. Lin Ye looked at the sky. Li Ke hadn't sent a message asking him to pick him up. Looking around, the succubi were still going on. The magician walked around carrying a lamp to light the way for people, which led to a decrease in the population. The territory is developing very smoothly, but unfortunately the speed is much slower at night. Lin Ye sighed silently. Your subject, Ma Yunling, discovered phototechnology and successfully modified the lighting fixtures. Suddenly a voice rang in Lin Ye's ear. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. Lighting technology? Was the lighting fixture modification successful? Ma Yunling has a talent for life technology. Aren't lamps a type of lifestyle product? I wonder what kind of transformation Ma Yunling has given the lamps. Looking to the side, I saw Ma Yunling excitedly walking out of the technology room. Looking at Lin Ye excitedly, he said, Lord, I have successfully modified this. As she spoke, Ma Yunling, holding a light and shadow device, a symbol of technology, walked quickly over. Magic lighting technology. A magician briefly and once inputs magic to illuminate 50 square meters, providing continuous illumination for 6 to 12 hours, depending on the intensity of the light. Exclamation point. Lin Ye looked at it, raised an eyebrow, and thought, this is good. The magician no longer needs to continuously input the information, and the illuminated area has also expanded. Not bad, Lin Ye said. Ma Yunling smiled faintly, looking at Lin Ye with tender affection. Have the forge mass produce them immediately. Lin Ye looked at Ma Yanran. Okay. Ma Yanran took it, nodded, and began to work. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of continuous clanging echoed through the forge. Time passed. The blacksmith forged one magic lamp. The blacksmith forged one magic lamp. The blacksmith forged one magic lamp. The game sounds kept playing. The moth and the magicians infused each lamp with magic, instantly lighting them up and hanging them throughout the territory. They even observed the outside world from the exterior walls. Wow! It's so bright. Just like daytime. Get back to work, things are getting better and better. Come on! People felt the light and were extremely excited. Without the need for continuous input from the magician, Mei and the others also joined in the work. Previously, the number of lamps matched the number of magicians. Now, there are many more lamps than magicians. Just like during the day, it was bustling with activity. Lin Ye watched quietly, a slight smirk playing on his lips. He glanced at the time. It was already past 8 o'clock. He stared at Ma Yanran and said, After 9 o'clock, everyone must rest to ensure tomorrow's work. There are too many things to do in a fifth-tier territory. There's no rush. Okay. Ma Yanran nodded. Lin Ye then walked to the riverbank and continued fishing at night. You received a dried fish. You've received a dried fish. You received a dried fish. As time passed, Lin Ye reaped a great harvest. Rest. The succubi collectively put down their tools and stopped working. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye realized it was already 9 o'clock. Li Ke hasn't come back yet, and I doubt he'll be back tonight. A report has been issued that the Night Demon, a level 6 wild territory, has declared war on the Night God's territory, and the two sides have entered into a hostile relationship. Golden Call, Star River Alliance Elegant Residence Territory, Star River Alliance. The three territories unite, with White Star Territory assisting, to repel the White-clad Alliance's attack. The Golden Call, Star River Alliance Elegant Residence Territory, White Robe Alliance. 13 territories assemble, besiege 5 territories of Star River Alliance, and severely damage the opponent. Within the time channel, the Star River Alliance and the White-clad Alliance are locked in a protracted war, locked in a tug-of-war. They kept making announcements and releasing information, fearing that the publicity was not in place and that if things went wrong, Alliance members would lose confidence and withdraw, leading to a disadvantageous situation. Suddenly, the announcement was made. Holy crap! I was just watching the battle between the Star River Alliance and the White Robe Alliance, and Night God has already started fighting against level 6. Night God, you're too hasty, that's level 6. Yes, 5th level development requires a lot. You'll get into trouble if you do this. That's 6th level. You simply can't handle it. It's not just a matter of being at the 6th rank. What everyone hasn't noticed is that this is the Night Demon. Holy crap, Night Demon! Alas, is the myth of the god of night about to be shattered? The Night Demon appears at night, and it's nighttime now. Something's going to happen to the god of night. People were talking about it. Ha! Qin Bin's face was full of surprise upon hearing this. Surprises are always unexpected. I'm not logging off tonight. I'll wait for news of Night God's demise. Qin Bin was happy. At the same time. Breaking news! Yagami has been attacked by Night Demon. In the Snow Rain territory, a beautiful young woman frowned as she looked at the messages from her subordinates. Night Demons? This race is terrifying, the gods of death in the night. You killed Ruer, and you deserve to be killed by the Night Demon, the beautiful young woman said smugly. Chapter 54 The Unexpected Effects of Lighting Fixtures. Something's going to happen to Night God. Li Lin took a deep breath. He said to Shirya, Qin Bin's side is stronger than ours. The reason they didn't go all out is to keep a backup plan to deal with Yishin. Once the Night God is destroyed, he will attack us with all his might, Li Lin said. Then we will be finished. Find a way to contact 9527 and see if Night God needs our help. We must keep Night God alive. Shirya took a deep breath. He continued, After all, we are where we are today because he sold us supplies. In the darkness. Not bad, the fish that Lin caught at night are quite good. I'll go fishing sometime too. The green elves surrounded Li Ke in the center, protecting him, and roasted the dried fish they had obtained from Lin Ye, eating it with great relish. Huh! Li Ke suddenly paused, his heart tightening upon hearing the report. Night demons, that terrible race. Isn't it nighttime now? A race that is listless during the day and can't even be chased by dogs at night. It's still at the 6th tier. Although Lin Ye is very strong, he has only developed his territory to the 5th tier, and is not yet capable of dealing with it. Beep beep beep. The message arrived shortly after, and I took a closer look. It belongs to Li Lin. Can Night God get through this? If you need help, contact us, the Star Alliance will definitely come. Li Ke's heart tightened. How should I know? He glanced at the private chat, contacted Lin Ye and asked, Is there a problem? No problem, Lin Ye replied simply. Awesome! Li Ke exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. He sent a message to Li Lin. No need! As he spoke, he began to eat by himself. Cough cough cough! Li Ke coughed twice after getting a fishbone stuck in his throat. Water water water! Gubu immediately brought water and quietly looked at Li Ke. Phew! Li Ke looked at the pot of water. She glanced at Gubu and quietly looked at herself. Not just him, but the other green elves too. To be honest, Gubu lived very cautiously, afraid that he would abandon them. How pitiful! He smiled faintly and said, Okay. He took it and drank it. Hee hee! Gubu and the group of green elves laughed happily. The land of the Night God. Enemy attack! It's the Night Demon! As the announcement rang out, the archers on the arrow towers became alert. Your territory has been invaded by the Night Demon. A reminder immediately followed in Lin Ye's ear. Get ready! Mei Yingzi stood ready for battle. Night demons, terrifying creatures. Night demon, at night, all attributes increase by at least 30%, and some even exceed 50%. Very strong. In an instant, all the succubi were on tenterhooks and sprang into action. The entire territory appeared so desolate and bleak. Lin Ye also looked over. In the darkness, one after another, thin, long-armed, long-legged, pitch-black creatures darted about, approaching the wall. It was the Night Demon. But as soon as they got close, they were illuminated by the light from the wall. All the Night Demons were steaming and groaning in pain. They retreated quickly, entering the woods, roaring in resentment. This? The succubi exchanged glances. Such a terrifying monster, and it was broken. Lin Ye smirked. My territory is well lit, how dare you come here? He looked at the artillery and said, Start the cannons and bombard them. Yes, sir. Mei Feng responded, locking onto the artillery and ordering, "Attack!" Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, artillery fire filled the sky, bombarding relentlessly. A red glow shot into the sky from the forest. After the unit type is upgraded, there are skills that enhance its capabilities, making artillery even more formidable. Ah! The night demon's cries of agony echoed incessantly. However, the artillery fire showed no sign of stopping, continuing its relentless bombardment. It was a terrible sight. Your subject, the Phoenix, has reached level 21. The sounds of 15 artillery pieces upgrading kept ringing out. The succubi were speechless. This artillery is incredibly powerful. She looked at Lin Ye with adoration. He was so alluring. Your people have killed the Night Demon Vanguard Commander. After a few minutes of relentless bombardment, a game notification sounded. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. It's that simple. If I didn't know your exact location, I would have attacked you during the day. The sacred artifact components that Lao Tzu wanted are still in their hands. Report. The Night God's lands have repelled the commander of the Night Demon Vanguard. Holy crap, that's arrogant. It's only been a few minutes. That's level 6, and it's at night, Night Demon's home turf. Are you kidding me? It feels like a level 6 Night Demon is nothing but a chicken or a dog in Night God's eyes. The World Channel was in an uproar. That's incredible. Li Lin and Shurya chatted privately, writing it down at the same time. This? Qin Bin murmured, his face grim. This Night God repeatedly redefines his understanding. As time goes by, Yagami will only get stronger. How can we deal with Yagami in the future? Qin Bin kept thinking, feeling as if the sky was about to fall. That Star River Alliance is the current stumbling block. The orc beside him spoke a complete sentence for the first time, his face grim. After saying that, the two looked at each other, and then nodded in tacit agreement. He's not dead? He even fought back. That's the god of slaughter of the night. In the snow rain territory, the beautiful woman's eyes widened in disbelief. It was full of incredible things. You're really lucky. The beautiful young woman clenched her fists and looked at her subordinates, asking, Has the family found out the location of that night god? Not yet. That night god has never revealed his location, as if he has no friends, so no one knows him at all. The only 9527, the investigation above was also interrupted. Useless trash, the beautiful woman roared. Awesome! Upon hearing the news, Lika was at a loss for words to describe Lin Ye. That's absolutely incredible. The realm of the night god. We won? Lights can be used like this. The artillery is too powerful. The succubi were stunned for a moment, never expecting that their most terrifying enemy would retreat so easily. They all looked at Lin Ye excitedly, saying, Thank you, Lord. As they spoke, they rushed toward Lin Ye and embraced him. Lin Ye remained silent, finding it too tempting, and said, It's about time, everyone should rest. With the lights on, there's no need to worry about the night demon. Okay. The succubi were delighted and escorted Lin Ye away. Quiet. Ah. A strange sound rang out. It was the mournful screams of the night demons in the forest. Some were dead, and others were severely wounded, awaiting their death. Lin Ye did not allow the succubi to kill them, since it was still nighttime, and they had the ability to retaliate. Accompanied by the sound, the meteor crashed wildly into every deep black hole, finally bursting into bloom, a beauty that was breathtaking. Under the cover of night, Lin Ye felt slightly tired. Looking at the pitch-black sky, he logged off. In the dormitory. 1. The White-Clad Alliance and our alliance are currently engaged in a tug-of-war, but we speculate that the White-Clad Alliance has hidden strength that they intend to use against the Night God realm. 2. The level 8 territory sent by the Sima family to avenge Sima Ru was for Sima Ru's mother, but the Sima family's investigation of the Night God was repeatedly thwarted and they were never able to find out anything. Chapter 55 The First Battle of the Enchanting Scheme. Lin Ye looked at the messages. There were only 2 today. The Star River Alliance and the White Robe Alliance have been fighting all along, and they even know to share information with me. The White-Clad Alliance has a trump card, Sima Ru's mother, an 8th rank expert. We'll talk about it when we get there. Investigating me won't be that easy. Even with those 2 little girls having such strong intelligence capabilities, they still haven't figured out their own situation. How could the Sima family possibly find out? Joke. Wash up, go to sleep. A clear blue sky. Launched. All buildings in your territory have been upgraded to Tier 5. The territory is divided into multiple legions. Range Legion, Phoenix, dominates artillery and archers. The Melee Legion, Melee, reigns supreme over swordsmen and shieldmen. Shock Legion, Enchanted Fire, dominate the spearmen. Your people cleaned up the battlefield and found one Night Demon feather. Your people, while cleaning up the battlefield, discovered the Night Demon Longsword X1. The above actions were performed by Mingzi and you can cancel them. Lin Ye went online, and a message popped up. Looking closely at the territory, everyone was busy, clearly having started quite early. The entire territory layout and upgrades have been completely completed. Inner city, production, daily life, outer city, military equipment, fertile land, minerals. Very good. My lord! Mei Yanren walked to Lin Ye's side and handed him a long sword and a feather. Night Demon Feather Poisoning Technology. Night Demon Longsword Poisoning Technology. Lin Ye observed the long sword. There was a place to insert feathers, and it was an integral part of the long sword. Poisoning Technology. The Night Demon's ability to be so rampant in the dark is due to the technological advancements that have created this type of unit. If we could get it, wouldn't the Night Elf Assassin group be complete? They all need poisoning technology. No. It's a pity we don't know the Night Demon's exact location yet. Arrange for someone to pick us up. At the same time, Lika sent a private message. Coordinates. Lin Ye glanced at Mei Yi, locked onto her location, and said, Go to the coordinates, to pick her up. Okay. Mei Yi nodded, naturally aware of the situation. They boarded the flying boat directly, and with a loud bang, Mei Yi departed. Lin Ye frowned as he watched Mei Yi leave. Did we could discover the Night Demon's territory? That would be great if we found it. Now, Night Demon not only has the relic parts he needs, but also poison tempering technology. And I need to upgrade to level 6 now. As I mentioned before, anything above level 5 is no longer just about survival, it's about living. Life requires spiritual fulfillment. For example, gardens and other similar structures are essential for fulfilling spiritual needs. I don't have the blueprints right now, so I have to find a way to get them. The best way is to plunder other territories. Another crucial point is that the territory's inhabitants need to be upgraded. Night demons could certainly be targets for hunting. Wait quietly. Your people are fishing on the X1 website. Your people grow vegetables. Your people mine iron or X1. Time passed slowly, and the reminder voice kept ringing out. Boom! The flying boat appeared, and Lika leaped off the boat. He handed a leather bag to Lin Ye and said, It's written as you requested. But there's only the east side for one night. I'll go back to sleep and then go to the west side tonight, Lika said. He chose to do it at night because most of the territory would be resting then, making it easier for him to observe. Not every territory is a night demon territory, and they roam at night. Okay. Lin Ye nodded, looked at the map, and found that the entire 30-kilometer radius to the east had been explored. There are more than 20 territories, as well as player territories and level 3 wild territories. Level 1 and 2 territories have all been wiped out by the local players. There are level 4 territories, level 5 territories, and level 6 territories marked with the word dwarf. It's not Night Demon. They have ice technology and even mage barracks? My current basic barracks only have swordsman, spearman, and archer barracks. The derivative unit barracks include shield-wielding soldiers. If we can obtain ice technology and the mage barracks, you can then build a basic barracks, the mage barracks, and equip it with ice technology to obtain a derivative unit, the frost mage barracks. Excellent, very good. It's a pity there's no garden. There are in buildings in level 6 territories, but the technology is uncertain. The inn is a necessary building for upgrading from level 6 to level 7. Lin Ye looked over. Getting the inn in advance is also good. Furthermore, these territories can be eliminated in advance to level up and prepare for dealing with the Night Demon later. After all, he still didn't know the specifics of Night Demon's situation. Leave no one behind, clean them all up. Looking at Mei Mao, he said, You and Mei Yingzi determine the measures. We must ensure that we take the territory shown on the map. Okay. Mei Mao took the map, quickly left, and began to plan. This? Li Ke looked at him in surprise and said, You're so at ease? A strategist at the heroic spirit level, why wouldn't you trust him? Lin Ye replied. A strategist? Li Ke asked in surprise, his eyes widening. Lin Ye had only mentioned him as a heroic spirit. It wasn't mentioned that he was a strategist. I thought it was just the same internal affairs as Mei Yanran's. Do you know how rare a strategist is? You might not even get one in a 9th tier territory. Are you kidding me? Li Ke exclaimed incredulously. I'm logging off now. Li Ke gave Lin Ye a resentful look. Envious. He instructed. Be good to my people. Without them, we wouldn't have been able to mark so many last night. No problem. Lin Ye nodded. Since Gabu and the others were not aggressive, they could be observed better. So Li Ke is starting to care about Gabu and the others. Buzz! Li Ke logged off immediately. Boom! As this side went offline, the flying boat also started up. Mei Mao, Mei Yingzi, Mei Feng with their archers, Mei Li with their shield warriors, Mei Huo with their spearmen, Mei Yi, Mei Yan, and others were all on the ship. They rushed towards the area on the map. In an instant, more than half of the people in the territory disappeared. Lin Ye watched without paying attention. Development had now entered a period of slowdown, and so many people were no longer needed. What's needed are blueprints. He picked up the fishing rod and continued fishing. You've received a dried fish. Time passed slowly. Your subjects, the Enchantress, have sent a hostile message to the level 6 dwarf territory. Do you wish to withdraw it? Go straight for the strongest one? Lin Ye paused, then agreed without much thought. The announcement states that the land of night gods has declared war on the territory of the 6th tier wild dwarfs, and the two sides have entered into a hostile relationship. Holy crap, I logged on first thing this morning and this is the first thing I heard? Last night you were declared war on by the Night Demon, and tonight you're taking the initiative to attack a 6th tier enemy? Night God, are you a fake 5th tier enemy? You're fighting a level 6 enemy, while I'm fighting a level 1 enemy. You're a lord, and so am I. How can there be such a huge difference in skill level? That's awesome. The world's channels were in an uproar. Originally, everyone who went online was focused on the situation of the Star River Alliance and the White-Clad Alliance. This news came out of nowhere. Each one was utterly shocking. 6th rank? Li Lin frowned, extremely surprised, and privately messaged Shurya. He said, Yagami is too fierce. Don't overthink it. Comparing yourself to others will only make you miserable. Shurya was speechless. Declaring war on a 6th tier opponent directly? Is this a preparation to break through to the 6th tier? Qin Bin couldn't understand how it could happen so quickly. I can accept that you were fast in the early stages, but now that you're going from 5th to 6th rank, how could it be possible to do it in just one day? His face was gloomy. The realm of the night god. Elder brother! Lin Ye was still fishing when suddenly a sound rang in his ears. If it's not Li Ke, then whose is it? This prompted Lin Ye to turn around and look at him. Why did you come up here? Didn't you say? Before Lin Ye could finish speaking, Li Ke said resentfully, Why did you attack a 6th tier enemy as soon as you arrived? Isn't one night demon enough for you? Li Ke asked, annoyed. Chapter 56 Mage Barracks. Your subjects, the Mist, have sent a hostile message to the Tier 3 Orc territory. Do you wish to withdraw it? Your subjects, the Enchantress, have sent a hostile message to the Tier 3 Flower Fairy territory. Do you wish to withdraw it? Your subjects have sent a hostile message to the 4th tier Dwarven territory. Do you wish to withdraw it? Just as Lin Ye was about to say something to Li Ke, a series of sounds suddenly rang in his ears. Lin Ye remained silent, announcing so much all at once. I agreed directly. In a short while. The announcement states that the land of night gods has declared war on the territory of the Tier 3 Wild Orcs, and the two sides have entered into a hostile relationship. The announcement states that the land of night gods has declared war on the territory of the 3rd tier Wild Flower Fairies, and the two sides have entered into a hostile relationship. The announcement states that the land of night gods has declared war on the territory of the 4th tier Dwarves, and the two sides have entered into a hostile relationship. Wow! The World Channel exclaimed in amazement. What are you trying to do? Li Ke looked at Lin Ye with concern and said, Are you sure you don't want to bring about your own destruction? There are so many forces involved. Your subject, Mei Yan, has successfully stolen 1 unit of gold. Your people have successfully stolen the magic wand blueprint. Your people have successfully stolen gold X1. Soon after, a series of messages began to emerge. Your people have annihilated the territory of the 3rd tier flower fairy. Your people have annihilated the territory of the 3rd tier orcs. Their people destroyed the territory of the 4th order dwarves. Another sound. Announcement. News keeps coming. Holy crap, that's fast! What happened? Wow. People on the World Channel were completely baffled. This? Lika frowned. What's going on? He stared blankly at Lin Ye. Lin Ye remained silent. This scheme was quite interesting. It was more powerful than he had imagined. Declaring war on the 6th tier will cause chaos among other wild forces, and those related to the 6th tier will definitely go to their aid. Then, instead of attacking the Tier 6 territories, quickly attack other territories that are assisting the Tier 6 territories. Without true protection, they will perish quickly. The demon scheme has established a cooperative relationship with the Tier 6 gnome territory under the pretext of cooperating to deal with the night demon territory. Should this relationship be revoked? Awesome! Lin Ye was also surprised. This additional method was quite interesting. No withdrawal. Your people have stolen frost technology from Tier 5 territories. You cooperated with the 6th tier dwarf territory to destroy the 5th tier territory. Immediately, Lin Ye heard a series of sounds. The announcement states that the realm of night gods has reached a cooperative relationship with the Tier 6 dwarf territory. Report. The realm of night gods, in conjunction with the dwarf territory, has destroyed a Tier 5 territory. Holy crap, what does this mean? 1 minute they're declaring war, the next they're cooperating. I think Nogami is using a kind of high-level manipulation that I don't understand. The World Channel is buzzing again. You! Lika took a deep breath and looked at Lin Ye blankly. That was an amazing move. A strategist of heroic spirit rank wiped out all territories below the 6th rank in the blink of an eye, with minimal losses as expected. It's possible it's not. Your people plundered 380,000 gold mines. Your people plundered 700,000 iron ore. Your subjects have captured 312 people, including flower fairies, dwarves, and orcs. Your people have amassed 8.23 million resources, including copper and stone. Lin Ye listened in silence, impressed. He looked at Lika and said, Arrange for someone to come over and sell supplies later. Lika lowered his head. Unsurprisingly, he had a lot of territory, after all. It seems like Lin Ye wiped out a territory as easily as playing around. In my memory, isn't it difficult to destroy a territory? I want to see the goods, Lika said, wanting to see the spectacular scene of the supplies being transported back. Lin Ye nodded, said nothing more, and went back to fishing. Are all people who like fishing really good at it? The old man liked fishing, Jiang Xia in history liked fishing, and Lin Ye likes fishing now? Looking at it, Lika felt that he should also learn how to fish. Time passed slowly. Boom! The airship returned. The vessel was enormous. Only Mei Yi and her group were operating the ship, which was piled high with supplies. Hee hee! Lika chuckled dryly, his expression one word: shock. If there were so many people in Huangtu village back then, you can imagine how many there are now. Wow! The succubi were also surprised. Arrange for people to move the supplies. Lin Ye looked at Mei Yanran. Okay. Mei Yanran nodded and quickly made arrangements. One by one, the succubi sprang into action, moving supplies and sending prisoners to prison. Lika was dazzled by what he saw. My lord! Maya walked to Lin Ye's side and handed him a series of items. Magic barracks blueprints, wand blueprints, frost technology. Lin Ye checked them one by one and found them quite good. It's pretty much as I expected. We now have mage barracks and frost technology. He looked at Mei Yanran and said, Arrange for people to build 2 immediately. It must be done quickly. Upon hearing this, Lika noticed that Lin Ye was unusually serious. Why hurry? You've wiped out all the forces over there. What are you afraid of? Okay. Mei Yanran nodded and quickly made the arrangements. Lin Ye glanced at it, a smirk playing on his lips, and immediately activated triple speed. In an instant, their speed increased. Li Ke looked on, then sped up. He had already discovered this situation. It was the secret to Lin Ye's strength. These things will last for a long time, but shouldn't they be used where they're most needed? Why would they launch an attack over just one barracks? Just as he was about to speak, Lin Ye looked at Mei and said, "Mei, come with me into the military affairs hall. With Mei Yingzi gone, I'll have to train on my own. He is a lord lacking talent, but capable of leading anything that requires it." "Okay," Mei Li agreed. "Once the magic barracks are completed, have all the mages move in," Lin Ye instructed Mei Yanran as he walked away. "Okay," Mei Yanran nodded. Lin Ye watched as Mei Li followed him into the military training hall to begin training. Li Ke frowned, not understanding why they were in such a hurry. Time passed slowly. "You have successfully constructed 2 basic barracks, the Mage Barracks. Your second basic barracks, the Mage Barracks, has been successfully established, equipped with Frost technology, and evolved into the Frost Mage Barracks. Your people have forged a magic wand." One voice after another kept ringing out. Lin Ye listened. "They've all succeeded." Looking at the enchanting moth meditating inside the military aircraft museum, he smiled faintly. 3 times the speed is very fast. The training of the moth was successful. Boom! Mei Mo opened her eyes, felt her body, and was overjoyed. Lin Ye glanced at it, smiled faintly, and looked at the panel. Enchanted moth. Talents: proficiency in land reclamation, proficiency in mining, max level in breeding comfort, proficiency in magic, proficiency in command. An additional skill, commander proficiency, has been added. Not bad! Lin Ye was very satisfied and looked at Mei. No time was wasted. He said, "Let's go! You take everyone to the basic mage barracks for training." Okay. Mei nodded and walked out quickly with Lin Ye. Chapter 57 The Frost Mage announces final victory. As everyone watched the two walk out, before they could react, Mei waved her arm. All those with magical talent enter the basic mage camp. Your people have been successfully trained. After a long while, Enchantress and the others emerged, each holding a magic wand, their auras undergoing an unprecedented transformation. Lin Ye nodded. Li Ke frowned. A new type of soldier? That's quite a change. As they walked out, Mei Mo waved her arm again, and the group rushed towards the derivative unit, the Frost Mage Barracks. Continue training? Time passed slowly. The Frost Mage has successfully completed his training. A game notification appears. Lin Ye looked over and saw more than 30 mages holding magic wands walking out of the Frost Mage camp. Frost Mage, abilities, transformation, magic attack, magic recovery, frost freeze, frost magic slowdown. They were all in the same state. Lin Ye looked at it, nodding frequently, very satisfied. He looked at Mei Yi, who was returning with supplies. He said, "Take them there." Okay. Mei Yi nodded, and then everyone boarded the ship and began to move. Boom! The airship departed. Lin Ye watched quietly as the flying boat sailed away, until it disappeared from sight. With a faint smile, "I'll wait and see what kind of cunning tricks Mei Mao pulls next." I walked to the riverbank and continued fishing. Li Ke walked up to Lin Ye curiously and asked, "Why were you in such a hurry to set up the barracks and train the soldiers?" "You'll find out soon enough," Lin Ye said with a smirk. Huh? Li Ke asked, puzzled. The schemer uses a sorcerer to ambush and freeze your cooperative territory, the gnome territory. Do you agree? They've arrived? Lin Ye smirked, as expected. Naturally agrees. What's here? Li Ke was dumbfounded. The report states that the land of night gods launched a surprise attack on the territory of a Tier 6 dwarf, resulting in the termination of the cooperative relationship between the two sides and a new hostile relationship. Announcement. The territory of a 6th-tier dwarf has been destroyed in the land of night. Holy crap, the 6th tier is gone? It was all a scheme from beginning to end? Holy crap, that's awesome! A 5th-tier fighter taking on a 6th-tier fighter? It seems so easy! The world channel is buzzing. This? Li Ke was speechless, unsure how to describe the scene before him. That's it for the 6th tier? That's incredibly awesome. What a brilliant plan! Li Lin and Shirya sent each other a message at the same time. Can you figure out how it was done? Qin Bin lowered his head. He didn't even dare to touch the 6th tier territory now, because Night God had been completely wiped out. Initially be hostile, have level 6 territories on high alert, and have surrounding lower level territories provide assistance. The orc took a deep breath. He began his analysis. Turning around to attack the aiding forces, leaving them vulnerable internally, will lead to their instant annihilation. Then they offered benefits in cooperation with the 6th tier territories. Enter the enemy's territory and then launch a surprise attack to trap the 6th tier territory troops. Concentrate all forces to attack the enemy lord's mansion, inflict severe damage, and finally annihilate the enemy. The orc took a deep breath and said, There are strategists in the land of the Night God. Moreover, diplomacy must be at least highly developed, otherwise it would be impossible to persuade a 6th tier territory to cooperate. It can be determined that the method of trapping them was obtained by destroying lower-level territories. Because if he had had it from the beginning, he could have directly used his mastery of diplomacy to get the 6th tier territory to cooperate and trap them. Then we will annihilate them, the orc said. Yes. Qin Bin nodded. His troops are becoming more and more numerous, and their distances are getting farther and farther. The land of the Night God. Your people plunder the blueprints. Your people plunder iron ore. Your people plunder piercing technology. One message after another rang in Lin Ye's ears. In blueprints? Lin Ye's lips twitched. Good thing he got them. Looking at Li Ke, he said, A large batch of supplies is coming soon? Hee hee. Li Ke gave a dry laugh, feeling quite disgruntled. His 6th tier territory was gone just like that. Looking at the supplies that have already been delivered, I've made money. There must be even more 6th tier territories. Her smile gradually brightened. Looking towards the bustling world channel. Golden announcement. Night God Alliance, the world's #1 merchant. We are about to sell all kinds of resources and people acquired by Night God this time. Those who are interested in purchasing, please take note. Wow, Yagami is about to ship another batch. Damn, this lackey has a name now. The #1 merchant in the world, he's asking for it. I wonder what good stuff they have this time. I can't afford it, but I have to take a look. People cheered and jumped for joy, filled with excitement. Shall we buy it? Shurya asked Li Lin. I'll buy it. I'll go get the money ready, Li Lin said. One of them was in charge of money, and the other was in charge of intelligence. Qin Bin remained silent, his eyes revealing an endless sense of crisis. Nox is getting stronger and stronger, so the Star Alliance will definitely buy it, and will also become stronger. He pondered silently. The land of the Night God. I'll go offline and make arrangements, you can sort it out later. Li Ke smiled happily as he looked at the lively atmosphere in the world channel. This is exactly the result I wanted. Let's look forward to it. Buzz! As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared from the spot. Lin Ye didn't say much, quietly waiting for Mei Mao and the others to return. No building blueprints for upgrading from level 5 to level 6 were found in the level 5 territories. There's definitely a level 6 exam, but I don't know what it is. Lin Ye took a deep breath. Wait quietly. Your people cultivate fertile fields. Your people have developed a simple wooden bed technology. Your people make simple clothes. Internal developments continued, with a constant stream of news breaking. My youngling's lifestyle technology is exploding, making life and production more convenient and comfortable. It meets the requirements for upgrading from the 5th tier to the 6th tier. Everything is moving in a positive direction. Listen quietly. Time passed, and it was 2 p.m. Boom! The airship came to a stop in the air. Greetings, Lord! Mei Mao and the others stood on the ship, looking at Lin Ye with excitement. Supplies were piled up like mountains, and dwarf prisoners awaited processing. Everyone stop what you're doing, move supplies, and transport prisoners! Mei Yanran shouted. Great! The succubi were extremely excited and ran towards the airship to begin carrying the loads. One by one, prisoners were sent to prisons, and supplies were moved out. Lin Ye looked at one of the dwarfs. Master King, heroic soul level, level 30, dwarf berserker. Lin Ye's expression darkened slightly. A berserker? It's a pity it's not a succubus, otherwise I could have taken it in. However, there were not only dwarfs, but also captives of other races, all of them covered in dust and dirt. Moreover, the levels are quite good, including Heroic Soul and Heroic Level, and levels 25 and 30. They were clearly prisoners of the dwarf territory. My lord, this was obtained from the dwarf territory! Mei Mao and Mei Yingzi walked up to Lin Ye, and Mei Mao handed over the item. You did a great job! Lin Ye stared at Mei Mao. There were no losses in this battle. The key issue is still facing so many forces centered around level 6 powers. It can be described as powerful. Thank you, Lord! Mei Mao felt relieved upon hearing Lin Ye's exaggerated words. After joining, nothing much happened until now, when I finally get to do something. And the Lord was satisfied. Mei Mao is willing to do anything for your lordship. Mei Mao looked at Lin Ye with tender affection. That look. Lin Ye smiled faintly. He had to be distracted, otherwise he would lose control. Looking at the blueprints, is there a garden? Lin Ye looked over. Chapter 58 Harvest and Sale. Fabric Workshop, Dyeing Workshop, Carpentry Workshop. One by one, the buildings that were previously present in Huangtu Village appeared. These basic buildings can all be upgraded using different materials. The main purpose of the upgrade is to strengthen the internal environment, increase production speed, and enhance defenses to make it more difficult for enemies to destroy. There are many kinds. But almost all of them were obtained in Huangtu Village back then. Huangtu Village is a very unique territory. It has all the buildings that other 5th-tier territories do not have, making it a powerful existence among 5th-tier territories. Unsurprisingly, it was provided by the Night Demon territory behind them. Night Demon is strong. Keep watching. Rampaging technology? A ball of light and shadow appeared in his hand. Lin Ye was surprised. Wasn't this the technology needed for the Berserker, a derivative unit of the Blade Soldiers? I can get the Berserker now? Wasn't that dwarf just now a Berserker? Quite good. Are there any others? Assassin Barracks Blueprints, Basic Unit, Assassin? Mei Ye and the others can now become soldiers. Beautiful, a Tier 6 territory is truly something else. If it weren't for the sneak attack, a direct confrontation wouldn't have been so easy. The cunning strategy is quite impressive. Puncture technology. Lin Ye continued looking, and it was all about technology. Perfect. With him, Spearman can be transformed into a derivative unit, the Piercing Spearman. Strength has increased significantly. Lin Ye's lips curled into a smirk. What a fruitful harvest. Don't you have a garden? Lin Ye continued to flip through the pages one by one. The garden is the best way to upgrade from level 5 to level 6 and improve your spiritual needs. Looking around, all I saw were existing buildings and some unimportant ones. Public toilets. That's impossible. The dwarf territory is a level 6 territory. It's impossible that there isn't a single building that can be upgraded to level 6. Pavilion. A moment later, Lin Ye's eyes lit up. It's not a garden, it's a pavilion, and it's also a type of architecture that helps people fulfill their spiritual needs. A pavilion, as the name suggests, is a place for relaxing and enjoying the cool air. That's great, at least we got one. He looked at Mei Mao and said, Very good. Mei Mao nodded. Thank you, Lord. Go and rest. You have a chronic illness, and you've been active all morning, Lin Ye said. Okay. Mei Mao nodded and took his leave. Construction. Lin Ye looked at Mei Yanran, handed her the blueprints, and said, Prioritize all types of barracks. Okay. Mei Yanran nodded and left. Bang bang bang. Large-scale construction began again across the entire territory. Build new swordsman barracks in your territory, equip them with berserk technology, and create a derivative unit, the Berserker Soldier Barracks. Train berserkers. Your subjects, Mei Xuan, have begun their commander training. Your people build toilets. One message after another kept ringing in Lin Ye's ears. Lin Ye's expression darkened slightly. The berserker had appeared. Lock onto the unit type that emerged from the Berserker Soldier Battalion. Each of them wielded a long sword, exuding a violent aura. However, the succubus's inherent charm and allure could not be concealed. That's the allure in her very being. Lin Ye sighed. Look at the panel of the Enchantress. Mei. Talents, obedience, max level of procreation comfort, mastery of cutting, mastery of construction, mastery of handle, mastery of berserk. Abilities, slash, heavy strike, double heavy strike, consecutive heavy strikes. It's all about output capabilities. Lin Ye smiled faintly, quite satisfied. War machine. Looking around, the supplies had been sorted out. Look at the territory panel. Lord Lin Ye. Territory level, Tier 5. Territory area, 10 square kilometers. Race, Succubus. Ally, the world's #1 merchant. Territory life production buildings, Tier 5 Lord's Mansion, Tier 5 walls plus moat, Tier 5 outer walls plus moat, Tier 5 farm, Tier 5 toilet, Tier 5 public toilet, Tier 5 carpenter's workshop, Tier 5 forge, Tier 5 dyeing workshop, Tier 9 technology room. Territory army buildings. Basic swordsman barracks, basic spearman barracks, basic mage barracks, basic archer barracks, assassin barracks. Derivative shield bearer barracks, derivative berserker barracks, derivative frost mage barracks, derivative piercing spearman barracks, derivative artillery barracks. Number of unit types. Basic swordsman, 0, basic spearman, 40, basic mages, 0, basic archers, 30, basic assassins, 20, derivative swordsmen and shieldmen, 30, derivative berserkers, 28, derivative frost mages, 30, derivative piercing spearmen, currently training, derivative artillerymen, 20. Total troop strength, 168, militia, 332. Territory resources packages, stone X 300, 000, copper ore 5 million, food X 9, 000, 000, stone copper items weapons X 3, 000, 000, household implements, pottery pots copper pots, X 2, 000, 000. Captures, heroic level, 1 dwarf king, heroic level, 17 people, flower fairies, dwarves, orcs, common level, 600 people. Lin Ye smiled faintly as he looked at it. This power was simply invincible. It can be said that the whole nation is a soldier. If only we could get all the basic barracks sorted out. This elevates their strength to a new level. There are still many other forces in the surrounding area. We'll deal with them after Li Ke explores them. So many prisoners, it's a pity we can't use them. I checked the time, it was 4:55 p.m. Li Ke is about to go online. With so many supplies and prisoners, we should be able to sell them for a lot of gold. Gold, as a form of currency, will also be of great use in the future. Buzz! Just then, a buzzing sound suddenly rang out beside Lin Ye, and Li Ke appeared. Hee hee! Lin Ye smiled faintly, as if speaking of the devil himself. Have all the supplies been sorted? Li Ke asked Lin Ye, puzzled. Lin Ye nodded, his eyes flashing as he showed Li Ke the goods he was going to sell. Li Ke looked over and froze on the spot. It took him a while to realize. So many? Holy crap! Estimate the price yourself, Lin Ye said, looking at Li Ke. This? Upon hearing this, Li Ke swallowed hard and said, All right then. The words were spoken. Without pausing, he looked at the world channel. Golden Call, Night Gods Realm, the world's #1 merchant. Sales begin. Stone X 300, 000, copper ore 5 million grain, combined, X 9, 000, 000, stone copper utensils weapons X 3, 000, 000, household implements, pottery jars copper jars, X 2, 000, 000. Heroic level, 1-man dwarf king, heroic level, 17 people, flower fairy, dwarf, orc, normal level, 600 people. The above items can be sold in batches or in packages. Those who want them should act quickly. The package price is 120 million. How much? 120 million? Holy crap, are you kidding me? That's 120 million! I finally found a gold mine, and it only yields a few $1,000s. Why is my life so miserable? You should take a look at these things. They're all at the heroic soul level. Whoever buys them will possess a heroic soul level item. Right now, besides the realm of night gods, who else possesses subjects at the level of heroic souls? But that's not the most crucial point. Look at the population. Which dwarf race buys it? Doesn't that mean they have half a 6th-tier combat power? There are others, the 5th rank, who can soar directly into the sky. Moreover, these people must be incredibly capable, so the territory must be developing very well. The World Channel erupted in excitement, with everyone experiencing an unprecedented level of shock. Chapter 59 Military Training. Bonus chapter is here. Thank you for the gift. Jean Bin looked at the amount of resources, took a deep breath, and his eyelids kept twitching. Danger, danger. Buy it. Shirya messaged Li Lin privately. I'm a dwarf. Buy. Li Lin responded. Buy them all, and give the rest to our other allies. It's estimated to be the citizens of 6 Tier 5 territories and 18 Tier 4 territories. I want to create the Star Alliance 24 Heavenly Kings. After saying that, he spoke directly in the World Channel, shouting to the Star Alliance White Star territory, I'll buy it, help me transport it, and I'll pay you. Holy crap, 120 million just like that, that's amazing. The leader of the Star River Alliance is a super rich guy. Our Star Alliance is getting stronger and stronger. That's right. The World Channel erupted in cheers, filled with disbelief, as members of the Star Alliance collectively shouted. Lin Ye looked at them and thought, Li Lin and the others are really rich. Beautiful! Li Ke exclaimed, a smirk playing on his lips. Response. Gold shouted, Night God Alliance, the world's #1 merchant. Okay, I'll send it to you right away, extra shipping fee, 2 million per trip. Okay. Li Lin responded with a golden shout. Damn, these two are awesome, directly using gold to communicate. Don't they think gold is free? Wow, two rich guys. 2 million per time, that price, damn, that's so much more? What a waste. The World Channel is once again in awe. Jean Bin remained silent. As expected, the Star River Alliance had bought it. Hee hee. Lin Ye laughed. It was indeed too awesome. Boom. As the conversation ended, the mechanical spaceship arrived in the sky above the land of Night God. One by one, members of the mechanical race stepped out. Handover. Lin Ye looked at Mei Yanran, who immediately took action and began the handover. Boom. In a short while, the spaceship departed. Not bad. Li Ke looked at it, smiled faintly, and was very satisfied. He looked at Lin Ye and said, I'll take 10% of the total value. Lin Ye listened in silence. 12 million? It has to be said, businessmen are all about making money. He said, deduct the money from those who bought it before. Okay. Li Ke replied, grinning broadly as he prepared to count the money. He said, it's almost evening. I'll go investigate in other areas. You can continue. With that, Li Ke strode into his territory, looked at Gabu and said, let's go. After saying this, they boarded the flying boat, and Mei Yi set sail in another direction. Lin Ye smiled faintly. This kid had tasted the sweetness of success. I didn't pay much attention. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Li Ke will be back tomorrow morning. We must take care of all the troops tonight. Wait. Time passed. The barracks were successfully established, equipped with piercing technology, and piercing rifleman barracks were created. Commander Mia's training was successful. Start training for derivative unit types. Your people have successfully built the pavilion. It possesses a large appeal to the racial population. The sounds of construction and training continued to ring out. Lin Ye listened with a faint smile, quite satisfied. The number of troop types was increasing. I'm really looking forward to it. The pavilion is a success? Lin Ye suddenly heard the last reminder. Raising an eyebrow, he realized it was one of the key items for upgrading from level 5 to level 6. It has great attraction, but unfortunately there are no succubi nearby, so it can't attract them. The piercing rifleman training was successful. Time continued, and another voice rang in Lin Ye's ears. Success? Lin Ye was satisfied and looked towards the piercing barracks. Then, one after another, spearmen appeared, each wielding a long spear and exuding a distinct aura. Derivative unit, piercing spearman. Enchanting fire. Talents, obedience, maximum breeding comfort, proficiency in weaving, proficiency in planting, proficiency in spear, and proficiency in piercing. Abilities, transformation, thrust, pierce enhancement, increased by 30%, pierce formation, collective impact, power is superimposed, 100% piercing. Not bad, very good, Lin Ye said, a slight smirk playing on his lips. It's designed for a full-scale assault, a nemesis of shield bearers. Their ability to launch coordinated attacks is particularly impressive. It's simply perfect. Swordsmen defend, berserkers deal damage, spearmen launch attacks, and frost mages provide ranged attacks. Only one assassin remains. Looking at the sky, night was about to fall, but the lights were still on. People in the distance are still building. Ah! Suddenly, strange sounds rang out. Enemy attack! Shouted the phoenix atop the arrow tower. Your territory has been invaded by your enemy, the night demons. The game's sound started. Lin Ye's lips twitched. This night demon was never going to stop. Based on the current situation of the Tier 6 territory and the previous construction at Huangtu village, it can be determined that the night demons are stronger than ordinary Tier 6 forces. I must prepare myself for the complete annihilation of the night demon in the future. Last night's bombardment destroyed many things. Looking at Meingzi, he said, suppress the artillery fire. When the time is right, have each legion move in to minimize the devastating damage. There were too few feathers last night. I need to use poison technology to strengthen the assassins. It's unlikely that Mei Miao can quickly and thoroughly understand this with just a few feathers and a long sword. Weren't the elven feathers and troll feathers still not researched and developed? Okay. Mei Yingzi nodded and quickly rushed towards the outer wall. Mei Feng, Mei Yi, Mei Li, and Mei Yi quickly set off with Butue. Ah! The first thing that caught the eye was the painful screams of the night demons. Boom, boom, boom. The indiscriminate artillery fire continued. Kill. The succubus acted swiftly. Time passed slowly. Report. The realm of night gods has killed the commander of the night demon's second vanguard force. Damn, it's night demon again. He's fighting during the day and at night. He's incredibly busy. The night demon, a creature feared by all, has suffered repeated defeats before the night god. The realm of the night god is terrifyingly powerful. People were talking about it, and they didn't know how to describe it. Lord! Mei Yingzi returned with her troops, handing Lin Ye feathers and night demon blades. Okay. Lin Ye nodded. Hand the knife and feathers over to the science lab for research. Okay. Mei Yingzi nodded and walked into the technology room. Lin Ye looked at the troops in the distance, and saw that some people were injured and were receiving treatment for their wounds. The night demon has already been bombarded once and must be injured, especially considering it was injured under the influence of the frost mage. Can even a freeze stop their actions? Lin Yi shook his head, constantly assessing the strength of this night demon in his mind. Golden Call, Star Alliance White Star Territory, effective immediately, establish 24 Heavenly Kings. Golden Cry, Star River Alliance First Heavenly King, White Star Territory, Tier 5 Territory, Human Race. Golden Shout, Galaxy Alliance Second King Yaju Territory, Tier 5 Territory, Dwarf Race. Golden Shout, Star River Alliance Third Heavenly King Leap Territory, Tier 5 Territory, Dwarf Race. Golden Shout, Star River Alliance 24 Heavenly Kings 2 Huang Territory, Tier 4 Territory, Flower Fairy Race. Chapter 60 The Continuing Battle Between Xinghe and Bai. The Golden Cry, Star River Alliance White Star Territory. The 24 Heavenly Kings of the Star River Alliance declare, those who offend our Star River Alliance will be punished. Announcement. The Galaxy Alliance 24 territories have collectively declared war on the White-Clad Alliance White-Clad Territory. Holy crap, what's going on? The 24 Heavenly Kings? They've changed their names? That'll cost a ton of gold. The Star Alliance is way too rich. One of them is my sister. She went straight to Tier 4. The Alliance sent her directly. With population there is development. Yesterday it was a Tier 3 territory, but today, after having population, it was upgraded directly. Damn, I'm so envious. If I had joined the Star River Alliance back then, I might already be a 5th tier territory. These are all races that were sold off by the Midnight Gods this night. They've suddenly become ridiculously strong. They've declared war on the White-Clad territory. Are they preparing for a final battle? What day is this? Are you kidding me? The World Chat channel instantly erupted once again. Qin Bin watched, utterly speechless, now completely at a disadvantage. His goal is Nocturne, but even the Star Alliance can't handle him right now. I kept thinking about how to deal with it. Fight! Fight! In the wilderness, Li Ke watched, a smirk playing on his lips, and said, Only if you fight can Night God develop properly. Development is the only way forward. Once I've explored this area, I'll be able to sell you even more. Awesome! Easier than picking up money! Li Ke exclaimed excitedly, looking at the territory before him. Damn, it's just an unranked territory, I won't mark it! Li Ke now looks down on so-called unranked territories. The realm of the Night God. Lin Ye glanced at the world channel content but didn't pay any attention. Looking at the barracks still under construction, it will soon be completed. Your spearman/assassin barracks construction. Let's begin training. Lin Ye thought it was a good idea and continued fishing. Time passed slowly. Announcement. The Star River Alliance Second King Shia's territory has destroyed the White-Clad Alliance Red Mountain territory. Announcement. The White-Clad Alliance Flying Fire territory has been wiped out by the Star River Alliance Cloud Earth territory. Breaking news! The Star River Alliance's 24 Heavenly King territories have been destroyed, along with 7 White-Clad Alliance territories. Announcement. The Star River Alliance White-Clad Alliance has destroyed the Star River Alliance 24 Heavenly Kings territory. Time passed, and battle reports continued to arrive. The fighting has started. The territories of the 24 Heavenly Kings are gone. Luckily, I didn't choose to join the alliance. Don't be happy! If either of them is destroyed, and you dare not join the victorious side, you will be the one who dies. It's the same every year. For those who want dominance, alliances are resources. This becomes more and more obvious as the season progresses. Who wouldn't band together? This is why Sima Ru clashed with the Night God so quickly. If the Night God becomes stronger and is not destroyed, the Night God will become the dominant force. Once Night God grows too powerful, if we don't stop him, he will become more and more terrifying as time goes on. If Sima doesn't listen to us in the later stages, he will die. It's better to eliminate him now, the sooner the better. Unfortunately, he underestimated Night God. Now, both Bai and Xinghe want to eliminate each other, and then eliminate Yeshen. The sooner the better, otherwise it will be very difficult later on. That's true, but why don't they join forces to deal with Yagami? First, the location of the Night God is unknown, he has never spoken, he is powerful and mysterious. It is that merchant who speaks, and that merchant is not simple. Secondly, the Star River Alliance was established with the support of Night God. The only way for the Star River Alliance to deal with Night God is to destroy White Robe and then use White Robe's resources to attack Night God. Third, Bai is not going to compromise right now, and you and I both know he has powerful backers. He probably has ways to deal with Yeshen, but he doesn't dare to use them to directly target Yeshen for fear that Xinghe will stab him in the back. In conclusion, the current situation is that Night God is not easy to fight, cannot be fought, and is impossible to fight. The best way is to deal with each other first, gather enough resources, and then deal with Night God. The expert upstairs makes a lot of sense. I reckon the fight will continue all night long, and it won't stop until one side is evenly matched. People watched and continuously analyzed the situation. Lin Ye looked at it and smiled faintly. Was it really that complicated? I checked the time, 8:55. He looked toward the assassin's camp. Your assassin training is complete. Mei Yi led a group of assassins out. They were basic troops, nothing special. Unless it is a derivative unit. All we need to do is wait for the poison technology to be developed. Your people have discovered snake venom. Question mark. Lin Ye was just thinking. It's coming soon? Snake venom is a component of the venom tempering technology. The fire technology that the fire archers need, tongue oil, has already appeared. They're just missing one more thing. The venom technology has been developed, and snake venom is also available. We're still missing one more step. I just don't know which one will come out first. That's about it. Lin Ye looked at Mei Yanran and said, Everyone take a rest. We'll continue working tomorrow. Thank you, Lord. The succubi all looked at Lin Ye, crowded around him, and entered the house. The night was pitch black. Meteors streak across the deepest parts of the night sky, and watching their final burst of light sends a shiver down your spine. It's so beautiful. Outside, the strange noises from the night demons continued. The soldiers stood guard at all times, continuing to kill the night demons and collect their feathers amidst the barrage of artillery fire. The changes in troop types are so significant that they make the game even more exhilarating. It was sent to the science and technology room. Lin Ye looked on, exhausted, and smiled faintly. I wonder which will come out first, the poison technology or the fire bow and arrow technology, Lin Ye muttered. The flame archers possess complete technological clues about Huangtu village. The poisoning technology involves repeatedly inserting feathers, constantly inspiring researchers. Lin Ye glanced at the science lab and checked the time. It was past 11 o'clock. I spend 2 hours preparing to log off every day. Offline. In the dormitory. Today's news. 1. Through extensive research, it is believed that the White-Clad Alliance's trump card may originate from a citizen within its territory. However, the specifics are still under investigation. 2. The battle in the realm of Night God today was very exhilarating, indicating that he has powerful strategists under his command. 3. Our Star River Alliance has made contact with the merchant in the realm of Night God. He is from the Li family, a prominent merchant family. He possesses the characteristics of the Li family, is a mechanical race, and has a powerful spaceship transportation capability. 4. After extensive investigation, it has been found that there are currently fewer than 24 alliances left in the region where this generation is located. The others have either disappeared on their own or been destroyed by the previous Simaru and White Robe Alliance. 5. An investigation revealed that of these 10 alliances, 5 are for the amusement of wealthy second-generation individuals, 2 are groups of ordinary people, and the rest all have powerful connections. Currently, the White-Clad Alliance is undoubtedly vying for supremacy, while the Night God Alliance's position is uncertain, as it hasn't recruited members on a large scale. 6. After numerous wars, more than 80% of the territories have not yet joined the Alliance, indicating huge potential. This is the fastest and most intense competition in the Alliance's history. 7. Our Star River Alliance currently has 15,000 members, and the White Robe Alliance has 20,000 members. Our alliance is now powerful and needs more powerful lords to join us. Please consider this. Chapter 61 Derivative Unit, Flame Archer. 7. Lin Ye looked at the situation. There were more today than yesterday. They're already powerful, yet they're still posting every day. Keep your promises. This news can be described as an analysis of the entire situation. I have no interest in participating in the so-called struggle for supremacy. What we need is to develop with peace of mind. There was no news of Simaru's mother. It seems the other party suffered a setback. I didn't pay too much attention to it. Focusing on development is the best approach. Wash up and go to bed. The next day, at dawn, the sun rose in the east. Your people have developed fire-resistant arrows, which, when combined with tongue oil, form the technology of fire-resistant arrows. Your people have forged 1 cannon. Mayfeng trained 1 artilleryman. Your people mine iron or X1. Lin Ye logged on and looked at the territory, where the succubi were constantly busy. Game notifications kept ringing in my ears. The announcement is gone. It seems the Star River Alliance and the White-Clad Alliance are almost done fighting. Wrong! What was that just now? Lin Ye recalled and reminded him. Fire-resistant bow and arrow, flame bow and arrow technology? They're here? My derivative unit, the Flame Archer, has arrived. Lin Ye's eyes flickered, and he looked at Mei Yanran, saying, Build a basic archer barracks. Okay. Mei Yanran replied quickly upon hearing this. The construction team of succubi immediately began to move. Lin Ye glanced at it, his eyes flickered, and he thought, Use today's speed boost? While only 1 building is being constructed, everyone else is mining and collecting resources. It's not a waste. Enable triple speed. Bang bang bang! In an instant, the succubi moved with lightning speed. It's gotten faster again? A voice sounded from behind. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye realized it was none other than Lika. He's been staying in his own territory for so long, how could he not see what's going on? But how did this guy get back? They didn't give me any information, they made me go and answer it. Looking to the side, he saw her standing beside him, sensing Lin Ye's confusion. He began. The White-Clad Alliance and the Star River Alliance had a pretty good fight last night. The Star River Alliance is really rich, Lika said with admiration. They paid a high price to buy a lot of weapons and food from me to support various regions. It continued until 7 a.m. today, so I simply had the spaceship come to pick me up, Lika said. After all, everyone's here. I have to say, that white-clad alliance is quite interesting. They've been fighting for so long, but they haven't bought anything. I've called them out multiple times. Lika smiled faintly, even more impressed. Yes. Lin Ye nodded. He had previously said he was worried that if he died out there, no one would be there to pick him up. It seems this kid was only after money from the start. He's a businessman, after all. He asked, Has the map been made? Of course. Lika's lips curled into a smirk. This was all money. He handed a leather bag to Lin Ye. There are 103 Tier 1 forces and 50 Tier 2 forces. There are 17 Tier 3 forces, 10 Tier 4 forces, 6 Tier 5 forces, and 1 Tier 6 force. Among them, the 6th Tier faction, the Orcs, is a large race, marked on the map as Plaza, with technology and healing technology. Square. The main items for upgrading from 5th to 6th Tier are for leisure, that is, to satisfy mental needs. What I need. Pretty. Let's not even talk about healing technology. It's about to introduce new derivative units. He himself is now treating the basic military camp. 5th Tier faction, 3 humans, 2 demons and 1 smurf. There is a basic rogue barracks for stealing technology, while the human side has a basic healing barracks. Great, these are all things I need, even a sleeping pillow. He looked at Mei Yingzi. He handed over the map and said, Take this and discuss it with Mei Mao. Once the fire archers come out, we'll take action. Okay. Mei Yingzi nodded. The game went so smoothly yesterday. After a day, the troops are now much stronger than before. They had already fought the night demon last night. Now we need to add a fire archer. Powerful. He quickly grabbed the blueprints and left. Time passed. Your archer barracks is now complete, equipped with the flame archer technology, creating the flame archer barracks, a derivative unit. Training! Lin Ye looked at Mei Feng and said directly, Choose one to enter the military affairs hall to take over your position and command the artillery. Okay. Mei Feng responded quickly, choosing a succubus, Mei Yu, to follow Lin Ye into the military affairs hall. Mei Yingzi and Mei Mao were discussing strategies, and the training commander, Natural Forest Knight, personally took charge. Lin Ye watched Mei Yu meditate quietly, waiting patiently. Whoosh! Lika watched as everything changed rapidly. Take a deep breath. Once we're out, everyone needs to get started. War is imminent. Time passes slowly. The flaming bow and arrow have been successfully forged. The flaming bow and arrow have been successfully forged. The flaming bow and arrow have been successfully forged. The forge was constantly forging weapons, preparing them for use. Mei Yu's training was successful. A voice rang in Lin Ye's ear, and Lin Ye smiled faintly, quite satisfied. Thank you, Lord. Mei Yu looked at Lin Ye. Okay, Lin Ye replied. From now on, the artillery will be your responsibility. It's currently the most important war machine in our territory. Okay. Mei Yu nodded, her expression extremely serious. The fire archers have completed their training. As Mei Yu and I walked out of the military aircraft museum, another voice rang in our ears. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye was delighted and looked towards the flame archer camp, where the succubi stood. Lock the panel directly. Derivative unit Flame Archer. Enchanting Phoenix. Talents, Obedience, Max level of Breeding Comfort, Carpentry Mastery, Logging Mastery, Shooting Mastery, Fire Bow Mastery. Abilities, Transformation, Shooting, Continuous Shooting, Flame Enchantment, Imbues arrows with fire power, Flame Arrow Formation, forms a formation with 2 or more people, covering a large area. Lin Ye glanced at it, a smirk playing on his lips. Quite good. Remote work is awesome. My lord, we are ready. At the same time, Mei Yingzi and Mei Mao walked to Lin Ye's side. Okay. Lin Ye glanced at him and nodded. Alright, you can set off now. Okay. Mei Mao nodded. Mei Yingzi looked around and locked onto the Flame Archer Legion Mei Feng, the Shield and Blade Infantry Legion Mei Li, and the Berserker Legion Mei Yi. Piercing Spearman Legion Enchanting Fire, Frost Mage Legion Enchanting Moth. With a wave of his arm, 190 people set off, rushing towards the airship. Boom! It disappeared into the horizon. Lin Ye watched quietly, as did Li Ke. Why aren't you offline and resting yet? Lin Ye asked Li Ke with a puzzled look. Wait, I'll go take a nap at noon. Li Ke also wanted to see the grand spectacle of yesterday. Lin Ye remained silent, naturally knowing what Li Ke was thinking. Without saying much, he picked up the fishing rod and started fishing. Li Ke paused slightly as he looked at it. Lin Ye had been saying he learned to fish for a while, glancing at the many fishing rods that Mei Yanran and the others had prepared for him. Without hesitation, I chose one and started learning it in a very serious manner. Time passed slowly. Do you agree to your people declaring war on a Tier 1 wild territory? Do you agree to your people declaring war on the 2nd Tier wild territories? One reminder after another rang in Lin Ye's ears, but Lin Ye didn't even look at them and simply agreed. The announcement states that the realm of night gods has declared war on Tier 1 wild territories. The announcement states that the realm of night gods has declared war on 2nd Tier wild territories. The announcement states that the realm of night gods has declared war on 5th Tier wild territories. The announcement states that the realm of night gods has declared war on a 6th Tier wild territory. Dozens of declarations of war rang out incessantly. Chapter 62: A different strategy of enchantment. Wow! It started! At night, the Star River battles the white-clad warriors. During the day, the night god battles the wild territories. That's not right! Yesterday, they declared war on everyone one by one, from the highest to the lowest. Why is today different? The world's channels cheered, then looked puzzled. What's going on? Li Ke was still fishing when he suddenly heard the announcement. He looked at Lin Ye excitedly and said, Why didn't you use yesterday's plan? Quickly, have your strategist change tactics. Li Ke, fearing defeat, looked excitedly at Lin Ye. Don't rush, Lin Ye said. How could I not be anxious? I stayed up all night to get this done, Li Ke lamented. Breaking news. The Night God's realm has destroyed a Tier 1 territory. Breaking news. The Night God's realm has destroyed a Tier 1 territory. Announcement. The Night God's realm has destroyed a 2nd Tier territory. Is this a case of bullying noobs? People watched in bewilderment as a 5th Tier territory attacked a 1st Tier territory. Breaking news. The Night God's realm has destroyed a Tier 1 territory. Breaking news. The Night God's realm has destroyed a Tier 1 territory. Announcement. The Night God's realm has destroyed a 2nd Tier territory. Breaking news. The Night God's realm has destroyed a Tier 3 territory. Report. Night God's realm has dispatched a 4th Tier territory support force. As time passed, the announcements rang out incessantly, like firecrackers. Those who saw it were completely baffled. What's going on? Today's strategy is different from yesterday's. Qin Bin was woken up and quickly logged on. He frowned, puzzled, as he listened to the death announcement. He looked at the orc beside him. His development speed is so fast. The orc frowned, pondering. He said, Today we're using a differentiation strategy. Declare war on all, put all areas under our jurisdiction on high alert, and attack the weak. The weak will surely ask the strong for help. With strong reinforcements deployed, other units turn to attack the powerful force, leaving it vulnerable internally and easily annihilated. It's similar to luring the tiger away from the mountain or besieging Wei to rescue Zhao, Qin Bin said. More or less, the orc said. But this situation requires multiple types of troops, multiple commanders, and a powerful commander to oversee everything. It seems that Night God is more powerful than we thought. He has multiple legions, multiple commanders, and a grand commander, plus this strategist now. The orc bowed his head. Whoosh! Qin Bin trembled upon hearing this. The power was absurd. It's stronger than we imagined. Li Lin and Shirya also went online and had to pay attention. Li Lin spoke to Shirya. Yes. Shirya paused, then said, If nothing unexpected happens, another batch of supplies will be delivered today. Last night we could say we were defeated by the White-Clad Alliance, Shirya said. If it weren't for the merchants selling things, we might have been finished. Yes, Li Lin said. We'll take today's supplies. They listened quietly to the announcement, and waited. Breaking news. The Night God realm has been annihilated, destroying a 5th Tier Night God territory. Report. The vanguard force of the 6th-tier territory of the Night God's realm has been wiped out. Report. Night God's realm has dispatched a 6th-tier territory aid force. Announcement. Wild species have been directly wiped out in Tier 5 territories. Announcement. The realm of Night Gods has lost the 6th-tier territory. The announcements continue to ring out over time, like a pyramid, with each level ascending higher and higher. Wow! The 6th-tier city was wiped out, even faster than yesterday. I don't understand this operation at all. Can someone who was an expert yesterday explain it? What strategy did they use today? Lure the tiger away from the mountain, besiege Wei to rescue Zhao, feign to the east while attacking the west, lure the snake out of its hole, and defeat them one by one. Holy crap, is that awesome? It's all idioms. With the demise of the strongest 6th-tier being, the world channel erupted in chaos, with expert analysts throwing out a series of keywords. Li could listen to the report, while also checking the information on the world channel. I'm totally confused. He looked at Lin Ye and said, Is he that awesome? What do you think? A strategist of the heroic spirit level. Lin Ye shrugged. All right, Li Ke said helplessly. Lin Ye was simply ridiculously strong. A large batch of supplies is coming soon. I looked at the world channel, ready to make a message. Gold shouts out, Star Alliance First Heavenly King White Star Territory. I'll buy, DM me for a quote. Holy crap, that's awesome, he's rich. Don't send us quotes privately, let us see them too, let us be amazed. Yeah, I just want to know how easy it is for these experts to make money. People cheered. Li Ke glanced at it, raised an eyebrow, and thought, He's a regular customer, so forget it. Looking at the private message, he replied, It's 5 p.m., and I'm currently cleaning up the supplies. Okay, Li Lin replied, and the conversation ended. I'm going to sleep. Li Ke glanced at the sky. He had played until at least 11 o'clock yesterday, and today he would start at 8 o'clock. It ended a little after 10 o'clock, an hour early. Okay. Lin Ye nodded, said nothing more, and continued fishing. Buzz! Li Ke logged off immediately. Lin Ye smiled faintly. The military camp has arrived, the square has arrived. Expect. At the same time. That #1 merchant in the world really didn't make it. Are you kidding me? You're the #1 merchant in the world, what if I want to buy it? You're going to buy it? Are you sure you can afford a corpse? I'd still need 50,000, that should be enough to buy someone, right? Stop arguing, there's more to the show tonight. Master, what show is it? The world channel was bustling with activity. Private chat? Qin Bin looked at him, his eyes filled with murderous intent. If I don't share it, I won't know what I gained this time. That heroic soul level guy wiped out 3 of my territories last night, Qin Bin said. What is it today? Qin Bin asked himself. Time passed slowly. Forge 1 flame bow in the blacksmith workshop. Forge 1 cannon at the forge. Forge magic wand X1. Lin Ye fished quietly, surrounded by a constant stream of sounds. Before I knew it, it was already past 4 p.m. A loud boom rang out, and the succubi all stopped. Looking closely in the sky, Mei Mao and Mei Yingzi were returning in a flying boat. Today's focus is on rapid combat. There's no looting of supplies during the process, as centralized transport is very slow. That's why it was past 4 p.m. Organize! Move! Mei Yanran shouted, and all the succubi began to move. Yesterday's return made so many people stronger, and a pavilion appeared where many people rested. With supplies and prisoners being transported, we will surely become stronger again today. Greetings, Lord! Mei Mao and Mei Yingzi arrived. Thank you for your hard work, Lin Ye said. This is what we've accomplished today. Mei Mao and Mei Yingzi were delighted to receive the praise. Mei Mao handed a stack of blueprints to Lin Ye. Hee hee! Lin Ye was delighted to see them. They've arrived. Release them one by one. Kitchen blueprints, dormitory blueprints, arrow tower blueprints. They appeared one by one, but none of them were what Lin Ye wanted. In a short while. Thief barracks blueprints, steel technology. Healing barracks blueprints and healing technology. Plaza blueprints. Chapter 63 Poisoning technology. These are the 5 I need. Lin Ye's lips twitched. Looking at Mei Yanran, he said, "Build 2 thief camps and 2 healing camps, one for equipping technology and the other for training basic troops. After the construction is completed, the plaza will be built," Lin Ye said. "Okay," Mei Yanran nodded. "Build all the other architectural plans that don't exist," Lin Ye said. Mei Yanran nodded. "You train Mei Yan here, make her the commander, and prepare her to take over the Bandit Legion." Lin Ye looked at Mei Yingzi and continued, "Train the succubi to become commanders and take over the healing corps." "Okay." Mei Yingzi nodded. She had to get busy. Judging by Lika's pace, he will definitely go out tonight and return with a new map first thing tomorrow morning. The introduction of spearmen, berserkers, and other similar units today has made combat much simpler. Therefore, being able to quickly acquire troop types is essential to ensure readiness for tomorrow's battle. "Leave quickly. Go and rest," Lin Ye said to Mei Mao. "Take care of yourself." "Very well," Mei Mao nodded. "Thank you, Lord." It's also about leaving. Lin Ye watched Mei Mao leave. Mei Mao had truly struck gold. If it weren't for her, the battle wouldn't have gone so smoothly. The Night Demon has some artifact parts, but I don't know what effect they will have after I obtain them. Expect. Lin Ye pondered, glancing at the barracks and military intelligence center. He could only wait. The acceleration feature had already been activated. Time slowly passed, and it was 4:50 p.m. Buzz! Lika logged on right on time, looked around, and saw the bustling construction site. Shaking his head, Night God was getting stronger and stronger. He quickly walked over to Lin Ye, who was fishing. He asked, "How was the harvest?" Lin Ye smirked. He had already finished cleaning up and hadn't even looked at it himself. Look at the panel. Stone X 500,000 copper ore, 7 million stone copper items, weapons X2 000,000 household utensils, pottery jars, copper jars, X3 000,000. Heroic level, 2 human races. Heroic level, 14 people, Smurfs, dwarves, orcs. Normal level, 450 people. After checking, there were many more supplies than expected, since humans were the main force and were experts in resource management. The population is smaller, and today's wars are different. They are multi-person wars. More people died. The only difference is that the heroic spirit-level characters have become 2 human beings. He shook his head. He only had a few territories, but unfortunately they weren't from the succubus race, so he couldn't use them. Show it to Lika. Phew! Lika gasped upon seeing this. The population has decreased, but the resources have increased, and we've even gained a heroic soul-level being. 130 million! Okay, Lin Ye replied. 130 million is not bad either. Lika lowered his head and immediately started a private chat with Li Lin, sending her the details. 130 million! Okay, Li Lin replied quickly and directly, without the slightest hesitation. He continued, "Can I sell some grain?" Grain? Upon hearing this, Lika realized that they had bought grain last night, as war consumes a great deal of such resources. He looked at Lin Ye and asked, "Could you bring some food?" Upon hearing this, Lin Ye glanced at the grain sector, 13.21 million. Li Lin was someone I knew, and she gave me information every day. I didn't want to scheme against her and let her get bogged down in the quagmire of war. But even if someone offers to buy, it's impossible for them to sell, since they're friends after all. "Sure, I'll give you 1 million, Lin Ye replied. 150 million! Lika stated the price directly, and Lin Ye nodded. Lika negotiated directly with Li Lin. A moment later he looked at Lin Ye and said, "Done!" "Okay," Lin Ye nodded. "Go and hand over the work to Mei Yanran." "Okay." Lika turned and left quickly. How can you not make money quickly? Although Lin Ye earned more, I earned less. They rushed off and quickly made contact with Mei Yanran. Lin Ye looked at it and smiled faintly. He had earned 200 million in 2 days. Gold will be of great use in the future. Keep fishing. Time passed slowly, and night began to fall. It was around 7 p.m. Lika has completed the handover, transported the supplies, and entered the forest to carry out his mission. The succubus has completed her training. Therapy barracks successfully constructed X2. The successful development of medical technology equipment has paved the way for the creation of medical core. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow upon hearing the game notification. The succubus training was complete. Is the treatment all done? Go and see. The succubus appeared in front of the military aircraft museum. Without pausing, they quickly summoned all those with healing talents to the basic barracks. Training begins. The enchanted banquet then entered the military affairs hall. Lin Ye smiled faintly. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. Continued to wait. Your people, the enchanted ones, have developed a poison sac, which, together with snake venom, forms a poison tempering technology. The poisoned assassin barracks is equipped with poison technology, which is a derivative unit of the poisoned assassin barracks. Poisoning technology has been developed? Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. Looking towards the technology room not far away, he saw Mei Miaoji appear, looking at Lin Ye with great excitement. He said, "My lord, I have completed it." Mei Miaoji was very tired, clearly having not slept well for several days in a row. Coupled with the succubus's beautiful face and alluring demeanor, it evokes immense pity. "Let's not study the troll feathers and elf feathers for now," Lin Ye said. "Let's rest." Mei Miaoji nodded obediently, looking at Lin Ye with a gentle gaze and a hint of longing in her eyes. Lin Ye looked at it, stunned. It was tempting enough. No, succubi are alluring in any state. Distraction is necessary. Looking towards the distant poisoned assassin camp, he stared at Mei Ye and said, "Mei Ye, move out and train the assassins." "Okay." Mei Ye nodded and beckoned the assassins to enter the poisoned barracks together. Training begins. Lin Ye watched quietly, waiting and hoping for the assassin's appearance. Time passed slowly. A strange sound rang out. "Night Demon!" The archers from the Phoenix Archer Tower spotted him early on and warned him. "Night demons have invaded your territory. Don't move!" Lin Ye heard this and quickly stopped Mei Yingzi when he saw her about to move. "Just use lights to stop them," Lin Ye said. Mei Yingzi didn't understand, but she still did as instructed. Install as many lights as possible. But the entire army was on high alert, watching the outside with serious expressions. The lights kept the night demons at bay in the forest outside, none of them daring to approach. All he could do was scream incessantly. Time passed, and it was 8:30 p.m. Your forge is forging poison daggers. The territory continues to function in an orderly manner. As time passed, some of the night demons lost patience and began to wander around, their voices pattering softly. Lin Ye was still watching the assassin camp. Basic medical personnel training was successful. A game sound notification rang out. Lin Ye smiled slightly, satisfied. It will be 9 o'clock in half an hour. I need to rest at 9 o'clock. Training must be sustained for a long time, and the succubi must not be allowed to become too tired, as fatigue will affect their work speed and morale in battle. He looked at the succubus and said, "Train the derivative units first thing tomorrow morning after you get up." "Okay." The succubus nodded. Having undergone training and become a commander, she naturally knew these things. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed the crowd. Lin Ye watched as the healers dispersed, then continued looking towards the poisoned assassin camp. Wait quietly. The poisoned assassin training was successful. After a long while, a game notification sound rang out. Then Mei Ye appeared with a group of assassins. Lin Ye looked at it, and realized that the assassin was of great use and had a connection with the night demon. Look at the open panel. Chapter 64 Poisoned Assassins and Healers. Derivative Unit, Poisoned Assassin. Enchanting Knight. Talents, Fertilization Mastery, Harvesting Mastery, Max Level Breeding Comfort, Assassination Mastery, Poisoning Mastery. Abilities, Transformation, Backstab Assassination, Stealth, Poisoning, Stealth Tracking. Beautiful! Lin Ye smiled faintly upon seeing it. He looked at Mei Ye and said, "You guys sneak out of the territory, track the night demons, and find their lair. Remember not to go too far, you must come back if anything happens. The night demon is powerful and must be dealt with caution." He continued, "You only have 1 hour. You must be back before 11 o'clock. You have a big battle tomorrow." "Okay." Mei Ye understood immediately. Li Ke is exploring outside, a battle is definitely going to begin tomorrow. Looking around at the assassins behind him, this was their first mission as assassins. He said, "Try to find the night demon's lair as much as possible." "All right." The assassins replied, then vanished from the spot, went into stealth mode, and left. Seeing this, Lin Ye and the others understood why the Lord hadn't allowed the attack earlier. "Everyone else, take a break," Lin Ye continued. "Tomorrow morning, we'll train the other troop types in preparation for the big battle." "Okay." The succubi nodded and escorted Lin Ye away. Mei Miaoji was especially happy, as she was right next to Lin Ye. Ah! In the darkness of night, meteors streaked and flew wildly, their beauty and splendor echoing the eerie screams of the night demons echoing through the woods. Under the cover of night. Why didn't Night Demon give any notice today? Could it be that Night God was destroyed by Night Demon? That's possible. Night demons are incredibly powerful, especially at night. They're terrifying. It's said that a once powerful territory was destroyed by a night demon. But we haven't heard any news of the Night God's demise yet. The Time Channel was extremely quiet. The Star River Alliance Second King Shia's territory was destroyed. The White-Clad Alliance Ado's territory was destroyed. Damn, it's starting again. I knew something was missing today. Not only is Yagami's side stalled, but we haven't even started fighting here yet. In this era of vying for supremacy, let's fight! Whoever wins, I'll side with them from now on. Anyway, I prefer the Star River Alliance. For no other reason than that the Star River Alliance is really rich and also distributes resources to its allies. The World Channel is buzzing again. It's starting again? After a long period of busy work, Lin Ye stood quietly in his territory, waiting for Mei Yi and the others. Everyone else is resting. Suddenly, an announcement rang out. He curled his lip. That's how it is in Lord Games. They're all about vying for supremacy. Ignoring them, I stood quietly in the darkness. Lord! Suddenly, Mei Yi and the others appeared in front of Lin Ye. Stealth always appears and disappears so mysteriously. Greetings respectfully. How is it? Did you find it? Are any of you injured? Lin Ye asked. The night demon must be dealt with. You must obtain the relic components yourself. Found it. Mei Yi took out a leather item. It was a map that Mei Yingzi compiled by combining the existing map with the places Li Ke had explored over the past few days. In the dense forest more than 30 kilometers to the west, the sun never shines all year round. And it's in a small cave in a mountain valley, Mei Yi said. It's very well hidden, Mei Yi replied. We dare not go in. The night demons inside are excited, and they are very alert, afraid of being discovered. Lin Ye nodded. The location matched the characteristics of the night demon, so it could be basically determined that it was there. Night demons are weaker during the day, but vigilance is in their nature. Especially in 6 territories, there must be many. To evade their vigilance, Night Demon and his companions cannot rely on stealth. It's best not to act rashly. Now that the address has been determined, it's time to plan the attack. We must convert all existing forces into additional forces before we can deal with this situation. If things go wrong and cause large-scale casualties, then the losses will outweigh the gains. Okay. Lin Ye made up his mind and looked at Mei Yi saying, You all go and rest, we'll talk about it later. Okay. Mei Yi nodded, glanced at the succubi behind her, and gestured for everyone to leave. Watching Mei Yi and the others leave, Lin Ye logged off immediately, disappearing with a buzz. In reality. Today's news. 1. It is confirmed that Yagami has a strategist, whose level is Heroic Spirit. 2. The White-Clad Alliance is also backed by strategists. According to the current investigation, they are connected to the Wild Territory Alliance, and are speculated to be at the 7th rank. 3. Sima Ru's mother's investigation into Yishin has made progress, but it is not yet clear how far the investigation has gone, and it is still ongoing. That concludes today's message. Please consider joining. 3. Lin Ye looked at the message sent by Li Lin. Li Lin and her team had incredibly impressive intelligence gathering and analysis capabilities. It has been deduced that the Enchantress is a heroic spirit. Does the White-Clad Alliance have Tier 7 wild territories? Tier 7 territory. Level 5 and above are all oppressive. Some are related to technology, and some to population. If a level 7 monster were to appear, I would be utterly powerless to resist it at this stage. Has the Snow Rain territory discovered him? With a faint smile, Lin Ye shook his head, not caring. Li Lin and her comrades are still fighting, and they keep sending news every day, showing their great care and concern. Wash up, go to sleep. The next morning, at 6 a.m., Lin Ye got up early and entered the game. Greetings, Lord! The succubi also got up at this time and began their work. They greeted Lin Ye one by one, and then, under Mei Yanran's arrangement, they all began to take action. Bang bang bang. Some were building, some were mining, some were logging, and some were forging, each doing their own job. The sounds of labor echoed all around. The succubus led a group of healers into the derivative healer camp and began training. Mei Yingzi and Mei Yan have also begun their commander training. Lin Ye watched. Everything was moving in a positive direction, and the medics would be coming out soon. With a flick of his eye, he activated acceleration. Triple speed up activated. Lin Ye glanced at the world chat channel. A few people were chatting and joking, making it seem quite quiet. The war between the Star River Alliance and the White Robe Alliance has also come to a halt. Ignoring it, he picked up his fishing rod and continued fishing. Time passed slowly. Your people forge magic wands. Your people forge daggers. Your derivative unit, the medic, has been successfully trained. Lin Ye listened to the news while fishing. It was 7 o'clock, which meant that 3 hours had passed. The message about the medic rang in my ears. The training was successful? Lin Ye turned to look at the healing camp, where he saw the succubus leading a group of healing soldiers. Each one holds a wand. These are all common types. Standing upright, his demeanor underwent an unprecedented transformation. I opened the panel and took a look. Derivative unit, healer. Succubus. Talents, obedience, max level of reproductive comfort, mastery of healing magic, mastery of planting, mastery of carpentry. Abilities, transformation, healing, healing enhancement, enhances healing effects. Healing chains, no more than 5 healing spells, but the healing effect is slightly weaker. Healing heal, restores some abilities when near death. Chapter 65 Deploying troops to 6th-tier territories. Lin Ye looked at it and thought, wow, this treatment is incredibly effective. It can even revive someone who is on the verge of death, giving them the ability to move again. The most terrifying thing is the healing chains, which were designed entirely for war. Pretty. Lin Ye was happy. The barracks and technology he had acquired yesterday were almost complete. All that's missing is a thief. Looking at the 2 bandit camps under construction, are they almost finished? Lin Ye smirked, then simply put down his fishing rod and waited quietly. A moment later. The training of the enchanted banquet commander was successful. Your people have successfully built 2 thief barracks. Your thieving technology equips a thief barracks, creating a new unit, the elite thief. 3 reminders rang in Lin Ye's ears. Lin Ye's lips curled into a smirk. Success, all of it was a success. Looking at Mei Yan, one could see her standing excitedly with Mei Yingzi. Feel the changes in yourself. Upon seeing the bandit camp appear, they were filled with excitement. He said, gather all those with thieving talent, and begin. Okay, Mei Yan replied. It was all prepared long ago. With a wave of his hand, the group of thieves sprang into action. He strode towards the bandit camp, where Mei Yan was waiting. He then entered the derivative bandit camp. Lin Ye smiled faintly and watched quietly. Currently, we are in triple speed mode, with 1 hour of basic unit training and 1 hour of derivative unit training. Once everything is done by 9 o'clock, we can get started. Judging from Li Ke's character, he should be back after 8 o'clock. Lin Ye assessed everything and waited quietly. Time passed slowly. Basic thief unit training successful. Your people have successfully forged lockpicking tools using the technology of theft. Your people have built a successful square. Lin Ye listened attentively. Everything was going according to plan. Glancing at the bandit camp, Mei Yan had already led them into the derivative bandit camp. Gazing at the center of the site, a huge plaza paved with adobe bricks. It is very smooth and elegant. The succubi passed by, beaming with joy, their happiness visibly apparent. The square, a place for people to relax and enjoy themselves, has a great deal of appeal. The plaza's description is incredibly appealing, but unfortunately, there are no succubi around. Come pick me up, my coordinates are. Just as Lin Ye was pondering, Lika's private message appeared. Hee hee, Lin Ye said with a chuckle. It's 8 o'clock. He stared at Mei Yi and said, You take the flying boat to this coordinate to pick up Lika. Okay. Mei Yi's eyes lit up when she heard this. Lika's return meant the start of the war. They ran quickly toward the airship. Boom! The airship took off and quickly left. Mei Yi, Mei Li, Mei Yi, Mei Feng, and the others all looked over. The concept of scheming also emerged. Everyone is waiting. A moment later. Boom! The airship returned to its territory, and Lika, Gabu, and the others quickly disembarked. Gabu and the others went straight back to their territory to rest. Li Keqing excitedly approached Lin Ye and handed him a map. It's full of anticipation. Once the competition starts, it'll be time to make money again. Hee hee! Lin Ye looked at the differences between Lika and Gabu and the others. This kid was full of energy yesterday, and he's still like that today. Gabu and his men, however, were listless and dispirited. It seems he was sleeping at night while Gabu and the others were on their way. Green elves are the most useless race among the dwarf elves. Unless they are a murderous race, no one cares about them. It's much easier to get this kind of thing. This kid used to look down on others like Gabu, but now he's found his subordinates appealing. Look at the map. 1 to 6 territory, a battalion of marked soldiers, and painful technology. Lin Ye looked at it, and realized that this was what he was missing. Currently, all sorcerers are not yet considered soldiers, but rather militia. Pretty. Continuing to look, there are 5th-tier territories with multiple basic barracks, mage barracks, and more. Are there no swordsmen? Lin Ye frowned. Browsing continuously. Tier 5 human wilderness territory, mage barracks, fire technology. The fire mage can now appear. Sword soldiers camp. Pretty. Lin Ye's heart tightened. The swordsman had appeared. Once the attack was launched, everyone could successfully transform into their own unit. The only drawback is the lack of technology related to swordsmen. Suddenly, Lin Ye frowned. A wolf shed building. This is a Tier 5 special building, which wolf riders need. The cavalry is a derivative unit of the swordsman. They are developing cavalry technology and are already able to raise mounts. What's missing is a saddle, which is essential for cavalry technology. Animal husbandry and domestication are completely different. Only by using technology to train mounts can they remain fierce, while livestock can at most become food. Having obtained this, Mai Miatzi researched another part, forming the wolf riders. Lin Ye smiled faintly. Isn't there anything that can upgrade to the 6th rank? Lin Ye pondered, then shook his head. Take a closer look at the 6th tier and 5th tier territories. No, there really isn't. This? Lin Ye cursed under his breath, shook his head, and looked at the other Earth-rank territories. Tier 4 is nothing special. It consists of very simple buildings, all of which are present. The outcome depends on the results of the attack. Maybe Gabu and the others didn't see it. 3rd order, ordinary. 2nd order, ordinary. 1st order, mostly ordinary. 1. Well? Found it. The well is a heavy building that upgrades from level 5 to level 6. Lin Ye was very satisfied. Looking at Mei Yingzi and Mei Mao, the two had already arrived beside him. He handed it to the 2 men and said, You two study it. Once the bandit group comes out, we'll take action. Okay. Mei Mao and Mei Yingzi nodded in unison and left immediately. Hee hee. Lika looked at it and smiled happily. Lin Ye didn't care. Lika would definitely have to wait for the result. Time passed. It was 9:15. Mei Mao and Mei Yanren have already devised a plan. They gathered all the troops and looked towards the bandit camp, waiting for the enchanted feast to succeed. The derivative unit, the thief soldier, has been successfully trained. At the same time, a reminder sounded in Lin Ye's ear. Tap tap tap. Mei Yan appeared in front of the barracks with a group of thieves. A change in demeanor, a subtle, almost imperceptible, allure. Yet she remained as alluring as ever, with an added touch of something different within that allure. Lin Ye smiled slightly and opened the panel directly. Derivative unit, thief. Enchanting feast. Talents, obedience, max level of reproductive pleasure, mastery of theft, mastery of harvesting, mastery of gathering, mastery of lockpicking. Abilities: transformation, stealing, stealth, enhanced stealth, undetectable lockpicking, opens any lock. Lin Ye immediately realized that thieves and assassins had completely different focuses. Assassin, pursuit, marking, output. Thief, stealth, theft. Let's take action, Lin Ye ordered. Yes, sir. Upon hearing this, Mei Yan acted quickly and joined Mei Yingzi and the others. They are all derivative units, totaling over 300 people. They rushed toward the ships. Chapter 66: The Scheme of Enchantment. Hee hee! Li Ke was even more excited than Lin Ye when he saw this, and he danced around with joy. Then I felt that my behavior was inappropriate. He walked to the riverbank and started fishing, imitating Lin Ye and his grandfather. He appeared to be inscrutable. Lin Ye watched everyone leave and then checked the panel. Militia, 145, basic units, 0, derivative units, 355. Now most of them are military branches. He turned around to prepare for fishing, but when he saw Li Ke's strange, unrecognizable posture, he smiled slightly. He said, "Your posture is very graceful." "That's a must," Li Ke said. Lin Ye didn't pay any attention and started fishing, while the remaining 100-plus militiamen began working. Your people, the enchanted cloud spirit, have developed water-spraying technology. Your people, my youngling, have developed the technology for cultivating wild fruits. Your people harvest and cultivate berries using technology. While fishing, Lin Ye listened to the news, and Mei Yunling's life-related technology never stopped. We have been continuously developing various small technologies related to life, planting, and production. The state of the entire territory is changing subtly. Keep fishing. Your people ambushed and killed citizens of a Tier 6 territory, and the Tier 6 territory has declared war on you. Do you wish to explain or withdraw the declaration? Your people have ambushed and killed citizens of a Tier 5 territory, and a Tier 6 territory has declared war on you. Do you wish to explain or withdraw the declaration? Your people have ambushed and killed citizens of a Tier 1 territory, and a Tier 6 territory has declared war on you. Do you wish to explain or withdraw the declaration? Upon hearing this, Lin Ye wondered if things were going to be different this time. Cancel it? Impossible. Outright denial. Report. The night god's land intercepted and killed citizens of a Tier 6 wild territory, and has been declared war on by the citizens of that Tier 6 territory. Report. The night god's land intercepted and killed citizens of a 5th tier wild territory, and was subsequently declared war upon by citizens of a 6th tier territory. Report. The night god's land intercepted and killed Tier 1 wild territory citizens, and was subsequently declared war on by Tier 6 territory citizens. The report stated that 54 territories, primarily Tier 6 wild territories, collectively attacked the Night God's Land Legion's base. Damn, it's starting again. Just as expected, the daytime is Night God's domain. We're starting to suspect that Night God possesses a powerful and rare angel race. Today's strategy seems to be different again. The day before yesterday, we were to defeat them one by one. Yesterday, we declared war on all of them, trying to divide and entice them away. Today, we are provoking and passively declaring war. Master, please analyze the situation quickly, I need to know. The World Channel is filled with mixed discussions. Li Lin, Shirya, and Qin Bin are all paying attention. Qin Bin, in particular, was exceptionally serious. It's changed again today. Li Ke listened with an air of profound mystery, as if he were used to it all, as if everything was within his expectations. Lin Ye's lips twitched slightly, and he remained silent. Your shield-wielding infantry are surrounded and have surrendered. The control is set to charm. Do you wish to cancel? Your berserker is surrounded and has surrendered. The control is Mei. Do you want to cancel? Your piercing barracks are besieged and have surrendered. The control is a moth. Do you wish to cancel? Immediately afterwards, 3 voices rang in Lin Ye's ears. Surrender? No withdrawal! Lin Ye responded directly. What was Mei Mao playing at today? Announcement. The 3 major legions of the Night God's realm have surrendered. Announcement. The Tier 6 territory hereby declares that all remaining legions that surrender will not be killed. Damn my surrender! The myth of Night God is about to be shattered. It's obvious that the other corps are surrounded and doomed. Yagami is finished. The World Channel never expected this. This? Yagami is going to fail? Lin exclaimed incredulously. If he fails, the White-Clad Alliance will attack us without any scruples. Sure you're worried. Failure? Qin Bin's lips twitched, his serious expression finally relaxing a little, revealing a faint smile. The orc remained silent for a moment, then said, Have we run into a tough opponent this time? The realm of the Night God. Brother, what's going on? Upon hearing this, Li Ke, who had been calm and composed, felt as if the sky was about to fall. Is everything going to collapse? Don't rush, wait! Lin Ye curled his lip, his previous air of superiority gone. Upon hearing this, Li Ke swallowed hard. Yes. It must be a scheme, it must be a scheme, it's definitely a scheme. The scheming is so powerful, it must be like this. He stared quietly at the fishing rod, but he couldn't calm his restless heart. He scratched his head and looked around anxiously. Time passed slowly, and 3 hours had gone by in a flash. It was noon. Report, the realm of Night Gods is under siege. One of the escaped troops has been captured and has surrendered. Report, the realm of Night Gods is under siege. 2 deserters have been captured and surrendered. The 6th tier territory has announced that it will give its members 1 hour to consider surrendering, or they will all be killed. Wow, by this time usually the results would be out already, but today... Well, it seems the myth of the Night God has indeed been destroyed. My God, this year's legend is something else. The World Channel was buzzing with excitement. Lin and Shurya lamented. Hee hee. Qin Bin's smile brightened again. As expected, it failed. Brother, my brother. Li Ke frowned and looked at Lin Ye, saying, 5 units are gone. Yes. Lin Ye nodded. You have to trust Mei Mao. How can you believe me? We're clearly surrounded, and so many of us have been captured. Li Ke said bitterly. Haven't Mei Mao and Mei Yingzi been arrested yet? Lin Ye replied. Li Ke paused, as if it were indeed true. According to reports, 2 commanders of the Night God's realm army were captured and surrendered during their escape. It's over, the realm of night is finished. The myth of Night God has come to a complete end. The landscape has changed dramatically this time. A cry from the World Channel. Lin remained expressionless. Night God had failed, and the man in white was about to make his move. Let's figure out a way to get through this. Shurya took a deep breath, not knowing what to say. Ha ha! Qin Bin rubbed his fists together and laughed excitedly. He failed. I knew it. A 6th tier opponent isn't so easy to deal with. After 2 successes, I've finally failed. Qin Bin cheered with joy. Brother, Li Ke looked at Lin Ye blankly, feeling a chill run through his body. It failed, the entire army's attack failed. Lin Ye wasn't flustered at all. With double the attributes, how could he be so easy to capture? Announcement. The news has arrived! News of Yagami's death! As soon as the announcement was made, everyone looked over nervously. Breaking news! The realm of Night Gods has killed a Tier 6 territory lord, and the territory has been declared destroyed. Breaking news! The realm of Night Gods has killed a Tier 5 territory lord, and the territory has been declared destroyed. Breaking news! The realm of Night Gods has killed a 4th tier territory lord, and the lord has been declared dead. A series of announcements rang out. What is this? Qin Bin exclaimed in disbelief, suddenly standing up. Had they won? His eyes were bloodshot. A feigned surrender, a self-inflicted injury, a feigned retreat while secretly advancing, the orc replied, deep in thought. List out the strategies used in this battle, he said. Provoke them, get everyone to unite, surround them, and feign surrender repeatedly to lower their guard. Then a group of people pretended to escape, but were caught. Then the commander tried to escape via another route but was captured. The other side completely lowered their guard again. He appeared to be searching for an escape route, but he was actually covering for another group of people looking for a sneak attack route. Chapter 67 Wells and Construction. That's how you secretly achieve your goal, the orc explained in detail, revealing everything. What a brilliant strategist! Truly remarkable. What's even more terrifying is that they have a force capable of wiping out an entire territory in one go. The orc took a deep breath. Qin Bin's face turned ashen. Had the night god become this terrifying? I don't know how to describe my feelings. At the same time. Dead, no, not Yagami died, the wild territory perished. Holy crap, how did that happen? What exactly happened? This operation is even more incomprehensible. Expert, please explain. Huang Gai feigned surrender, feigned defeat to lure the enemy, secretly crossed the Chinsang Pass, and deceived the heavens to cross the sea. Holy crap, so many? Yagami is fucking awesome! The World Channel was once again abuzz with excitement. That's amazing! Li Lin and Shuya exclaimed in unison, their tense mood easing as they relaxed. As long as Night God lives, the White-Clad Alliance will not dare to act recklessly. Buy it! Purchase! The two decided to immediately launch a gold-themed announcement. Gold shouted to Star Alliance White Star territory, I'll buy it no matter how much. Wow! The World Channel cheered collectively, and the people of the Star Alliance were even more excited. Qin Bin's face was ashen. The Star River Alliance was about to become even stronger. Upon hearing this, Lika looked at Lin Ye in bewilderment. What's going on? Hee hee! Lin Ye smiled faintly. A direct kill is the only option that can be achieved without a surprise attack. This ensures the greatest possible benefit. There will definitely be many prisoners this time. Without explaining to Lika, he said, just wait and count your money. Lika was stunned, looking at the message from the Star Alliance on the World Channel. Indeed. Just wait to count your money. I checked the time. It was already 3 p.m. No need to explore tonight. Lin Ye took a deep breath. In all directions, only the Night Demon remained, heading towards the direction of the Night Demon. The garden wasn't obtained, but the Night Demon is so powerful, it must have been, it's bound to be. It's unrealistic to not have it. Oh. Lika nodded upon hearing this, realizing he didn't need to log off and go to sleep. Once the sales are done, I'll log off and sleep until tomorrow morning. Looking at Lin Ye, I saw that he had continued fishing. They followed silently. The forging workshop successfully forged the cannon. The forging workshop successfully forged the lock-picking tool. Your people have mined 1 iron ore. Time passed quickly, and before we knew it, it was past 5 p.m. Lin Ye listened to the incessant reminders and quietly looked at the sky. A ship came flying by and came to a stop in the sky with a loud boom. Here it comes! Lika exclaimed happily. It was time to count the money. Move it! Mei Yan ordered, and the succubi sprang into action, beginning to move the supplies. One by one, prisoners of various races were sent to the prison, forming a long line. Damn money! Lika looked at the prisoners. Resources were valuable, but people were even more valuable. Their eyes gleamed, as if each prisoner had the words, I'm worth tens of thousands, written above their head. Hee hee! Lika kept chuckling. Lin Ye was also watching, as were the dozens of wolves that were tied up. Very satisfied, wolf riders. My lord! At the same time, Mei Mao and Mei Yingzi arrived as scheduled. Mei Mao handed a stack of blueprints to Lin Ye. You've worked hard, Lin Ye said, looking at the two of them. I took the drawings and looked at them one by one. There are many blueprints. Wolf hut, well, fire magic technology, sword, soldier camp, pain technology. Every single drawing is there. Very satisfied. Locking onto Mei Yanran, he said, prioritize building wolf pens to house those wolves. Then there are 2 sword soldier camps. Build 2 battalions for spellcasters and 1 more battalion for mages. Let Mei Miao research saddles and develop cavalry technology, Lin Ye instructed. Okay. Mei Yanran nodded, quickly took the blueprints, and began to make arrangements. Some people cleared out the spoils of war, while others built structures. At the same time, the blueprints for the wolf pen were sent to the science lab for Mei Miao's research. You over here, Lin Ye said with satisfaction, looking at Mei Yingzi. Train Mei Mei tonight, and he will take charge of the magic soldier regiment. And there's Mei Wei, who commands the sword soldiers corps. Have the enchantress select 1 person from the Mage Legion to train a new commander and take control of the upcoming Fire Mage Legion. Lin Ye had arranged everything in advance. Okay. Mei Yingzi nodded, quickly left, and began to take action. Go and rest here. Lin Ye looked at Mei Mao, whose health was poor and needed to rest. Thank you, my lord. Mei Mao nodded, then took his leave. Lin Ye looked around. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. My gaze shifted, and I saw Li Ke staring excitedly at the prisoners and resources opposite him. He was incredibly excited. Ignoring him, I continued fishing. Time flew by, and before we knew it, it was past 7 p.m. Ah! 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 The strange cries of the night demons rang out. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Lin Ye looked around and locked onto Mei Yingzi and the others, saying, Don't make a move! Okay. Mei Yingzi and the others nodded upon hearing this, but continued to observe. Lin Ye then looked at Mei Yan and said, You will immediately lead the thieves to the location of the night demon and investigate the night demon's situation as much as possible. I found the location yesterday, but didn't see anything inside. Thieves have appeared, and my stealth has been enhanced, so I'm no longer afraid of being discovered by them. Moreover, these guys have to come out to find food at night, so the place is quite empty. The night demon race is no different from wild beasts. Low intelligence means the enemy is to be killed. I don't know how Huangtu village managed to establish communication with them back then. To deal with them, you must know yourself and your enemy. Night demons are such a difficult creature to deal with. He still instructed. Retreat immediately if there is any danger. Okay. Mei Yan nodded, turned around and led all the thieves away. Lin Ye watched quietly. You not only need to understand the things inside, the architecture, but more importantly, you need to know what special things are inside. To prevent accidents during the attack. Wait patiently for the results, and watch time slowly pass. 8 p.m. The wolf pen was successfully constructed. The beautiful commander's training was successful. Swordsman Battalion successfully built X2. Tactical Soldier Battalion successfully built X2. Pain Technique Soldier Battalion is a derivative unit, Pain Technique Soldier Battalion. The Mage Barracks have been successfully constructed. The Fire Magic Technology Equipment Mage Barracks is a derivative unit, Fire Magic Mage Barracks. The repeated reminders rang in Lin Ye's ears. Lin Ye smiled slightly, quite satisfied, and looked around to see that the building was now complete. Mei Mei and Mei Yingzi walked out of the Military Aircraft Museum, overjoyed. Meanwhile, the wolf pack, with the help of livestock experts, entered the wolf pen. Everything is settled. I checked the time. I had to rest at 9 o'clock. Chapter 68 Selling and the Night Demons Inside Story. We'll continue tomorrow. After we've organized the supplies, we'll rest. Lin Ye interrupted the others. Okay. Everyone nodded and rejoined the reorganizing team. Upon hearing this and seeing everyone tidying up, Li Ke, who was standing to the side, smiled faintly on his tired face. I didn't sleep well last night, and anyone would be exhausted by now. They watched silently as everyone moved until 8:50 p.m., when all the succubi stopped what they were doing. Take a look. Lin Ye showed Li Ke what he was going to sell without pausing for a moment. Stone X 800,000 copper ore, 8 million grain, combined, X 6 million stone copper utensils weapons X 5 million household implements, pottery jars copper jars, X 6 million. Heroic tier, human, 5 players, heroic tier, 37 players, normal tier, 1,500 players. Race. Since the human race had more resources, Lin Ye directly added food. Holy crap! Li Ke exclaimed, instinctively touching the corner of his mouth to prevent drool from spilling out. The supplies have increased far too much. But that's not the most crucial thing. The population is what's truly impressive. The price has skyrocketed. I've made a fortune. I have to show off. Li Ke took a deep breath. They directly announced their offer in the world chat, showcasing the content and casually mentioning the price. 240 million. Holy crap, so many! Holy crap, so many! Look at the population! The Star River Alliance's power has doubled. The Night God Alliance made a killing. People gasped in surprise. Qin Bin looked down and saw that the head was drooping. If things continued like this, before they can even fight the land of night gods, they will be almost completely worn down by the Star River Alliance. Gold called out to the Star Alliance White Star territory. Let's chat privately. Price is not an issue, just have someone help me transport them to various territories. Fearing someone might snatch it away, Li Lin immediately started privately messaging Li Ke repeatedly. Hee hee! Li Ke chuckled as he looked at the reactions of the World Channel and Li Lin and the others. That's exactly the feeling of being amazed by the whole world. This left Lin Ye speechless. It was such a twisted sense of humor. Boom! As laughter rang out, the mechanical spaceship that had been prepared in advance arrived. The mechanical race moves quickly, transporting supplies. The succubi were already used to it. Alright, I'm logging off. Li Ke, yawning as he looked at everything, said to Lin Ye. Yes. Lin Ye nodded. Buzz! Li Ke logged off, and at the same time, the spaceship began to move. Boom! The White-Clad Alliance and the 17 territories unite to destroy the Star River Alliance and the Flying Territory. The Star Alliance Crocodile Territory defeated the White-Clad Alliance Floral Territory. Star Alliance 21 Heavenly Kings destroy White-Clad Alliance's Wanton Territory. No sooner had they left than an announcement came in that the White-Clad Alliance had struck first, initiating a war for the night. Wow, the White-Clad Alliance must be furious. The Star River Alliance is getting stronger and stronger. I'd be angry too. The only solution is to take over the Night God's territory, but unfortunately, we don't know where the Night God is, and even if we did, we wouldn't dare to attack him. The only way is to consume Star River like crazy and destroy it before the Night God Alliance can feed Star River Alliance to its full potential. The World Channel is buzzing again. Every day is a spectacle. Hee hee! Lin Ye watched, smiled faintly, and started again. I checked the time. It was 9 o'clock. Looking around at the succubi, I saw that each of them had a longing look in their eyes. Ah! The howling of the night demon wolves continued. In the night sky, meteors streak across the dark depths, enduring and persistent. It was only after a long time that it finally bloomed. 11 p.m. Lin Ye watched as the succubi fell asleep one by one. Mei Yan and the others haven't returned yet. Has something happened? He frowned slightly. Buzz! Suddenly, the figures of Mei Yan and others appeared. They were all still shaken, clearly having witnessed something terrifying. But there were no injuries. You've worked hard. Lin Ye smiled faintly. Night demons are wild beasts. The place must be a complete mess inside. He offered a word of comfort, then asked, How are you? This is the layout diagram inside. Mei Yan handed over a drawing. Inside the forest, outside the cave, lies the lair of the night demon, clearly guarded even during the day. This is something that Mei Yi and the others have not explored. Inside the cave, a short passageway is dotted with the lairs of the night demon. Go further inside, and you'll find the main hall. It is the main gathering place of the night demons, pitch black, filled with all kinds of buildings. The night demon altar, a sacred object of the night demon race. Night Stalker Tower, used for defense and vigilance, providing night vision. This is good. If we can get it, we can build a second type of arrow tower for observation and defense. The Bone Dungeon, a place where prisoners are held, or rather, a place for food, containing many races waiting to be eaten. Corrupted Mine Shaft, used for mining. Mine shafts are an important item for upgrading from Tier 6 to Tier 7. Just like an inn. I'm just a mining operation right now. Good. Night Demon Science Lab, simple scientific research, not very useful. I currently have a level 9 technology lab, but I can also let Mei Miao and the others take a look. After all, the science of suffering was developed within it. If the two can research the science of corrosion, the warlock can have one more corrosion warlock. Cursed Warehouse, a place for storing supplies. The long corridor of dreams, training troops, which are the night demons we see now. No garden? Lin Ye looked around and found that there was no garden. How did he upgrade to rank 6? Furthermore, the artifact components mentioned by the scheming were not seen. The succubi were succubi. It was impossible for them not to sense the presence of the sacred artifact. What happened? Mei Yan and the others have gone to such great lengths. They couldn't have missed just these two things. Continuing to look, the number of night demons is marked, uncertain outside, more than 400 inside the cave. There are 8 heroic spirits, scattered in various places, more than I have. The night demon leader is in the center of the hall, with a treasure chest behind him. This treasure chest? Lin Ye looked at Mei Yan. It's locked, Mei Yan said. It's been protected by the Night Demon King. We've considered activating it, Mei Yan said, but once activated, it will be revealed. That Night Demon King is terrifying at night, so we eventually gave up. Yes, Lin Ye nodded and said, that's the right thing to do. Don't go into danger. Yes, Mei Yan nodded. Lin Ye fell into deep thought, while the treasure chest was protected by the Night Demon King. This indicates that this treasure chest is quite extraordinary. There must be treasure inside. The succubus artifact parts might be among them. Furthermore, it's possible that after upgrading, Night Demon and his crew demolished the garden but kept the blueprints. Such a big treasure chest must contain more than just these items. There must be many other good things inside. Therefore, Night Demon must be fought and killed. A thief has appeared. The treasure chest can now be opened. It's tomorrow. Lin Ye looked at Mei Yan and said, Alright, you can go now. We have a lot to do tomorrow. Okay. Mei Yan nodded and turned to leave. Lin Ye watched for a moment, then logged off. Chapter 69 Large-Scale Training of Derivative Units. Inside the real room. Today's news. 1. It has been confirmed that the White-Clad Alliance's strategist is connected to the 7th-tier Wild Territories and is an orc. 2. It is said that the Snow Rain Territory has already contacted transport merchants and is preparing to spend a lot of money to send people over, but it is not yet certain where their people are stationed, because they have not yet obtained the exact location of the Night God. 3. Regarding the information about the Night God's territory, we have been unable to confirm it despite multiple attempts. We are currently trying to contact Wild Territories to determine the location of the Night Demon, as the Night Demon's location may be key to exposing the Night God. 4. Based on the third inference, and considering that the white-clothed figure has a wild territory behind him, we suspect that the white-clothed territory has actually already grasped the location of the Night God. The reason why they haven't taken action is because they want to deal with my Star River Alliance first. 5. The Star River Alliance is now powerful. The resources provided by Night God this time give us the confidence to establish the 36 Heavenly Kings. If possible, you are welcome to join us. 5 pieces of information? Lin Ye looked at them, but they were all crucial. Does the White-Clad Alliance know its own position? Is the White-Clad Alliance backed by a wild Tier 7 territory? The Night Demon might expose me. Therefore, we must find a way to eliminate them and avoid revealing our location as much as possible. We must deal with the Night Demon tomorrow. The message states that the 7th Tier territory sent a strategist to the White-Clad territory. How did the White-Clad Alliance manage to do that? Even with sophisticated diplomacy, it's impossible to achieve this. At best, cooperation is possible. Did the White Alliance have a top-notch diplomat from the very beginning? Snow Rain territory is also on its way, and the message did not suspect that she knew her location. That basically confirms that the Snow Rain Alliance is unaware. We must find a way to deal with Night Demon tomorrow. Whether it's for something or something else, we have to get rid of him. Lin Ye took a deep breath, washed up, and went to sleep. The sky was just beginning to lighten. It was still 6 o'clock. Lin Ye got up and entered the game. Greetings, Lord! The succubi rose and began to move at the same time. Looking around, Li Ke was not online. Gabu and his group on the other side had gotten up early and were strolling around their territory. The battle between the Star River Alliance and the White-Clad Alliance has ended, and there have been no further reports. Seeing Mei Ye beckoning people into the basic sword soldier camp, Mimi led the sorcerers into the basic sorcerer camp. Lin Ye was very satisfied. Mei Ye, accompanied by a succubus, found Mei Yingzi and entered the military affairs hall. Oh wah! Before the sky had fully brightened, the howls of night demons and wolves rose and fell. Lin Ye smiled faintly, activated triple speed, increased all speeds, and started fishing again. Waiting quietly for the results, 7 o'clock. Basic swordsman training completed. Basic tactical training for soldiers has been completed. Machen commander training completed. 3 voices rang out, and Lin Ye raised an eyebrow and turned around to look. The swordsmen and magic soldiers were all very excited. Mei Chen walked out of the military intelligence station. She was the commander chosen by Mei Ye. Without stopping, Mimi led the warlocks into the Affliction Warlock soldiers' camp and began their training. Mei Chen looked at Lin Ye hesitantly. We'll split the magicians in half, transforming the Frost Mage into a Fire Mage, Lin Ye said. Frost magic is primarily about freezing. Fire mages deal sustained damage. Warlocks and mages are somewhat similar, but warlocks have high burst damage. Okay. Mei Qin nodded and quickly led 20 mages into the Fire Mage barracks. At the same time, Mei Wei also entered the military training center to begin her command training. Everything is moving in a positive direction. Mei Wei has already entered the commander training. Can cavalry technology succeed? Lin Ye watched, preparing to fish. You're up so early these past few days. Not long after, Li Ke's voice rang in Lin Ye's ears. Li Ke, without any regard for reason, picked up a fishing rod and began fishing with a style that combined elements of his grandfather and Lin Ye. Who are you planning to attack today? You can't be doing this today, can you? Li Ke asked, puzzled. Night Demon! Lin Ye exclaimed. Night Demon? Li Ke looked at Lin Ye in disbelief and said, That's a Night Demon. I know your picture, I've seen it at your lord's manor. There were forests everywhere, all dark and gloomy. Even though it's daytime, the darkness of the forest will enhance their fighting power. Li Ke hesitated. Night Demon is bloodthirsty, perverted, and terrifying. Don't underestimate him just because he's a 6th-tier territory now. If it comes down to fighting, even 7th-tier territories can clash. They don't care whether someone lives or dies, Li Ke kept muttering. If I don't fight him, he'll harass me every day? Lin Ye replied, then looked at Li Ke's strange posture. He asked, Have you ever caught a fish using this posture? Li Ke was unable to refute, and upon hearing this, he was stunned. It seems not. Shouldn't we combine the strengths of both characters and make them even more powerful? Confused. He still said, We will definitely succeed today. Saying that, let's go fishing. Lin Ye also started fishing. An hour later, at 8 o'clock. The derivative unit Affliction Warlock has been successfully trained. A notification sounded. Success? Lin Ye's lips curled up as he looked at the Pain Spell Soldier camp, where a large group of succubi stood. Each of them held a magic wand, their auras shifting, revealing a gloomy atmosphere. Li Ke was startled by Lin Ye's state and turned to look at him. Staring at the sorcerers of pain. The succubus was alluring, with a curvaceous figure, a seductive expression, and an aura of pain and darkness, a decadent goddess. However, Lin Ye's focus was not on these things. He opened the panel on his own. Derivative unit, Affliction Warlock. Beautiful. Talents, Obedience, max level of reproductive comfort, Spell Mastery, Hurting Mastery, Cooking Mastery, Pain Mastery. Abilities, Transformation, Spell Attack, Spell Enhancement, increases the effectiveness of spell attacks. Painful Mind Attack, deals massive damage. Pain Specialization, enhances pain. Lin Ye saw it was a single target attack with powerful output. Excellent, very good. The Fire Mage training was successful. Just as this was finished, the mages who entered the derivative unit training a minute later also succeeded. Upon closer inspection, one by one, succubi emerged from the barracks, their bodies steaming with heat. The succubus's hot figure made her even hotter, leaving Li Ke in awe. Lin Ye locked onto Mei Qin and opened the panel. Derivative Unit Fire Mage. Mei Qin. Talents, Obedience, Max Level of Breeding Comfort, Magic Mastery, Animal Husbandry Mastery, Placement Mastery, Fire Magic Mastery. Abilities, Transformation, Magic Attack, Magic Recovery, Fire Explosion, attacks the target, bursts into flames, and burns for 3 seconds. Fire Burn, flames spread across a 5x5 area, causing continuous damage for 10 seconds. Lin Ye looked at it, and saw that it was very different from Bing Shuang. It belongs to the output type. Even so, it is still continuous damage, which is quite different from that of a warlock. Good. Mei Yue's training is a success. At the same time, news of Mei Yue's successful training rang out. Lin Ye glanced sideways, locking onto Mei Yue, who was dashing and had the demeanor of a great general. Unfortunately, that cavalry technology has not yet been successfully developed. Lin Ye shook his head. If it succeeds, today will be the day for the entire series of derivative unit types. Chapter 70 Deploying Troops to Night Demons. Your people have successfully developed the saddle. Saddle and Wolf Rider combination, Cavalry Technology. The Cavalry Technology Equipment Sword Soldier Battalion is a derivative unit, the Wolf Cavalry Battalion. Just as Lin Ye was thinking, a notification suddenly appeared in his ear. In front of the science lab, Mei Miao looked at him with great excitement. Very good! Lin Ye gave Mei Miaoji a thumbs up, and Mei Miaoji smiled shyly. What is this? Li Ke couldn't understand at all, but he was filled with envy and jealousy, and looked at Lin Ye with curiosity. Mei Wei lead all the swordsmen inside. Lin Ye pointed to one of the two barracks. Huh! Mei Yu was surprised. It had succeeded? The Lord wouldn't lie to himself. With a wave of his hand, he sent all the swordsmen rushing off. Lin Ye looked on expectantly. Li Ke wondered, why are you so excited? For a moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the Wolf Rider camp. Successfully crafted a saddle at the Blacksmith's Workshop X1. Successfully crafted a saddle at the Blacksmith's Workshop X1. Successfully crafted a saddle at the Blacksmith's Workshop X1. Well, construction successful. As time passed, messages of successful production kept coming in. Lin Ye paid no attention to the so-called saddle, but was attracted by the well. Look closely. A huge well had been dug around the square. Several succubi circled around, splashing water and trying it out, revealing grinning expressions. Well, the well water is sweet and delicious, and has a great appeal. It still has a lot of appeal, but unfortunately it can't attract succubi. There are 3 plazas, wells, and pavilions now. To upgrade from level 5 to level 6, you need 4 more. Only the garden is missing. Once I get what I need from the Night Demon, that's when I'll level up, Lin Ye muttered. Lock on to the Wolf Cavalry barracks and continue waiting. Time passed little by little. Your Wolf Rider training is successful. At 9:10, after 1 hour, or actually 3 hours, the training was completed. A group of dashing swordsmen appeared, their long swords hanging at their waists, a sight to behold. Before anyone could react, dozens of people rushed toward the wolf pen. Ouch! Quickly choose your mount, get on it, and stand 3 meters tall, displaying a majestic posture. Her heroic bearing also reveals the ferocity of a wolf. Cavalry? Li Ke gasped, unsure how to describe it. Gazing at each of them, even though they are so tall and mighty, the succubi are still so beautiful. It's true, a beautiful woman doesn't become less beautiful just because of changes in her clothes or her aura. Lin Ye directly entered the panel. Derivative Unit Wolf Rider Barracks. Charming Moon. Talents: Obedience, Maxed Out Reproduction Comfort, Longsword Mastery, Construction Mastery, Forging Mastery, Riding Mastery. Abilities: Transformation, Assassination, Bleeding, causes continuous bleeding after dealing damage. Wolf Rider Charge, Wide Range Assault, causing widespread damage. Mobility, High Speed, able to rush around. Lin Ye looked at it, smiled faintly, and said one word: strong, a mobile force on the battlefield. Looking around, out of 500 people, besides 2 researchers, Mei Miaoji and Mei Yunling, 1 strategist, Mei Mao, 1 internal affairs officer, Mei Yanran, and 1 army commander, Mei Yingzi, there are 5 people. The other 495 are all different types of military personnel. Powerful. Not only Lin Ye was looking, but the succubi were also looking at each other, observing each other's aura, each with a faint smile on their face. They've all become stronger. Li Ke observed that, as they had become a derivative unit, everyone's temperament was changing. From the beginning it was simple, but now it is all different. Wow, you're so lucky! Enjoying a different kind of night. Mei Mao! Prepare to move! Lin Ye looked at Mei Mao. It was time to deal with the Night Demon. He said, everyone go, upgrade! Within 200 kilometers, apart from the Night Demon, no wild territory dares to touch its territory now. Don't worry. For those at a lower level, even breaking through the wall would be difficult. Okay. Mei Mao nodded. He had already prepared everything. No need to say anything more, attack the Night Demon. Mei Yingzi, Mei Miaoji, Mei Yunling, Mei Yanran, and all the soldiers became serious. Whom to attack? The Night Demon, of course. This terrifying race. Everyone is giving it their all. What's this? Li Ke looked at everyone's strange state, paused, and asked curiously. What do you want to do? Could it be that you're really planning to get the Night Demon? Li Ke looked at Lin Ye incredulously. he said anxiously. He can't destroy ours. We have lights, there's no need. If they all go out, those are night demons. They might be wiped out. All the hard work they've put into building could just be gone like that. I'm very anxious. However, Lin Ye didn't care at all. If he didn't hit him, what would happen to his sacred object? How do I manage my own garden? How do I upgrade to tier 6? The night demon has been here for several days now, observing us every day. They also have a technology lab, and 8 heroes at the level of heroic spirits. Night demons are indeed like wild beasts, but they also have brains. Otherwise, how could it have been upgraded to its current state? So, unsurprisingly, they were also planning how to destroy their own lighting fixtures. If we don't eliminate them in time and drag it out, they might come up with a solution someday. That will be the moment of your own destruction. Besides, if Night Demon doesn't die, he'll be easily exposed, since Night Demon is too obvious. He nodded to Mei Mao and the others. The group nodded in response. They were also aware of the aspects that Lin Ye had considered. Especially the scheming. Let's go! Mei Yingzi shouted. After saying that, all the succubi walked toward the ship. Li Ke was on the verge of tears. In his heart, the realm of night gods was not just a simple ally, he had completely integrated himself into it. I was extremely worried. Boom! Watching the airship rise and leave, I felt completely weak. He kept sighing and complaining. Looking around at the empty territory, he felt utterly dejected. Gazing into the distance where the spaceship is, I hope you will return safely. Lin Ye looked at him and smiled faintly. This Li Ke. Time passed slowly. Breaking news! The realm of night gods has launched a full-scale attack on the night demon region. Breaking news! The realm of night gods has launched a fire attack on the outer forest of the night demon. Breaking news! The realm of night gods has annihilated a small unit of the night demon legion. Breaking news! 40 members of the night gods realm are hunting down the night demon legion. Holy crap! They're fighting? I was wondering why there was no sound today. Turns out they're fighting night demon. Wow, that's fierce. Night demon is a forbidden fact. Night god night demon, the ultimate battle. The key point is that he also wiped out a small group of night demons and even chased after them. Is night god that powerful? Those were night demons, after all. As time passed, a game announcement suddenly sounded. The entire world channel was in an uproar. The busy lords also stopped to check the situation. Night elves, a race not to be touched. No matter where you are. Fight the night demon! Qin Bin also logged on, genuinely surprised. I had considered that the night god might attack other areas, but I never expected the night demon to appear. Crucially, we also achieved a phased victory. Chapter 71 Night Demon Dies. Qin Bin was shocked, and the orcs beside him were also extremely serious. A race that they wouldn't even touch in their wild territories. Lin Ye actually went to attack? Li Lin and Shirya also went online and started paying attention. The whole world is watching. We won! Li Ke felt relieved upon hearing this and grinned. They truly are the people I once mentored. I deserve a share of this medal. Li Ke had led Mei Li and the others out to level up back then. A happy smile spread across his face. Hee hee! Lin Ye smiled faintly upon seeing this. Suddenly, Lin Ye paused. Your cavalry regiment has suffered heavy losses and is withdrawing separately. Do you agree? Agreed! Lin Ye frowned. Was he injured? As expected of the night demon. With the medical corps present, there's nothing to worry about. Breaking news! The Night God's Pursuit Corps suffered heavy losses and fled in disarray after being attacked by 2 legions of the night demons. Li Ke paused, severely injured? How could that be? Is it all over? She looked at Lin Ye with pain in her eyes and said, Let them withdraw, okay. Wow. Yagami is finished. This is the first time I've heard of Yagami's failure. He truly lives up to his name as the Night Demon. Don't panic, have you forgotten what you did yesterday? You used a secret operation. But do you know what severe damage means? It means that a large number of people are injured, and that's not even being surrounded. People were talking about it. Hee hee. Upon hearing this, Qin Bin's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, relaxed. He had finally heard good news. I respect you as a man, daring to fight the Night Demon, Qinbin said. Even if you fail, I admire you. It might fail. Li Lin and Shirya shook their heads. There was nothing they could do. It was the Night Demon. Breaking news. The Night God Force has annihilated a small unit of the Night Demon First Legion. Breaking news. The Night God Force has annihilated a small unit of the Night Demon Second Legion. Breaking news. The Night God Force has annihilated a small unit of the Night Demon First Legion. One voice after another rang out. Breaking news. The Night God Force has annihilated the 1st and 2nd Night Demon Regiments. Report. Night Demon has dispatched the 3rd Army Corps to the 6th Army Corps. Damn, 2 major army groups have been wiped out. They were just running away in a panic? This Night Demon has 6 legions. So powerful, let's wipe out the Night Demon. People were surprised, but then cheered instantly. Destroyed! Li Lin and Shirya exclaimed in surprise. There are now 6 Army Corps? Is this a trap to lure the enemy in? Upon hearing this, Qinbin subconsciously looked at the orc. Yes. The orc took a deep breath and said, Remember the burning earlier. Night demons are rampant and love to eat living things, especially those that are bloody and smelly. Once injured, the night demons become rampant and are easily lured into the sunlight. The key is... The orc pondered for a moment. The night demons are fast, and they actually have subjects who can match their speed. You mean Night God already has a derivative unit cavalry? Qinbin asked, puzzled. Yes. The orc nodded. Qinbin's face turned ashen, and he fell silent, trembling all over. He hasn't even sorted out all the basic unit types yet, and he already has cavalry. Moreover, I suspect that he burned the forest because he was a fire mage. The orc speculated, taking deep breaths. 2 derivative unit types? Qinbin remained silent, unsure how to describe his feelings. The gap is too big. The Night Demon has mobilized 6 legions, Qinbin said, his expression hopeful. I hope they can destroy the Night God. Yes. The orc nodded, also looking forward to it. The realm of the Night God. 2 major legions have been wiped out. Lin Ye was satisfied, remembering that there were 8 heroic souls among them. That means there are 8 legions. Mei Yingzi sent thieves to infiltrate the headquarters. Should the plan be reversed? No withdrawal, Lin Ye responded to the game. That. Li Ke was also excited, but his excitement quickly faded. He looked at Lin Ye nervously and said, 6 legions have been mobilized, for more than before. Yes. Lin Ye nodded. Damn, how can you be so calm? Li Ke said, annoyed. Report. The realm of night gods has dispatched troops to intercept them, and the night demons have withdrawn 3 legions to defend. Report. A small detachment of the 3rd Army Corps of Night Gods Annihilation. The deployment of 6 corps elicited mixed reactions, some gloated, others worried. The announcement, however, came instantly. Ambush? Holy crap, how did they do that? How to intercept them? I just don't understand. Damn it, they're starting to rush things again. How did they manage that? People were frustrated and couldn't understand it at all. Amazing! Li Lin and Shirya exclaimed simply, deeply impressed. How did he do that? Qinbin suddenly stood up and roared. How could anyone possibly stop him? Looking at the orc, one could see that the orc was also deep in thought, clearly unaware of the answer. The realm of the night god. Holy crap! Li Ke exclaimed, looking at Lin Ye in confusion. Is it really that powerful? Hee hee! Lin Ye was taken aback, then smiled slightly. The thief has passed by. The Night Demon King has a treasure chest, and when the thief reappears, he fears being robbed. But because the thieves were lurking, he couldn't find them and had to send his troops back. As expected, what followed was an overwhelming victory. It's because of that treasure chest. The Night Demons are a fierce and intelligent race, but also greedy. They would certainly not care about war for the sake of treasure chests. What a self-inflicted trap. But what's inside the treasure chest? Report. A small unit of the 3rd Division of the Night Gods realm has been wiped out. Report. The realm of Night Gods has blocked the entrance to the Night Demon Cave, and the Night Demon has dispatched the 6th Legion to guard it. The report states that the 6th Legion has been destroyed, and Night Demon has dispatched the 7th Legion. The report states that the 7th Army Corps has been annihilated. Fuck you, Night Demon, can't you just launch a full-scale attack? Yeah, are you kidding me? You could have just killed them directly, but you're doing it this way, aren't you just sending them to their deaths one by one? The worst part is that they've all run right up to your doorstep. I'm so angry! The Night Demon race shouldn't be like this. How could the Night God do that? People were puzzled. Lin and Shurya were also puzzled. Qin Bin and the Beastmen both found it hard to understand. If night demons were so easy to kill, they wouldn't be a taboo subject. This night demon is behaving strangely. Liko was speechless, utterly puzzled. Report: the night demon's 7th Legion has been annihilated. Wow! Another one's been wiped out. The world chat was filled with surprise and confusion. Your people have thrown in the lamps. Will you withdraw them? No withdrawal! Upon hearing this, Lin Ye realized that with the 7th Army Corps destroyed, only the 8th Army Corps remained. The Night Demon King will definitely not leave the cave in order to guard the treasure chest. The cave should not be entered rashly. It is dark inside and can enhance the Night Demon's attributes. Suppress with light, then launch a surprise attack. Report: the 8th Legion of Night Demons has been annihilated in the realm of Night Gods. Report: the Night Gods realm has destroyed the Night Demon Lord's mansion. The Night Demon has been destroyed. Chapter 72: Awaiting Return and Harvest. Wow! Night Demon is dead, holy crap, how is this possible? It's not an illusion. Yeah, Night Demon is really strong. Could you explain how he did it yesterday, Master? We used special tools and a powerful army. The first step was to divide and lure the enemy in, then use the Night Demon's killing ability to kill them one by one and increase the population level. The whole force relies on a powerful army. There are few armies that can outrun the Night Demon. It is speculated that there are also healing types. The second step is to exploit the Night Demon's greed to forcibly divide the two forces. Infiltrate the enemy camp and threaten the Night Demon King's coveted items, forcing him to redeploy his troops. They are also a powerful legion, daring to venture deep into the Night Demon's lair. The third step is to continue from the second step and launch a full-scale attack on the Night Demon's lair, using items such as light to suppress the Night Demon King. Relying on scientific research and a powerful military core. This is a comprehensive manifestation of strategy, military force, and technology. Night God has achieved it. Wow, the analysis upstairs is amazing. Yagami is awesome. The Night Demon's lair, I wonder what items it holds. Night God has struck it rich. Will the Star River Alliance become even stronger this time? The world's channels are buzzing with discussion. Lin and Shurya watched, swallowing hard. They had to admit, Night God was really strong. What supplies are included this time? The Night Demon's lair, there's nothing usable there, right? This analyst has done several analyses. I wonder which expert he is. Shurya remarked, paying close attention to the person. I don't know, let's try to investigate, Lin said. Qin Bin looked at the world channel and shared the person's analysis with the orc. He asked, what do you think? It's pretty close to the truth, the orc strategist said. Who? Upon hearing this, Qin Bin took a deep breath, impressed by the powerful military and scientific research capabilities. The previously reported 9th Order Science Lab? Hee hee! Qin Bin chuckled dryly. That's ridiculously strong. Healing troops, cavalry, fire magic. This can be determined. There are also those that cannot be identified, such as troops that have penetrated deep into the enemy's lair. The realm of the Night God. Your people have leveled up to level 15. Your people have leveled up to level 15. Your people, open the treasure chest. Not bad! Lin Ye heard the upgrade notification, just as he expected. With so many night demons, how could they not level up? Looking at the analysis on the World Channel, that guy is awesome. His analysis is very comprehensive. Everything is correct. Anyone who didn't know better would think he was on-site checking. Suddenly, the sound of a treasure chest being opened rang out. It's activated? Lin Ye smiled faintly upon hearing this. We've won! At the same time, Lika also realized what was happening and shouted loudly. She was jumping around happily. Gold shouted, Night God Alliance, the #1 merchant in the world. Congratulations, boss, on successfully defeating Night Demon. Lika started spamming the screen. Damn, that's high profile. This #1 businessman. First merchant, when the supplies appear, show them to us so we can see what's in the night demon's lair. Damn it, no talk, let's do it. People get angry just looking at the top businessman. How can a piece of trash like him join the Night God Alliance? However, Lika paid no attention and continued to dance around. This aroused the curiosity of the Gabu in his territory, who wondered why their lord was so excited. But it kept jumping around, making the scene quite funny. Let's get ready to sell, Lin Ye said, ignoring Lika's excitement. Selling? Lika asked in surprise, stopping in his tracks and looking at Lin Ye. That's a night demon. There are too few night demons. No one can use their resources. The key is that the people who dare to use night demon for development are also awesome. Lika began. Their food is raw human flesh, and that's the most crucial point. There was once a lord who developed his power/development. The result was an ordinary night demon. Night demons cannot enter the mist and have no food. Eat the lord. Lika was stunned. Yes. Lin Ye nodded in agreement. That was indeed the case. Other races at most betray, but the most violent races have injured their lords. But that night demon is really going to eat the lord. With the lord's mansion there, you can't die. Can you imagine that kind of suffering? He said. They have prisoners. I see. Lika realized, overjoyed, and said, Then we're going to make a fortune this time. We estimate there will be many prisoners. Lin Ye nodded. After all, we need to feed 1,000 night demons. The other 6 tier territories all have lower tier territories, but theirs doesn't, Lin Ye said quietly. They've probably all been captured. Great! Lika exclaimed excitedly, chuckling to himself. He seemed exceptionally intelligent when it came to business. Lin Ye watched without saying anything. All he had to do now was wait. Thinking for a moment, he picked up the fishing rod and continued fishing. Lika found a spot, sat down on the ground, and quietly waited for the spaceship to return. Time passed slowly, and it was 6 p.m. Why hasn't that #1 merchant come out yet? Yeah, you're really not going to show it, are you? No way, you didn't even tell me to take a look, you piece of trash. I doubt many people will need them, and they can't be sold anyway, so what's the point of displaying them? No one logged off. Everyone wanted to see what kind of supplies they were. The realm of the night god. Lika was also waiting anxiously. Boom! Suddenly, the sound of the flying boat taking off rang out. We're back! Lika shouted excitedly as he watched the flying boat soar towards them. Lin Ye nodded, put down his fishing rod, and looked over. Mei Mao, Mei Yanran, and the others stood at the bow of the ship and slowly descended. It was packed with people. A moment later, the flying boat landed, and the succubi disembarked, among them prisoners. Holy crap, so many? Lika looked at the hordes of prisoners. A general overview suggests that 5,000 people are involved. Gabu, bring your men and come help with the inventory, Lika called out to Gabu. Okay. Gabu responded excitedly, as he loved it when the Lord assigned them tasks. Wah wah wah! A large group of green elves rushed away quickly. Prepare for inventory. I'm going too, Lika said, jogging off to check out the situation. Lin Ye didn't pay any attention. At the same time. Greetings, Lord. Mei Mao, Mei Yanran, Mei Yu, Mei Hua, and others approached, their faces beaming with joy. Having defeated the night demon, from this day forward, the unstable factors near our territory are completely gone. We can now focus on development without worry. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Ye looked at each person, giving them an approving look. Especially the Enchanted Moon and the Wolf Riders, who played the most important role in this battle. Looking around at the Wolf Riders, although their injuries had been healed, the tension they had felt left them extremely exhausted. He said emphatically, You've worked hard. It's not hard work. Mei Wen nodded, and the cavalryman smiled happily. It feels really good to be recognized by the Lord. This is the hall. Mei Mao handed a stack of items to Lin Ye. There are only 3 items in the treasure chest, Mei Mao said. 2 blueprints and 1 item. Oh? Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. For 3 things? The Night Demon King kept retreating his troops. Lin Ye took it, ready to see what it was. Chapter 73 Unbeatable Gains. Upon closer inspection. Soul Forge, absorbs and purifies the souls of night demons in the vicinity, enhancing night demon altars, barracks, and other buildings for use by other races. A purification specialist is needed to preside over the process. Lin Ye looked on, surprised. The night demon altar is a sacred object, and other races cannot use it. The night demon's barracks is the dream corridor, which can only be used to train night demons. Other races cannot use it. Only fixed structures, such as arrow towers, can be used by other races. But how come this thing can be used by other races? Isn't your own Meijing, a product name, a purifier? Now I finally understand why the Night Demon King guards so heavily. Lin Ye smiled faintly. Looking at the second blueprint, it was the Night Demon Altar. Night Demon Altar attracts night demons, 10% for heroic level and 5% for heroic soul level. When a soul forge is built within the territory, this effect disappears and is replaced by a general modification effect. General modification effect. Any race entering the area will have a 50% chance of gaining night vision of 30 meters and a 50% increase in nighttime attributes after modification. Beautiful! Lin Ye smiled faintly. All the succubi in his territory could do it. Once built, with its own system, the probability increases from 50% to 100%. Perfect. Look at the third one. Night Stalker Tower, automatically alerts to surroundings, automatically attacks, requires pain energy. After the population is released, human vigilance can be increased, and night vision capability can be improved by 50 meters. Beautiful! Lin Ye smiled faintly. It was automatic, saving manpower. Pain energy, isn't that exactly what my own Affliction Warlock is all about? This deserves more development. Keep watching. Dream Corridor, Training Derivative Unit, Hunter, Race Night Demon, requires Swordsman. Once a soul forge is located within a territory, any race can enter. Not bad. Lin Ye's lips twitched. This one is acceptable. The Hunter class is good. Like the Rogue and Berserker, it's a DPS, damage per second class. It deals massive damage, and the key is its high speed. He exhibited the same characteristics as the night demons. He was an intelligent night demon. Excellent, very good. Keep watching. Hatching Minds. Lin Ye smiled faintly. It's a thing that upgrades from level 6 to level 7. It can be built directly. Night Elf Science Lab, researches technology, contains a soul forge within its territory, allowing other races to enter and research Night Elf-related technologies. I originally thought it would at most affect my scientific research, but I didn't expect it to directly enter my research. Cursed warehouse. It's just a regular storage container for supplies. Lin Ye smiled faintly. He originally thought that the harvest this time would not be much, at most an arrow tower. I never expected to have such a fruitful harvest. No wonder the Night Demon King was so crazy. I would have gone crazy too. Once people find out. It's estimated that all the territories of the 7th tier will rush here, sparing no effort to destroy the Night Demon. Once acquired, it would bring countless benefits to the people of the territory. Let's continue flipping through the pages. Just now, Mei Mao and the others said there were only 3 items inside. There are 2 blueprints. One is naturally the Soul Forge, but what is the other? Look closely. Garden blueprints. Pretty! Lin Ye was happy. It was an item he had been searching for a long time. There was also a component of the sacred relic, which, as mentioned earlier, was obtained by Night Demon. Look at the last item. The iron ring of the Succubus relic. As expected! Lin Ye smiled faintly. Finally it was acceptable. The heroic spirit class has arrived. Everything was gained. He looked at Mei Yanran and said, "Arrange for someone to build the garden immediately." Lin Ye handed all the blueprints to Mei Yanran and continued, "We'll talk about the rest later, focusing on the central garden. The more people there are, the less time is consumed." Okay. Mei Yanran nodded, glanced around at the succubi who were still transporting prisoners, and said, "All those with architectural talent, get moving." Okay. Mei Feng nodded upon hearing this and led the group of architectural talents to begin their work. Upon arriving at the square, construction began rapidly. Lin Ye watched as the garden appeared, indicating that he could upgrade to level 6. Then the population can reach 1,000. Holding the iron ring in his hand, he approached the succubus's sacred object and tossed it gently. Buzz! The sacred statue instantly emitted a buzzing sound, as if it had received a response. Immediately afterwards, the statue and the iron ring moved simultaneously, bursting forth with tremendous light. Wow! The succubi were instantly drawn in, and they all looked on excitedly. These are their sacred objects. Lika looked at it, and wondered how many people this sacred object had transformed. Every succubus's rise to power is related to him. Has it changed again? How strong must it be? Now there are hero-level heroes everywhere. Could it be that after the upgrade there will be soul-level heroes everywhere? Lika was dumbfounded. No wonder the big boss was so determined to fight Night Demon. I watched quietly, wanting to see what was happening. As the iron ring emitted a burst of light, it slowly approached the sacred object and gradually merged into it. The light gradually faded. The sacred object became even more lifelike. Success? Lika frowned. Not only Lika was watching, but the succubi were watching too. Success! Lin Ye smiled faintly, gazing at the sacred object. Heroic level succubus relic, heroic level 100%, originally 90%, heroic soul level 90%, originally 45%, heroic spirit level 10%, originally 5%. There's a high chance a heroic soul level being has appeared, Lin Ye said with a faint smile. Very satisfied. If everyone is lucky, they will all reach the heroic soul level, and the heroic spirit level is not impossible. The key is that I still have sacrificial potions. After the upgrade, there will be 1,000 people, but we have a shortage of 500 people, so we can only rely on purchasing them. The more people there are, the greater the chance of encountering a heroic spirit. How was it? Did you have a good haul? Just as Lin Ye was about to approach Lika came over and asked with a smile. Not bad. Lin Ye nodded. Then let's discuss the sale, Lika said. Lin Ye heard that it was already sorted out. Look at the interface and expand it. Captured, orcs, 23 heroic spirits, 700 ordinary, dwarves, 31 heroic spirits, humans, 1 spirit level, 33 heroic spirits, 5,000 population. It's even more than the population I sold to you. There are over 5,000 people. Lika's heart pounded. He said, that night demon eats people, saving the good ones for later. I never thought we'd get such a good deal. Lika's lips curled into a smirk. He was overjoyed. Lin Ye's expression darkened slightly. He hadn't expected there to be a heroic spirit level being. I was captured by Mei Mao back then. I never expected there would still be one here. I can't use it myself, he said. Sell them together. You name the price. Okay. Lika nodded and smiled happily. He said, these people are all ranked, and there are so many heroic souls, while the heroic spirits are even more awesome. 500 million! Just for one heroic spirit, it's worth it. Someone will definitely buy it. Lika said, even if I were to try, I might not be able to get a heroic spirit of the human race. I wonder how many people are vying for it. It's a rare opportunity, Lika said. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye's lips twitched into a faint smile. He looked at Lika and said, you take over. Okay. Lika nodded. Turn to the World Channel. Chapter 74 Upgrading to Tier 6 Territory. Golden Shout, Night God Alliance, the world's #1 merchant. Orcs, 23 heroic souls, 700 ordinary. Dwarves, 31 heroic souls. Humans, 1 spirit level hero, 33 heroic souls. 5,000 population. 500 million, sold as a package, no bargaining. Holy crap, 500 million? Am I seeing things? It keeps getting higher and higher. Damn, a heroic spirit level human. Heroic spirit level. I've only heard that Night God has one so far. If someone buys it, then they'll have one. Heroic spirit level is a must-have. People on the World Channel had been waiting for a long time, and when it finally came out, they were all instantly excited. Gold shouted, Star Alliance White Star Territory. I'll buy. Private message, just like before, sent to various places. Damn it, the Star Alliance is here again. I knew it. This Star Alliance is really amazing. That's right, it's unbelievable. The Star Alliance could probably get a population share. The World Channel kept shouting. Heroic spirit level. Jinbin looked at it, took a deep breath, and said, "That Bai Xing is a human. They're getting stronger and stronger." Qin Bin's face was ashen. The orcs were also extremely serious. The stronger the star system becomes, the more it hinders their plans. The realm of the night god. Hee hee! Li Ke grinned as he looked at Li Lin's private message. He glanced at Lin Ye and said, "Done." "Okay." Lin Ye nodded. "Don't rush to give me the money. Make arrangements to get me 500 succubi. There are level requirements. Try to be level 20 or above." Lin Ye pondered. "I don't lack money now. There's no need to buy the basic model. You'll need to upgrade. Moreover, there are almost no wild monsters nearby, so there's nowhere to level up. Are you suggesting we attack a 7th tier enemy? If possible, aim for level 30, Lin Ye said. Your territory is going to be upgraded? Upon hearing this, Li Ke paused, thinking, how could that be? That's so fast. Level 6 already? Looking around the center of the courtyard, the well, the square, and the pavilion all appeared. The garden is under construction and is nearing completion. Okay, Li Ke said. I'll arrange it right away. With that, he logged off. Lin Ye looked at it without paying attention, and then checked the time. It was past 7 p.m. Gazing at the garden, I waited quietly. The garden is small, unlike other buildings that take 3 hours to complete. It can be done in just 1 hour. After all, so many of them were working together on the construction. Buzz! Done! Li Ke logged on and looked at Lin Ye with a grin. He said, It's a pity I logged off just now. The spaceship has already arrived. But don't worry, they've sent a second spaceship to transport people over directly, Li Ke said. Lin Ye nodded. Was Li Ke backed by such a powerful force? There were actually 2 such massive mechanical spaceships. Ignoring it, I continued fishing and waiting. Boom! As soon as the words were spoken, the first mechanical spaceship arrived. The succubi are used to it. Mei Yanran quickly arranged for someone to take over. It was bustling with activity for a time. After a long while. Golden Cry, Star Alliance White Star Territory. Our 2 sects have experienced an unprecedented increase in strength. Currently, due to some areas being full, there are no places to settle the surplus heroic and fellowship level populations. We are specifically recruiting new members. Applicants must hold a Tier 3 territory or higher, and be of the following races: Orc, Human, Dwarf. The Star Alliance immediately changed its strategy and began to lure others to join. Holy crap, is it that powerful? I want to join. No, I don't have Tier 3. The world chat was buzzing. For many territories, even a heroic level hero was a dream, let alone a heroic soul level hero. Most importantly, the leader of the alliance is a heroic spirit, making them even stronger. The stronger the leader, the stronger the alliance. Humph! Qin Bin's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He was using this matter to expand his alliance. The shock of Night God conquering Night Demon territory kept many people logged off. He silently lowered his head, quietly considering how to respond. The territory of the Night God. Li Ke glanced at the bustling world channel and smiled faintly. I glanced at Lin Ye and saw that he didn't seem to care at all and was fishing. He appeared calm and composed. They followed suit in a very professional manner and started fishing. Time passed slowly. Gradually, the garden took shape. Your people have successfully built the garden. Gardens, for appreciation and use, possess a great deal of appeal. They're here? Lin Ye looked over upon hearing this. The succubi stood at the edge of the garden on the edge of the plaza, looking at the flowers that had been transplanted from the wasteland. Many of the flowers are strange. They are white and have only 2 petals. But no one paid any attention. Each of them wore a happy smile. This is the benefit of spiritual needs. Having experienced a major battle, it is now undergoing intensive construction. They should have been exhausted, but because their mental needs were met, they were all in better shape. Your territory has a Tier 5 building, the Lord's Mansion. Garden, plaza, well, pavilion, sufficient population, and more than half of the maximum level, meeting the requirements for upgrading. Your level has been raised to Tier 6. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye realized he had leveled up. Look around. Rather than buying people, Lin Ye prefers to do it himself. As the higher the territory level, the higher the level of succubi that appear. However, upon closer inspection, no one appeared. The continuous wars caused everyone to flee. Lin Ye shook his head. Announcement. The Night God's land territory has been upgraded to Tier 6. Holy crap, it's leveled up! How is that possible? This is too exaggerated. I'm still just touching the threshold of level 3, and he's already at level 6. You and I are just ordinary people. We can't compare ourselves to them. People were shocked. It's been upgraded. Li Lin and Shurya chatted privately. I saw it. Shurya gasped. We've gained so many benefits, shouldn't we? Yes, Li Lin said. I'll arrange it. Golden Shout, Star River Alliance First Heavenly King White Star Territory. Congratulations on the successful upgrade of Night God's realm. The Galaxy Alliance collectively followed suit, constantly flooding the screen with comments. Damn, don't you want money? You can give it to me if you want. Go dream about it. They've received so many benefits from the God of Night, they have no choice but to return the favor. That's right. People were excited and shouted. He's leveled up. He's leveled up to rank 6. Qin Bin's eyes narrowed. We can't waste any more time. If this continues, it will be beyond our control. I originally thought we couldn't reveal our trump cards, but now we have to. We must quickly wipe out the Star River Alliance and destroy them tonight. Then concentrate our forces to deal with Night God. Qin Bin looked at the orcs. The orc's eyelids kept twitching as he said, You might have won a Pyrrhic victory against the Night God. If we don't act now, given his speed, we'll be completely helpless once he reaches level 7. Qin Bin said. No matter how many night demons Lin Ye kills, or how strong they are, as long as they are not above level 6. Qin Bin wouldn't care. But now we have to act, even if it means revealing our hand and paying a price. I'll make the contact. The orc nodded. Chapter 75. The schemer enters the battle, chaos begins. The realm of the Night God. The White-clad Alliance declares war on the realm of Night God. Are they crazy? Countless three-word phrases floated across the world channel. The White-clad Alliance declares war on you. Lin Ye frowned upon hearing this. What was this guy doing? The White-clad Alliance has declared war on you. At the same time, Li Ke also looked over. Okay. Lin Ye nodded. Let's declare war then. Golden Cry. White-clad Alliance White-clad Territory. My territory has acquired 2 heroic spirit-level characters. A strategist, a general. A large number of heroic soul-level orcs. With the support of a 7th-tier wild force, those who wish to enter should do so as soon as possible. We will wage a full-scale war against the Star Alliance. Breaking news! The White-clad Alliance's general in white has annihilated the Star River Alliance's Redwood territory. Breaking news! The White-clad Alliance's white-clad young warriors have annihilated the Star River Alliance's White Cloud territory. Breaking news! The White-clad Alliance and its warriors have annihilated the Star River Alliance's Heavenly Soul territory. Immediately afterwards, a series of messages came in. Damn, the White-clad Alliance has really gone all out. They actually have 2 heroic spirit-level figures. The entire territory of the White-clad series has been brought out, and these are the core members. Awesome. He has the support of a 7th-tier territory. The fact that he can get wild territories to help him means that the Qin family is manipulating things behind the scenes. The Qin family is very powerful. Damn, this is some kind of strategic maneuvering. I'm reading the Warring States period history. If we go all out in war, the Star River Alliance is no match for them. People were having a great time. The land of the Night God. Your territory has been upgraded to Tier 6, and will soon expand by 15 square kilometers. Please select a direction. I won't choose, Lin Ye replied. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the fog around the territory expanded rapidly, instantly covering an area of about 30 kilometers. It is incredibly rich in iron ore, copper ore, fruit trees, and more. There were still no monsters. They had all run away long ago. Your territory's population limit has been increased by 100, currently 5001000. Your subjects can level up to level 30. A game notification sounded quickly. Ding! Your territory's level has been increased by 6 tiers. Effect 1. reduces the construction and production time of the host and his subjects by 56%. Effect 2 increases the effectiveness of all buildings and crafted items by 106% for the host and his/her subjects. Optional buildings can be temporarily increased by 100% in effectiveness. Effect 3 increases the stats of all the host subjects by 106%. Effect 4. The host can add 2 talents to his subjects according to his own needs, with mastery and advanced talents appearing randomly. Effect 5. The base talent remains unchanged, but the added talent can be modified. Effect 6. You can enjoy 3 times the speed for 4 hours each day. Lin Ye frowned as he observed the situation. It didn't focus on territorial matters, but rather on the system. System Effect 3. The effect of creating a building in a short time is increased to 100%. Double the effect. Add sacrificial medicine. Heroic soul level 100%, heroic spirit level 30%. Dry. That's awesome. Effect 4 remains unchanged. However, with the addition of Effect 5, the original mastery talent can be reselected. Couldn't we adjust all the mastery talents to the highest level? Furthermore, talents can be constantly replanned based on the situation and territory requirements. Holy crap, that's incredible. Awesome. Quite good. He destroyed the Star River Alliance, so he'll deal with you next. Just as Lin Ye was getting excited, Rika was looking at the announcement and the call to action. It was also shocking. The Star Alliance was completely on the defensive. Lin Ye frowned upon hearing this, having not noticed it before. I took a look. I never expected there would be 2 heroic spirits. It was a 7th-tier wild territory, just as Li Lin and the others had initially determined. With a 30% chance, how many heroic spirits can I create? Are we comparing the number of items? I didn't pay attention. Golden Cry, from the Alliance of Strategist territory. Night God, you have a connection with the Milky Way, and you don't want your major client to die. Sell me the blueprints you got from Night Demon, and I'll help the Night Star River Alliance defeat the White Robe Alliance. Just as Lin Ye was joking around, a golden shout suddenly appeared on the World Channel. Wow, who is this guy again? Mao Tian? Holy crap, it's him. Damn, the world is so chaotic. The last session was less than this in half a year. Yeah, this year, Night God stirred up a storm. Another second-generation bigwig has emerged. People shouted. We're going to lose. We're no match for them, the White-clad Alliance is going all out. Li Lin said worriedly. Mao Tian. Shirya was surprised to see that both of them were looking at each other. He's coming out? Qin Bin wondered, was he trying to cause trouble? The territory of the Night God. It's him? Lika asked in surprise, looking at Lin Ye as if afraid that Lin Ye didn't know. He said, It's that guy who analyzed your fight on the World Channel. As he spoke, Lika looked at his private chat. Sell it to me, and tell Night God that I will never be his enemy. He even sent me a private message. Lika's eyes flickered, and he directly showed the private message to Lin Ye. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow upon seeing this. It was him, I can't believe it was him. His analysis is always very accurate. Planning something out of the heavens? Interesting. Is he a highly intelligent guy? He said. Ignore him. Ignore it? Lika asked in surprise. Are you going to take action? No. Lin Ye shook his head. Then Xinghe is finished, Lika said. If he's finished, Bai will attack you. Don't worry about it, Lin Ye said. All you need to do now is check where my population has gone. Lika was stunned and had no choice but to give up. I checked the private messages, but ultimately didn't reply. Time passed slowly. What's going on? Yagami hasn't replied, and neither has the merchant. Does Yagami intend to abandon this idea? I'm not sleeping tonight. I missed the chance to destroy the Rutian Alliance last time. I can't miss it this time. People watched with excitement. To vie for territory. A boy in gray stood in the center of the territory, looking around at the entire area. Darkness, blood-red cliffs. It was a cave. The figure moved about, menacing, with long arms and legs. It was the Night Demon. It seems the Night God isn't going to build anything for me. The boy pondered for a moment then said, But can I afford to miss out? Qin Bin wants a decisive battle to destroy Xinghe. If I help him, he won't share any resources with me afterwards. Besides, the Star River Alliance doesn't have enough resources. If we help her fight, she won't share them with me. Qin Bin's chances of winning against Night God are uncertain. If he wants to devour Night God, what price will he have to pay? Even if I help, the odds of winning are uncertain. After all, the Night God has the ability to destroy the Night Demon, and it's even less likely that he'll share it with me afterwards. Therefore, help Xinghe eliminate the white-clothed one. After eliminating the white-robed one, break with Xinghe, plunder Qin Bin's territory resources, and then deal with the 7th tier territory behind Qin Bin. Thus, we obtained the resources of the white-robed man and the resources of the 7th tier territory behind him. Then destroy the galaxy. The boy muttered. That way we can maximize our profits, and then we can deal with Night God. Looking at the Alliance interface, he typed the message. All troops, attack the white-clad Alliance. The Alliance of Scheming Heaven, the Moonless Territory, was destroyed. The white-clad Alliance, the Abundant Tang Territory, was destroyed. The Alliance of Scheming Heaven, the Sunlit Territory, was destroyed. The white-clad Alliance, the Cloud Map Territory, was destroyed. The Star River Alliance, White Star Territory, was destroyed. The White Robe Alliance, Leap Territory, was destroyed. Damn, it's changed. Did it so? I don't think so. The chaos has begun. The battle for supremacy has begun. You must quickly decide the victor. Whoever wins, I will follow. Other major leagues, you guys should join in. Fight. The more chaotic the better. Hey, I just went out for a stroll and stumbled upon a white-clad ruin. I hit the jackpot. Yes, to find a bargain. I'll go check it out too. People cheered. Hey everyone, please help boost the traffic, thanks. I thought the traffic would be good, but it's not as great as I expected. Anyway, thank you all. Chapter 76 Collective Great Advancement. Qin Bin's face darkened. This guy. I used to harass Simaru, and now he's attacking me. Phew. Li Lin took a deep breath and said, I feel a little better now. Mao Tian sent me a message. Sure you said? He said that they joined forces to wipe out Bai. Could he have some ulterior motive? Sure you're worried. Never mind that, Li Lin said. Let's get through this phase first. The realm of the Night God. Luckily, I didn't choose to become a lord back then, Li Ke thought, feeling a headache coming on. He's good at business, but he doesn't like this kind of thing. Looking at Lin Ye, he saw that Lin Ye continued fishing, as if the turmoil outside had nothing to do with him. Why does he look so much like the old man? Li Ke frowned. The old man always had a calm and collected demeanor, no matter what. Boom! Just then, a loud roar rang out in the sky. They're here? Li Ke exclaimed in surprise, and Lin Ye looked over as well. How many can become heroic spirits? The mechanical spaceship landed, the stairs descended, and succubi emerged one by one. Our race! The succubi watched excitedly, discussing among themselves. The succubi on the stairs were also surprised. Upon closer inspection, they realized they were all succubi. Is this the territory of a succubus? We are not being sent to be sold as playthings to those people, but to become subjects of their territory. Once you join, you'll be a free agent with your own territory? Smiles appeared on the tired and desolate faces of the succubi. Upon arriving at the territory, they looked around. Boom! The spaceship flew away. Li Ke quickly scanned the area, noting that several stood out from the crowd. He said, I just heard that they found a few hero-level ones. Lin Ye nodded, looking at the 500 succubi, and staring at a few of the hero-level ones. Succubus, level 23, heroic. Good. He glanced sideways at Mei Yanran and said, Mei Yanran, recruit people. Okay. Mei Yanran nodded, quickly moved her feet, and began recruiting people. Your territory has gained 1 citizen, 501. Your territory has gained 1 citizen, 502. Your territory has gained 1 citizen, 503. One reminder after another kept ringing in my ears. In a short while, all 500 succubi were successfully added. 1,000 to 1,000. I've joined! The succubi were overjoyed and smiled at each other. She looked at Lin Ye, wanting to express her gratitude. Huh! Suddenly, everyone's expressions changed. they clearly felt their attributes had doubled. Shock and excitement were written all over his face. If they possess such attributes, can they still become someone else's playthings? Looking at Lin Ye, he exclaimed, "Thank you, Lord." As they spoke, they surged toward Lin Ye, displaying the highest level of etiquette of their territory. Surrounded, embracing, a beautiful scene. Lika watched, speechless, but mostly filled with envy and jealousy. Look around. 1,000 succubi, obedient succubi, beautiful, curvaceous, sexy, and obedient succubi. I wonder if the big boss can manage? Lika smiled faintly. Phew! Lin Ye felt the embrace and took a deep breath. It's too crowded. I have to get distracted and sort out my talents first. I opened the panel and looked at each panel. Locking in the talents of Mei Feng and others, directly altering the existing talents that had been added. One can achieve great things, but never be an expert. Enchanting Phoenix, breeding comfort maxed out, shooting proficiency, construction mastery, metallurgy mastery. Lin Ye looked at it and smirked. The shooting talent was a result of the sacred object's upgrade. I can't change it myself. Mei Feng and the others changed their minds, and the remaining 500 people began to make their choices. One can achieve great things, but never be an expert. I've discovered the ultimate secret. My smelting has reached its pinnacle? In a short while, everyone succeeded. Lin Ye paused slightly, feeling as if he were surrounded by eyes. He looked closely. The succubi looked at them excitedly, not just the newcomers, but also the original members like Mei Li. Thank you, Lord. The succubi were excited and rushed over to embrace them. Holy crap! Lika exclaimed as he looked at the scene, 1,000 succubi huddled together. Her figure, her softness, was squeezed out of shape. Envy, jealousy, and hatred. Lin Ye remained silent, paying no attention. Looking at Mei Yanran, I saw that she was among them. He gazed at the crowd and said, Everyone has paid homage to the sacred object. Lin Ye spoke. Yes. The succubi obeyed, stopping instantly and heading towards the sacred relic. Mei Li and the others were the same, although they didn't understand why they had to worship, since they had already been transformed. I'll go with them anyway. Mei Miaoji, administer the medicine, Lin Ye said. Mei Miao acted quickly, sprinkling the potion onto the sacred object. Looking at them, Lika thought, these succubi are really good. If nothing unexpected happens, they'll all be at the hero level soon. Watch quietly. Seeing Mei Li and the others, he was puzzled. Weren't they already heroes? Why were they still paying homage? But he didn't say much. Buzz buzz buzz. The succubus worshipped, and beams of light shone and enveloped her. The succubi changed rapidly. Her curves became larger, and her waist became even more slender, making her extremely alluring. Heroes, no! Lika's face was filled with horror as he said, They are all at the level of heroic souls. The 500 words that were added earlier have also changed. No wonder Lin Ye made Mei Li and the others pay their respects as well. This? Not only was Lika surprised, but the succubi were also surprised, and they all looked at Lin Ye excitedly. I was filled with gratitude. Heroic soul level, this is a heroic soul level. Holy crap, how is that possible? 1,000 of them, all of them are heroic soul level, except for the enchanting schemer, but she is a heroic spirit level. Lika took a deep breath. Which territory could do that? Even those high-level forces can't do that. No. Her gaze shifted, her eyes bulging as if they were about to pop out. Mei Li, Mei, and the others' figures changed again, becoming even more sexy and alluring, with smooth skin. It's a big hole. It's comparable to Mei Mao. Heroic spirit level? Lika was shocked and stammered. So many? More than 10. Damn, Qin Bin from the white-clad territory is smug about having 2, while here there are more than 10. Holy crap, that's awesome. A 9th-tier wild force would be laughing its head off if it had even 1, but it has more than 10. Lika was utterly shocked and lowered his head. Lin Ye was also observing. Mei Feng and several others were among them. 12 core commanders. It skipped the heroic soul level directly, awesome. Mei Yingzi and Mei Yanran have also become heroic spirits. 14 people. I glanced casually at the panel. Mei Feng. Talents, maxed out breeding comfort, peak shooting skills, mastery of construction, mastery of metallurgy, mastery of construction. Abilities, shooting, rapid fire, fire enchantment, fire arrow barrage, fire ignition. They gained an extra ability. Being a heroic spirit is truly different. A powerful ability to ignite flames and destroy the opponent's territory. Mei Yanran, the pinnacle of domestic affairs. Charming and heroic, the pinnacle of command. Awesome! Lin Ye exclaimed, his face beaming with admiration. With this, things will get even better. It's gotten stronger again. The combat talents of the others have reached their peak. Unfortunately, the relic only altered the talent he was given. For example, Mei Li and the others were originally ordinary, but after worshipping the sacred object, they were granted proficiency in long swords. Or perhaps it's their original primary talent, like Mei Yingzi, whose primary talent is internal affairs. Before the relic was made, both the main talent and the talent bestowed by the relic were forged, and they were all from his own family. Upgrading from Tier 6 to Tier 7 requires steel. Iron ore is used to refine steel, and only by reaching the peak of smelting can it be produced in large quantities. If not, then we can only grind it down little by little. The 6th and 7th orders are also an insurmountable gap, precisely because of steel. This is not possible in most territories. Heroic spirit level, plus specific smelting talent, how many can achieve that? Lin Ye shook his head and looked closely at Mei Li and the others, who stood out from the crowd. No, it's not 14 people. There are 17 people, and 3 more have also reached the heroic spirit level. Go and see. Chapter 77 Peak Smelting. Meiyu level 24. Talents, obedience, maximum breeding comfort, mastery of construction, mastery of forging, and pinnacle of shooting. One of the new members has become a heroic spirit. Good. Stare at another. Meiyun level 25, heroic spirit, talents, obedient, maxed out breeding comfort, master of mining, master of harvesting, peak of spear. Lin Ye frowned. Peak spear technique? One of the members of the enchanted fire gunner team has also become a heroic spirit. He will be in charge of other battalions and gunners in the future. What a series of surprises. The last one. Mei Heng, level 23, heroic spirit. Talents, obedience, maximum breeding comfort, mastery of construction, mastery of harvesting, and peak smelting. Lin Ye looked at them. They were also newcomers. The pinnacle of metallurgy? Pretty. I didn't expect that. It's like a perfect match between sleep and a pillow. The coincidence couldn't be more perfect. Doesn't that mean we can smelt steel? Lord! As Lin Ye was excited, the succubi also snapped out of their shock. They rushed towards Lin Ye, embracing and nuzzling against each other. The entire territory was filled with joy for a time. Holy crap! Li Ke looked on and shook his head. Not only has the boss become stronger, but he's also won the heart of a beauty. I checked the time, it was 8:50. Log off, Li Ke said with envy and jealousy. Lin Ye felt the embraces, each one different, and left surrounded by the crowd. In the garden, delicate flowers slowly unfurl their white petals, so beautiful. The flower stamens are deep and the shooting stars in the sky seem to be shuttling through every depth, which is even more refreshing. The scheming alliance, the blood-stained territory, destroyed the white-clad alliance and the white-clad young general's territory. The alliance of strategists Yi 2 territory, alliance Wheating territory, annihilation White Robe alliance Leap territory. The Star Alliance Phoenix territory was destroyed. The white-clad alliance territory of Map 3 was destroyed. The white-clad alliance white-clad territory annihilates the Heavenly Alliance Child Prodigy territory. Wow, the white-clad territory is in such a sorry state. It's being strangled by the combined forces of Mao Tian and Xinghe. That's right, the White Robe Alliance is completely finished. A lot of people from the White Robe Alliance just quit. No one else can fight against them except the white-clad territory. After all, they have 2 heroic spirits. It'll probably take until tomorrow. People on the World Channel kept talking about it. It's past 11 o'clock. Lin Ye stood in the territory, listening to the announcement, but paid no attention. Go ahead and fight, so I can develop, Lin Ye said. Feeling physically tired, log off and rest. Reality. Today's news. 1. Mao Tian may have some ulterior motive, the specifics of which are unknown, but it is certain that he has ulterior motives. We must be vigilant. 2. The snow rain territory is already on its way. The reason for the slow arrival is that they are still waiting for news from the land of Night God. The situation is now clear. Due to frequent wars today, we haven't been able to conduct many investigations. Please understand. Lin Ye has returned to reality, and there are multiple messages on his phone. Looking at the message, I smiled faintly. The Star River Alliance is so busy today, yet they still have time to send messages. He truly kept his word. Snow Rain Territory, Tier 8, has arrived. It seems we must find a way to deal with this. Now that I've killed the Night Demon and the steel has appeared, the next step is to steadily advance to the 7th tier. Then break through to the 8th rank and prepare for the next move. I'll make sure you never come back, Lin Ye muttered to himself as he walked to the bathroom to wash up and go to bed. White-clad territory. Qin Bin's face turned ashen upon hearing the report. This time, they're serious. The Star River Alliance has actually allied with them. They're a bunch of cunning people. How could you? Qin Bin muttered to himself, then looked at the orc beside him and said, It seems we have to get a 7th-tier force to make a move. Notify them to mobilize all their 6th and 5th-tier territories. I will arrange the transportation. At this point, this is the only way. The orc pondered for a moment, then nodded. It was 6 a.m. in the early morning. Announcement, the White-Clad Alliance. Greetings, Lord. As soon as Lin Ye logged on, the succubi also got up and left their dormitories. Judging from the announcement, they'd been fighting all night, and they're still fighting? Is it really time to determine a winner? Lin Ye nodded in response to the succubi, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. I glanced at the panel subconsciously. Internal Affairs. Task 1. Construct the Soul Forge, Night Demon Altar, Night Demon Arrow Tower, Mine, Dream Corridor, and Night Demon Science Lab. Task 2. Forge Steel. Task 3. Reinforce the Lord's Mansion and other buildings with steel, and upgrade them to Tier 6. Military. Task 1. Train 500 people for various military branches. Task 2. Newly recruited swordsmen await the return to the Dream Corridor, to be trained as hunters. Not bad! Lin Ye looked at it, a smile spreading across his face. After Mei Yanran and Mei Yingzi were upgraded to heroic spirit level. They have begun to make their own decisions about things at this stage. You don't need to make the arrangements yourself anymore. He glanced at Mei Yanran and Mei Yingzi and smiled with satisfaction. The two women smiled at her, their smiles still as alluring as ever. We're finished eating. After everyone finished eating, they each began to do their own thing. Lin Ye picked up a fishing rod and started fishing on his own. Seeing the busy people, I immediately activated triple time. Time passed slowly. Your people are mining iron ore. Your people forge steel. Your people are reaping the cabbages. Announcement, the Tianmo Alliance. One voice after another rang in Lin Ye's ears. Lin Ye ignored the announcements from the outside world, listened to the reminder, smiled slightly, and said, The cabbages have already been harvested? Everything is progressing steadily. Your people build the Succubus Soul Forge. At 7 o'clock, the alarm sounded. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye turned his head sharply and saw a huge building appear in the middle of the field. The building, with its jagged, claw-like appearance, was quite bizarre. Originally, it should have been blood-red and terrifying, but it was changed by the construction of the succubi. It has become a unique and aesthetically pleasing building. I've been waiting for you. Lin Ye smirked, looked at Mei Jing and said, Mei Jing, go and take charge. Okay. Upon hearing this, Mei Jing immediately put down her work and rushed towards the building. Your Succubus Soul Forge is now under the supervision of a purifier, and its work has begun. Buzz buzz buzz. Several sharp corners on the building emitted a crystalline light. The light caused the air to vibrate, and then the sharp-angled light and shadow merged on the top of the building. A magical power emanated from the surroundings. Wow! The succubi were astonished. This was the first time they had ever seen anything like it. After a brief look, get back to work. Lin Ye's lips twitched. This was interesting. He also resumed his fishing. Holy shit! Suddenly, a voice rang in my ears. Lin Ye glanced sideways and saw that Li Ke had logged on at some point. He stared blankly at the soul forge. He said, "Your succubus territory gives the impression that it's so magical." As she spoke, she looked at Lin Ye and said, "The fighting outside is raging, yet you remain so calm." Chapter 78 Derivative Unit Hunter. You have no idea how busy I was last night, buying things from the Star Alliance, buying things. Li Ke sighed. It kept me up all night. Then why are you online? Lin Ye asked, puzzled. Go to sleep online, they're still playing, Li Ke said matter-of-factly. The White-Clad Alliance contacted me last night, it was my arrangement. You're selling from both sides? Lin Ye asked, puzzled. I'm a businessman, I don't take sides, Li Ke said matter-of-factly, then changed the subject, saying, Of course, if you go to war in the future, I will definitely only sell to you. Not only will I not sell to him, I will also help you hunt down the businessmen behind him. Hee hee, she said with a proud laugh. The so-called neutrality is just for outsiders. It doesn't involve core interests. Li Ke recalled that his grandfather was the same way. Lin Ye nodded, agreeing that what he said made a lot of sense. I also believe in Li Ke. For no other reason than his demeanor during the battle against Night Demon. Continue casting your line. Li Ke looked at it and frowned. Are you not paying any attention to the battle situation of Mao Tian, Xinghe, and Bai? Anyone who didn't know better would think you were playing a single-player game. Ignoring him, she walked aside to arrange her things and waited to go to sleep. Your basic unit, Swordsman, has successfully completed training. Your basic unit, the Rifleman, has been successfully trained. Your basic unit, the Archer, has been successfully trained. Military operations are also proceeding in an orderly manner. Your people have successfully built the Succubus Dream Corridor Hunters Barracks. At 8 o'clock, a voice rang out. Lin Ye glanced sideways. Had they succeeded? Military unit. This is what I'm most concerned about right now. Looking at it from the side, it still appears sharp and jarring, with many strange angles, as if it were a jumbled mess of materials. It's long, with one end being the entrance, and the other the exit. The design does not conform to the aesthetics of most races. The succubi looked on, their intuition running cold. Damn, it looks like something out of a monster. I've never seen anything like it before. Li Ke also saw the dream corridor, and swallowed hard. However, Lin Ye didn't care about that. I gazed quietly into the long corridor of dreams. Derivative unit, Dream Corridor Hunters Barracks, Swordsman Training, become a hunter. All soldiers, follow me into the camp. Mei Yingzi looked at the hunter camp and quickly rushed off. Upon seeing this, the soldiers who had just appeared during training all followed suit. They entered one by one. I wonder what it's like inside, Li Ke remarked. Lin Ye nodded, not paying any attention, and continued fishing, waiting for the fish to come out. Time passed slowly. Your people have successfully completed their fitness goals, Succubus Technology Lab Night Demon Technology. Your people have successfully built the Succubus Mine. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye thought, the science lab has succeeded? Looking into his science lab, Mei Miaoji and Mei Yunling were still busy inside. Next, let the two of them study the contents. The corrupted mine has been renamed the Succubus Mine. That's interesting. Look at the mine shaft built on the iron ore mine. Succubus Mine, dig tunnels to speed up mineral harvesting. Lin Ye's lips curled into a smile, extremely satisfied. One of the buildings that was upgraded from Tier 6 to Tier 7 was successfully upgraded. He looked at Mei Yanran and said, Build one at the coal mine as well. Okay, Mei Yanran replied, signaling everyone to get started. Lin Ye glanced at the time. It was 8:55. 5 more minutes, and the hunters will be almost done. Lin Ye put down the dried fish, looking forward to this new type of soldier. Wait quietly. 9 o'clock. The hunters have completed their training. The reminder rang in Lin Ye's ears. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye looked toward the hunters' camp. At the other end of the corridor, one after another, succubi appeared, their auras gloomy and fierce, each wielding 2 swords. Lin Ye then chose to watch alone. Derivative Unit Hunter. Maya, Heroic Soul Level 27, all 3 attributes are 57. Talents, Obedience, Maxed Out Breeding Comfort, Mastery of Mining, Mastery of Logging, Mastery of Handle, Dual Swords Proficiency. Abilities: Transformation, Slashing, Surprise Attack, Fury, Dual Sword Sweep. Lin Ye watched. The slashing skills of swordsmen are similar to those of spearmen, emphasizing speed, bursting with rage, and using dual swords for sweeping attacks and rapid attacks. Real DPS output, especially the Fury form, which is very similar to the Night Demon state. The Night Demon is too arrogant. Not bad, Lin Ye said. Quite good. Lin Ye was looking at the succubi, and the succubi were also looking at him, sensing Lin Ye's satisfaction. The hunters smiled happily. It felt so good to be recognized by the Lord. Li Ke frowned as he looked at the succubus unit. This unit gave off a certain feeling. A ruthless and domineering older woman. The boss really enjoys all the flavors of life. Li Ke was extremely envious of Lin Ye. The Night Demon altar has been completed. Just then, another voice rang in Lin Ye's ears. Lin Ye glanced sideways and saw a building that resembled some kind of ritual. The Night Demon altar and Soul Forge have been enhanced, granting all races night vision and increasing their base stats by 50%. Lin Ye smiled faintly, quite satisfied. Looking around at everyone, he said, "Everyone, go inside the altar and walk around it." "Okay." The succubi nodded and walked toward the altar. Li Ke looked at it and frowned. With this altar now exposed, I seriously suspect that Night God might be involved in a cult. He had never seen the Night Demon's architecture before. Watching the succubi go in and then come out again, their faces were filled with shock. My base attributes have improved. It's gotten stronger again. What's going on? The succubi were excited. Holy crap, he's gotten even stronger. How is that possible? Li Ke exclaimed in disbelief. How come my boss Night God stuff is so awesome? Thank you, Lord. The succubi were grateful to Lin Ye, their gazes towards him filled with tenderness. Especially the newly joined succubi, they gained so much after joining. Food was plentiful, shelter was secure, and their strength continued to grow. Looking at Lin Ye, he wished he could devour him whole. Lin Ye heard this and was afraid that the succubi would swarm in. He looked at Mei Yingzi and said, "Arrange for Mei Ye to train your leadership talent." Okay. Mei Yingzi nodded, looked at Mei Ye, and led Mei Ye into the Military Aircraft Museum. The rest of you, continue your work and build up the territory as quickly as possible, Lin Ye said. Okay. Everyone nodded and began to act excitedly. The atmosphere was lively and the morale was high. Damn! Li Ke shook his head after taking a look, not even mentioning other talents and abilities. Their morale alone was enough to keep other territories at bay, even on horseback. He glanced at his private chat and continued to plan his business. Chapter 79 Elf Technology, Rising Troop Types. The Night Demon Arrow Tower has been successfully built in your territory. Night Demon Towers are equipped with archers. Steel was mined and smelted in your territory. Your people fortified your lord's estate with steel, and your lord's manor was upgraded to a Tier 6 building. Fire archer training completed. Time passed slowly. The 500 new recruits were trained into various classes, and buildings continued to appear. Brother, where did you get this steel from? Li Ke looked on, utterly shocked. The manor house has been fortified, and even the walls have been reinforced. That's amazing. Steel is such a rare commodity. That's why there's a gap between 6th and 7th order. Every year, countless territories are stuck at the 6th tier due to a shortage of steel. The key issue is that steel is still one of the few resources that can be traded. However, it is limited to the region of each session. Items transported from outside cannot be used as upgrade conditions. He stared blankly at Lin Ye. Hee. Lin Ye understood Li Ke's doubts upon hearing this. Why did the wars usually begin a month later in most previous terms? Within about a month, all the capable lords had reached the 6th rank. They then began to seize resources, such as steel. After about 3 to 6 months, people gradually reached the 6th level and began a large-scale war. They were also plundering steel, that resource. Because I have a spirit level, peak level smelting talent, Lin Ye said casually. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Upon hearing this, Li Ke was first stunned, then let out a series of angry roars as if venting his frustration. Staring at Lin Ye, there were already very few heroic spirits. Level 9 territories often have only 1 or 2, while level 8 territories have at most 1. There must be a special reason behind something like the Wild Territory, behind the White-Clad Alliance. But none of them can exceed 3. Lin Ye not only owns more than a dozen territories, but also possesses a talent for metallurgy. I hate it. He looked at Lin Ye and said, the steel operating rights. I'll sell any extras I have. Lin Ye smiled faintly. How could she not understand his thoughts? He said, of course, I can also help with the forging. They will send the iron. Great! Li Ke exclaimed excitedly. Iron or smelting and steelmaking in a region can be considered as an upgrade requirement. As long as you don't use external iron. His eyes lit up. He could hardly imagine how much money he could make. He said, Godfather, please accept my bow. Heh! Lin Ye shook his head. Was he begging to be recognized as a father? Your people have successfully built the inn. Just then, Lin Ye's voice rang out. A huge building appeared at the edge of the territory. Lin Ye was slightly delighted. This thing was a good thing, a really good thing. The inn attracts nearby wild monsters to stay temporarily. You can learn about the outside world and various secrets through different races. You can also offer free accommodation to a specific race, such as one of your subjects, allowing them to stay overnight and wait for a certain period of time before taking over the territory. Lin Ye looked at it, and a smirk appeared on his lips. To put it simply, it's a talent pool and a source of information about wild monsters. The book even states that many racial secrets and insider information are obtained from this. There was once a person who received news about the rise of a new unit type above a derivative unit type. The Fallen Territory is currently very famous in the world of territories, and is known as one of the top 10 territories in the world. It was from the inn that he obtained the information about how to transform the angel race into fallen angels, which led to his current dominance. Of course, the chances of this happening are very small. Lin Ye didn't care about that. He was more concerned about attracting people and upgrading the main building from level 6 to level 7. Tier 5 and above is for living. To advance from Tier 5 to Tier 6, you need buildings that can meet the spiritual needs of the territory's inhabitants. The transition from level 6 to level 7 requires buildings that are convenient, entertaining, and offer a broader perspective. The purpose of mines is to make things more convenient and simpler. Mining was the most strenuous work for the people, so mines were one of the most important things to do. The inn broadens one's horizons, allowing one to see different races and the information they bring, thus expanding one's perspective. The remaining two are entertainment-related, and entertainment is very important to people. But these kinds of things all require blueprints. So I have to figure out a way to handle it myself. You can find out where it is by asking the people at the inn. Lin Ye smiled faintly and set up the inn, with the succubus charged free of charge. I'm not short of money myself. The accommodation is cheap. The cheaper it is, the more people come. All that's left is to wait. Upgrading from rank 6 to rank 7 is already difficult enough, so a day or two won't make a difference. Keep fishing. Your people reinforce their dormitories, which then advance to Tier 6 buildings. Your people reinforce the forge, and the forge is upgraded to a Tier 6 building. Your people are fortified. One message after another kept coming in. Before I knew it, it was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Ye checked the time and looked around at everyone. The training for the troops has been completed. It's been a busy day. Staring intently at the inn in the distance, he frowned. An entire afternoon had passed, and not a single wild monster had come. That's a bit strange. How could that be? With the destruction of the 4 Tier 6 territories, including the terrifying night demons, how could no one have come? Logically, this shouldn't be the case, especially since the resources in this area are quite good. Once the ruling power is destroyed, many people will inevitably emerge. Most importantly, with war raging elsewhere, more people will naturally come. Is it because the time hasn't come yet? Looking at the sky, are they coming at night? Lin Ye was puzzled, so he decided to continue waiting. The night was hazy. I'm logging off. Li could check the time. It was 8:55. It's time to log off. We've already given the White-Clad Alliance, the Heavenly Scheme Alliance, and the Star River Alliance too much during the day. Another night of fighting would be enough. Lin Ye nodded, his eyes fixed on the inn. It's already this late. Why isn't anyone here yet? That's strange. He watched Li Ke log off and then ignored him. Your people have developed elven precision technology based on elven feathers. Just then, a voice rang in Lin Ye's ear. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye smiled faintly. Good news had arrived. After so many days, I'm finally out. Precision technology? Lord! At the same time, Mei Miaoji excitedly ran out of the technology room and looked at Lin Ye with excitement. He handed a light and shadow image to Lin Ye. Precision technology, equip military camps and enable derivative unit, archer, upgrade unit, precision shooter. Lin Ye paused slightly upon seeing this. How to handle both derivative and upgraded unit types in one go. Wow, this technology is amazing. Precision, 100% accuracy, a sniper? Are there any upgraded troop types or Tier 9 territories? Probably not. Looking around the territory, reinforced with steel, every building exuded a sense of power. There are more than 10 Night Demon arrow towers. Be vigilant about your surroundings. The military camps exuded an air of solemnity. The floating light and shadow of the Soul Forge, along with the Dream Corridor and other features, make the territory seem so mysterious. A sense of power, strictness, and mystery permeates the territory. Chapter 80 Troll Territory. Lin Ye smiled faintly, growing stronger and stronger. Look around at the succubi working, he said. Everyone stop. That's enough. Then, he looked at Mei Yanran and said, build an archer camp tomorrow during the day. Okay. Mei Yanran nodded. Okay. The succubi responded one after another, each of them sensing the darkness and gaining night vision. He gazed at Lin Ye, filled with gratitude. Especially the 500 new additions. I didn't have a chance to express my gratitude during the day, but now that it's night, I must properly thank the Lord. The night was pitch black. A distant view of shooting stars and a garden. There were only 2 petals on each flower, their white petals open, revealing deep and beautiful stamens. The meteor streaked through the air, gliding perfectly into each flower stamen. It was fast, and so beautiful. 11 o'clock. Looking at the scene before him, Lin Ye felt his own exhaustion and shook his head. Something's up. Just then, the Night Demon Arrow Tower sounded an alarm. Lin Ye was surprised to hear that the soldiers had already discovered them without any prior warning. The proof is that you didn't see it clearly. The succubi have night vision, and the arrow towers can increase night vision range, yet they still couldn't see clearly. Who is it? The people in the vicinity have already been cleared out. Even the Night Demon's 7th tier territory wouldn't dare to easily touch this guy. Let's go! Lin Ye pondered, and Mei Ye appeared with more than 60 hunters, speaking directly. Suddenly, they erupted in fury, their bodies enveloped in a peculiar cloud of dust. They rushed towards the gate like the wind. Lin Ye watched and saw that he was indeed a master of pursuit, so much like the Night Demon. Your hunter has been attacked by trolls. Your hunter units killed a troll. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye exclaimed, Trolls? That's 7th tier territory! Troll feathers have been discovered in the elven territory. Could it be that the elves were wiped out by them? Lin Ye pondered. The elf technology just appeared on my side, and they sensed it, so they came to check it out. 7th rank? Your territory has been declared war on by the wild territory of a Tier 7 troll. At the same time, a voice rang in Lin Ye's ears. Announcement. A Tier 7 wild territory has declared war on another wild territory. Damn, they're still fighting intensely over here, and you've already declared war over there? 7th tier? What is Night God trying to do? While other territories are attacking each other, Night God is constantly challenging wild territories. Wow, that's awesome! The 6th and 7th tiers are worlds apart. Night God is doomed. The world channel immediately went wild. 7th rank? Qin Bin was incredulous. A smirk appeared on his lips. Did that mean Night God was doomed? Something's going to happen to him. Mao Tian frowned. The situation had changed. As long as the Night God lives, no one will come out, for fear that in the ensuing chaos, the Night God will seize the fruits of their labor. After all, neither intelligence organizations nor anyone else have any news about Yagami, let alone his location. At least these people know each other's situation. Because of the family connections, the intelligence organizations knew about it to some extent. Once Night God dies, the other hidden alliances will emerge, and then the real chaos will begin. It can be said that the current Night God is suppressing the world. So, Mao Tian pondered, if we can kill the white-robed one before the Night God dies. He swallowed the white-robed figure, and the damaged 7-tier weapon behind him, wasn't that? Even if Yagami dies by then, I will take Yagami's place. Suppress everything. Mao Tian smiled faintly. Most importantly, Xinghe relies entirely on the power of Yixin. With Night God dead, Galaxy is finished, and I can devour it myself. Mao Tian kept calculating. I can even surpass the state of Night God. Mao Tian smiled smugly. Oh no! Li Lin and Shirya exclaimed worriedly, their faces tense. The territory of the Night God. My lord! Maya returned to the territory with a few jet black feathers in her hands. He said, there are 7 people in total, all of them trolls. These are their feathers. Lin Ye nodded, confirming that it was indeed a troll. Tier 7, large population, high level, and strong strength. An unprecedented crisis. Even more difficult to deal with than Night Demon. Brother, why are you fighting with a 7-tier territory? Just then, Lika logged on. She looked at Lin Ye anxiously. It wasn't me who got into a fight with them. Lin Ye replied seriously. He said, they're the ones who came to cause me trouble. Then what should we do? Lika asked worriedly. Let's take it one step at a time, Lin Ye said. I won't leave tonight, I'll stay in the game. Lika nodded and said, do you need me to transport anything for you? Steel, Lin Ye pondered. I'll use it to make weapons. The better the quality of the equipment, the stronger the combat power will naturally be. Weapons are not a requirement for upgrades.